Chapter 1 Travel through the National Evacuation Game with the National Goddess. I have learned all about your situation. You must be familiar with our Shin family. My niece is quite stubborn. Once she makes up her mind, it's hard to change. But you are just an orphan now. How do you think you are worthy of our Yen Bing? Inside the astonishingly luxurious seaside villa, the air was filled with a faint scent of expensive fragrance. Sumo's gaze involuntarily fell on the pair of long, beautiful legs in front of him. The shiny black stockings wrapped around the almost perfect leg lines, extending from the slender ankles all the way and hidden under the short skirt, arousing endless reverie. The owner of these legs is a beautiful face that has become popular all over the internet. Shan Yufu. She just sat casually on the sofa, legs crossed, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to be superior to everyone else. At only 26 years old, her life experience is simply a legend. She debuted at the age of 20 and won the award for Best Actress in her first movie, becoming a national goddess. He founded his own entertainment company at the age of 22 and is now worth tens of billions. For 26 years, she has had a stunning face and a devilish figure, but has never been involved in any romantic scandals and is incredibly clean. Such a perfect woman deserves the title of National Goddess of the New Era. But before today, Sumo could never have dreamed that this fairy who should only exist in heaven was actually the aunt of his mysterious girlfriend who he had been dating online for 3 years. What made him even more unbelievable was his online girlfriend turned out to be the famous iceberg school beauty who went to the same school as in Xinyanbing. He was shocked. No wonder that little girl was too afraid to meet him. We were in the same school and saw each other every day. She was too shy to confess. Sumo felt a sense of absurdity and both laughter and tears in his heart. The online love relationship didn't fail, but instead it turned out to be a stroke of luck. He and the girl whose online name is Yen met while playing games and later fell in love with each other. It has been 3 years. From being silent at the beginning to Sumo's jokes later, when he said, "Show me your legs," the other party would really shyly send him a photo of beautiful legs. Sumo thought that intimacy had already come naturally. But every time he got carried away and wanted to ask her out for a kiss and a hug, or to touch the beautiful legs that had been haunting him, she would always use excuses like shy or not ready to shirk his responsibilities. Feelings, she has been spying on me the whole time. Have you thought it through? Shinyufu's cold voice interrupted Sumo's thoughts, and she pushed a bank card onto the coffee table in front of Sumo. There's 10 million in here. You should know what to do, right? Sumo came back to his senses, took a look at the black bank card, and then pushed it back without hesitation. He has his own backbone. Mission, I think you made a mistake. The relationship between Yen Bing and I cannot be measured by money. I don't have money now, but I'm still young and I can earn it. But I can't let my feelings down, and I can't let her down. Sumo stood up, his posture as straight as a pine tree, and looked directly at Shinyufu without any dodging. How you, the Shin family, view me, whether you despise me or look down on me, that is your business. Sumo, it's not your turn to set the price yet. I'm not a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Before today, I didn't even know that my girlfriend of 3 years was named Xinyanbing. So, she should tell me about the breakup herself. As long as she feels that I am not worthy of her, as long as she says a word, Sumo, will disappear immediately and will never entangle with her. Sumo looked down at the lofty national goddess. Mission, as an elder, you may not know the real Xinyanbing. That girl looks cold and aloof on the outside, like an iceberg, but she's actually softer and more fragile than anyone else on the inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so shy that she wouldn't dare to stand in front of me. Inside the villa, Shinyufu stood there in a daze. She subconsciously glanced in the direction of the stairs to the second floor. Listen to what Sumo said. Why does it feel like it's my own aloof niece who's secretly in love with this guy named Sumo? Then why did she come here to test it today? At the corner of the second floor, a beautiful girl in a white dress was quietly listening. When Xinyanbing heard Sumo refuse the 10 million without hesitation, his tense body relaxed quietly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously. But when she heard Sumo's last words that she dared not face it, her cold and beautiful face turned red in an instant. Humph, it's not your fault. All they do every day is say embarrassing things like "show me your legs" and "kiss me." He also said that he would kiss me until my legs were weak and touch my legs to his heart's content the first time we met. Xinyanbing's cheeks felt hot when she thought of those explicit chat records. She calmed herself down and tiptoed down the stairs. Auntie. But the living room was empty. Where are my aunt and Sumo? They disappeared out of thin air. Shin Yanbing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a terrible thought instantly popped into his mind. The color drained from her face instantly and she screamed in shock. It's that game. Player matching completed. Source, Blue Star. Number of people, 1 million. This national evacuation game is mandatory for some Blue Star people who have reached adulthood and have never participated in the game before. No withdrawal or refusal allowed. As a reward for participating, all physical illnesses and defects will be eliminated. Death means the end, but please don't despair, because it will not help. Round 11 officially begins. Game map, Ocean World. Now releasing the rules of the game Ocean Survival. Rule 1, this map depicts a flooded ocean world. Players will be automatically grouped based on their real-world distance. 2 players will randomly appear on the initial raft in the ocean and begin their survival. Rule 2, there are various resource boxes on the sea surface, which can be used to obtain food, water, weapons, tools, construction materials, and other supplies. Rule 3, resource islands have been refreshed. Each resource island has hostile monsters. The higher the threat level, the richer the resources. Rule 4, the first 3 days of the game are a novice protection period. During this period, hostile underwater creatures will not actively attack players at sea. The next 7 days are a survival challenge period, and the last day is a 24-hour evacuation period. Players who complete the challenges within the survival challenge period can begin evacuation. Successful evacuees will be settled based on the supplies they obtained. The cold mechanical sound disappeared from my mind. When Sumo came to his senses, everything in front of him had changed. In the previous second, he was in the luxurious and spacious living room of the villa, and in the next second, he was already in an endless blue sea. The sound of waves splashed in my ears, and the air was filled with the unique fishy and salty smell of seawater. Under his feet was a simple raft, only the size of a double bed, made from a few pieces of broken wood tied together. The raft rocked gently with the waves. Sumo looked around blankly. It's just water. The sparkling blue sea stretches all the way to the horizon, with no end in sight. Beside him, there was a graceful figure that was perfect and impeccable. National goddess, Shin Yufu. At this moment, she no longer had any of the composure and domineering attitude she had in the villa. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and confusion, her eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that her mind was blank due to the shock of this extraordinary phenomenon. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. Traveled through time? Or have you been caught up in some so-called national evacuation game? What the hell is going on? Shin Yufu exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, everything before her was beyond her comprehension. If I understand correctly. Sumo smiled bitterly and pointed to the endless sea. We seem to have been drawn into a deadly survival game. It felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. What the hell is going on? He just rejected 10 million from his future aunt, and now he teams up with her to play wilderness survival? His eyes swept over Shin Yufu's expensive custom-made suit and her still eye-catching pair of long legs and black stockings. In this environment, this outfit is not a good thing. Shin Yufu was silent. She pursed her red lips tightly, trying hard to digest the cold rules of the game in her mind. Death means the end. These 7 cold words made her feel cold all over. She asked eagerly. Where's Yen Bing? How's Yen Bing? Will she be involved as well? Sumo's heart sank. Yes, where is Yanbing? If that Nizi, who appears cold on the outside but warm on the inside, is actually timid and shy, were to face this situation alone. He didn't dare think about it anymore. Just when the two were extremely anxious and worried, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in Sumo's mind. Hidden talent detected. Awakening. 1%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Congratulations! You have awakened the only God-level talent, Lord of Greed. Chapter 2, the God-level talented Lord of Greed. Become a capitalist. God-level talent? In this deadly survival game, talent is the absolute key to life and death. And I, right from the start, got the top-tier God level? He quickly calmed his mind and carefully studied this God-level talent called Lord of Greed. Lord of Greed God level unique. Talent effect 1, Greed, you will have an unlimited storage space. Any supplies you and your teammates collect will be copied into 9 additional copies when entering the storage space. Talent Effect 2, Beautiful Companion. For every goddess level companion who voluntarily joins your team, your personal attributes will be increased by 100%. In addition, at the start of each game, a random goddess level player will spawn near your starting position. Talent Effect 3, Goddess Bonus. When you kill monsters, you gain an additional 100% bonus experience. When your goddess companions kill monsters, they gain 50% of their bonus experience. Oh shit! Invincible! Suemo watched these 3 incredible and exaggerated effects over and over again, and was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Lord of Greed. The name sounds a bit villainous, but the effect is ridiculously strong. Greed effect. All supplies are directly multiplied tenfold. This means that his efficiency in collecting resources is 10 times that of others. What a terrifying advantage this is in such a survival game with scarce resources. There is also the Beautiful Lady Companion effect. For every additional goddess companion in the team, all attributes can be doubled. Suemo glanced at the national goddess Shin Yufu, who was in shock and confusion beside him. Isn't this ready-made? Although it has not been triggered yet and requires the other party's voluntary consent, Suemo is full of confidence. In such a desperate situation, a reliable man is the greatest sense of security. Not to mention, this talent can also refresh a good goddess next to you at the beginning of the game. Wow, what kind of romantic talent is this? A bold picture suddenly appeared in Sumo's mind. One day in the future, his raft will be filled with all kinds of goddesses. They will be waving tools and weapons, working for him and collecting supplies, while he will just have to lie on the beach chair, drink iced cola, and shout "come on." Hiss. Isn't the essence of this talent to recruit goddesses and then make them work hard on the raft to help you stockpile supplies like crazy? I, Sumo, an ordinary worker, unexpectedly became a capitalist in this deadly survival game? How should I put it? This feeling is quite exciting. Just when Sumo's heart was in turmoil, something strange happened. Suddenly, a soft white light descended from the sky and poured onto the sea like a waterfall, dyeing the entire blue ocean with a sacred color. Then, in the lower right corner of Sumo's sight, an icon that looked like a combination of a flying pig and a penguin suddenly started flashing wildly, with a red number 99 plus rising on it. Suemo clicked it and took a look. Ocean Survival World channel is now open. In an instant, countless messages were refreshed like a waterfall, and the entire channel was as noisy as a vegetable market. What the hell? What the hell is this place? Kidnapping? Aliens? My dad is Li Gang. No matter who you are, send me back right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're in big trouble. Help! I'm on the same raft with an ugly, greasy man I don't know. Ugh. I hate men the most. I feel like I'm suffocating to death breathing the same air as him. Girls, what should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Ha 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 ha. Great. That's really great. Wang Bei Opie. You damn boss. You usually treat us like slaves, but now it's okay, right? We're all on the same starting line. Don't let me run into you in the game, or I'll chop you into 8 pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. The messages in the chat channel scrolled faster and faster, and Sumo's expression became more interesting as he flipped through them. Apparently, the 1 million people around the world who were forced into the game had varying reactions. But soon, the appearance of a message made the entire noisy channel quiet down. Brothers, I think this is all fake. It must be some holographic virtual game created by some company, just for publicity. My name is Zhang Wei, and I don't believe it. I'm going to jump in right now to show you how this seawater won't drown you. As soon as this message was sent, another message popped up immediately. Stop it. Zhang Wei, you idiot. I'm your teammate. Don't jump. Wow. The next second, the teammate typed in a horrified voice with a crying tone. He jumped. He really jumped. The shark in the sea, the shark didn't move, he swam towards the shark himself. He was eaten. His head was bitten off. A cold mechanical sound rang out simultaneously in the minds of all players. Warning. Player Zhang Wei has died. Current remaining players, 999,999 people. In an instant, the entire world channel fell into deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by this bloody fact. This is true. This game is really deadly. No. Shin Yufu looked at the death notice and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. We can't go back. Death means the end. These 7 cold words, which were just information before, now turned into the deepest fear, tightly gripping her heart. She looked at the simple raft under her feet that would fall apart at any time, and then looked at the hideous fish fins that occasionally appeared under the sea, and an unprecedented feeling of despair surged in her heart. 3 days. The novice protection period is only 3 days. 3 days later, those monsters will take the initiative to attack. By then, relying on a broken raft in this vast ocean will mean death. Unlike Shin Yufu's panic, Suemo quickly calmed down after a brief shock. Fear solves nothing. With a thought, he called up his personal panel. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV1. Physical fitness, 10 comprehensive physical strength, the initial average for adult males is 10. Spirit, 10 comprehensive soul strength, the initial average for adult males is 10. He clicked on the ship panel again. Small raft LV1 3MX3M. Durability, 100-100. Required to upgrade to LV2, would 080? Sumo's eyes flickered. It seems that the most urgent task is to upgrade this raft. In this boundless ocean, the raft is their only foothold and a mobile fortress. Before finding the resource island, upgrading the raft and expanding the safety range are the top priorities. The goal was set, and Suemo no longer hesitated. Without a word, he simply crawled on the edge of the raft, put his arms into the cool seawater, and paddled backwards with all his strength like the most primitive human oars. The raft creaked under the heavy weight, but finally began to move slowly. Shin Yufu looked at Suemo quietly. Looking at this young man who was chatting and laughing with her just now and dared to reject her 10 million, he was now like a tireless bull, driving their only chance of survival in the most clumsy and primitive way. This waste of energy will undoubtedly speed up your own death. Time passes by every second. Sumo's arms had already become numb from the pain and he had almost lost consciousness. Sweat mixed with sea water blurred his vision. Just when he felt that he was about to faint from exhaustion, a gray square box at the end of his vision finally appeared before his eyes with the undulations of the waves. Resource box. Found it. Suemo cheered up and burst out with his last bit of strength, paddling forward with all his might. It was a gray wooden box half a meter square, unlocked, with a handle on the side for easy lifting. Suemo pulled it onto the raft with trembling hands and opened it impatiently. Congratulations! You've collected 3 pieces of wood, 3 pieces of plastic, and 1 bottle of mineral water. Talent effect greed triggered. Supplies copied to storage space, wood X27, plastic X27, bottled mineral water X9. Done. Looking at the series of system prompts in his mind, Suemo breathed a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the raft. Worthy of being a god-level talent. 1 box is equivalent to 10 others. Now, we are completely saved. Sumo's mind moved, and 2 bottles of 450 milliliters mineral water with cool steam appeared out of thin air in his hand. He put all the other supplies into the storage space, then opened one of the bottles without hesitation, tilted his head back and drank it in big gulps. The cool water slid down my throat, moistening my dry body and instantly dispelling all fatigue and heat. After drinking a bottle of water, Suemo felt like he was alive again. Shin Yufu, who was standing by, thought that Sumo's actions were just a last-ditch struggle and would be futile. But when he saw the mineral water appearing out of thin air in Sumo's hand and heard the crisp gulp sound, only then did she realize how dry her throat was and her lips were slightly chapped from lack of water. Her eyes were involuntarily drawn to the remaining bottle of water in Sumo's hand. Chapter 3 Shin Yufu bowed to reality. Shin Yufu pursed her cracked red lips, her proud self-esteem and the instinct for survival struggling fiercely. In the end, instinct triumphed over reason. She put down her national goddess airs and pleaded softly. Can you give me a bottle? I'm also a little thirsty. No. Sumo's answer was crisp and clear, without a trace of hesitation, like a stone hitting the ground, hard. Shin Yufu's beautiful eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Who is she? She is Shin Yufu. She is a national goddess standing at the top of the entertainment industry pyramid, held in the palm of the hands of countless fans in capital. On weekdays, let alone asking for things, even if she just gives him a look, countless people will rush to give her the best things. Rejected? These 2 words hardly exist in her 20 years of life dictionary. A surge of anger suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart, causing her delicate face to turn slightly red. She couldn't tell whether it was from anger or shame. I'm just a little thirsty. As a grown man, can't you share a bottle with me? Oh, I'm thirsty too. Suemo shook the half-drunk bottle of water in his hand and replied confidently. So I did it myself. I rode for half a day and was exhausted as a dog before I found it. What about you? He glanced at Shin Yufu. From beginning to end, except for a few panicked screams at the beginning, the young lady sat at the other end of the raft with her knees hugged, watching him struggling to death with a look as if he were a fool. Now that you've seen the fruits of your labor, you want to come and pick some of the fruits of your labor? There's no such thing as that. Shin Yufu was speechless for a moment. She really didn't do anything. To her, on the bare sea surface, a man was paddling madly with his hands. Apart from accelerating physical exhaustion, what is the difference between it and suicide? But who would have thought that he actually got the water? Humph, it's just a bottle of water, what's the big deal? Shin Yufu raised her snow-white chin, trying to overwhelm the other party with her momentum and restore her high and mighty goddess posture. Do you know who I am? When we get back, I'll give you 10 million to buy this bottle of water. Oh? 10 million? Suemo was happy. Big star, look around now. Is this a place where money talks? Forget 1 million. Even if you gave me 10 billion, could you help me turn this 3x3 raft into an aircraft carrier? You. Shin Yufu was so angry that her chest heaved. This guy is so stubborn. What he said was a fact that she couldn't refute. Here, money is just waste paper, and her identity, status, and wealth, which she was proud of, became worthless in an instant. This huge sense of gap made her feel panic and powerless. Looking at her beautiful face that changed from dominance to surprise, and then from surprise to grievance, Suemo felt secretly happy. You looked down on others just now, but now you know who is your father, right? However, he also knew that he couldn't make the relationship too awkward. After all, according to the description of the talent being accompanied by a beautiful woman, if there is one more goddess in the team, all of your attributes can be doubled. This is a real improvement in combat power. What's more, it would be a waste if such a beautiful woman died of thirst here. Time passed minute by minute, the scorching sun burned the sea surface, Shin Yufu's lips became more and more dry, and the strong thirst made her dizzy. In the end, she bowed to reality. Okay, I'll help you. Her voice was slightly reluctant, but more of a compromise. What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Suemo pointed to the other side of the raft. Like I did just now, paddle. Find the next resource box and split the water in it in half. Shin Yufu gritted her teeth, took off her high heels that were in the way, and followed Sumo's example, lying beside the raft and reaching her delicate hands into the sea. The cold touch made her shudder and woke her up completely. With the combined efforts of the two, the raft became much faster. Soon, a second resource box appeared. Congratulations! You've collected compressed biscuits X2, wood X6, simple fishing rod design X1. Talent greed triggered. Copy materials, compressed biscuits X18, wood X54, simple fishing rod design X9. Suemo kept his promise and gave Shin Yufu a bottle of water and a piece of compressed biscuit. When Shin Yufu wolfed down the dry biscuit, the eyes of the national goddess were actually a little moist. This was the most difficult and delicious meal she had ever had in her life. This is not a solution. Suemo munched on a biscuit and said, we must upgrade the raft as soon as possible. Also, I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Shin Yufu looked at him warily. It's simple. You voluntarily agreed to be my companion. Sumo's eyes became scorching. If you join my team, I promise that you will not only have food and drink, but also be able to survive this game safely. Join your team? Shin Yufu frowned. Isn't this the same thing? No, it's different. Suemo smiled mysteriously. He couldn't just say that your joining can double my attributes, right? He changed the subject. After we officially form a team, the system will recognize our alliance, and there may be some conveniences we don't know about. For example, sharing supplies, or being able to see each other's status. What do you think? Consider it? Shin Yufu was silent. She looked at Sumo's confident look, then looked at the endless ocean, and made a decision in her heart. Okay, I agree. Ding! Player Shin Yufu has agreed to join your team. Talent Beautiful Companion triggered. Detecting a goddess-level companion, your all attributes increase by 100%. Name, Sumo. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and Sumo felt that his strength, speed, and endurance were far beyond before. Very good, it's a pleasure to work with you. Sumo nodded with satisfaction and immediately took out 80 units of wood from the storage space. Now, let us witness a miracle. He looked at the raft under his feet and muttered to himself, upgrade. Wood 80, small raft LV1 is being upgraded. Upgrade completed. Congratulations. Your raft has been upgraded to LV25MX5M. Requirements to upgrade to LV3, wood 0200, plastic 050. The raft under his feet expanded instantly, its area more than doubled, and it became more solid and stable. Shin Yufu watched all this in amazement. She didn't understand. They had only opened 2 boxes, so where did Sumo get so much wood? Chapter 4, First Kill, No Mercy. Suddenly, a surprised scream came from the sea not far away. Look over there. What's that? An island. Sumo and Shin Yufu looked up at the same time and looked in the direction where the voice came from. On the distant horizon, a black dot that was initially blurry was slowly expanding and becoming clearer in the field of vision. Although it is still unclear, the outline is clearly that of a lush island. The hope of survival was instantly ignited in the hearts of the survivors around. However, just as Sumo's eyes were fixed on the island, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that in the completely opposite direction, a dilapidated level 1 raft was paddling towards them stealthily. There were 2 men standing on the raft, one with a face full of flesh, the other with a scar under his eye. Both of them were holding a crudely made wooden spear tightly in their hands, with unfriendly expressions on their faces. What do they want to do? Shin Yufu's face changed instantly, and her woman's intuition made her instinctively feel a strong sense of danger. What else can I do? Sumo's eyes suddenly turned cold. It's nothing more than murder and robbery. He quickly opened the production panel and used the small amount of plastic he had just obtained and the extra wood to quickly make 2 simple wooden spears. Wooden spear, attack power 2-4. Sumo threw one of them to Shin Yufu. Hold it, and at the critical moment, stab it in the vital part. Don't be soft-hearted. Remember, this is a game of life and death. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Shin Yufu held the rough wooden spear with trembling hands, and the cold spear body made her palms full of cold sweat. But Sumo's extremely calm words were like a shot of adrenaline. It gave her great strength. Soon, the other side's raft approached. The 2 men first greedily glanced at the obviously larger LV2 raft under Sumo's feet, and then their eyes were fixed on the woman next to Sumo. Fuck! Isn't this the national goddess Shin Yufu? The man with the fat face almost popped his eyes out, and he pushed the scarred face beside him excitedly. Boss! Look! It's Shin Yufu! Alive! Scarface's Adam's apple rolled up and down. His greedy eyes slid from her beautiful face to her tight white shirt, and finally landed on the pair of long legs and black stockings that were wet by the seawater and tightly pressed together. The stockings had been torn into several holes by paddling, revealing a kind of shabby yet beautiful temptation. TSK, I really didn't expect that. Scarface licked his cracked lips with his tongue, his tone revealing undisguised desire. The once high-ranking celebrity is now a drowned rat. But this way, it's even more delicious. His fiery gaze made Shin Yufu feel uneasy. She frowned in disgust and hid her body even tighter behind Sumo. Sister, what's the good of being with that boy? Scarface ignored Sumo and shouted directly at Shin Yufu. Look at that pretty boy, can he protect you? Why don't you just follow us brothers? We promise to keep you well fed and well fed. At night, we'll let you experience what a real man is. The dirty words made Shin Yufu's face flush red. She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. Get lost. You're dreaming. She knew very well that if she fell into the hands of these 2 scumbags, the consequences would be more terrible than death. Hey, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Scarface's expression darkened instantly, and he turned his gaze towards Sumo, his fierce expression showing. Kid, you're lucky to have run into our boss. Now, I'll give you 2 options. First, hand over this girl next to you and all the supplies on your raft, and we'll spare your life and let you go. And the second one? Second? Scarface grinned and raised the wooden spear in his hand. The second is that we do it ourselves. We kill the men and feed them to the sharks, and the women, hee, we brothers will be left alone to have a good time. Are you done? The smile on Sumo's face faded, and he said coldly. I'll give you a choice. Get out of my sight now. Otherwise, this broken raft of yours will become your coffin. Fuck. You're looking for death. Scarface was completely enraged and roared, Brother, go. The two rafts collided with each other in an instant. The companion with a face full of flesh let out a strange cry, raised the wooden spear, and stabbed it towards Sumo's heart with all his strength. If Sumo faced this fatal blow before his talent was activated, he might have been in a panic and in great danger. But now, he has 20 points of constitution. What seemed like a swift thrust to the opponent seemed like a slow-motion replay in Sumo's dynamic vision. He just turned his body slightly and dodged it easily by a hair's breadth. The spear tip passed by his ribs with a sound of wind. At the same time, the wooden spear in Sumo's hand moved. Puff! There was a dull sound as a sharp weapon entered the flesh. Sumo's spear tip pierced the opponent's throat with incredible precision. Ha ha! The muscular man's eyes were wide open, and his attacking posture was still frozen in mid-air. He looked down in disbelief at the blood gushing from his neck. His body shook violently, and finally he fell straight back into the sea. The bright red blood instantly dyed the blue sea red. Congratulations! You killed the player Fat Man and gained plus 10 experience. Talent Beautiful Woman's Company is activated. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 20 points. The cold system prompt sounded in his mind, but Sumo's expression did not fluctuate at all. His cold eyes were fixed on the last person left on the raft, Scarface. You killed him. Scarface was completely frightened by Sumo's clean, sharp and decisive approach. He could never have imagined that this ordinary-looking young man was actually such a ruthless character who killed people without blinking an eye. Fear instantly swallowed up all his desires. He let out a strange cry, turned around and tried to paddle away. But would Sumo give him this opportunity? He rushed to the edge of his raft in one step, his arm muscles bulged, and with all his strength, he threw the blood-stained wooden spear in his hand like a javelin. Call out! The wooden spear drew a straight, deadly trajectory in the air, and with a shrill sound of breaking wind, it accurately pierced Scarface's heart from behind. Well! Scarface's body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the bloody spear tip protruding from his chest. His face was filled with endless regret and fear. He fell headfirst onto his raft and died completely. Congratulations! You killed player Scarface and gained plus 10 experience points. Final experience points, 20 points. Shin Yufu's pretty face turned pale as she watched, her stomach churning and she almost vomited. This extremely bloody scene gave her a huge shock. But at the same time, looking at Sumo's neat, decisive and upright figure, an unprecedented sense of security wrapped her tightly. Sumo was not completely indifferent. This was his first time killing someone, and his stomach was churning as well, with a strong feeling of nausea rushing up his throat. But he forced himself to suppress the discomfort, turned his head, looked at Shin Yufu, whose face was pale, and slowed down his voice. Don't be afraid. They are no longer human beings. Sumo looked at the two corpses, as if he was talking to Shin Yufu, or as if he was talking to himself. Those who wantonly plunder others' lives just to survive are no different from animals. I didn't kill humans, I killed animals that threatened our survival. These words calmed Shin Yufu's mood a little, and also made Sumo feel a lot better about the hurdle in his heart. He took a deep breath, calmly looted the few supplies on the other side's raft, then walked over and kicked Scarface's body into the sea with an expressionless face. Watching the corpse sink into the deep blue, Sumo's eyes became more determined. In this world, being soft-hearted will lead to death. The world channel exploded again. Countless messages were flooding the screen, but this time, it was no longer meaningless panic and cursing. Help! Someone save me! The resource island is full of monsters. Full of monsters. Don't go. Don't go to that island. The monsters there aren't even subject to the novice protection period. My teammate was snapped in half by a half-human high crab's claws the moment he landed on the island. There are 5 of us on the team, and I'm the only one who escaped. There's an octopus monster on the island that can spit venom, and there's also a swordfish man that's as fast as lightning. That's not a novice area at all, it's a meat grinder. Wow. We're done, completely done. The total number of people has dropped by almost 10,000. And it's only been half a day. The bloody news made the survivors, who had just ignited hope, feel like they were falling into an icy cave. It seems that we can't go to that island for the time being, Suemo said. Shin Yufu nodded, still feeling a lingering fear. If Suemo hadn't acted decisively and upgraded the raft instead of rushing to the island, their fate would probably be. What are you standing there for? Get back to work. Sumo's voice interrupted her thoughts. We have to upgrade the raft 2 more levels before dark. Oh, okay. Shin Yufu came to her senses, immediately lay back down on the side of the raft, and paddled hard. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony. After Sumo's physique doubled, his strength became astonishingly great. He was simply a human motor. After fishing out more than a dozen resource boxes in a row, the raft upgrade prompt finally sounded. Wood 200, plastic 50, small raft LV2 upgrading, upgrade completed. Congratulations! Your raft has been upgraded to LV37MX7M. The hull is stronger, and the simple sail crafting option has been unlocked. Requirements for upgrading to LV4, wood 0500, plastic 0150, metal block 020. Looking at the raft expanding again, Shin Yufu finally couldn't help but feel confused. She wiped the sweat from her face and stared at Suemo with her beautiful eyes. Something's wrong. How many boxes have we opened in total? Where did you get so much wood? Suemo was checking the newly unlocked production options. Upon hearing this, he just made a perfunctory response without even looking up. I found it. Shin Yufu almost couldn't catch her breath. Picked it up? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? In this vast ocean, apart from resource boxes, there are no piles of wood for you to pick up. She looked at Sumo's calm profile and suddenly felt that this man was full of mysteries. Calm, decisive, strong, and with a dark secret. No wonder he could tempt his icy niece. Chapter 5, S-Class Talented Goddess of War. Suemo peeping. As night falls, the sea reflects the stars in the sky, which is a beautiful sight. After an afternoon of hard work, Sumo's raft had expanded to the terrifying LV5 level, with an area comparable to a small basketball court. What's even more exaggerated is that in the middle of the raft, Suemo actually used the surplus wood to build a simple wooden house of about 3 square meters, which is just enough for 2 people to lie down and rest. Raft Cabin LV1 can withstand wind and rain, provides a small amount of defense, and allows you to have a stable sleeping environment. Shin Yufu was completely numb. She sat cross-legged at the door of the wooden house, holding a bottle of mineral water and a piece of grilled fish in her hands, eating them in small bites. The grilled fish was caught by Suemo using a newly made fishing rod. Although it was only sprinkled with a little salt she brought with her, it was so fragrant that she almost swallowed her tongue. At this time, she took off her torn black stockings and high heels. Although she looked a little messy in a shirt and short skirt, it made her look more pitiful. She has completely adapted to her role as a crew member. She rose wherever Suemo points without complaint. Ha! Shin Yufu ate while sliding the virtual panel in front of her and said in surprise. They are discussing talent. On the World Channel, after experiencing the terror of the day, the survivors began to exchange information, and talent became the hottest topic. Alas, my talent is F rank, quick sleep, which increases my energy recovery speed by 10% while sleeping. I feel so useless. Don't cry, my E rank talent, night vision, is such a bummer. It's pitch black out on the ocean at night, what's the point of seeing clearly? I still got swallowed by the monster. Holy crap! A big guy shows up. One of our guys got the D rank talent, strong, which gives him a +5 initial constitution. He's already been recruited by a big team. Suemo took a glance and was delighted. Most people have garbage talents of F or E level, and occasionally a D level talent pops up and is treated as a treasure. C rank and above? I didn't see any. Of course, there may be people who hide it like himself, but no matter how hard they hide, they can never compare to him, the god level, Lord of Greed. What is your talent? Suemo asked casually while chewing on the fish. He. When this was mentioned, Shin Yufu immediately became energetic. The humbleness of the little crew member just now was swept away. She puffed out her chest and boasted proudly like a proud peacock. Listen carefully, don't be scared. This goddess has awakened an S-level talent, Goddess of War. Goddess of War S rank, your basic attributes will be increased by 1.5 times. And every time you level up, you will gain 5 times the attribute points of ordinary players. How is it? Is it awesome? Shin Yufu raised her snow-white chin, her beautiful eyes flashing with the light of praise me quickly. My physical and mental strength are both 15 points now. I'm half as strong as an average person. Suemo almost spat out the fish in his mouth when he heard this. Good job. He was shocked. This was actually an S-level growth talent. 1.5 times the basic attribute is already very strong, the key is the upgrade attribute to increase 5 times. This means that the higher the level, the greater the gap in strength between her and ordinary players will be. This is not a national goddess, this is simply a chosen fighter. Suemo looked at Shin Yufu's smug face and instantly had an idea in his mind. This future ant is definitely not a vase, but a super thigh with unlimited potential. She must be held tightly and cultivated well. It's okay. Suemo suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded calmly. It's okay? Shin Yufu's smile froze on her face. After eating and drinking, Suemo stood up and took off his t-shirt, which was soaked with sweat and seawater, in front of Shin Yufu, revealing his well-defined upper body. There are no exaggerated muscles, but just the right 8-pack abs and mermaid line, exuding a powerful male hormone under the moonlight. You, what do you want to do? When Shin Yufu saw this scene, she instantly became panicked. She subconsciously hugged her arms tightly and stared at him warily. It was pitch dark, and there were only a man and a woman on the same raft, and she was such a stunningly beautiful woman. Could it be that he had some bad thoughts about his future aunt? In Shin Yufu's mind, a dangerous scenario of a macho man struggling to survive in a desperate situation and having improper thoughts about a stunning beauty has already begun to play out. I'm warning you not to mess around. Yan Bing. However, Suemo just glanced at her indifferently, as if he was looking at an idiot. He took out a brand new bottle of mineral water from the storage space, unscrewed the lid, and poured it over himself. Crash. The cold water washed over his strong chest and slid down the grooves of his abdominal muscles. Shin Yufu's face turned red in an instant. What was she thinking just now? Shin Yufu secretly glanced at Sumo's abdominal muscles, and her heart was beating fast. She didn't expect that this guy looked thin when he was dressed, but he was so well proportioned when he was undressed. But the next second, she realized a more serious problem. Are you crazy? She rushed forward and tried to snatch the water bottle from Sumo's hand, almost shouting out in anxiety. That's drinking water. It's drinking water. You're actually using it to bathe? Do you know how precious water is? I've been sweating all day and even killed someone. I'm all sticky and it's uncomfortable if I don't wash it off. Suemo dodged her hand lightly and said as a matter of course. Besides, if I don't wash myself clean, I'll sleep in the cabin with you at night and smell weird. Wouldn't you mind? Of course I dislike it. No. I mean, I don't mind. Shin Yuwo was incoherent and his face flushed with anxiety. You're such a waste. The two men fought over a bottle of mineral water at the door of the narrow wooden house. Shin Yufu was almost hanging on Sumo's arm, her soft body pressed tightly against his hot chest. Her nose was filled with his unique masculine scent, a mixture of the salty seawater and the fresh water, which made her heart beat suddenly faster. Just when she was about to grab the bottle, Suemo suddenly let go of her hand. All right, I'm scared of you. He just waved his hand, and like magic, 10 brand new bottles of mineral water appeared in front of Shin Yufu with a splash. I have no shortage of food, so I naturally have no shortage of drink. Suemo looked at the stunned Shin Yufu and said generously. Take these for now. I have about 50 bottles left in my backpack. Shin Yufu was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the water on the ground, then looked at Suemo, and a bold idea instantly formed in her mind. Picked up? So this is what it means to pick up. Could his talent possibly be related to supplies? Could he be able to make supplies appear out of thin air? At this moment, Shin Yufu finally understood why this man was so calm from beginning to end. In this cruel survival game, controlling supplies is equivalent to controlling your lifeline. And Suemo is undoubtedly the man standing at the top of the lifeline. Hello? Sumo's voice rang out above her head, have you seen enough? Can you get up from me now? Only then did Shin Yufu realize that she was still maintaining an extremely ambiguous posture, and her whole body was almost lying in Sumo's arms. She screamed as if she had been electrocuted, and hurriedly backed away using her hands and feet. As a result, her feet slipped and she fell to the ground. Suemo looked down at her embarrassed and blushing appearance and said slowly. If you don't get up, I'm going to lose my beastly nature and pounce on you. Don't cry then. No. You, don't do anything rash. Shun Yufu was completely panicked. Use your hands and feet to move backward. But Sumo, with a half smile on his face, approached step by step. The man's figure was elongated in the moonlight, completely enveloping her with an extremely aggressive and oppressive feeling. I'm warning you, Sumo. I'm Yen Bing's aunt. How dare you do this to me? Her threat seemed pale and powerless in the face of the other party's silent approach. Soon, the cold wooden board pressed against her back. There is no way to retreat. Looking at Sumo's face, which looked even more handsome yet unusually evil in the moonlight, a huge despair surged in his heart. It's over. A man and a woman alone, struggling to survive in a desperate situation. In the end, he couldn't resist his instinctive desire and was about to make a move on his beautiful aunt. Shin Yufu seemed to have given up all resistance. She closed her eyes in humiliation and resignation, her long eyelashes trembling continuously. Never mind. What's the point of resisting? In this vast ocean, where can she, a woman, run to? Just as Shin Yufu was having all sorts of wild thoughts in her mind, and even started to rehearse how she would face Shin Yanbing in the future, the expected storm did not come. She quietly opened her eyes a little, and saw Sumo's figure, who just brushed past her and walked straight into the small wooden house behind her. With a bang, he fell on the wooden board in a big letter shape and let out a satisfied groan. I'm so tired, I need to sleep. Who has the time to do anything else? Shin Yufu froze in place, petrified. After more than 10 seconds, a burst of heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her stunningly beautiful face instantly red enough to bleed. She was fooled. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He just wanted to see himself embarrassed. Revenge. This is absolutely naked revenge. Revenge for humiliating him with 10 million in the villa. Sue. M.O. Shin Yufu gritted her teeth, wishing she could pounce on him and bite him. Sumo's lazy response came from the wooden house. What? Have you really figured it out? Even if you figured it out, I won't do it. I'm sleepy. You. Shin Yufu felt a lump in her chest and almost suffocated. She angrily picked up a bottle of mineral water that Sumo had rewarded her with, ran to the other side of the raft, and turned her back to the cabin. Crash. The cool water washed over her cheeks, calming her burning thoughts a little. She took off her skirt and shirt, which had become stiff from being soaked in seawater, leaving only a set of close-fitting underwear, and wiped her body carefully. Finally, she slowly poured the remaining water on the pair of stunning long legs that she was so proud of. The water droplets slid down the fair and delicate skin, flowed over the round and firm thighs, crossed the slender calves, and finally sank into the pair of delicate and small feet that looked like they were carved from white jade. Under the moonlight, this picture of a beautiful woman emerging from the bath is enough to drive any man crazy. She wiped her body clean and was about to put on her clothes when she felt a burning gaze from behind her, making her feel uneasy. Shin Yufu turned around suddenly and met Sumo's surprisingly bright eyes at the door of the cabin. He didn't sleep at all. Always peeking. Chapter 6, Sleeping in the Same Bed and Touching the Goddess' Thighs. Cough. Sumo was caught red-handed, but he was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he kindly reminded. It's cold and windy outside at night. If you fall asleep and turn over and fall into the sea, I can't be sure to rescue you from the shark's mouth. Come in and sleep. I don't mind you. Who asked you to dislike it? Shin Yufu retorted subconsciously, but when she heard the word shark, she couldn't help but shudder. She hesitated for a few seconds, and between being eaten as a midnight snack by the shark and being taken advantage of by Sumo, she decisively chose the latter. After all, the latter would at most lose his innocence, but the former would lose his life. She quickly put on her clothes, walked to the door of the cabin, and warned fiercely. I'm warning you, be quiet tonight. Don't move your hands or feet, do you hear me? I know, housekeeper. Sumo waved his hands impatiently. After receiving his perfunctory promise, Shin Yufu gritted her teeth and lay down carefully. The space in the cabin was so narrow that it could only accommodate 2 people lying side by side. The 2 of them lay flat, their arms touching their arms, their thighs touching their thighs, with almost zero distance contact. Shin Yufu could clearly feel Sumo's scorching body temperature and the strong heartbeat. In the darkness, her cheeks were burning, her heart was pounding, and she couldn't sleep all night. The next day. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the cracks in the wooden house. Shin Yufu woke up slowly and felt warm all over, as if she was sleeping in an extremely comfortable warm bed. She opened her eyes drowsily, and what she saw was Sumo's sleeping face that was right next to her. And I hadn't known when I had curled up in his arms like a docile kitten. What was even worse was that her long, white and smooth legs were draped across his waist without any protection. And his big hand was right on her thigh. Shin Yufu woke up instantly, her mind went blank. At this moment, Sumo also opened his eyes. The two looked at each other and the air seemed to freeze. The next second, just before Shin Yufu was about to scream, Sumo actually pinched her smooth thigh lightly. Then, in a tone of evaluating a work of art, he commented seriously. It feels good. After saying that, he calmly withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, stood up and walked out of the cabin. Only Shin Yufu was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Sumo. After a while, Sumo's urging voice came from outside, "Stop shouting, come out and eat, get ready for work." Only then did Shin Yufu blush, tidied up her messy clothes and mood, and walked out reluctantly. Throughout the morning, the way she looked at Sumo was full of resentment and murderous intent. After replenishing their energy, the two began a new day of drifting on the sea. Along the way, they encountered several first-class simple rafts. When the survivors saw Sumo's LV5 giant raft, which was comparable to a yacht, they all showed expressions of shock and envy. "Holy crap! Bro! What's wrong with your raft? You must be cheating." Whenever someone asked, Sumo simply answered, "I was lucky, I found it." Wherever the raft went, the scattered first-level rafts around it gave way. On the World Channel, the legend about Sumo has completely exploded. Holy crap! Guys, I saw it with my own eyes. It really is a level 5 raft. It's like a small square. There's even a house built on top. Not only that, I also saw the national goddess Shin Yufu. She seemed to be paddling for that big guy. Oh my god, my goddess has become a boatman. What kind of god is this Sumo? He kidnapped the national goddess right from the start and even upgraded the raft to level 5? Is he going to let us mortals survive? For a time, the name Sumo became a synonym for a mysterious boss known to everyone in the ocean world. Countless people wanted to get close to Sumo, and the notification sounds of private messages and adding friends kept ringing. "Boss, are you still missing a leg accessory? One that says 666. Many female players who thought they were somewhat pretty even mustered up the courage to send private messages to Sumo, with all kinds of explicit hints, wanting to come on board and seek refuge. "Brother Sumo, I'm your fan. Can I team up with you? I can do anything." Sumo ignored them all. With so many people around, it would be easy to expose his secret as the Lord of Greed. His current plan is to only recruit goddess-level workers like Shin Yufu, and the rest are out of the question. However, he also obtained an important piece of information from this information. After more than a day, many survivors had begun to form gangs and factions in order to protect themselves and compete for resources, forming several alliances of various sizes. Looks like we have to hurry up. Sumo's expression turned serious. The resource boxes are limited and won't refresh infinitely. If you don't grab them now, you won't even have soup. No. Shin Yufu also put away her girlish emotions and rowed the boat with great enthusiasm. With the combined efforts of the two, the raft sped across the sea like an arrow. Note, this is a game copy with extraordinary rules, not reality. Don't talk about certain physics knowledge. Time travel itself goes against science. After fishing out 5 resource boxes in succession, Sumo not only harvested a large amount of basic supplies, but also got a blueprint for an excellent stone spear and a sea barbecue grill. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Sumo's pupils shrank. There! I saw 3 silver resource boxes floating on the sea a few hundred meters ahead. Silver. This represents higher-level supplies than the ordinary gray wooden box. However, between them and the resource box, there was a closer second-level raft, which was paddling desperately towards the treasure. Want to steal something from me? Power up. Grab it. Sumo adjusted the sail to the maximum angle, growled, and his muscles bulged, bursting out with amazing strength. Shin Yufu also gritted her teeth and tried her best. In the other person's surprised eyes, Sumo's raft was like a giant beast on the sea. It arrived later but was the first to arrive next to the 3 silver resource boxes. Oh my god. No. An exasperated woman's cry came from the second-level raft. Although it was in English, Sumo could hear it clearly due to the assimilation of the game system. He looked in the direction of the sound and his eyes lit up. I saw a big blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreign horse standing on the other raft. Her facial features are three-dimensional and delicate, combining the depth of the West and the softness of the East. She is somewhat like the exotic goddess Reba, who was popular all over the world in later generations. She was about 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Shinjufu. A sexy black sports vest and ultra-short shorts perfectly outline her incredibly hot figure. Her plump breasts, perky peach buttocks, and long legs all exude the open and passionate charm of a foreign horse. At this moment, she was standing with her hands on her hips, staring at Sumo with annoyance and curiosity in her blue eyes. Behind her, 3 tall, strong white men were paddling the boat like coolies, not even daring to raise their heads. Obviously, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed mare is the real queen of this raft. Chapter 7, Brand New Upgrade. Kidnapping the Big Horse. Go get it. Sumo didn't look at the big horse on the second-level raft, but directly opened the production panel. Wood X10, Stone X5, can be crafted into Stone Spear X5. Production. The next second, 5 brand new, sharp stone spears appeared out of thin air in his storage space. He casually took out a spear and held it in his hand. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light. He was like a cheetah ready to pounce, quietly on guard. Hey! Put it down! On the second raft, the blonde and blue-eyed big mare put his hands on his hips and shouted angrily. I saw it first. It's mine. But now Shinjufu has almost blind trust in Sumo. Shinjufu didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Just kidding, in this game of the survival of the fittest, whoever gets it owns it. Walk straight to the edge of the raft. Shinjufu bent down, used both hands, and grunted as she carried the 3 heavy silver resource boxes back to Sumo's raft. Hey! Are you deaf, little yellow chick? You're looking for death. How dare you steal Miss Samantha's things? The 3 strong white men behind the big horse became furious when they saw this. They looked at Sumo's side and saw that there was only a thin man and a weak woman, while they were tall and strong, so they had the advantage. One of the burly men with the most exaggerated muscles roared, took the lead and took a step forward. His big hand like a palm leaf fan tried to reach across the gap in the raft to grab Sumo's collar. However, Sumo was more ruthless and faster than him. Just as the strong man leaned forward and was about to step onto Sumo's raft, Sumo's wrist shook. The stone spear in his hand flew out like a black lightning. Puff! The dull sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh and blood sounded particularly harsh on the silent sea. The strong man's forward movement came to an abrupt stop. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at his pierced throat. Aha, ha! Sound of air leaked from his mouth, and blood spurted out like a fountain. His body swayed and he fell straight back. Congratulations! You killed a player. Experience plus 10. Talent Beautiful Woman's Company is activated. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 20 points. Sumo hooked his toes and the second stone spear jumped into his hand. 1 step forward. Under the horrified gazes of the other 2 opponents, he thrust the tip of the spear fiercely into the heart of the second strong man. Congratulations! You killed the player. Ah! It was not until this moment that the blonde and blue-eyed ocean horse Samantha let out a scream of terror. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, fear and disbelief in her blue eyes. In front of her, the only surviving white man recovered from the shock of his companion's instant death, and his fear instantly turned into rage. He roared and wrestled with Sumo. He thought he could subdue this seemingly weak Oriental boy with brute force and break his neck. You can get started right away. He was shocked to find that the other party's power was even more terrifying than his own. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Sumo's strong body. Is that all the strength you have? Sumo was disdainful and broke free from the other party's grip, too lazy to use his weapon again. He clenched his fist, and with a gust of evil wind, he punched the opponent's temple hard. Bang! The strong man felt as if his head was hit hard by a hammer. With a buzzing sound, the world was spinning. Then, the second punch. Bang! His eyes went dark and he lost the ability to resist. Sumo had no expression on his face. He raised his foot and kicked the strong man hard in the chest, kicking him off the raft like garbage. Plop! The strong smell of blood instantly attracted hungry predators in the sea. A huge shark suddenly jumped out from the deep blue, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the unconscious strong man into its stomach in one gulp. The sea surface was instantly dyed red, leaving only circles of blood-red ripples. Suemo swiftly kicked the other two corpses into the sea as well, providing additional food for the sharks. Less than half a minute. 7 or 8 huge sharks, attracted by the smell of blood, had gathered around the raft. Their hideous fins cut through the water, making people's scalps tingle. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV2. Gained 5 free attribute points. Shark Shark. Shin-Yufu's face turned pale and she held Sumo's arm tightly. Ah! Shark! Devil! You devil! Samantha was devastated. She huddled in the corner of her small raft in fear, with the ruthless Suemo on one side and a group of sharks eyeing her hungrily on the other. I feel like I'm going to be torn into pieces in the next second. In great fear, she screamed. Don't kill me! I'm the daughter of Warren Buffett, chairman of Global Group. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. Suemo added all 5 attributes to his physique. Then he turned to comfort Shin-Yufu, whose face was a little pale, and said, Don't panic. We're still in the novice protection period, so these beasts don't dare attack the raft. They're just smelling it. After saying that, he picked up a bloody stone spear and stepped onto Samantha's poor second-level raft in one step. What do you want to do? Samantha was shaking with fear. An interesting thing, from now on, you are kidnapped by me. Suemo gently touched the tip of his spear to her chest, which was heaving violently with fear, and announced calmly. Don't move, or this spear won't have eyes. Samantha thought Suemo was going to do something inappropriate to her, toy with her and then kill her, and a hint of despair and humiliation flashed in her eyes. She closed her eyes in humiliation, waiting for the judgment of fate. However, the expected invasion did not come. Suemo simply took out a coil of rope from the storage space and tied her fiery body tightly with a skillful technique like tying a crab. The binding was done tightly and professionally, with the knots cutting deeply into her fair and smooth skin. This posture makes her plump breasts and perky buttocks curves even more amazing, fully expressing what humiliating temptation means. Asshole. FCKU. Kill me if you dare. When Samantha realized what was happening, she started cursing. Bang! Suemo slapped him back with his backhand, crisp and loud. Watch your mouth. If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll strip you naked and hang you from the sail as a flag. Samantha's cheeks were burning with pain, but what frightened her even more was Sumo's cold and ruthless eyes. She believed that this man could definitely do what he said. She shut her mouth honestly and humiliatedly. Suemo picked up the 1.8-meter-tall foreign horse easily like a chicken and threw it directly back onto his level 5 raft. I accept your broken boat with pleasure. He chose dismantling for the empty second-level raft and instantly obtained 40 units of wood. Talent effect greed triggered. Supplies have been copied synchronously in the storage space. Would X360? After doing all this, Suemo clapped his hands and walked towards the 3 silver resource boxes under the completely different gazes of Shin-Yufu and Samantha. Okay, now that the obstacles are cleared, let's see what goodies are hidden in this silver treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained Level 3 Workbench Blueprint 1, Metal Blocks 20, Exquisite Parts 10. Talent Greed triggered. The second one. Congratulations! You have obtained Excellent Longbow Blueprint X1, Iron Arrows X20, Iron Blocks X20. Talent Greed triggered. The third one. Congratulations! You have obtained Wood X100, Plastic X100, Iron X30. Talent Greed triggered. It's posted. This time it's really posted. Looking at the precious supplies in the storage space that increased tenfold in an instant, Sumo's mouth was almost crooked with smile. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade the raft. Wood 1000, Plastic 500, Iron 200, Small Raft LV5 upgrading. Upgrade completed. Congratulations! Your raft has been upgraded to LV67MX15M. Unlocked the crafting options for the small generator and battery. Rumble. The raft under his feet was expanding wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The solid metal reinforced the edge of the hull, and the area of the entire raft was comparable to a small square. Sumo did not stop and immediately used the blueprint to build a third-level workbench. Wood 100, iron block 50, metal block 30, the third level workbench is completed. A high-tech precision workbench appeared in the center of the raft. With it, Suemo can make so many things. He immediately opened the production list and began a drastic transformation. Wood 100, raft cabin upgraded to LV2. Wood 50, iron block 20, the sea barbecue grill is completed. Wood 100, plastic 100, simple sail upgraded to composite hard sail. Wood 220, iron block 100, metal block 50, fine parts 20, small generator completed. Plastic 150, iron block 50, metal block 20, fine parts 10, battery construction completed. Half an hour later, when Shin Yufu and the tied-up Samantha stared at everything in front of them in amazement, the original raft had completely transformed into a double-decker boat with a rudimentary shape. The lower level is the living area and work area, and the upper level is Sumo's newly built observation tower and cab. The generators and drive engines were humming, and even a few simple lights were lit. How can this be called survival? This is like a fucking vacation at the sea. Chapter 8, Recruiting Samantha, the Ocean Horse. A level-talented treasure hunter. You, who are you? Samantha was tied to the ground, and her blue eyes no longer had the arrogance they had before. Instead, there was only deep shock and fanaticism. Having lived in the most affluent environment since childhood, she has met countless geniuses and elites. But no man has ever been able to create such an incredible miracle like this man in such a desperate situation in just 2 days. In 2 days, the broken raft turned into a small boat. He is mysterious, powerful, and ruthless, and he seems to be shrouded in a mysterious aura that can turn decay into magic. Suemo glanced at her and squatted down in front of her. His fingers gently stroked Samantha's face, which looked like Reba but was slightly dusty. From now on, I'm your boss. And you are my new employee number 2. Staff? Samantha was a little confused. Right. Suemo pointed at Shin Yufu, who was also in shock. She's number 1. Your job is simple. Follow my instructions, do your work, and in return you will receive food, water, and the right to live. Samantha stared at Suemo blankly and asked the question in her heart. You're not going to kill me anymore? Sumo's gaze moved down from her face, and he unscrupulously scanned her curves that were made more exaggerated by the ropes. Your body is much more useful for rowing or serving as a lookout than as a snack for sharks. These words made Samantha's body tense instantly, and a blush of humiliation rose uncontrollably on her cheeks. She misunderstood. She thought Suemo kept her because he was attracted by her beauty and figure, and wanted to use her as a plaything to vent his desires in this desperate doomsday. Although it was humiliating, she was mentally prepared to survive. But she never expected that, in this man's eyes, the very thing she was so proud of was only worthy of being a rowing laborer. Her bodyguards were dead, and she wouldn't survive half a day alone in this devil's sea. Samantha glanced at the sturdy boat behind Suemo that was strong enough to withstand the bites of sharks, and then looked at Sumo's bottomless eyes. The only way out is to rely on the strong and board the Noah's Ark, the only ship that can resist sharks. Okay, I promise you. Ding. Player Samantha has agreed to join your team. Talent, beautiful companion, triggered. Detecting a goddess-level companion, your all attributes increase by 100%. Another warm current, more powerful than the previous one, instantly surged through Sumo's body. His strength, speed, and endurance surged again at this moment. Suemo opened the panel. Name, Suemo. Constitution, 15 plus 30. Spirit, 10 plus 20. 4.5 times that of an average adult. Very good, welcome aboard. Suemo smiled with satisfaction and untied the rope tied around Samantha. Work hard in the future. I won't treat my people unfairly. Samantha rubbed her wrists, which were red from being squeezed, stretched her body, and asked curiously. Why don't you ask me what my talent is? What if it's an F-level garbage talent? It won't be of any use to you. Suemo became interested and said, tell me about it. Samantha puffed out her chest and announced, a level talent, treasure hunter. I can vaguely sense the approximate location and rarity of all unopened resource boxes and special items within a kilometer. Hiss. Suemo took a breath of cold air. A level talent. Perception. This is a navigation device tailor-made for the Lord of Greed. One is responsible for positioning, and the other is responsible for tenfold replication. A match made in heaven. A perfect match. Suemo immediately gave Samantha the first order. Start looking and report the locations of all nearby resource boxes. There are over 900,000 mouths to feed at sea right now. Our time is precious, and we must get ahead of everyone else. Yes, boss. Samantha quickly adapted to her new identity and responded. Sumo turned and walked to the third-level workbench and immediately put in new materials. Wood 90, iron 45, animal sinew 15 can be crafted into 3 fine longbows. Production. 3 longbows with exquisite shapes and shining metallic luster appeared in his hands. He threw 2 of them to Shun Yufu and Samantha respectively. Here, this will be our main weapon from now on. 1 for each of us. Plenty of arrows. Today, let's act like sea scavengers. Take out any boxes we find. Anyone who stands in our way will die. The 2 women held the cold bow. Boss. Samantha pointed in a direction, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Over there. About 800 meters. I sense several boxes. At least one is silver. Set off. At Sumo's command, the composite hard sail immediately turned, and the boat drew a white wave on the sea, moving forward at full speed. Soon, they passed by a first-class raft that was in danger. A man on it saw their huge ship and waved desperately as if he had seen his savior. Help! Boss! Please take me with you. I can do anything. On the boat, the 3 people seemed oblivious to what was said. Sumo's eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. Shin Yufu turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Samantha, on the other hand, looked at the man who was crying desperately behind their boat with a cold look as if she was looking at a dead person. This is the survival game, compassion is the most useless thing. There's a boat ahead. Shin Yufu suddenly shouted vigilantly. In the area of the target resource box, a third-level raft was parked there. 5 or 6 men on the raft were preparing to salvage the silver box they had set their eyes on. When they saw Sumo's boat, which was as big as a small square, they were stunned at first, and then they showed greedy eyes. Stop! The bald man in the lead raised an axe, pointed at them from a distance, and said with a sinister grin. You're lucky, boy. Nice boat and hot girl. Now, leave the boat and the woman behind, and we may consider sparing your life. Suemo smiled. What era is it now? There are still such unoriginal lines. He didn't say anything, just raised the longbow in his hand, and his cold voice echoed on the deck. Draw the bow. Shun Yufu and Samantha understood instantly. They imitated Suemo, put arrows on the strings, pulled the bows to full height, and 3 iron arrows flashing with cold light were aimed at the raft at the same time. You're asking for your own death. The bald man cursed angrily and waved his hand. Brothers, come on. Take them away. Put. Just as the other guys were howling and preparing to rush over, Suemo uttered a word softly. Whoosh. 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 3 sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The 3 iron arrows were like 3 black sides of the god of death, drawing deadly trajectories in the air. Puff. The bald man who was rushing in the front had a bloody hole in the middle of his eyebrows. The hideous smile on his face was still frozen as his body fell straight back. The other 2 men who had just raised their weapons, one was shot through the throat and the other was shot through the heart. In just a moment, more than half of the 5 opponents were killed. The remaining 2 people were so frightened by this terrifying long-range attack that they turned around and wanted to jump into the sea to escape. But Suemo had already put the second arrow on the bow. Puff! The arrow pierced through the back of one of them accurately. Congratulations! You killed a player. Experience plus 10. Final experience gained, 20 points. Samantha shot the last arrow first. The man who had just jumped into the sea let out a final scream, his body twitched a few times, and then he was dragged into the deep sea by the shark that smelled the blood. The whole process takes no more than 10 seconds. The battle is over. Shin Yufu and Samantha looked at Sumo's calm profile, and the same thought came to their minds. This man is a devil, but also a god. Suemo put away his longbow, looked at the floating resource box in the distance, and calmly commanded. Clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Then, we continue. Suemo has almost adapted to the new era without any moral laws, and has gradually become addicted to the pleasure of plundering by killing upgrades. If you don't fight for resources and kill others, you will be the next to die. In this deadly game, all he has to do is become the predator at the top of the food chain. Chapter 9, Sea Scavenger. Who dares to use moral kidnapping? With the addition of Samantha, who has the A-level talent, Treasure Hunter, Sumo's team is even more powerful. This big ocean horse was like a tireless human radar, with his arms folded across his chest, standing tall at the bow, his long golden hair flying freely in the sea breeze, his blue eyes scanning the sea, constantly guiding Sumo's direction. Boss, 700 meters to the left, at a 45-degree angle, there are 2 gray boxes. Directly ahead. 1,000 meters. There are 3. I feel the silver light. Right. Quick. There's a wrecked ship over there trying to steal our boxes. Sumo's Noah's Ark drew arcs on the sea. Wherever it went, all the resource boxes were taken away, leaving nothing behind for the people behind. Shin Yufu completely transformed into a heroic archer. She stood beside Sumo, holding an excellent longbow. The attribute bonus brought by the S-level talent, Goddess of War, allowed her to improve rapidly. Every arrow she shot was fast, accurate and fierce, accurately clearing out any obstacles that dared to approach and had ulterior motives. The 3 of them have a clear division of labor and their efficiency is incredibly high. Their mopping up actions completely detonated the world channel, which was already undercurrent. Holy shit! I saw it! Boss Sumo's ship has been upgraded again. That's not even a raft, it's a mobile fortress. More than that. Have you seen that new blonde, long-legged beauty on his boat? Oh my god, that figure, that face, she's like a runway supermodel parachuting into a game. Boss Sumo is the real Sea King. He started by kidnapping the national goddess, and now he's got a foreign hottie. I'm so envious that tears are streaming down my face. We're both men, and here I am, fighting with my teammates over a piece of moldy bread, bloodied and broken, while he's already surrounded by women and driving around on a yacht. What kind of divine talent does Boss Sumo have? He's giving us supplies for free. Is he going to let us mortals survive? For a time, the name Sumo became a mysterious legend known to everyone in the ocean world. Some are in awe, some are jealous, and more people are trying their best to cling to this most powerful leg in the whole server. There's a boat ahead. No, there's a bunch of boats. Shin Yufu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Sumo looked up. Not far ahead, a dozen tattered first-class rafts were connected together with ropes, forming a simple gathering place at sea. There were 20 or 30 survivors crowded there, all of them pale and thin, with despair and numbness in their eyes. When they saw Sumo's monster-like 6th-level boat, everyone's eyes instantly burst into a complex light mixed with shock, greed, and jealousy. But this time, they did not rush forward screaming and seeking death like the idiots before. A middle-aged man who looked gentle and wore glasses was elected by the crowd. He cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and shouted towards Sumo's boat. Friends in front, please wait a moment. Sumo signaled Samantha to stop the boat and looked at them with interest. I want to see what new tricks these guys are up to. This is Mr. Sumo, right? When the middle-aged man saw the boat stop, a look of joy appeared on his face. He said loudly, "We are all survivors of this disaster and compatriots. In this cruel ocean, we humans should unite, help each other, and overcome difficulties together." The words were spoken passionately, and the survivors around him echoed them. Yeah. We're all human beings, we should help each other. Look at you, your ship is so big, you must have more supplies than you can use up, right? What's wrong with giving us some? The middle-aged man saw that the atmosphere was almost set. Revealing his true colors, he pointed to the piles of supply boxes on Sumo's ship and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Mr. Sumo, you are very capable, and that's your luck. But the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Look at us here, there are old people and women, and everyone is almost starving to death. As a strong person, you have the obligation and should use your surplus resources to help the weak like us. Yes. It's your duty. Hand over the food. We are starving. If you don't give it to me, you're cold-blooded. You're a devil. You're a traitor to humanity." For a time, the crowd was outraged. The people on the dozen or so rafts seemed to have transformed into messengers of justice, standing on the moral high ground, judging and kidnapping Sumo at the top of their lungs. Samantha frowned as she watched from the side and complained in her broken Chinese. Shit. Are these guys crazy? They talk about robbery so refreshingly? Shin Yufu's pretty face flushed with anger. As expected. Humans have no limit to their shamelessness. However, Sumo, the person involved, did not show any emotion on his face. He just watched the group perform quietly and waited until they had shouted enough. Then he slowly raised the longbow in his hand and put a cold iron arrow on the string. "Are you done?" Sumo's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The cold tone made the noisy crowd quiet down. "I only have 3 words to say." Sumo's eyes swept over everyone, as if he was looking at a group of dead things. "First, your life or death has nothing to do with me. Secondly, I risked my life to get my supplies. You don't deserve them. Third." A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth, the bow was drawn to full length, and the arrow was pointing directly at the middle-aged man with glasses who was shouting the most fiercely and spitting the most. "Want to talk about obligations and responsibilities? Okay, go talk to the sharks in the sea. You dare." The middle-aged man with glasses was pointed at by the cold arrow, and his calves were shaking with fear, but he still shouted fiercely. "Do you dare to do it? There are 20 or 30 of us here. If you kill us, you will become an enemy of all the survivors. You will be despised by everyone." He tried to use public opinion to oppress Sumo and incite everyone's emotions. "Brothers. He doesn't dare. He's alone. Let's go together," he call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air interrupted his last roar. The iron arrow, as if it had eyes, pierced his throat accurately and mercilessly. "Ha!" The expression on the middle-aged man with glasses froze instantly. He covered the hole in his neck that was bleeding in disbelief, and his body swayed. With a thump, he fell onto the raft, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Deathly silence. On the entire sea, apart from the sound of waves, no human voice could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the bloody scene. This man actually dared. How dare you kill someone in front of everyone just because of a disagreement? Sumo retracted his longbow and pulled out another arrow from the quiver with an expressionless face. He swept his cold gaze over the group of stunned survivors again and spoke lightly. "Who else wants to talk to me about responsibility?" Crash. The crowd collapsed instantly. Fear triumphs over everything. "Devil! He's the devil! Run! Run!" The survivors screamed in terror and frantically paddled their boats, trying desperately to get away from this murderous evil spirit. More than a dozen rafts were in chaos, colliding with each other, and some people even fell into the sea in panic. Sumo just watched them coldly as they fled away in terror, his eyes without any fluctuation. If killing one person isn't enough, then kill 100. 1,000. 10,000. Until no one dared to bother him with such ridiculous things as morality anymore. "Boss, awesome." Samantha's eyes lit up as she watched from the side, and she offered her admiration generously. Shinjufu looked at Sumo's profile silently, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that Sumo was right, but the bloody scene still made her feel uncomfortable. Sumo saw through her thoughts and said calmly, "Being a good person here means death. I must not only survive myself, but also keep you alive. Therefore, any threat must be nipped in the bud." Shinjufu's delicate body trembled, she nodded, and said no more. In the next few hours, Sumo's sea scavenger journey continued. They encountered several more waves of clueless gangs. Those people thought they had more numbers and wanted to ambush and rob Sumo's boat. The result was without exception. Before they could get close, they were shot into sieves by the 3 death longbows on the boat, and sank to the bottom of the sea with both the people and the boat, becoming snacks for sharks. When night falls again. Sumo's boat had completely transformed into a mobile sea fortress, with the deck filled with resource boxes of all sizes, gray, silver. There are even 2 golden treasure chests emitting a faint golden glow. Sumo's personal level also successfully soared to LV3 in this crazy killing and looting. Chapter 10 Armor Blueprints, Passionate Ocean Horse. Okay, time to call it a day. Sumo clapped his hands and looked at the mountains of spoils on the deck. He was in a good mood. It's unboxing time. Let's see what we got today. Shinjufu and Samantha immediately came over excitedly, and their 2 beautiful eyes with different styles were shining with the light of expectation. "I'll do it. I'll drive it." Samantha volunteered. As a treasure hunter, she has an almost fanatical obsession with unboxing, as if it is part of her talent. "Start with the gray one first, to warm your hands." "Congratulations! You have obtained wood X5, plastic X5, and a small piece of dried bacon." "Congratulations! You have obtained Supplies have been copied to the storage space: wood X 2500, plastic X 1600, bottled mineral water X 300, air-dried bacon X 80, leather X 500. Amidst Samantha's ritualistic shouts, 30 gray boxes were quickly emptied, and the massive amount of basic supplies filled Sumo's storage space again. Boring. Let's try something exciting. Silver. Silver. Samantha rubbed her hands together and, like a devout believer, opened a silver resource box with anticipation. Congratulations! You have obtained Iron Block X30, a piece of torn parchment. Parchment? Sumo raised his eyebrows and took it from Samantha. The parchment had an ancient texture and exuded a faint musty smell. Intricate outlines of mountains and oceans were drawn on it with unknown ink. A fragment of a treasure map containing unknown information 1-4. Collecting all 4 fragments may reveal the legendary treasure. Talent greed triggered. Supplies copied synchronously in the storage space: Iron Block X 270, Parchment X 9. Wow, a treasure map? The 3 people's eyes lit up at the same time. In this ghost place where there is nothing but water and monsters, anything related to treasure is enough to set off people's adrenaline. Keep going. My good lady. Sumo patted Samantha and urged. Samantha gave him a wink and opened the second silver box more diligently. Congratulations! You have obtained Excellent Armor Set Blueprint X1, Exquisite Parts 1015. Talent greed triggered. Ah! It's the armor blueprint. Samantha and Shin Yufu could no longer restrain themselves and screamed with excitement. In this dangerous ocean world, a set of sturdy armor is equivalent to an extra life. Sumo was also excited and immediately opened the production list. Excellent Iron Armor Set consists of iron breastplate, iron leggings, iron combat boots, iron armguards, and iron helmet. Defense 1525 slightly reduces movement speed. Crafting requirements: 150 iron blocks, 50 metal blocks, 25 leather. Are there enough materials? Shin Yufu asked nervously. Sumo raised the corner of his mouth and spread his hands in front of the 2 women. The materials in the storage space had increased tenfold and piled up like a mountain. What do you say? Enough. Iron block 450, metal block 150, leather 75, fine armor set X3, crafting completed. Sumo did not hesitate and made 3 sets of fine iron armor that gleamed with cold metallic light in one breath. Go change, safety first. Shin Yufu's pretty face turned slightly red. She turned around and ran into the cabin, holding the armor that was still warm. But Samantha, the blonde and blue-eyed big mare, did something that left Sumo dumbfounded. She actually took off her sports vest and hot pants in front of Sumo, revealing the black lace bikini underneath. Her hot body was displayed to Sumo without reservation. Hiss. Even Sumo almost couldn't hold it in, and a hot current rushed into his nose. Wow! This big foreign horse is so open. Just when Sumo was hesitating whether to refrain from looking, Samantha had already picked up the cold armor and said in a distressed yet seductive tone, "Boss, this is so complicated. I can't put it on by myself. Can you come and help me?" Her blue eyes looked directly at Sumo boldly, without concealing the teasing and suggestion in them. Well, being helpful is one of my good qualities. Sumo took the lead, cleared his throat, and stepped forward immediately. The strong contrast between the cold metal and the warm and smooth skin made Sumo's heart flutter. Sumo pretended to help fasten the armor buckles seriously, but his fingers always inadvertently brushed across her flat belly or the edge of her plump curves. Instead of dodging, Samantha straightened her body more sensibly. It makes Sumo's mistake more justifiable. "Boss, your hand is in the wrong place." She breathed softly. "Really? Let me see." Seeing how warm and generous she was, Sumo simply stopped pretending. The hand that was originally just a light touch changed to feeling it directly, sliding down along her tight waistline, lingering on the pair of peerless long legs that were praised as legs for years. Just the right size. It was difficult to help her get dressed. Samantha deliberately turned around in front of Sumo, proudly puffing out her chest, and the metal breastplate made her curves even more breathtaking. "Boss, am I beautiful? This armor looks amazing with my figure, doesn't it?" "Ahem, the light isn't very good, I can't see clearly." Sumo wiped the blood from his nose and said seriously, "When you get inside at night and turn off the lights, I'll help you feel it carefully." "Okay." Samantha agreed without hesitation and winked at him, I'll be waiting for the boss to come and check anytime. Sumo felt a surge of evil fire rising up all of a sudden. Tonight, we have meat to eat. And it's imported. Just then, the door of the cabin opened with a creak. Shin Yufu, who had changed into armor, came out. At that moment, Sumo's breathing stagnated. If Samantha is a passionate Valkyrie on the battlefield, then Shin Yufu is the frost goddess of war who walked out of mythology. The silver-white armor fits her exquisite curves perfectly, making her look less gentle and graceful but more heroic. The snow-white long legs are wrapped in metal shin guards, making them look straighter and longer. That stunning face was breathtakingly beautiful under the reflection of the metal. Sumo's eyes suddenly became straight. Shin Yufu's pretty face turned upside down when she saw his undisguised burning gaze, and her ears turned slightly red, but she kept saying, "What are you looking at? There's a passionate and unrestrained beauty in front of you, why are you staring at me? I'm warning you, I won't let you into the house tonight." Ahem. Sumo looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Samantha immediately took the initiative to move forward, her plump body pressed tightly against Sumo's arm, and she looked at Shin Yufu provocatively with a gesture of declaring sovereignty. Under Shin Yufu's cold gaze, Sumo's left hand uncontrollably reached out and directly embraced Samantha's slender waist that was as thin as a hand. Shin Yufu's face turned black in an instant. An inexplicable anger and disappointment surged in her heart. She had previously thought that Sumo was a man of integrity and responsibility. I spent 10 million in the villa but still couldn't figure out his true nature, but in this game, he was so quickly seduced by beauty. This playboy. Is he worthy of Yen Bing, who was still worried about him? Chapter 11, Upgrade the boat to level 2, another major upgrade. Okay, don't waste time. Sumo's gaze moved away from the two heroic and beautiful female warriors who had just finished fighting, and finally fell on the treasure chest in the center of the deck that was emitting a faint golden light. More than 30 gray resource boxes were opened, and nearly 10 silver treasure chests were opened. The last 9 silver resource boxes contained a lot of basic and construction resources. These 2 golden treasure chests are the biggest gain after a whole day of sweeping the place. Under the expectant gaze of Shin Yufu and Samantha, Sumo reached out and pressed on the lid of the box. Let me see what kind of treasures can be found in the golden treasure chest. With a light click sound, the lid of the box opened, and a bright golden light shot up into the sky, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Congratulations! You have opened 2 gold resource boxes. You have obtained Basic Archery Mastery Skill Book X1, Ship Armor Blueprint X1, Small Turret Blueprint X1, Iron Block X500, Metal Block X200, Exquisite Parts 1050. A series of system prompts flashed by, and Sumo's breathing stopped. Those 3 extremely rare blueprints and the vast amount of rare materials alone are enough to drive any survivor crazy. But what Sumo cared about most was the skill book lying quietly at the bottom of the box, emitting a soft white light. Ding! You have learned the skill, Basic Archery Mastery LV1. Effect: your bow and arrow hit rate increases by 10%, and damage increases by 10%. A wave of enlightenment flooded into my mind. Sumo felt that his understanding of bows and arrows had instantly improved to a higher level, as if he had practiced hard for several years. However, the next second, a prompt sound that made his heart almost jump out of his throat exploded in his head. Talent greed triggered. This skill book is already in your storage space, and 9 additional copies have been created. Oh my god! Sumo himself was shocked. He opened the storage space and looked at the 9 identical books of Basic Archery Mastery neatly stacked. I was completely dumbfounded. This talent is too bug. He had always thought that the Lord of Greed could only copy material supplies, but he never expected that he could even copy skill books that were extremely difficult to obtain and could directly enhance combat effectiveness. This is not the Lord of Greed, this is simply the God of Creation. Boss? Samantha looked at Sumo standing there and came over curiously. Shin Yufu also looked confused. She knew that Sumo's talent was to increase the amount of supplies, but she shouldn't be so shocked by seeing a pile of materials, right? Sumo came back to his senses, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and showed an unfathomable smile on his face. Sumo flipped his wrist, and 2 identical skill books appeared out of thin air, which he casually threw to the 2 women in front of him. 1 book for each person, learn it. Don't say I'm a bad boss to my employees. Samantha caught it in a hurry, and when she saw the title of the book, her blue eyes widened instantly. Oh my god! Skill books! Boss! Where did you get so many? Before she could finish her words, the skill book had already transformed into white light and merged into her body. The next second, the hot-bodied foreign horse let out an excited scream, pounced forward, and gave Suemo a tight bear hug. The soft body pressed tightly against him. Then, from those sexy red lips, a wet and loud boo was imprinted on Sumo's cheek. "Boss! You are simply God sent to save me." Feeling the amazing elasticity in his arms and the fragrant breeze in his ears, Suemo didn't have time to savor it before he felt a cold gaze coming from the side. Shin Yufu stood aside, holding the skill book in her hand, and she was completely stunned. She didn't bother to scold Suemo for taking advantage of her again. There was only one thought spinning wildly in her mind. Supplies are fine, but he can even conjure up skill books out of thin air? 2 of them, to be exact. At this moment, she finally understood everything. No wonder. No wonder this man was so calm and confident from beginning to end. Once you travel through time, the grassroots will become a real dragon. With such near godlike abilities, who wouldn't be carried away? Who wouldn't be crazy? Not to mention a mere 10 million, even 100 million or 1 billion, in his eyes, is probably no different from waste paper. Looking at the calm expression on Sumo's face that said everything is under control, Shin Yufu felt an unprecedented sense of security, as well as admiration and awe that she herself had not even noticed. Ahem, that's enough. Pay attention to the impact. After enjoying the praise from the big horse, Suemo pushed away Samantha, who was still hanging on him, and began to count his gains. Wow, in the storage space, the amount of basic wood and plastic alone is almost breaking through 4 digits, starting with 6. Rare materials such as iron blocks, metal blocks, and refined parts also cost thousands of units. That's enough. That's absolutely enough. A look of determination flashed across Sumo's eyes. Tomorrow is the last day of the novice protection period. When that happens, these good friends in the sea who smell the scent won't be so polite. He pointed to the hideous fish fins looming over the side of the boat. To prevent them from gnawing at or ramming our ship, everyone, listen up and prepare to welcome the ultimate evolution of the Noah's Ark. Suemo did not hesitate and poured all the usable materials into upgrading the boat. Wood 2000, plastic 800, iron 500, metal 100, boat LV6 upgrading. Upgrade completed. Congratulations! Your boat has been upgraded to LV710MX20M. The hull structure has been greatly strengthened, and the ship armor installation option has been unlocked. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the hull under his feet expanded wildly again. But that's not all. Keep going. With 3500, plastic 1500, iron 1000, metal 300, fine parts 50, boat LV7 upgrading. Upgrade completed. Congratulations! Your boat has been upgraded to LV812MX24M. Unlock the small turret installation option. Under the stunned gaze of Shin Yufu and Samantha, the area of the entire ship had expanded to a size close to that of a standard basketball court. Suemo did not stop and immediately used the blueprint he had just obtained. Iron block 2000, metal block 800, install ship armor. Iron block 500, metal block 150, fine parts 30, install small turret. Clang! I saw a layer of shining metal armor spreading out from the edge of the hull as if growing, completely covering the part of the ship above the waterline, forming an indestructible steel barrier. Then, at the bow of the ship, a small turret with a cold metallic luster and a dark and deep muzzle slowly rose up, automatically calibrated, and pointed at the distant sea level. At this moment, the original raft has completely transformed into a ferocious, domineering, and violently aesthetic, small war fortress. Shin Yufu and Samantha were completely speechless. If the previous boat brought them a sense of security, then this steel behemoth armed to the teeth now brings them absolute dominance. Suemo clapped his hands in satisfaction and clicked on the brand new boat panel. Noah's Ark. Level, LV8. Dimensions, 12mx24m. Durability, 5000. Armor value, 100,000. Facilities, double-decker cabin LV2, 3-level workbench, composite hardsail, small generator, battery, sea barbecue grill, observation tower, cab, power system. Weapon, small turret LV1 attack power, 200, range, 800m, cooldown, 1s. Requirements to upgrade to LV9, wood 06000, plastic 03000, iron 02000, metal 0800, fine parts 0500, energy core 01. Suemo checked the player panel again. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV 32400. Physique, 20 plus 40 comprehensive physical strength, the initial average for adult males is 10. Spirit, 10 plus 20 comprehensive soul strength, the initial average for adult males is 10. Skill, basic archery mastery LV1. Storage space materials, wood X500, plastic X500, iron arrows X120, iron X300, metal X200, fine parts X50. Blueprints, simple fishing rod design X10, level 3 workbench design X9, fine longbow design X7, fine stone spear design X7, sheepskin design X10, armor design X9, small turret design X9. Skill book, basic archery mastery X7. Food, compressed biscuits X300, bottled water X600, air-dried bacon X20, instant noodles X250. Chapter 12, Black Sail Alliance. Night with the Big Horse. As night fell, Sumo's Noah's Ark was like a giant steel beast lurking in the darkness, sailing slowly on the boundless sea. The generator hummed, bringing a small ray of civilization to this sea of death. The boat cannot stop. In this sea full of dangers, stagnation is equivalent to turning yourself into a fixed target. Suemo sat on the edge of the boat, holding a simple fishing rod in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the virtual world channel panel, his brows slightly furrowed. Shinjufu and Samantha were fully armed, each holding a fine longbow. They stood on the left and right of the watchtower, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. On the second day of the novice period, the total number of players: 630,000. Almost 400,000 people died in 2 days? Samantha gasped. No, not dead. Suemo shook his head, his eyes cold. He was killed. He scrolled through the world channels, and what was displayed was no longer the confusion and cries for help from the first day, but wails and curses soaked in blood and fire. Help! The Black Sails Alliance is here. They're killing everyone they see. They've taken everything we have. My hand, they chopped off my hand. All for a box of instant noodles. Someone please save me. Wow, while my wife was dragged onto the boat by them bastards. You bunch of beasts. Black Sail Alliance. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. They said they would let us live if we handed over our supplies, but we did, and they still pushed us all into the sea to feed the sharks. At Suemo, boss. Please. You're the only one who can stand up to them. Please help us. Each piece of bloody information is shocking. Black Sail Alliance. Shinjufu muttered this name, a frost on her pretty face. These people are simply scum. Welcome to the real world. When faced with survival and desire, human nature is so fragile that it can't withstand a single blow. Suemo put away his fishing rod and stood up. The scenes in the movies where humans unite and overcome difficulties together are just fantasies in peacetime. This is reality. He looked at the two women with a serious expression. We are still too few in number. The bigger the ship, the bigger the target. From now on, we must have people take turns on night watch to prevent anyone from sneaking onto our ship under cover of darkness. In order to be ready for emergencies at any time, the three of them had dinner on the barbecue grill next to the watchtower. Sizzle. The golden fish oil dripped onto the hot iron net, making an enticing sound, and the rich meaty aroma dispelled some of the night chill. Fortunately, with Sumo's 8th level ship, which was comparable to a fortress, the tension in the two women's hearts dissipated a lot, and they still enjoyed the grilled fish. I'll make some simple arrangements. Suemo flipped the grilled fish while saying, Yufu, you'll be on duty for the first half of the night. Samantha and I will go to rest first. I'll take your place in the second half of the night. Okay. Shinjufu nodded in agreement. But I always feel something is weird, but when I think about it carefully, 2 people resting and 1 person on duty, taking turns, seems quite reasonable. Before she could figure it out, the ocean horse Samantha next to her had already devoured her portion of grilled fish. Samantha burped contentedly, and then, in front of the 2 men, began to take off her armor quickly and efficiently. Click, click. She casually threw sets of sophisticated armor onto the deck, and soon, all she was left with was the sexy black lace bikini. She picked up a bottle of mineral water that Suemo had rewarded her with, poured it over her head, and let the cool water droplets wash over her hot and sexy curves. After doing all this, she shook her wet golden hair, walked up to Suemo, and said in a matter-of-fact yet playful tone, Boss, your cabin is not good. Wait a minute, it might be a bit crowded for the 2 of us to sleep together. She deliberately emphasized the nasal tone on the word sleep, and her blue eyes were unconcealedly shining their electric light on Suemo. Boom! A surge of hot blood rushed to Sumo's head. The heavy mood caused by the Black Sail Alliance and the drug problem was instantly aroused by this blonde mare. Fuck the apocalypse. Fuck the crisis. What's the point of thinking more? Who can guarantee that they will live to see tomorrow? Enjoy life while you can, that's the way to go. Well, the limited space is indeed a problem. Suemo nodded seriously, then calmly opened the production panel in the surprised eyes of Shinjufu and Samantha. Then, let's upgrade. Would 200, raft cabin upgraded to LV3? Would 300, raft cabin upgraded to LV4? Boom! The original cabin instantly rose from the ground and turned into a spacious and comfortable two-story building, even with independent compartments. Shinjufu? Let's go, my good employee. Suemo smiled evilly, stepped forward, and put his arms around Samantha's slender waist, feeling the amazing softness and elasticity in his palm. Let's check the soundproofing of the new room. After saying this, under Shinjufu's completely petrified gaze, he hugged the big foreign horse who was already laughing so hard that her body was shaking, and walked into the brand new small Western-style building. With a bang, the door closed. On the deck, only Shinjufu was left, disheveled in the cold sea breeze. More than 10 seconds passed. Only then did she react. So, this is what Suemo meant when he said, "Samantha and I are going to rest first?" Leaving her alone outside, working hard in the cold wind, standing guard. And the two of them, in this brand new little Western-style building behind him, were making love? A surge of anger and grievance suddenly surged into my heart. Sue! M.O. Shinjufu gritted her teeth, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the longbow. She wished she could shoot an arrow through that damn wooden door. This bastard. A scoundrel. A pervert. A playboy. She had thought he was responsible before. What's the result? It's only been half a day and he's already hooking up with a hot foreign girl. It's shameless. Vile. Despicable. Shinjufu paced on the deck angrily. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she felt. She even began to doubt whether the calmness and decisiveness Suemo had shown before were all fake. It was just to deceive the trust of myself and Samantha, and then make it easier for him to do such dirty things. Just when she was having wild thoughts and almost tortured Suemo to death in her heart. The tightly closed door creaked open again. Suemo poked his head out and looked at Shinjufu, who was shaking with anger, and asked innocently. What's wrong? Is there something going on outside? You. Shinjufu almost couldn't breathe. Oh, yes. Suemo seemed to remember something, took out something from the storage space and threw it over. This is for you. Shinjufu took it and looked down. It turned out to be a pair of soft earplugs. It's windy at night. Wearing this will allow you to stand guard quietly. Suemo thoughtfully warned, after all, the sound insulation of the new house may not be very good. After saying that, he winked at Shinjufu and closed the door with a bang. Shinjufu! Puff! She felt a sweetness in her throat and was really about to vomit blood because of this bastard. Chapter 13 Conquer the Ocean Horse and Talk to Shinjufu. On the calm sea. After 2 hours of erratic and slight shaking, the Noah's Ark finally gradually returned to normal. Shinjufu stood alone on the upper observation deck, the sea breeze blowing on her beautiful cheeks, but her eyes were full of dullness and confusion. She thought to herself, this is unscientific. As for men, usually it only takes about 10 minutes, or at most half an hour before it's time to call it a day, right? What's going on with this guy Suemo? 2 hours. Is his physical strength in that area also top-notch, just like his talent? Shinjufu gritted her teeth secretly and cursed Suemo in her heart. That bastard was crazy and enjoying it, but what about her? She, the national goddess, Shinjufu, worth tens of billions, had to stand guard all night long, alone in the cold wind, listening to the wall? Those two people have wasted all their energy and strength on this kind of shit. If the enemy really comes in the second half of the night, who will take over her shift? At the same time, in the cabin bedroom. The ocean horse Samantha was covered in sweat, her hair was messy and stuck to her cheeks, and her blue eyes seemed to be filled with stars. She panted and lay on Sumo's strong chest, exclaiming in an almost worshipful tone, "Boss, you are a monster. I have never seen a man as brave as Suemo in my life. Young, energetic, and incredibly strong." She was completely convinced and satisfied with Suemo. No. Average, third in the world. Suemo hugged the warm and hot body in his arms, feeling the amazing elasticity and smoothness, and an incomparable pleasure of conquest surged in his heart. Conquering this exotic goddess who looks like Reba feels unusually great. Holding the big foreign horse in my arms, I closed my eyes and rested for less than 2 hours. Suemo opened his eyes and sat up energetically. His current spiritual attribute is as high as 30 points, which allows his energy recovery speed to far exceed that of ordinary people. In addition, his physical fitness has increased sixfold to a terrifying 60 points. After the battle, he was not tired at all. Instead, he felt in better condition than ever before. Suemo put on his clothes and walked out of the room. When I arrived at the observation deck, I saw Shin Yufu holding a longbow with her back to the cabin, like a cold sculpture. "Oh, you're still here?" Hearing the voice, Shin Yufu turned around suddenly. When she saw that it was Suemo, she showed a hint of surprise at first. Then, a layer of frost covered that beautiful face. She held the longbow and said sarcastically in a sarcastic tone, "What? Boss Su, are you done so soon? Why are you out here in the cold wind instead of spending more time with your foreign horse darling? Did you rest comfortably?" Suemo didn't care about the sting in her words at all. Instead, he nodded as a matter of course, and then deliberately leaned close to her ear in a tone full of aftertaste. "It's okay, but the soundproofing in the room is not very good. I always feel like someone is scolding me outside, which affects the experience. But..." He changed the subject and his eyes swept unscrupulously over her beautiful legs that were wrapped in metal shin guards but still looked straight and slender. "Compared to imported ones, I actually want to experience it more. Being hugged by an ant like you all night, waking up in the morning, and having a pair of long, white legs to touch, that feeling must be pretty good." "You." Shen Yufu's face flushed instantly. She glared at him with shame and anger, squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. "You wish. People always have to have some dreams, right?" Suemo chuckled and leaned on the railing beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. "You've worked hard in the first half of the night. Let me take care of the second half. You go and rest." Shin Yufu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that he still remembered about the shift change. Seeing that Suemo no longer said those nonsense, the anger in her heart dissipated a little. With someone by her side, her tense nerves finally relaxed. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "How did you trick our Yen Bing back then? What do you mean by lying?" Suemo was unhappy. "That's a mutual love, it's free love, do you understand?" "Cut." Shin Yufu rolled her eyes. "With your slick talk, Yen Bing is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. It would be strange if she didn't fall for your trick. Well, since you are so curious, I will tell you our romantic love story." Suemo cleared his throat and began his performance. "At the time, I was just randomly looking for someone to play with in the local game group. When I added her, I didn't even think about something as unreliable as online dating." "Then what do you want to do?" Shen Yufu asked vigilantly. The original intention was indeed not very pure." Suemo touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "I was short of money at the time, so I was thinking, could I get some money for a meal from some rich woman?" Shan Yufu. "She just knew it. And then? Did Yen Bing fall for it?" "You do not say." Suemo slapped his thigh. "I just tentatively sent a message saying, 'Sister, I've been hungry for 3 days and have no money to eat,' and guess what? Your niece, without saying a word, transferred 500 yuan to me in seconds. I was shocked at that moment. Holy crap! I met a really rich woman. For my future long-term meal ticket, I immediately decided that I had to get her. So, I chatted with her every day, asked about her well-being, and told jokes to make her laugh. Later, as we chatted, we discovered we were actually the same age, which gave us even more common topics. As time went on, I stepped up my game, pumping out sweet nothings, and then, it all came together naturally. I won her over, didn't I?" After listening to Sumo's textbook-level deception teaching, Shin Yufu was completely stunned. She finally understood. Yen Bing has been protected too well by her family since she was a child. She has hardly had any contact with boys of the same age and has few friends. Her cold exterior but warm heart makes her seem distant, but in fact, she longs for care and companionship more than anyone else. Suemo, this bastard, accurately grasped her weakness. This is not a rich woman at all, she is clearly a naive and innocent girl who has no experience in the world. When Shin Yufu thought of her cold and arrogant niece who had her heart stolen by Suemo with just a few words, she felt a heart attack. This is really bad. Trying to separate them would probably be harder than climbing to the sky. Because, naive people really will give things away for free. Shin Yufu took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in her heart, gritted her teeth, and asked another question that bothered her. So, why did you just? She stared at Suemo intently. Can't you help it? Yes, I can't help it. Sumo's answer was clear and concise, and he even nodded seriously. Now it was Shin Yufu's turn to be confused. She didn't expect Suemo to admit it so quickly and so confidently. Suemo looked at her, his eyes becoming deep and serious. Yufu, do you think I'm enjoying myself? You've seen how many people I've killed in the past 2 days. In my eyes, those people are no different from animals. In such an extreme environment, if I keep my nerves tense, suppressing my desires and killing urges, how long do you think can I last? If I keep doing this for a long time, I'm likely to lose my mind and become like them, a true beast who only knows how to plunder and kill. So, I need to release stress and vent my desires, which can keep me awake. Having said this, he paused, staring at Shin Yufu with burning eyes, and quietly and inconspicuously put his right hand around her shoulders, which were covered in armor but still looked soft. And, the most important thing. My talent requires me to do this. I need to completely conquer you. Not only because your talents can help me, but also because my own talents require you. What? Shin Yufu was confused by his rhetoric. What kind of talent is this? To win us over, do you have to rely on sleeping with us? Isn't it enough to win over people's hearts? Innocent. Suemo sneered, and slightly exerted force on the arm around her shoulders, pulling her towards him, and whispered in her ear in an unquestionable tone. If you won't even submit your outer body to me, how can I believe that your inner heart will truly belong to me? If I can't even take you away, how can I take your heart away? Shin Yufu? What kind of perverse logic? What kind of lewd words are these? At this moment, she finally understood everything thoroughly. This guy Suemo is simply a lustful man. He is also particularly good at packaging his lust with all kinds of crooked logic that sounds high-sounding but is actually nonsense. And his silly niece must have been fooled by his twisted logic, and ended up getting herself involved without knowing what was going on. This liar. This scoundrel. This pervert. Chapter 14, Encounter the Black Sail Alliance, and Open Fire. The next morning. When Shin Yufu walked out of the small building with 2 faint dark circles under her eyes and a frosty face, a rich aroma of grilled fish instantly penetrated her nostrils. Suemo was seen with his upper body naked, revealing his well-defined and explosive muscles. He was sitting leisurely in front of the barbecue grill, skillfully flipping several golden and greasy grilled fish. "Boss, you're so nice." Accompanied by a charming cry. Samantha came out from behind Suemo like a cat, with only Sumo's shirt loosely draped over her body, and her 2 dazzlingly white long legs were exposed to the air without any cover. She put her arms around Sumo's neck from behind, kissed him on the cheek, and blew into his ear in an ambiguous tone, saying, "I never thought that you, boss, are not only fierce and brave at night, but also so considerate and caring during the day. You're simply the perfect man. I'm almost falling in love with you." Suemo grabbed a grilled fish and stuffed it into her mouth. "Just eat your food, why are you talking so much?" Shin Yufu stood not far away, watching this scene that could be described as indecent, her pretty face so cold that a layer of frost could almost be scraped off. She didn't sleep all night. In the first half of the night, I was disturbed by the embarrassing noise coming from that damn little building. In the second half of the night, he was so angry that he tossed and turned because of Sumo's fallacy that, in order to maintain humanity, one needs to vent desires. This bastard. He actually wanted to experience the feeling of being held in my arms while sleeping and touching my long legs in the morning? Shameless. Obscene. Shin Yufu gritted her teeth secretly. If she couldn't beat him, she really wanted to shoot an arrow through this guy's head to see what color the waste was inside. Suemo came over with 3 servings of grilled fish, handed one to Shin Yufu, and said jokingly, "What's wrong, my dear aunt? Are you exhausted from standing guard last night? It's all my fault. I forgot to prepare a midnight snack for you." Shin Yufu took the grilled fish and took a big bite, as if she was biting Sumo's flesh. "You don't need to be so hypocritical. Some people shouldn't waste their energy on things they shouldn't be using, and just fail at the critical moment. TSK, you're so angry." Suemo shook his head and said with a tone of someone who has experienced it, "Young man, you must learn to control your emotions. Look at Samantha, she is full of energy and radiant now." Samantha cooperated by puffing out her chest and giving Shin Yufu a victorious look. Then he provocatively said, "You don't understand this. Boss, this is called combining work and rest to stay in top condition. Unlike some people who have a sullen face all night, like a nagging wife who no one wants." Puff. Shin Yufu almost choked to death on a mouthful of fish. She decided not to talk to the couple anymore. After dinner, she put on the cold iron armor without saying a word, picked up the longbow, and walked up to the watchtower alone, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. Suemo looked at her slim and angry figure, with a playful smile on his lips. This ant is really fun to tease. After eating and drinking, the three of them were ready to go. Noah's Ark started again, like an awakened steel giant, and began to plow through the waves on a new day of hunting. "Boss, there's a silver box 300 meters to the left. There are 2 gray ones next to it." At the bow, Samantha, who had changed into an armored suit to conceal her sexy and hot body, once again transformed into a tireless human radar. "Fishing." Suemo gave the order and didn't even bother to get close. Shinjufu stood at the side of the boat, skillfully raised the bow, aimed, and shot. "Call out." A special iron arrow tied with a rope flew through the air and accurately hit the farthest silver resource box. "Receive." Suemo pressed a button, and the electric winch on the side of the ship immediately began to spin rapidly. The thick rope was tightened, and the resource box weighing several hundred pounds, along with the 2 gray boxes around it, were dragged out from the sea. Bang! 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 3 boxes thumped heavily on the deck. The whole process was smooth and took no more than 30 seconds. In the distance, on a second-level raft, several men who had just rowed desperately to snatch the silver box were all dumbfounded. Oh my god. Can you play like this? That's a fucking electric winch, right? Where does it get the electricity? Stop looking. Run. That ship is Noah's Ark. It's Boss Sumo's ship. When they saw the full picture of the steel fortress, the men were terrified. They turned the boat around and paddled desperately to escape, as if they would be crushed to pieces by the giant beast if they were a second slower. This is Sumo's current deterrent power. His Noah's Ark has become a godlike existence in the hearts of all survivors in this sea area. No one dared to approach, let alone fight for it. Wherever their ships go, other players flee and voluntarily give up the shipping lanes and resources. Boss, to the right. 600 meters. For silver boxes. Straight ahead. 800 meters. I feel, so many. So many boxes gathered together. Samantha's treasure hunting talent was brought to the extreme. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she kept reporting the coordinates. Sumo's ship drew a domineering straight line on the sea, and did not even bother to turn. All the small rafts that blocked the route were ruthlessly knocked over and crushed by the armored bow. The screams and pleas for mercy were left far behind the boat. Shin Yufu stood at the bow with a cold expression, the longbow in her hand almost never stopping. Any ship that attempts to approach from the flank will be shot through the sails by her precise and ruthless arrows, or the player at the helm will be shot dead directly. The horror of the S-level talent, Goddess of War, was fully revealed at this moment. She was born to fight. Every arrow she shot was fast, accurate, and fierce, carrying a chilling sense of murderous intent. Suemo looked at her heroic profile and nodded secretly in his heart. Although you say no with your mouth, your body is very honest. He kills people without blinking an eye, and looks more like a villain than me. In just one morning, they swept through the sea area within a radius of more than 10 kilometers like a swarm of locusts. There were 20 silver resource boxes stacked on the deck, and even more gray boxes. However, there was not much joy on Sumo's face. There's still no medicine, not even the most basic bandages and alcohol. He counted all the supplies and frowned. This discovery instantly made the atmosphere on the ship solemn. The lack of medicine means that they cannot get injured. Once injured, they may face infection, fever, and eventually die in pain. Even this indestructible Noah's Ark cannot withstand the collapse from within. Samantha. Suemo looked at the blonde beauty at the bow and issued a new order. Ignore these silver boxes. Increase your perception range and focus on finding the gold ones. Ordinary supplies are enough. What we need now is a miracle that can change the current situation. Only a golden treasure chest can possibly open that kind of thing. Clear. Samantha's expression became serious, she closed her eyes, and her plump chest rose and fell slightly, as if she was pushing the perception of her A-level talent, treasure hunter, to the limit. A full minute passed. She suddenly opened her eyes, an unprecedented light bursting out of her blue eyes. She pointed in a direction, her voice trembling with excitement. Found it. Boss. Straight ahead, about 900 meters. There are three golden treasure chests. What? Suemo and Shin Yufu were shocked at the same time. 3 golden treasure chests gathered together? What is the concept? They swept all day yesterday and only found 2. However, before they could be happy. Samantha's face suddenly turned pale, she covered her nose and frowned. But, over there's such a strong smell of blood. I feel like a bloody hell. Blood sea hell? Sumo's pupils shrank, and he immediately picked up the telescope and looked in that direction. On the sea in the distance, there were more than a dozen giant rafts floating, connected together with chains and ropes, forming a huge water camp. In the center of the camp, there was a huge black sail stained with blood. Black Sails Alliance. And around the camp, dozens of small boats were clearing the area. Like a pack of wolves, they chased and surrounded the survivors who were attracted by the golden treasure chest. Once caught up, without saying a word, a rain of arrows will be launched. The survivor who was shot by the arrow fell into the sea screaming, and was instantly torn to pieces by sharks that smelled the blood. Their rafts and supplies were skillfully salvaged by the Black Sail Alliance. Massacre. This is a naked, organized massacre. They are not only trying to grab resources, but also eliminate all potential competitors. These beasts. Shin Yufu looked at the bloody and cruel scene through the telescope and trembled with anger. Boss, are we still going? There were at least 50 or 60 people in that camp, and each of them was armed with weapons and looked ferocious. They were obviously desperate criminals. Forcing your way in is like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. Suemo put down the telescope and turned to look at the 2 women, his eyes burning with crazy fighting spirit. Why not? They are so many, are we afraid of them? They dare to kill people, but haven't we killed people before? 3 golden treasure chests are enough to double our strength. How can we let go of such an opportunity? And Sumo's eyes swept across the arrogant Black Sail. I've been unhappy with this Black Sails Alliance for a long time. Today, let's settle the accounts together. Suemo pushed down the accelerator on the dashboard and shouted. Full speed ahead. Target, Black Sail Alliance. Today, let's act as maritime police and enforce justice. Boom! The engine of the Noah's Ark roared, and the small turret on the bow slowly rose up, and the black muzzle locked onto the bloody slaughterhouse from afar. On the boat, Shin Yufu and Samantha looked at each other and saw shock and fanaticism in each other's eyes. This man is crazy. But damn, so handsome. The sudden acceleration of the Noah's Ark was like a red-hot blade, cutting fiercely into the clearing area of the Black Sail Alliance. Ha! What kind of ship is that? Wow, what a huge ship. Which blind alliance came here to die? Stop. The ship ahead, stop immediately. This is the Black Sail Alliance's territory. Several small boats responsible for outer security immediately surrounded them, and the villains on the boats raised their weapons and shouted arrogantly. Suemo stood at the bow of the boat, too lazy to even look at them, and just spat out a word coldly. Fire. As you command. My captain. Samantha screamed excitedly and pressed the firing button of the turret hard. Boom! A deafening bang. A shell, with a long tail of flame, fell like a meteorite from the sky and hit the raft that was in the front accurately. The raft, along with the 5 or 6 villains on it, was instantly blown to pieces. Wood chips and broken limbs flew everywhere, and the blood mist dyed half of the sky red. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering shot. Who's firing? Where's the cannon coming from? Chapter 15 killed a wave of Black Sails members and expanded the manpower. Congratulations! Your team member Samantha killed a player. Experience plus 15. Congratulations! Your team member Samantha killed a player. Experience plus 15. A series of kill prompts flashed by. Talent greed triggered, Samantha finally gained experience, 90 points. Buzz. A golden light suddenly shone from Samantha's body. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV3. Gained 5 free attribute points. Oh yeah. Boss. I've leveled up. I'm at level 3. Samantha felt the new power surging in her body, and her blue eyes were filled with incredible ecstasy. She just pressed a button. This is an upgrade? Shin Yufu, who was not far away, tightened her grip on the longbow, her face filled with surprise. Is this okay? He followed Suemo through life and death, rowing in archery, and finally reached level 2 with great effort. This big mare slept with me last night, and today, just by pressing a button, he jumped straight to level 3? Why? Don't worry, everyone has a share. Suemo saw through Shin Yufu's little thoughts, walked over calmly, and pushed Samantha away from the control position of the turret. Let me show you what a real artillery barrage looks like. Suemo placed his hand on the cold metal shell of the turret. When the fort was first built, the system gave you a cannonball. But it was this gift, under the influence of Sumo's god-level talent, Lord of Greed, that directly copied 9 extra ones in the storage space. Are you ready for judgment, beasts? Sumo's face was cruel. He loaded the shell and pressed the launch button hard. Boom! The second shell whizzed out and once again accurately hit a large raft packed with people. There was another loud bang, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Boom! 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 Suemo began an indiscriminate and crazy covering bombardment of the huge camp of the Black Sail Alliance. Don't give the other party any chance to react, beg for mercy, or organize a counterattack. One shell after another, with the roar of death, tore through the air and slammed into the camp that was made up of a dozen rafts. Explosions rang out one after another. Flames shot up into the sky. Screams, wails, and desperate cries mixed together to compose a symphony of doomsday. Those villains who were just slaughtering others became as fragile as paper dolls in the face of absolute firepower. They were blown into the sky and torn into pieces. Congratulations! You killed a player. Experience plus 12. Final experience gained, 24 points. Congratulations! You killed the player. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV4. Gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV5. Gained 5 free attribute points. The upgraded golden light, like a searchlight, lit up twice in succession on Suemo. In just 3 minutes, 6 shells, and 38 lives. Sumo's level soared from LV3 to LV5. He added all 10 free attribute points to his physique without hesitation, feeling the power surge in his body again, and he almost moaned in pleasure. Almost all the ships outside the Black Sail Alliance were cleared out. Some scattered archers and spearmen tried to fight back, but their arrows and stone spears flew less than 100 meters before falling into the sea, and could not even touch the armor of the Noah's Ark. This isn't a fight at all. This is a one-sided massacre. Finally, after the 9th shell was fired, Suemo stopped firing. It's not that he's kind, but... no more, really not a drop left. Suemo spread his hands, looking unsatisfied. On the sea, the 16 surviving members of the Black Sail Alliance looked at the terrifying cannon muzzle that finally stopped spewing flames, and there was a deathly silence at first. Then, a feeling of ecstasy at surviving the disaster and anger that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly surged into their minds. He's out of ammunition. Damn it! I was so scared. I thought he could just keep bombarding. Brothers! He's out of ammunition. There are only 3 people on the boat. 1 man and 2 women. Kill him. Seize the ship. The ship is ours. And those 2 girls. Damn. Each one is hotter than the other. When we catch them, I'm going to have sex with the one in white armor first. The desire to survive and the greed for wealth and beauty instantly overcame fear. The remaining 5 small boats, like mad dogs smelling blood, rushed towards the Noah's Ark from all directions, howling. You're really looking for death. Suemo spoke 2 words lightly to the 2 women behind him. Carry out an assignment. Yes, boss. Samantha responded excitedly. Level 3, the extra 10 attribute bonuses made her feel like she had endless energy. And Shin Yufu had already put the arrow on the string. The skill of Basic Archery Mastery LV1 has greatly improved their control over bows and arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 iron arrows were shot out almost at the same time. Of the two villains who were rushing in the front, one was shot accurately through the eye socket, and the other was shot through the throat, and fell into the sea with screams. Skill, Basic Archery Mastery EXP +1. Skill, Basic Archery Mastery EXP +1. A prompt sounded in the two women's heads. Only then did they realize that killing people with archery could actually increase their skill proficiency. This made the two of them even more excited. Especially Samantha, this violent big foreign horse. She stood directly on the side of the ship, pulled the fine longbow in her hand into a full moon, and began to madly call out the names of the small boats that were rushing towards her. Puff! Puff! One arrow, one. Every arrow hits its target. In the eyes of those players, the 16 members of the Black Sail Alliance are evildoers who kill without blinking an eye, and they are devils. But in the eyes of Sumo and the other two, how the hell is this a villain? This is clearly a group of people lining up and taking the initiative to come forward to offer experience and skill proficiency, experienced babies. The battle became one-sided. Shinjufu and Samantha, one is cold and precise, the other is passionate and unrestrained. Two beautiful figures transformed into ruthless death harvesters. Devils. They are devils. Don't come over here. Run. Run. However, how could their raft be faster than an arrow? Puff. The last arrow was shot by Shinjufu. It accurately passed through the back of a man who was about to jump into the sea to escape. At this point, the Black Sail Alliance was completely wiped out. The wreckage of the raft and dozens of corpses floated on the sea. The strong smell of blood attracted schools of sharks, turning the sea area into a bloody hell on earth. The battle is over. Sumo stood up from the gunner's seat. He glanced at the two female warriors beside him who were already fully into the state. Samantha's pretty face flushed with excitement, still savoring the pleasure of killing everyone just now. As for Shinjufu, Sumo could see her inner unrest from her trembling fingertips and rapid breathing. Killing is addictive. Especially when your enemies are a bunch of scum who deserve to die. Okay, clean up the battlefield and get ready to make a fortune. Sumo gave an order. Noah's Ark sailed into that bloody hell. The three men began to skillfully use arrows with ropes to drag the floating supply boxes and ownerless rafts over. At this moment, several rafts that had been chased by the Black Sail Alliance and had luckily survived came over cautiously in the distance. Big boss. An older man shouted tremblingly. Thank you for your help. We are willing to offer all our supplies, just ask you to take us in. Tonight the novice protection period ends, and these broken rafts of ours are no match for the sharks. When one person takes the lead, others follow suit. Yes, big man. Please. Take us with you. We can do anything. Boss. Me too. I used to be a welder at the shipyard. I can help you fix your boat. Me. I used to be a nurse. I may not have medicine, but I know how to bandage wounds. A young girl who looked very weak also mustered up the courage to shout. The survivors pleaded in unison, their eyes filled with fear of death and longing for the Noah's Ark. Sumo glanced at them. There were about 20 people, more than 10 men, 15 women, and a young girl who looked like she had just entered college. Expanding the staff is indeed part of Sumo's plan. The bigger the ship, the more manpower is needed. With just the three of them, they are unable to handle many things. But he didn't want a burden. If you want to board my ship, you can. But I don't run a charity. Sumo glanced at the crowd and said coldly, I only pick useful people. Now, everyone, tell me your talents and occupations. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then they rushed to report their information. Me. F-rank talent, abundant stamina, job as a porter. E-level talent, night vision, I can see things clearly even when I'm not sleeping at night. D-level talent, quick bandaging, I'm the nurse from earlier. Sumo listened to these various talents and had some ideas in mind. Samantha, Yufu. Sumo said to the two women, go pick someone. Women first. Those with talents and professions will stay and form a female guard team, which will be directly managed by the two of you. As for the men, we don't want them. You guys, come here. Finally, after some screening, Sumo's team expanded to 15 people. In addition to Sumo and the two hostesses, 12 new female crew members were recruited. The female crew members are led by Shinjufu and Samantha, who are responsible for daily surveillance, material sorting and logistics. Welcome everyone to Noah's Arkansas. Sumo stood in front of the new crew members and gave them a lecture like a real captain. Here, I only set 3 rules. First, absolutely obey orders. My words are imperial decrees. Second, no infighting. Anyone who dares to act rashly on my boat will be thrown overboard to feed the sharks. Third, work hard. We don't keep idlers here. Your value determines how long you can stay on my ship. The cold and domineering words made all the new crew members feel a chill in their hearts, and they dared not raise any objections. Yes. Chapter 16, Huge Harvest. S-rank skill armament hockey. The smell of blood lingered on the sea for a long time. Sumo commanded the Noah's Ark and sailed past the wreckage of the Black Sail Alliance's camp. Coolie Brigade, get to work. Sumo gave an order. The first few female crew members who had just joined and were still in extreme shock were immediately startled and hurried forward. Yes. Boss. Drag all the available supply boxes here, hurry up. Yes. The 5 stronger female crew members did not dare to slack off at all. They used the iron arrows with ropes distributed by Sumo and began to work together to salvage the spoils. The remaining female crew members, under the command of Shinjufu and Samantha, began to clean the deck and organize supplies. They were all very cautious, fearing that they would not do their job well and be thrown overboard by the moody captain. Sumo could ignore the pleas of the survivors. But he has never been stingy with employees who have already boarded the ship and become his assets. The deck of Noah's Ark was soon filled with supply boxes of all sizes. There were more than 30 silver boxes alone, and more than 100 gray boxes. The most eye-catching thing was the 3 golden treasure chests emitting brilliant golden light that were fished out from the center of the Black Sail Alliance camp. All the new crew members stared at the pile of supplies with their eyes wide open. Oh my God. The nurse girl named Quick Bandage looked at the mountain of supplies, covering her mouth with an expression of disbelief. These people used to fight tooth and nail for a few pieces of wood and a bottle of water in a gray box. But this big guy only fired a few shots and reaped wealth that they could not even imagine. Is this the world of the strong? Unboxing. Unboxing. Alright, you guys, get these silver and gold boxes into the cabin. Sumo pointed at the 5 female men. Yes, boss. The 5 people did not dare to delay, and worked in groups of 2, grunting and carrying the heavy box. Sumo walked to the pile of gray boxes and waved his hand. Congratulations! You have obtained wood X5, plastic X5. Congratulations! You've earned a small piece of dried bacon. Congratulations! You have won bottled mineral water X2. A series of system prompts flashed by, and Sumo was too lazy to read them. What he really cared about was the other voice in his head. Talent greed triggered. Supplies have been copied to the storage space: wood X10260, plastic X5550, iron X1500, bottled mineral water X1800, dried bacon X900. A large amount of basic supplies instantly filled a corner of Sumo's storage space. He is rich now. Yufu, Samantha, come here too. Sumo greeted them, then opened the production panel in front of all the new crew members. Since there are more people, it's time to expand this living space. Wood 800, iron 300, raft house upgraded to level 5. Wood 1500, iron 500, raft house upgraded to level 6. Wood 2500, iron 800, raft house upgraded to level 7. The original 2-story building has been rebuilt and turned into a luxurious boat villa with 3 floors and spacious interior space. Move all the silver chests into the storage room. As for these 3 gold ones, Sumo's eyes fell on the 3 treasure chests emitting tempting golden light. He waved to Shinjufu and Samantha. There are 3 of us, 1 for each of us, let's go inside and open it. Yeah. Samantha excitedly picked up a golden treasure chest, and the weight was a piece of cake for her now. Shinjufu also silently picked up one and followed Sumo. The 3 of them walked into Sumo's exclusive Captain S room on the top floor and placed the 3 golden treasure chests side by side on the ground. Boss, we're rich. As soon as Samantha entered the room, she could no longer contain her excitement and almost hung on Sumo. Calm down, just do the normal operation. Open the silver one first. Sumo pushed her away, and with a thought, the 27 silver boxes were instantly opened by his mind. Congratulations! You have opened 27 silver resource boxes. You have obtained excellent compound ball blueprint X2, Exquisite Fishing Net Blueprint X1, Marine Searchlight Blueprint X1, Seawater Desalination Device Blueprint X1, Iron Block X800, Metal Block X500, Exquisite Parts X200. A bunch of drawings and rare materials flashed across the screen. Although they were good, they could not cause much change in Sumo's mood. His eyes were fixed on the 3 golden treasure chests from beginning to end. The highlight is coming. Sumo rubbed his hands and pressed the lid of the first golden treasure chest. Open it for me. Click. The lid of the box opened, and a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, almost turning the entire captain's room golden. Congratulations! You have opened the gold resource box. You have obtained Intermediate Navigation Skill Book X1. A thick book emitting a blue halo lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Skill book. Samantha and Shin Yufu exclaimed at the same time. They have already learned basic archery mastery and naturally know how valuable the skill book is. This is a good thing that can directly improve personal abilities. Intermediate Navigation Mastery. After learning this skill, you will unlock the mini-map function and slightly increase the ship's sailing speed and steering flexibility. Sumo's eyes also lit up, and he chose to study without hesitation. Ding! You have learned the skill, Intermediate Navigation Technique LV1. A large amount of knowledge about navigation instantly appeared in Sumo's mind. At the same time, a small translucent radar-like map appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. The map clearly marks the location of the Noah's Ark and the approximate outline of the surrounding sea area. Talent Greed triggered. This skill book is already in your storage space, and 9 additional copies have been created. Sumo raised the corner of his mouth and casually threw one to Shin Yufu and Samantha. After learning this, you will be able to read maps in the future. Wow! Boss! You're awesome! Samantha wanted to rush over and kiss him again, but Sumo held her down. Stop messing around, open the next one. Sumo reached out to the second golden treasure chest. The golden light shines again. Congratulations! You have opened the gold resource box. You obtained Energy Core 1. A fist-sized strange crystal stone, emitting a faint blue light and with flashes of lightning inside, appeared in the center of the box. Energy Core Small, a high-purity energy crystal, essential for driving large machinery and upgrading advanced ships. The necessary materials for upgrading LV9 boats are now in hand? Sumo took a look at the ship's upgrade requirements. Requirements to upgrade to LV9: wood 66,000, plastic 6,000 3,000, iron 8,100 2,000, metal 5,200 800, refined parts 2,500, energy core 10-1. Noah's Ark can be upgraded to LV9 at any time. Very good. Every upgrade of the ship is a big improvement. Boss, what is the energy core? Samantha asked curiously. It's something that can turn our ship into a true giant on the sea. Sumo smiled mysteriously and turned his gaze to the last golden treasure chest. Let me see what the final grand prize will be. He reached out and pressed the lid of the box. Click. A flash of golden light. Congratulations! You have opened the gold resource box. Congratulations! You have obtained Armament Hockey Fragment 110. Introduction: a mysterious power originating from an ancient world that can transform aura into materialized armor for defense, or wrap around the body or weapons for attack. Gather 10 fragments to craft a complete Armament Hockey skill book. Learning requirements: physical fitness 50 points or above. TSK, I thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just a fragment. Samantha was suddenly disappointed. Shin Yufu also frowned. Collect all 10? Where can I find the remaining 9 in this vast ocean? How is this different from looking for a needle in a haystack? However, they were disappointed. When Sumo saw this prompt, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart started beating wildly. Armament Hockey. Isn't this something from One Piece? This thing can also be opened? Before he could recover from his shock, the familiar and pleasant prompt sound in his mind exploded. Talent Greed triggered. This item is already in your storage space, and 9 additional copies have been created. 10 fragments of Armament Hockey have been detected. Do you want to combine them? Fuck. Even Sumo couldn't help but swear. He finally understood. The most buggy part of the god-level talent, Lord of Greed, is that it doesn't copy the basic supplies at all. Instead, they copy these unique items that require strict conditions to collect. Others need to travel thousands of miles, go through life and death, and spend countless time and energy to collect the things, but he only needs to find one piece. Then, graduate directly. This is the true use of God-level talent. Combined. Buzz. In the storage space, 10 ancient fragments instantly turned into 10 streams of light, converging together, and finally condensed into an ancient skill book emitting a faint black aura. Congratulations! You have obtained the complete skill book, Armament Hockey. Sumo's current physical fitness, at LV5 and with the bonus of 2 goddesses, has reached a terrifying 90 points. Fully meet the learning requirements. Study. Sumo chose to study without hesitation. Boom! The skill book turned into a black torrent and instantly poured into Sumo's brows. An indescribable sense of enlightenment surged into his heart, and Sumo felt as if something in his body had been awakened. He subconsciously stretched out his right hand, and a thought came to his mind. Laugh. His entire right arm was instantly covered with a layer of ink-black substance that shone with a metallic luster. Hard. Domineering. Full of explosive power. Ding. You have learned the S-rank skill, Armament Color Domination Domineering Entanglement LV1. Effect: you can wrap your aura around any part of your body, significantly increasing your attack and defense power. The current level can cover a single part such as an arm or leg, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. S-level skills. Sumo felt the terrifying power coming from his right arm. He even had the illusion that he could punch through the armor of Noah's Ark with one punch. Boss, your hand. Samantha and Shin Yufu next to them were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Sumo's pitch-black arm in amazement. Their blue eyes and cold beautiful eyes were filled with the shock and confusion that mortals would feel when they saw a miracle. What kind of incredible ability is this? Sumo's mind moved, and the armor color on his arm slowly faded away. He let out a long breath and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. The harvest this time is huge. It was so big that it was beyond his imagination. With the energy core, Noah's Ark can be upgraded to LV9. With the armed color domineering, his own combat effectiveness has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now he finally has the capital to make a living in this doomsday sea. Okay, clean up and get ready to eat. Sumo waved his hand and was in a good mood. Chapter 17, Bloody Rose Alliance. Pulling my girlfriend's aunt into the house. On the deck, a small amount of supplies were neatly stacked according to categories thanks to the concerted efforts of the new crew members. Wood, plastic, iron, food, fresh water. These necessities of life, which are more precious than gold in the eyes of others, are as plentiful as garbage on Noah's Ark. Seeing Sumo coming out, everyone stopped what they were doing, stood up straight in unison, and looked at him with eyes that were a mixture of awe and fanaticism. Boss. Very good. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. He glanced at everyone, and finally landed on the middle-aged woman who claimed to be a fitness coach, and the nurse girl with the D-level talent, quick bandaging. What's your name? Sumo pointed at the female fitness coach. Report to the boss. My name is Zhao Tailin. The middle-aged woman puffed out her chest excitedly. You, come here. Sumo pointed at the nurse girl again. Boss. My name is Zhou Xiaoxiao. The girl walked over timidly. Sumo looked at the two of them and had something in mind. From today on, Zhao Tailin, you will be the chief maintenance officer of this ship, responsible for the daily maintenance and reinforcement of the hull. I will provide you with the best tools and materials. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you are the ship's medical officer, responsible for everyone's health. I will find a way to get you some medicine. As for the others, Sumo's eyes swept over the remaining 10 crew members. The women's guard team is directly managed by Shin Yufu and Samantha, responsible for daily vigilance and combat. The Coolie Brigade, with Zhao Tailin serving as its leader, is responsible for all manual labor. My rules are simple: rewards for merit and punishments for fault. As long as you work loyally for me, I guarantee that every one of you will survive the game safely. These words made everyone's blood boil. We swear allegiance to the boss until death. Zhao Tailin was the first to kneel on one knee and shouted loudly. Others followed suit and knelt down in unison. I swear allegiance to the boss until death. The deafening roar spread far across the sea. Sumo looked at the scene in front of him, feeling extremely proud. From today on, he is no longer a player struggling to survive. But he is a sea overlord who has his own team and is about to create huge waves in this ocean world. Night falls. A bonfire was lit on the deck of Noah's Ark. Sumo had several sea barbecue grills set up. The bacon and dried fish in the storage space were taken out and roasted until they were sizzling and fragrant. Dinner is ready. At Sumo's command, all the crew members cheered. He did not make any special arrangements, but instead distributed enough food and fresh water to each person to last them for half a month. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. The crew members held the food in their hands, each of them moved to tears. Have they ever imagined that in this apocalyptic world where people eat each other, they can still live a godlike life with meat for every meal and plenty of water to drink? Some older female crew members stated on the spot that their lives belonged to the boss, and if the boss told them to go east, they would never go west. The eyes of the younger and more attractive female crew members when they looked at Sumo were even more passionate and bold. Especially the nurse Zhou Xiaoxiao and two other good-looking young girls. They gathered together, eating barbecue, secretly glancing at Sumo and whispering to each other. The boss is so handsome and so awesome. Yes, if I could become the boss's woman, how happy it would be. Xiao, your talent is very useful. Maybe the boss will like you. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned red, and she whispered. Don't talk nonsense. The boss already has two goddesses, Shen Yufu and Samantha, by his side. How could he be interested in us? Although she said so, she couldn't hide the expectation in her eyes. Sumo just watched all this and didn't say anything. He sat by the campfire, leisurely eating grilled fish while turning on the World Channel. At this moment, the channel is still filled with wailing. Help! The Black Sail Alliance scumbags have been wiped out, and now here comes this Blood Shark group. They're just as ruthless as the Black Sail Alliance. They're robbing and killing people everywhere, and all my teammates have been killed. Someone come and save us. We are trapped on a small island full of monsters, and we can't hold on any longer. At Sumo, boss. Please. Take us in. We're willing to do anything. As long as we can get on your ship, you'll let us do anything. At Sumo, big boss, look at me. I'm the school beauty at the dance academy. I have a great body. I can do the splits. Please come on board. In order to attract Sumo's attention, many female players even went all out and directly posted their own cool photos in the World Channel. For a moment, all kinds of photos of black stockings, white stockings, bikinis, and sailor uniforms filled the entire screen, feasting the eyes of countless male players who were struggling on the verge of death, and making them gnashing their teeth with envy and jealousy. Holy crap! Is this how you fight to survive? Boss Sumo is so lucky. This is simply like the emperor choosing a concubine. Damn it! Comparing yourself to others is the thief of anger. I'm still chewing on tree bark, and they've already started choosing their harem. Sumo looked through the photos with great interest. He had to admit that there were indeed a few pretty girls among them, even a flight attendant and a car model. But he just smiled and turned off the channel. Women. There is a passionate and hot-bodied Reba foreign mare, and a stunningly beautiful and smooth-skinned national goddess ant. Barely, maybe for now. I guess I can eat it. The most important point is, this vast ocean is full of dangers. Saving them one by one is a huge task. It all depends on fate. Unless they can get together, so that Sumo can come and pack together. Boss, won't you save them? Samantha came closer and asked curiously. Sumo sneered, why should I save you? This is Noah's Ark, not a refugee shelter. Instead of spending so much time rescuing them one by one, why not use your treasure hunting talent to find a few more silver treasure chests? Also, my standards are very high. Those who are not good looking or don't have a level talent may not meet my requirements for joining the team. Samantha nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. She already believed in the law of the jungle that the strong are respected, and she would only appreciate Sumo's cold and rational decision even more. Shen Yufu also listened silently without saying anything. What Sumo said was right. In this cruel world, kindness is the cheapest and most deadly thing. Just then, a private message popped up. Crimson Rose Alliance Xiangwei, hello, Mr. Sumo. I am Xiangwei, the leader of the Crimson Rose Alliance. Our alliance is made up of over 200 female players. We hope to reach a cooperation with you and survive together in this ocean. I wonder if you are interested? Bloody Rose? Sumo raised his eyebrows. He had some impression of this alliance. It was the only alliance composed entirely of women on the World Channel, except for several large male player alliances. It is said that they advocate female independence and their fighting power is no weaker than that of the Black Sails Alliance. Quite interesting. Looking at the private message, Suemo fell into deep thought. An alliance composed entirely of women can survive in this cruel environment and grow to a size of 200 people. The leader of the alliance, named Rose, is obviously not a simple character. Cooperate? I now have a strong army and sufficient supplies, so I don't need to cooperate with anyone. But an alliance composed entirely of women actually piqued his interest. Boss, is that the Blood Rose? I've heard of them, too. It's said the leader is a very powerful woman with a group of female soldiers under her command. She's quite a force on this sea. Samantha came over to take a look and said gossipingly. Shin Yufu also cast a curious look, obviously very interested in this women's alliance. Leave her alone for now. Suemo swiped his finger and closed the private message window. Since I am now in the advantageous position, I naturally have to put on airs. If they want to cooperate, yes, it depends on how sincere they are. In addition to the Bloody Rose, there are several large alliances claiming to be Dragon Slayer and Sky that have also expressed their intention to cooperate. Without exception, they were all ignored by Suemo. Are you kidding? What's the point of working with a bunch of grown men? Can I have these 2 incense sticks on my boat? After eating and drinking, Suemo stood up and stretched. Okay, let's make arrangements for tonight's night watch. He looked at Samantha and said, You, take 6 female crew members and be responsible for the first half of the night. Yes, boss. Samantha responded immediately and threw a wink at Suemo. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. Boss, go to bed early. After arranging the night shift, Sumo's gaze fell on Shin-Yufu, who was quietly cleaning up the dishes beside him. He walked over and, in front of Shin-Yufu's astonished gaze, grabbed her soft, boneless little hand. Come on, my dear aunt, you've been tired all day, let's go and have a rest. You let me go. Who wants to rest with you? Shin-Yufu was both embarrassed and anxious, and she lowered her voice and scolded. Why? You want to spend the night on deck in the cold breeze? Suemo smiled evilly and without saying anything pulled her towards the captain's room on the top floor of the cabin. I have my own room. Let go. What will happen if others see us? Shin-Yufu felt like her face was about to burn. This bastard is becoming more and more lawless. How dare he touch me in front of so many new crew members? I am the captain, and my words are orders. Suemo said without turning his head. Besides, what if they saw it? They would just envy you. You, shameless. Shin-Yufu was so angry at his words that she was shaking all over, but she was helpless. In terms of strength, she couldn't catch up with Suemo even if she tried her best. In terms of identity, she is now just a senior crew member on Sumo's ship. Soon, the two returned to the spacious and luxurious captain's room. Chapter 18, Conquer the National Goddess, Shin-Yufu. With a bang, Suemo closed the door with his backhand. In the enclosed space, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Shin-Yufu immediately broke free from his hand, stepped back repeatedly, and looked at him warily. Suemo. I'm warning you. Don't mess around. She retreated to the corner, folded her arms across her chest, and took a defensive stance. You are Yen Bing's boyfriend. I am her aunt. You can't do this to me. Now you know to move Yen Bing out? Suemo approached step by step, with a playful and dangerous smile on his face. When she threw 10 million at my face in the villa, why didn't she think about me being her boyfriend? I was. Shin-Yufu was choked and speechless, and her confidence instantly weakened by 3 points. That was to test me, right? Suemo said it for her. Now, it's my turn to test you. Suemo had already walked in front of Shin-Yufu, and his tall figure completely enveloped her. What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Suemo whispered. How can I, the captain of Noah's Ark, not have a beautiful woman to sleep with? You're crazy. It's okay for you to attack that big foreign girl, she's open-minded anyway. But I'm your aunt. Are you doing this to Yen Bing? Shin-Yufu used her last moral defense line. I'm sorry, why am I sorry? Sumo's answer completely confused her. Suemo said confidently. It's the end of the world, who knows if there will be a tomorrow? Of course, while we have the ability to enjoy ourselves, we should seize the moment. Besides, I'm so powerful, so what's wrong with having a few more women? I can afford it, and I can protect you all, isn't that enough? When I see Yan Bing in the future, I will take her aboard and pamper her. You two can keep each other company. Shan Yufu? She was completely dumbfounded. What kind of fallacy is this? What kind of lewd words are these? This bastard not only wanted to attack Yan Bing, but he had even been eyeing him for a long time. Just when her mind was in a mess. Suemo was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. He stretched out his arms and picked her up by the waist. Asshole! Put me down! He walked a few steps to the large bed and gently placed her on it. Suemo leaned over and blocked all the words she wanted to say with a domineering and irresistible kiss. Shin Yufu's brain buzzed and went blank. Ugh, let go. She struggled desperately and beat Sumo's back, but her strength was like a tickle in front of Suemo, whose physique had increased ninefold and who had also learned armament hockey. Sumo's kiss was domineering, strong, and full of aggression. All her defenses were easily destroyed. Shin Yufu's struggle became weaker and weaker, and her body gradually became limp. A strange electric current that made her both afraid and expectant spread from their lips to every part of her body. This guy, how come he is so skilled? How many girls has he kissed? Just when Shin Yufu was distracted, Suemo suddenly let her go. Looking at the beautiful woman with a flushed face, watery eyes, and heavy breathing under him, Suemo smiled with satisfaction. Look, isn't this much better? Suemo did not take the next step, but just lay down beside her, took her soft body into his arms, and adjusted her into a comfortable position. Okay, go to sleep. I'll hold you like this tonight and I won't touch you. Shin Yufu was completely dumbfounded. Is this over? Much thunder, little rain? She felt the scorching heat of the man's embrace, listened to his strong heartbeat, and her heart was in turmoil like an overturned bottle of mixed feelings. She tried to struggle. As a result, Suemo tightened his arms around her waist. Don't move. Suemo closed his eyes and said, if you move again, I will be really rude. This one sentence made Shin Yufu dare not move for a moment. She lay stiffly in Sumo's arms, feeling humiliated, angry, and shy. Never mind. That's it. At least, just hold me while I sleep. It's better than him actually. Shin Yufu comforted herself in this way in her heart, and her tense body gradually relaxed. She was held stiffly by Suemo, smelling the pleasant masculine scent on Sumo's body, listening to the sound of waves outside the window, her mind in a mess. Before she knew it, fatigue came over her and she fell asleep. Midnight. Shin Yufu was sleeping soundly. In a daze, she felt a warm big hand wandering dishonestly on her body. From a flat belly to a curvy figure. She woke up suddenly. Suemo. You bastard. Just as she was about to open her mouth to scold, that hateful mouth blocked her mouth accurately again. I don't know what's wrong with me. You should be angry and resist. But inside her body, she felt a heat and emptiness that was unfamiliar to her. Every touch of Suemo was like injecting a stream of sweet water into her dry body. Asshole, let me go. Her protest was soft and more like a coquettish act. No. Sumo's voice was hoarse and full of magnetism. You are mine. Don't even think about running away in this life. In the darkness, the sound of clothes being torn could be heard. The last bit of Shin Yufu's sanity also completely collapsed. Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, I can't resist anyway. In this doomsday, the only person I can rely on is this man. She thought in self-abandonment, gradually gave up resistance, and even began to respond awkwardly. Dry wood meets fire. On the calm sea. After several hours of erratic and slight shaking, the Noah's Ark finally gradually returned to normal. On the observation deck, Samantha looked at the small building that finally stopped shaking, curled her lips, and her blue eyes were full of surprise. The boss's physical strength, he's a monster. As for the 4 female crew members, their pretty faces flushed and their eyes gleamed with excitement. No one knew what they were thinking. Chapter 19, Survival Challenge Period begins. Leaderboards. The next morning. The first ray of sunlight came through the window and shone onto the messy bed. Shin Yufu slowly woke up. My whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck, sore and painful, and no part of it felt like my own. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The crazy and shameful scenes of last night flooded into her mind like a tide. Her face suddenly turned red enough to look like blood was coming out. She actually was with Suemo. And, more than once. She couldn't understand why she suddenly gave in last night? Just because of his few twisted ideas? Or is it because I have been single for too long, and under the high pressure of this doomsday situation, deep down in my heart I actually long for a strong support? She turned her head and looked at the man who was still sleeping beside her. His handsome face looked particularly soft in the morning light. An extremely complicated emotion surged in Shin Yufu's heart. There is shame and anger, and regret, but more than that, there is a sense of security that everything has been settled. At this moment, Sumo's eyes opened. The two looked at each other and the air froze instantly. Shin Yufu subconsciously pulled up the quilt, trying to hide herself. But Suemo was faster than her. He stretched out his long arms and pulled her into his arms again. Then, his big hands covered her proud long legs and pinched them. Well, she's worthy of being the national goddess. The feeling is just different. Sumo praised it in a tone of evaluating a work of art. You. Shin Yufu was both ashamed and angry. She looked down and discovered that her long, white legs were covered with red marks of varying depths. It was a horrible sight. These are all the masterpieces left by this bastard last night. Suemo. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Shin Yufu was so angry that she raised her leg and wanted to kick Suemo to vent her anger. However, Suemo easily grabbed her ankle. Oh? So energetic so early in the morning? Suemo had a wicked smile on his face. It seems that last night's punishment was not enough. Since my dear aunt is so energetic, let's have another morning exercise. No. Ugh. Shin Yufu's resistance was blocked again. Soon, embarrassing noises were heard from the captain's room again. On deck. The new crew members had already gotten up and were carrying out their daily work in an orderly manner. But everyone tacitly agreed not to disturb the two people in the captain's room. Samantha leaned on the railing, listening to the intermittent strange sounds coming from upstairs, and curled her lips. These two people are really endless. The nurse Xiao beside her had a red face and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. It's another earth-shaking morning exercise. It was not until Shin Yufu collapsed again and didn't even have the strength to curse that Suemo let her go with satisfaction. You are a beast. Shin Yufu lay on the bed with her head covered with the quilt. Thanks for the compliment. Remember, you are one of the hostesses of Noah's Arkansas. Don't let the crew outside laugh at you. From now on, you and Samantha will be my right-hand men. After saying this, Suemo pushed the door open and walked out, leaving Shin Yufu alone in the room, hugging the quilt with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. She hated Sumo's tyranny and shamelessness. But his word mistress made her feel a little strange. On the deck, the new crew members have started a new day's work. Zhao Tailin and several female crew members were checking the armor and every corner of the hull meticulously. Zhou Xiaoxiao, along with several female crew members, were counting and organizing the food and fresh water distributed last night, their faces filled with hope for the future. Seeing Suemo coming out of the captain's room, everyone stopped what they were doing. Good morning, boss. Zhao Tailin was the first to stand at attention and salute. Good morning, boss. Others followed suit and said hello. Suemo, have you all had breakfast? I've eaten. Thank you, boss, for the barbecue. Zhao Tailin grinned, his face full of satisfaction. That's good. Only when you're full can you have the energy to work. Suemo walked to the side of the ship, looked at the calm sea, and thought about his next plan in his mind. Last night's harvest was huge. Armament Haki gave his own combat power a qualitative leap. The 10 energy cores allow Noah's Ark to evolve again at any time. What he needs to do now is to transform these advantages into greater strength as soon as possible. Just then, Samantha walked over gracefully, the curve of her waist swaying slightly with her steps. She had put on a tight leather armor, which made her curvy figure look even more attractive. Every inch of her figure seemed to have been carefully outlined and full of tension. Boss, did you have a good rest last night? She leaned close to Sumo's ear and blew a breath in an ambiguous way. Do you think she is crying in her room now? So much gossip so early in the morning. Suemo glanced at her. I'm just concerned about you, boss. Samantha giggled. Boss, you are such a monster. From the noise I heard, my aunt has been tortured by you. But it's better this way. It will help her face reality sooner rather than later, so she won't have to put on that cold, sour face all day long, as if everyone owes her money. Suemo didn't bother to pay attention to Samantha's character of wanting to stir up trouble. He was about to give the order to Zhao Tailin and others to prepare to upgrade the ship. Sudden. A cold, grand, emotionless mechanical sound exploded without any warning in the minds of all the players. Global announcement. The novice protection period has officially ended. The survival challenge period has officially begun. This phase lasts for 7 days, and the threat level in the ocean world will be increased across the board. All neutral creatures will become hostile and actively attack players. To encourage all players, the personal level ranking and alliance power ranking are now open. Good luck, everyone. The moment the announcement ended, the entire world channel was filled with deathly silence. Then, it completely exploded. Holy crap! It's over? The novice period is over just like that? Damn it! I'm not ready. My raft is only level 2. There were sharks circling me last night, and now they're going to attack? Help! I don't want to die. Someone please save me. Rankings? Look at the rankings. Amid the panic and desperation, some people noticed the point of the announcement. In an instant, 2 new virtual ranking lists popped up in front of all the survivors. Personal level ranking global. First place, Suemo, level, LV5. Second place, Long Outyen Dragon Slayer, level, LV4. Third place, Thunder God President of Tsengxion, level, LV4. Fourth place, Rose Leader of the Bloody Rose, level, LV4. Fifth place, Litani, level, LV4. Sixth place, Samantha, level, LV3. Seventh place, Xin Yufu, level, LV3. Eighth place. When this list appeared, the entire world channel fell into a strange silence again. Everyone stared at the name at the top of the list. Suemo. It's him again. LV5. While most people were still struggling at LV1 and LV2, and even LV3 was scarce, this man had already reached LV5. This is a huge lead. Holy crap! Level 5? Is this a level a human can reach? He must be cheating. Dragon Slayer Alliance Leader Long Outyen? Sky Leader Lei Shen? I know these guys. They are all leaders of large alliances with hundreds of people. They mobilized the resources of the entire alliance to reach level 4, but they were still suppressed by Suemo. Rose, the leader of the Scarlet Rose, is also level 4? Is that all-female alliance also that powerful? The key points are the 6th and 7th. Look! Samantha! Shan Yufu! Aren't these 2 the women on Sumo's ship? They are both level 3. Oh my god, one man, with 2 women, not only does his own level crush all the leaders of the major alliances, but even the levels of his 2 female companions are ranked in the top 10 in the world? What kind of god is this Suemo? This isn't just a thigh anymore, this is a pillar of heaven. The kind that can hold up the sky. On the World Channel, all the survivors looked at the list, and their hearts were filled with shock and awe. If before, Suemo was just a mysterious boss with good luck and strong strength in their minds. Now, this list is the most direct and irrefutable proof of strength. He is the king of this ocean world. Chapter 20. Upgrade the 9th level Noah's Ark and gain experience. On Noah's Ark. Boss. You're on the list. Number 1. Zhao Tailin pointed at the list and yelled. The boss is awesome. The boss is awesome. Being able to follow such a sea overlord is the greatest luck in their lives. Samantha also saw the list. She was first complacent about her ranking, and then she saw Xin Yufu's name. TSK, she got it easy. She just followed us and made it into the top 10 globally without doing anything. She curled her lips, feeling a little unhappy. Just then, the door of the captain's room opened. Xin Yufu changed into a clean combat uniform and walked out. Her face was still a little pale and her eyes were slightly red, but her eyes had regained their former coldness and strength. Obviously, she saw the list too. She didn't look at Suemo, but walked silently to Samantha, picked up her longbow, and expressed her attitude with her actions. Suemo just smiled at this. Just wanted to speak. Sudden. Boom. A loud noise came from the bottom of the ship, and the entire Noah's Ark shook violently. What's going on? Did you hit something? The new crew members were panicked. No. It's not. Samantha's face changed and she pointed at the sea outside the boat and screamed. It's sharks. Huge sharks. They're hitting our boat. Around the ship, the group of sharks that were originally cruising in the distance seemed to be going crazy. Their scarlet eyes were filled with brutality and bloodthirsty murderous intent, and their huge bodies were like battering rams, slamming into the steel armor of Noah's Ark again and again. Bang! Bang! Boom! A particularly huge shark even jumped out of the water, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the armor on the side of the ship fiercely. Clang! A harsh sound of metal friction was heard. The terrifying bite force that was enough to break steel only left a row of shallow teeth marks on the armor of Noah's Ark. Warning! Your ship, Noah's Ark, is under attack by a shark. Durability 1. Warning! Your ship, Noah's Ark, is under attack by a shark. Durability 1. A series of system prompts flashed by, but the damage caused was minimal. The new crew members on the ship looked at the hellish scene outside, and their faces turned pale and their legs went weak with fear. The scene of dozens or even hundreds of sharks frantically attacking is enough to make anyone suffer a mental breakdown. However, there was not a trace of tension on Sumo's face. Looking at the huge shark biting the side of the boat, Sumo simply commented, "Nice teeth." The entire Noah's Ark only shook slightly under the siege of the sharks. The amplitude of this shaking. Samantha felt the vibration coming from under her feet, her pretty face flushed, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of the captain's room and curled her lips. This commotion isn't even as bad as the boss's last night. When Shin Yufu beside her heard this, her body stiffened and her pretty face turned red instantly. She held the longbow with such force that her knuckles turned white. Bastard big horse. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. The World Channel has now completely turned into a hell on earth. Help! The shark is going crazy. My raft is broken apart. Ah! My legs. My legs were bitten off. Someone please save me. I don't want to die. It's over. The 3-stage raft that the 5 of us put together was directly smashed through by a shark. We are all going to die. Warning! Player XXX has died. Current remaining players, 288,888. Warning! Player XXX has died. Current remaining players, 288,887. The announcement of death, beating wildly. In just less than 10 minutes, the number of survivors dropped by tens of thousands. This is the horror of the survival challenge period. The weak will have no chance and will be eliminated directly. Boss. Zhao Tailin looked at the crazy group of sharks outside with a panicked expression. Although the ship was sturdy, anyone would feel scared when surrounded by so many monsters. What are you panicking about? Sumo glanced at her indifferently. Just a bunch of moisture-borne eggs that can't even penetrate our ship's defenses. I saw it all clearly. Next, let me show you the true form of Noah's Ark. Sumo opened the ship upgrade panel and his eyes were directly fixed on the LV9 upgrade option. Requirements to upgrade to LV9, wood 6000, plastic 3000, iron 2000, metal 800, refined parts 500, energy core 11. Upgrade. Sumo confirmed it directly with his mind. Sufficient materials detected. Confirm to upgrade Noah's Ark to level 9? Confirm. Wood 6000, plastic 3000, iron 2000. Energy core 1. The ship Noah's Ark is being upgraded. Upgrade completed. Rumble. The moment the words fell, the entire Noah's Ark burst into brilliant light. The deck under your feet is expanding wildly. The length and width of the hull skyrocketed again. The original size of 12 by 24 meters was directly expanded to a terrifying 16 by 36 meters. Congratulations! Your ship Noah's Ark has been upgraded to LV9. Dimensions, 16m x 36m. Durability, 30,000. Armor value, 99,990 100,000. Facilities, double-decker cabin LV3, 3-level workbench, composite hardsail, small generator, battery, barbecue grill, observation deck, cab, power system. Weapon, small turret LV1 attack power, 200, range, 800m, cooldown, 1s. Requirements for upgrading to LV10. From the perspective of a school of sharks. The big iron block they were originally besieging suddenly turned into an even larger iron ship. Just now they had to jump up to bite the side of the boat, but now, even if they broke their necks, they couldn't reach the bottom. In front of the LV-9 Noah's Ark, these sharks, which are several meters long and seem extremely ferocious but cannot break through the defense, instantly become even more ridiculous. Sumo turned around and looked at Shin Yufu and Samantha. "How's your archery training going?" "Report to the boss. I've been itching to do it for a long time." Samantha responded excitedly, drawing the fine longbow in her hand into a full moon. Shin Yufu also silently put the arrow on. "Very good." Sumo's mind moved and he opened the production list. Iron block 1000 can be used to make iron arrows x 1000. Production. The next second, more than a dozen quivers filled with brand new iron arrows appeared out of thin air on the deck. "Today, there are plenty of arrows." Sumo said generously, "Clear the sea area for me." "Yes, boss." The two women stood at the side of the boat and began to fire wildly at the dense group of sharks below. "Call out." Puff. An iron arrow flew through the air and accurately shot into the eye of a shark. The shark howled miserably, and its huge body rolled wildly in the sea, and its blood instantly dyed the surrounding water red. "Congratulations! Your team member Samantha killed a shark LV2, experience plus 20. Talent greed triggered. Samantha finally gained 30 experience points. Wow! So much experience." Samantha's pretty face flushed with excitement. Killing a player only gives you a dozen experience points, but killing a shark gives you 30 points. Where is the shark? These are clearly a group of experienced babies queuing up, waiting to give them experience. Whoosh! 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 Shin Yufu also began her performance. The S-level talent, Goddess of War, made her born to fight. Her arrows are fast, accurate and powerful. Every time an arrow is shot, a shark will be killed. Congratulations! Your team member Shin Yufu killed a shark LV2, experience plus 20. Talent greed triggered. Your final experience gained, 30 points. Sumo was not idle either. He also picked up a longbow and joined this one-sided massacre. Although his archery skills are not as proficient as the two women, he has terrifying attributes to support it. The basic physical fitness of 30 points has reached a terrifying 90 points with the bonus of the two goddesses, beautiful women's company, talent. Approaching the 100 mark. Chapter 21 Upgrade to level 8, a terrifying physique of 135 points. The force of this arrow is comparable to that of a small crossbow. Puff! He even shot an arrow through the head of a shark, nailing it to the reef on the seabed. Congratulations! You killed a shark LV2, experience plus 20. Talent Goddess bonus is activated. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 40 points. On the deck, the 12 new crew members were completely stunned. They looked at the three godlike figures standing at the side of the ship, carrying out a terrifyingly efficient massacre of the sharks below that was enough to make any player despair. Arrows rain down. The blue sea is stained with blood. The originally ferocious group of sharks became vulnerable in the face of absolute power. They didn't even have a chance to escape before they were shot to death in droves by the rain of death arrows that fell from the sky. This is no longer a battle. This is monster farming. The strong smell of blood completely turned the sea area into a sure hell. Hundreds of shark carcasses were floating on the sea. The upgraded golden light, like breathing, continuously lit up on Sumo and the other two. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV6. Congratulations! Your team member Samantha has been upgraded. Current level, LV4. Congratulations! Your team member Shin Yufu has been upgraded. Current level, LV4. 2 hours later. When the last shark was shot through the heart by Shin Yufu's arrow, the sea area finally returned to deathly silence. On the sea, apart from Noah's Ark, no living creature could be seen. Samantha and Shin Yufu were both exhausted and sweating profusely. They were leaning on their longbows and breathing heavily. These 2 hours of high-intensity shooting took a huge toll on their physical strength. But their faces were filled with excitement and obsessed smiles. Looking at the rapidly rising levels and attributes on the personal panel, all the fatigue disappeared. Boss! Samantha gasped, her blue eyes shining with strange lights. We seem to have killed all the sharks in this sea. After killing them all, we'll continue somewhere else. Suemo threw the longbow in his hand to Zhao Tailin and said lightly. I opened my personal panel and took a look. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV81203000. Constitution, 45 plus 90. Spirit, 10 plus 20. Skills, Basic Archery Mastery LV3, Intermediate Navigation Technique LV1, Armament Hockey Entanglement LV1. An hour of crazy slaughter allowed him to level up 3 levels, from LV5 all the way to LV8. Xinyufu and Samantha also both reached LV5, and their levels once again caught up with the leaders of the major alliances. As for the 12 crew members, although they did not directly participate in the battle, they learned to use the stone spears on the wooden boards to finish off the sharks, and they also gained some experience. Each of them was promoted to LV2 and was very happy. Process the carcasses of these sharks and extract all usable materials. Suemo gave orders to Zhao Tailin. Yes. Boss. Zhao Tailin immediately led a team of coolies to start working. Shark skin can be made into leather, and its teeth can be made into weapons. Although the fish meat is not delicious, it is also a precious source of protein in this doomsday. Suemo walked to the captain's room, and Xinyufu and Samantha followed in. Boss, where are we going next? Samantha asked curiously. The marine resource boxes around here have probably been scooped up by others, and we've already killed all the sharks. There's no point in staying here any longer. Suemo opened the small map that came with Intermediate Navigation Technology. On the map, in addition to the location of Noah's Ark, there are several more marks flashing with different colors of light. Level 1 Resource Island Green. Secondary Resource Island Blue. Level 3 Resource Island Purple. Level 5 Resource Island Gold. These are. Xinyufu also came over and looked at the marks on the map with some surprise. Resource Island. Sumo's finger slid across the map. After the novice period ends, most survivors will definitely choose to go to these resource islands to protect themselves, gather together for warmth, and establish strongholds. The World Channel should be very lively right now. He turned on the World Channel and sure enough, it was there. There were fewer wailing sounds inside, and there were recruitment information and battle reports from various alliances. The Dragon Slayer Alliance is hiring. We've successfully captured a level 2 resource island. It has stable freshwater resources and fruit trees. Join now, food and lodging provided. Level 2 or higher required, and you must obey orders. The Sky Alliance is awesome. Guild leader Lei Shin is leading the team and has already cleared half of the monsters on the level 2 resource island. They even reportedly created a blueprint. The female army of Crimson Rose is really strong. With over 200 of them, they actually took down a level 2 resource island. I heard they only recruit female players. What a pity. What are we individual players supposed to do? We finally managed to survive, but when we get to the island, we're exploited by the big alliances and forced to pay half of our supplies as protection money. This is no different from the Black Sail Alliance. Who says it's not true? In this world, the strong are still respected. Ordinary people like us can only work like slaves. Looking at this information, Sumo's eyes did not fluctuate at all. This is the reality. Human society, no matter what the circumstances, cannot escape the pyramid structure. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance, and a new order will be born. Suddenly, a rose avatar on Sumo's private message icon kept flashing. Suemo clicked it. Crimson Rose Alliance Rose, Mr. Suemo, sorry to bother you again. We have witnessed your amazing achievements on the ranking list. On behalf of the Crimson Rose Alliance, I formally invite you to form an alliance. We are willing to take you as the leader and obey your orders. We only hope to fight for a place for female players in this cruel world. What do you think? This woman named Shinewei is very smart. She did not mention any cooperation again, but simply lowered her stance and chose to depend on others. She knew very well that in the face of Sumo's absolute strength, any negotiation on an equal footing would be a joke. Interesting. Suemo touched his chin. An all-female alliance, over 200 people, among them there should be at least 1 or 2 goddesses who meet the requirements. If they can be recruited, then wouldn't his talent of being accompanied by a beautiful woman be beyond belief? However, now is not the time. My team has just been established and the people are unstable. If I rashly take over such a large group, it will easily cause chaos. Moreover, Suemo knew nothing about the background of this blood rose. Keep leaving her hanging. Suemo closed the private message again. The goal now is very clear. His finger moved across the small map, and finally, it landed heavily on the mark that emitted the brightest golden light. Level 5 Resource Island. Let's go here. Sumo's voice was firm and resolute. Ah? Boss, are you crazy? Samantha's face turned pale. Of all the major alliances now, only the strongest, Sang Xion, dares to challenge a level 3 resource island. And the battle is so difficult. It's a level 5 resource island. How terrifying are the monsters there? You're basically going there to die. Shinjufu also frowned and advised, Suemo, I know you are strong and our ship is sturdy. But there is no need to take such risks. We can start with a level 3 or 4 island and proceed steadily. Steady and steady? Suemo looked at him with disdain. Do you think we still have time to play it safe? He pointed at the ranking list, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Now, everyone is staring at me, the number 1. Long Outyin, Lei Shun, Chang Wei. Which of these leaders of the major alliances is the easiest to deal with? They're behind me now, but they have hundreds or even thousands of people under their command. The human wave tactic is always the lowest level, yet most effective tactic. The speed at which they clear out the low-level resource islands will far exceed our imagination. Once they have plundered all the resources on the low-level islands, their strength will snowball. By then, our advantage will be completely wiped out. So, we must get ahead of them. Go where they dare not go. Get the resources they can't get. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. What I want isn't a temporary lead, but absolute dominance that leaves no one behind. These words left both women silent. They had to admit that Suemo was right. In this man-eat-man game, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Chapter 22 Log into the Level 5 Resource Island. I see. Shinjufu's face was stern and her eyes became firm. I'll go with you. Hee, since the boss has said so, of course I will stick with him to the end. Samantha also smiled excitedly. I've long wanted to see how exciting the monsters on the Level 5 island are. Very good. Suemo walked out of the captain's room with satisfaction and gave new instructions to the crew on the deck. Everyone, listen up. Adjust course, target, southeast. We are going to conquer the most dangerous island in this ocean. Yes. Boss. Although the crew members didn't know what a level 5 resource island was, they had no choice but to obey Sumo's orders absolutely. Under Zhao Tielin's control, the bow of Noah's Ark slowly turned. The engine let out a low roar, and the stern cut through a huge white wave, heading towards the unknown golden sea full of dangers and opportunities, moving at full speed. At the same time, on a secondary resource island covered with green vegetation, more than 200 female players from the Blood Rose Alliance are fighting a tough battle against the monsters on the island. Sisters! Hold on. Once we clear this wave of wolf spiders, we can set up camp in the center of the island. A tall, slender lady wearing a fiery red leather armor and holding a flaming long sword was directing the battle at the front of the team. She is the leader of the Bloody Rose, Xiangwei. Her LV5 level gave her strength far beyond that of ordinary people, and the flaming sword in her hand could cut through iron like mud. But in front of them, the group of wolf spiders that were half a person's height and had green venom dripping from their mouthparts were not easy to deal with. Puff! A female player was not careful and was hit in the arm by the venom sprayed by a wolf spider. Her entire arm turned black in an instant and she screamed in pain. Medical team! Quick! Give her the antidote! Xiangwei's face changed and she shouted immediately. Fortunately, they were well prepared and opened the box to get some basic medicines. After a hard fight, they finally cleared out the monsters in the area without any danger. Finally done. A female player sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Sister Qianwei, when can we level up like Boss Suemo, cutting melons and vegetables? Another girl said with envy. Yeah, I just checked the rankings, and Boss Suemo is already level 8. And his 2 female companions are also level 5. That's terrifying. We have more than 200 people and have worked hard for a long time to clear such a small area. The 3 of them have probably slaughtered the entire sea. Listening to the discussions of her sisters, Xiangwei also showed a bitter smile on her face. She opened Sumo's private message again and looked at the empty dialogue box, feeling mixed emotions. The man once again ignored her message. Did he look down on this little blood-red rose of his, or his goal was simply not in this mortal quagmire? At this moment, a female player in charge of reconnaissance suddenly ran over from a distance. Sister Qiangwei. It's bad. The world channel exploded. What's wrong? Qiangwei's heart skipped a beat. Boss Sumo's ship appeared in the waters of the level 5 resource island. What did you say? Qiangwei stood up suddenly, looking shocked. Level 5 resource island? Are you sure you're seeing that? Absolutely true. The female player panted and showed Qiangwei the screenshot of the world channel. It was a photo taken at the risk of his life by a player who happened to be in the nearby sea area. The background of the photo is a huge island shrouded in golden mist, looming in the distance. In front of the island, a steel behemoth that was huge beyond imagination was breaking through the waves and sailing into the golden mist. The outline of that ship was unmistakable to any survivor. Noah's Ark. As soon as this photo came out, the entire world channel was silent for a moment. All the alliances that were gloating over their capture of the first and second level resource islands, and all the survivors who were still fighting for a piece of bread, felt like a joke when they saw this photo. When they were still fighting for a few slimes in the novice village. The man named Sumo has already driven his max level divine equipment and is heading directly to challenge the final boss. Crazy. He is absolutely crazy. In the chat channel of the Dragon Slaying Alliance, the leader Long Outyen looked at the photo and was so angry that he almost crushed the battle axe in his hand. He's courting death. A level 5 resource island. Even if he reaches level 10, he'll still be skinned alive if he goes in. The president of the Sky Alliance, Thor, also had a gloomy expression. Pass on my order. Everyone, speed up the cleanup. We must capture the level 3 island as soon as possible. We absolutely cannot let him widen the gap any further. For a time, all major alliances began to advance madly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Noah's Ark sailed into the golden mist covering the level 5 resource island. As soon as they entered the fog, everyone on the boat felt a heavy pressure. There was a strange energy in the air that made people feel a little tense. Boss, the energy field here is so strange. Samantha frowned. Her treasure hunter talent was greatly disturbed here. I can only vaguely sense that there are many powerful energy reactions deep within the island, but I can't pinpoint them. As expected. Sumo was not surprised. If the treasure on a level 5 island was so easy to find, it wouldn't be called a level 5 island. Zhao Tailin, the ship has entered level 1 alert and is ready to respond to any emergency. Yes, boss. Zhao Tailin immediately ran to the cab and started operating. Women's Guard, responsible for guarding the surrounding area. Coolie Brigade, prepare the landing equipment. Sumo gave orders in an orderly manner. Soon, Noah's Ark passed through the fog, and the entire picture of the island finally appeared before everyone. Hiss. When they saw the scene on the island clearly, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is an extremely large island, with an area of at least dozens of square kilometers. The island was not as lush and green as imagined, but a strange dark red. The dark red soil, the dark red rocks, and even the strange-shaped plants on the island all appear an ominous dark red. The sky was covered by a thick layer of gray clouds, looking gloomy and depressing. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and blood. What makes people's scalps tingle the most are the huge skeletons that can be seen everywhere on the island. Some are as high as mountains, while others stretch for hundreds of meters. It is unknown what creature left them behind. The entire island is like a huge ancient battlefield relic, full of desolate, weird, and dangerous atmosphere. Oh my god, are there really any living things in this place? Nurse Xiaoxiao was so frightened that her face turned pale and she tightly grasped the arm of another female crew member next to her. Gurgle. Even a strong woman like Zhao Tailin couldn't help swallowing and felt a chill on her back. What are you afraid of? The more dangerous the place, the more treasures there are. Sumo's eyes scanned the island like an eagle. Samantha, find a suitable landing spot. Yes, boss. Samantha calmed herself down and began to observe the coastline carefully. Soon, she pointed to a relatively flat beach and said, Boss, that's fine. The beach there is black and looks solid, suitable for us to land. Okay, right there. Noah's Ark docked. Bang! The heavy metal landing platform was lowered and slammed heavily onto the black sand. Coolie Brigade, follow me down and set up a frontline camp. Suemo took the lead and was the first to step down the gangway. In his hand, there was a machete made according to exquisite blueprints, flashing with cold light. Yes. Zhao Tailin followed closely behind with 4 older crew members, carrying various tools and materials. Shin Yufu and Samantha, with their female guards, were standing guard on both sides of the springboard, armed with longbows. As soon as he set foot on the island, Suemo felt an unusual atmosphere. The black sand under my feet was extremely hard, as if it was mixed with countless metal powders. Chapter 23, Game Coins Explode. Xiangwei's Speculation. Everyone, stay alert. Suemo shouted in a low voice. Rustle. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the sand next to him. Immediately afterwards, a scorpion as big as a washbasin, pitch black in color, with 8 sickle-like limbs, suddenly emerged from the sand. Its tail hook was raised high, flashing with a dark green poisonous light, and its pair of compound eyes were fixed on the older female crew member closest to it. Monster! The oldest female crew member screamed in fear and turned around to run away. Don't move! Suemo shouted loudly. But it's too late. The obsidian scorpion was incredibly fast. Its 8 limbs scratched the sand and it instantly landed at the feet of the older crew member. The tail hook stabbed her calf fiercely. Call out! An iron arrow came through the air, arriving first. Clang! A crisp sound. The arrow accurately hit the obsidian scorpion's hard shell, but it only produced a streak of sparks and was directly bounced off. What? Shin Yufu's face changed on the boat. With her LV5 level and the bonus of S-level talent, the arrows she shoots are powerful enough to penetrate stone slabs. But surprisingly, I couldn't break the scorpion's defense. Is this the monster from the level 5 island? The scorpion's poisonous sting was about to sting the crew. Suemo moved. His figure appeared in front of the female crew member. Faced with the poisonous hook, he was too lazy to even dodge. A thought came to my mind. Laugh. A layer of ink-black substance instantly covered his entire right arm. Armament hockey. Bang! Suemo raised his right fist covered in armament hockey, and punched the obsidian scorpion on the head simply, directly, and roughly. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The obsidian scorpion's extremely hard head exploded like a watermelon under Sumo's terrifying punch. Green juice and brain matter splattered all over the floor. Congratulations! You killed the obsidian scorpion LV6, experience plus 50. Talent Goddess bonus is triggered. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 100 points. Ding! You obtained Obsidian Scorpion Venom Sac X1, Obsidian Shell Fragment X3. Kill with one punch. Quick and neat. On the deck, everyone was stunned. Especially Shin Yufu, who had just shot the arrow. Her mouth was slightly open and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. The monster that he couldn't break through even with a single arrow shot with all his strength was just blown up by him with just one punch? Boss, mighty. The rescued female crew member's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, looking at Sumo's back, her eyes filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and endless admiration. I told you not to move. Suemo turned his head and looked at her with cold eyes. This is the first time and the last time. Next time you dare to disobey orders, you will stay and serve as a snack for these things. Yes, yes. Boss. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The female crew member was so scared that she kowtowed repeatedly. Suemo ignored her and walked to the corpse of the scorpion he had blown up and picked up the fallen materials. Obsidian Scorpion Venom Sac rare material, contains highly toxic substances, a key ingredient for crafting advanced poisons and poison weapons. Redeemable in-game currency, 5,000. Obsidian Shell Fragment excellent material, extremely hard shell, can be used to craft high-level armor. Exchangeable for 500 game coins. Talent Greed triggered. You have additionally received 9 Obsidian Scorpion Venom Sacs and 27 Obsidian Shell Fragments. Game currency. When Suemo saw this word, his eyes lit up. This should be the most important hard currency in this game. Although I don't know what it's used for exactly, it's definitely priceless. I've made a fortune. Suemo muttered to himself. A small monster dropped materials worth 65,000 game coins. If we clear all the monsters on this island. He didn't dare to think any further. Everyone, build fortifications immediately. Suemo suppressed his excitement and immediately gave the order. Zhao Tailin, use the blueprints I gave you and build a metal fence on the beach. Enclose Noah's Ark as well. Women's Guard, build arrow towers on the walls. Hurry! We must establish a completely safe frontline base here before dark. Yes. Boss. With a goal in mind, everyone took action. Suemo took Shin Yufu and Samantha and began to conduct preliminary exploration of the interior of the island. We must first find out what kind of surprises are hidden on this island. The news that Noah's Ark landed on the 5th-level resource island swept across the world channels like a 12-level hurricane. All the survivors were shocked by Sumo's crazy and bold behavior. On the secondary resource island, the atmosphere in the temporary camp of the Scarlet Rose Alliance was solemn. Alliance leader Qianwei looked at the photo that was pinned to the top of the world channel and remained speechless for a long time. Sister Qianwei, this Suemo. Is he really not afraid of death? A girl who looked like a deputy walked up to Qianwei and said worriedly. Level 5 Resource Island. According to the game's instructions, the monsters there are at least LV6, and there may even be LV7, LV8 elite monsters, or even bosses. No matter how strong he is, he's only LV8. He's just barging in with 2 LV5 women. What's the difference between that and committing suicide? Upon hearing this, Qianwei shook her head. No, you're wrong. Her eyes fell on the names of Sumo's 2 female companions on the ranking list. We all underestimated him. Do you think he is only strong alone? Qianwei pointed at Samantha and Shin Yufu's names. Sumo's talent is most likely above S level, and since these 2 women can board Sumo's ship, their talents cannot be lower than a level. A level people are the absolute core in any alliance and are treated as treasures. But they are willing to follow Suemo and be his crew. Look at our alliance. There are over 200 sisters, and the most talented one, besides me, is only at B level. That's the gap. Qianwei's words silenced the female players around her. Yes, they only saw Suemo's strength, but ignored the 2 equally dazzling women beside him. A top-level combat force, a top-level support, and an unfathomable, god-like Suemo. The strength of this trio cannot be guessed by common sense. Then, Sister Qianwei, what should we do now? The deputy asked. He still hasn't responded to my private message. This shows that in his eyes, we, the Bloody Rose, are not yet qualified to be his allies. Or rather, he doesn't need allies at all. Having said this, Qianwei's eyes became sharp again. Pass my orders. Everyone, give up your rest and continue clearing the monsters from the island. We can't count on anyone. Suemo has his own Yangguan Road, and we also have our own single plank bridge. Even without men, we women can still survive on this damn sea. Sisters, show your bravery. Let those who look down on us see that we, the Bloody Roses, are not a bunch of vases that need to be sheltered. Yes. Sister Qianwei. Inspired by Rose, the members of the Bloody Rose rekindled their fighting spirit. Chapter 24, Level 10 Elite Monster, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. Level 5 Resource Island. Suemo took Shin Yufu and Samantha and carefully explored the interior of the island. They didn't go too deep, just moving around in a dark red forest near the beach. The trees in this forest grow in strange and unusual ways. The trunk is twisted like a struggling ghost's hand, and the bark is covered with dark red lines. There was not a single leaf on the tree, but on the bare branches hung fist-sized fruits that beat like hearts. Boss, these fruits are so disgusting. Samantha looked at the fruits that were still jumping plop, plop, and felt nauseous. Don't touch it. Sumo's eyes were serious. These fruits contain a very violent energy. At this moment, an unknown dark red monster that looked like a lizard but had 6 legs jumped out from the depths of the woods. When it saw the fruits on the tree, its eyes lit up instantly. It climbed up the tree quickly and swallowed a heart fruit in one bite. Next second. Roar! The 6-legged lizard let out a painful roar, its body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, bloody cracks appeared on its skin, and dark red blood gushed out. In just a few seconds, it exploded with a bang. Blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. He's dead now? Samantha was stunned. It seems that these fruits are extremely poisonous. Shin Yufu said with lingering fear. Sumo's eyes lit up. He walked over to the lizard's body that was blown to pieces and found a small ball of light dropped on the ground. You obtained Blood of Rage special item. Berserk blood, monster blood imbued with violent energy. Consuming it can temporarily boost strength and speed, but will also cause a state of confusion and cause significant damage to the player. Redeemable game currency, 2000. Another item to sell. Suemo put it into the storage space without any hesitation. Talent greed triggered, supplies have been copied to the storage space, 9 Blood of Rage. It seems that everything on this island cannot be judged by common sense. Suemo reminded. Anything that looks insignificant could be deadly, or a treasure. The three continued to go deeper. Along the way, they encountered several strange monsters. There are giant worms that can spray corrosive acid from their mouths. There is the blade mantis that can blend into the environment perfectly like a chameleon and launch deadly sneak attacks. There are also swarms of bloodthirsty bats with wings as sharp as blades. Any one of these monsters, if placed on a low-level island outside, would be enough to cause a massacre. But in front of Suemo and the other two, they couldn't make any waves. Sumo's armed color domineering is the nemesis of these monsters. No matter how strange the opponent's attack or how strong the defense, in front of his fist covered with black substance, it can be solved with one punch. If one punch doesn't solve it, then use two. After experiencing the initial tension, Shin-Yufu and Samantha gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle here. Their archery skills became more and more sophisticated, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. One is responsible for long-range suppression, and the other is responsible for precise killing. Often, before the monsters even get close, they are shot into hedgehogs. The three of them were like an elite team that had worked together for years, efficiently and ruthlessly harvesting experience and spoils in this dangerous jungle. Boss, there seems to be a building ahead. Samantha, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. Suemo looked in the direction she pointed. At the end of the woods, one can vaguely see a barbaric-style altar built with huge stones. Around the altar, there is a circle of totem poles made of bones, with strange runes carved on them. A cold, evil aura came from the direction of the altar. Go and take a look. Sumo's eyes narrowed and he took the lead and walked over. The closer you get to the altar, the stronger the ominous aura becomes. When they walked under the altar, they found that the altar was even more magnificent than they had imagined. In the center of the altar, there is a treasure chest made of obsidian, engraved with blood-red spells, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Golden treasure chest. Moreover, it is a dark gold treasure chest with stronger energy fluctuations than the ordinary gold treasure chests opened before. It's coming. Boss. It's really coming this time. Samantha's eyes began to glow with gold. She wished she could rush over right now and hold the treasure chest in her arms. Don't be impulsive. Suemo stopped her. Where there are good things, there must be guardians. He had just finished speaking. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came from behind the altar. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure slowly walked out of the darkness. It was a minotaur that was over 5 meters tall, covered in thick bone armor, and holding a huge bone blade. Its eyes burned with 2 balls of dark blue soul fire, and its nostrils exhaled a breath of scorching sulfur. Skeleton Guard Arno LV-10 Elite. Level 10 Elite Monster. Holy crap! It's an elite monster. Samantha screamed and quickly hid behind Suemo. Shin-Yufu also clenched the longbow in her hand, with a serious look on her pretty face. The pressure brought to them by the minotaur in front of them was greater than all the monsters they had encountered before combined. You guys step back and harass from a safe distance. Suemo protected the 2 women behind him, and walked towards the skeleton guard step by step. I'll come and meet it. He moved his wrist, and the dark-armed color-domineering aura slowly spread across his right arm. Roar! The skeleton guard roared, took heavy steps, and charged towards Suemo like a heavy tank. It raised the huge bone blade high up, and with a tremendous force, it chopped down fiercely towards Sumo's head. This blow is enough to split a small building in half. Facing this heavy blow, there was no fear on Sumo's face. He didn't even have the intention to dodge. Just when the bone blade was about to hit, Suemo also swung out his right fist at the same time. The fist covered with armed color domineering collided fiercely with the huge bone blade in the air. Clang! A loud noise like a huge bell exploded throughout the jungle. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. The surrounding trees were uprooted, blown into the air, and torn into pieces. Shin Yufu and Samantha, who were watching the battle from a distance, were also blown back by this gust of wind and could hardly stand. The smoke and dust dissipated. Suemo was still standing there, motionless. His right arm, which didn't look very strong, just blocked the bone blade that was bigger than his entire body. However, the huge body of the skeleton guard was shocked and retreated 7 or 8 steps in succession. Each step left a deep footprint on the hard ground. In a pure contest of strength, it actually lost. "Boss, you fought this level 10 elite monster head-on?" Samantha's beautiful eyes widened, and she could hardly believe her eyes. Shin Yufu was also shocked. She knew that Suemo was very strong, but she didn't expect that Sumo's pure strength had reached such an inhuman level. Fight against a level 10 elite monster and still have the upper hand. This is no longer a player, this is a boss. Is that all the strength you have? Suemo shook his numb right fist and looked at the skeleton guard with a look of disappointment on his face. Too weak. Roar. The skeleton guard seemed to understand Sumo's ridicule, and the soul fire in its eyes began to beat violently. It roared angrily, dropped the bone blade in its hand, and smashed towards Suemo frantically with its fists like raindrops. Bang! 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 The dull thud, like dense drumbeats, echoed in front of the altar. Suemo did not dodge or evade, but also waved his fists and launched the most primitive and brutal attack against the skeleton guard. Gravel flew everywhere and smoke filled the air. Shin Yufu and Samantha, who were far away, were completely unable to help. They could only stare blankly at the two figures colliding wildly in the smoke and dust, causing earth-shaking noises to erupt again and again. Is this the strength of their boss? It's simply, like a god or demon. Chapter 25 Epic Equipment. Armament Hockey hardened. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. The skeleton guard's attacks became more and more crazy, and the bone armor on its body had already been covered with dense cracks under Sumo's violent punches. But Suemo became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The blood in his body was boiling, and every punch he threw was accompanied by an incomparable sense of pleasure. Break it, for me. Suemo roared and activated his armament hockey. Above his right fist, the dark substance became even darker. Seize the opportunity when the skeleton guard attacks. Suemo stepped forward and delivered a simple straight punch, hitting the opponent's chest hard. Crack! A loud bang. The thick bone armor on the skeleton guard's chest could no longer withstand this terrifying force, and shattered like a spider web. Sumo's fist went straight in and penetrated its chest. Roar! The skeleton guardian let out an unwilling wail, and the soul fire in its eyes quickly dimmed. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Congratulations! You killed Skeleton Guard Arno LV10 Elite, experience plus 1000. Talent Goddess bonus is activated. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 2000 points. Buzz. A brilliant golden light shot up into the sky from Suemo. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV9. Gained 5 free attribute points. The battle is over. Suemo slowly pulled back his fist and let out a long breath. This battle was fought with great excitement. He added all 5 free attribute points to Constitution without hesitation. An even more powerful force instantly surged throughout my body. Boss. Suemo. Only then did Shin Yufu and Samantha recover from their shock and hurried over. Are you okay? Shin Yufu's pretty face was full of worry. The battle just now was so thrilling. It's okay, just stretching my muscles. Suemo waved his hand with a relaxed smile on his face. Samantha looked at Suemo with admiration, her blue eyes full of little stars. Boss, you're so cool. That was a level 10 elite monster. You beat it to death with just your fists. That's nothing. Sumo's gaze passed over the two of them and fell on the dark gold treasure chest in the center of the altar, which was emitting an alluring light. The real big guy is over there. He walked up to the altar and looked at the treasure chest in front of him, feeling a little bit of anticipation. What good things are hidden in the treasure chest that is guarded by a level 10 elite monster? In addition to the treasure chest, several glowing items also dropped from the corpse of the skeleton guard. You obtained Skeleton Guardian's Warblade Purple Epic Weapon. You obtained Skeleton Guardian's Bone Armor Blueprint Purple Epic. You received Game Coins 20,000. Talent Greed triggered. You have additionally received 9 Skeleton Guardians glaives, 9 Skeleton Guardians bone armor blueprints, and 180,000 game coins. Purple epic weapons and blueprints. Samantha exclaimed again. This is the highest level equipment they have ever seen. Bone Guard's Warblade Epic. Type, two-handed heavy weapon. Attack power, 150-200. Special effect, armor break when attacking, ignore 30% of the target's physical defense. Equipment requirements, Constitution 80 points or above. Bone Guardian's Bone Armor Blueprint Epic. Can be crafted, skeleton armor set. Set effect, defense 80-120, slightly increases strength, but reduces agility. Production requirements. These two items are simply top-notch equipment tailor-made for tank-type warriors. However, no one in Sumo's team has yet adapted to using this two-handed heavy weapon. His fighting style is more flexible and explosive, and he doesn't like such bulky equipment. As for Zhao Tailin and the others, their attributes are even worse. Put it away first, it will be useful later. Sumo threw the weapons and blueprints into the storage space. Come on, let me see what the final grand prize is. Sumo rubbed his hands and pressed the lid of the treasure chest. Open it for me. Click. The moment the lid of the box was opened, a dazzling dark golden light shot up into the sky. Almost half of the sky was reflected in dark gold. Congratulations! You have opened a dark gold resource box. Congratulations! You have obtained Noah's Ark Upgrade Blueprint LV10. Congratulations! You have obtained Skill Book Armament Hockey Hardening Fragment X1. Congratulations! You have obtained Energy Core Medium X1. Congratulations! You have won Game Coins X 50,000. Talent Greed triggered. You have additionally received 9 Noah's Ark Upgrade Blueprints, 9 Skill Book Armament Hockey Hardening Fragments, 9 Energy Cores Medium and 450,000 game coins. I have automatically synthesized the Skill Book Armament Hockey Hardening Fragments for you. A series of system prompts made Sumo's breathing stop. Big bang. This is definitely a huge hit. Advanced Skill Book of Armament Hockey. There is also a medium-sized energy core. Each one of them is a treasure that is enough to drive any player crazy. Noah's Ark Upgrade Blueprint LV10. You can upgrade your ship to LV10 and unlock advanced features such as small energy turret, energy shield, and energy acceleration. Upgrade requirements. Skill Book, Armament Hockey Hardening. Introduction. The advanced use of armament hockey can make the hockey covering the surface of the body more indestructible, greatly improving defense and resisting some elemental damage. Learning requirements, Mastered Armament Hockey Entanglement. Energy Core Medium. Introduction. Energy crystals of higher purity are the core material for driving giant machinery and upgrading flagship ships. Sumo's heart started beating wildly. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to learn Armament Hockey Hardening. Boom! The skill book turned into a black stream of light and merged into his brow. A new sense of enlightenment came to my mind. He activated his armament hockey once again, covering his right arm. A thought came to my mind. Suddenly, a layer of crystals as dazzling as diamonds appeared on the surface of the dark substance, which was indestructible. Ding! You have learned the S-rank skill, Armament Hegemony Hockey Hardening LV1. Too strong. Sumo felt the terrifying defensive power coming from his right arm that could withstand almost all attacks, and he felt extremely proud. With this skill, he now has the confidence to stand still and withstand the attacks of the skeleton guards. Boss, your hand. Samantha and Shin Yufu next to them were completely numb. They no longer knew what words to use to describe the shock in their hearts. Okay, now that we have the stuff, we should go back. Sumo put away all the spoils and was in a good mood. The base should be almost finished. The three of them returned the same way. When they returned to the beach, a simple base consisting of metal walls and arrow towers, with an aesthetic of steel and violence, had risen from the ground. Zhao Tailin was directing the female crew members to carry out the final reinforcement work. Seeing Sumo coming back, everyone stopped what they were doing. Boss! I've accomplished my mission. The base has been preliminarily built. Zhao Tailin ran over with a look of wanting credit on his face. Well done. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, take a break and get ready for dinner. With a big wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of bacon, dried fish, and several boxes of ice-cold beer from the storage space. Beer? Zhao Zhao Tailin and several older crew members' eyes widened instantly. Some of them had worked on construction sites and in electronics factories before, so they were certainly not the kind of women who couldn't drink beer. Moreover, in this doomsday, besides bottled water, being able to drink a sip of ice-cold beer is simply a heavenly enjoyment. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. The crew burst into thunderous cheers. Chapter 26, The First Day of Survival, 900,000 game coins? Night. A bonfire was lit on the beach. The searchlight on Noah's Ark illuminated the entire base as bright as day. The crew members sat around the campfire, eating barbecue and drinking beer, with smiles of happiness and satisfaction on their faces. Looking at the dark red jungle not far away, which was shrouded in darkness and from which the roars of terrifying monsters could be heard from time to time, there was no fear in his heart. Because they know that they have the strongest fortress and the most powerful boss in the world. Suemo sat alone on top of the arrow tower of the base. He did not join the crew's revelry, but was counting today's harvest. In addition to the equipment and skill books, his biggest gain today was the game coins. Obsidian Scorpion Venom Sac, 5,000 game coins. Obsidian Shell Fragment X3, 1,500 game coins. Blood of Rage, 2,000 game coins. Skeleton Guardian Trophy, 20,000 game coins. Dark Gold Treasure Box, 50,000 game coins. Adding on the bits and pieces of materials dropped by killing various monsters along the way, his total income of game coins today has exceeded 90,000. Talent greed triggered. The copied materials in his storage space increased this number tenfold. 900,000. In just one day, he earned 900,000 game coins. What is the use of this game currency? Suemo opened the system panel, but found that there was no introduction about game coins. There is no redemption option like a mall. Could it be that we have to wait until the game is over before we can settle the account? Suemo frowned. If this is the case, then the value of this game currency is very important. This may be related to what kind of rewards they can get when they return to the real world. It seems that my main goal in the next few days will be to obtain as many of these high-value items as possible. When Suemo was killing everyone on the level 5 resource island and making a fortune. The pattern of the entire ocean world is also quietly changing. On the World Channel, recruitment advertisements and battle reports from major alliances are everywhere. The Dragon Slayer Alliance is urgently recruiting tanks and healers. We're almost at the first elite monster on the 3rd level island. We urgently need strong frontline personnel and healers. We'll give you generous compensation and prioritize equipment. Sky Alliance Progress Report, successfully killed the 2nd elite monster on the level 3 island. 3 pieces of blue superior equipment dropped. Guild leader Lei Shin is awesome. I'm a solo player looking for a team. I have a D-level talent, precision throw, and my ranged damage output is awesome. I'm looking for a reliable team to conquer the 2nd level island together. After the initial panic, the survivors have begun to gradually adapt to this cruel world. They began to form groups, divide the work, and conquer resource islands like real players. Although their progress looked like a joke in front of Suemo. But they are still trying to survive in their own way. Among all the alliances, the most eye-catching one, besides the 2 giants, Dragon Slayer and Sky, is the Bloody Rose. This all-female alliance, led by its leader Chanwei, displayed amazing resilience and fighting power. They did not rush to challenge high-level islands like other alliances. Instead, they took a steady approach, first completely clearing out the secondary island where they were and plundering all its resources. Then, they used these resources to upgrade the equipment of the core members of the alliance to a higher level. After doing all this, they began to slowly move towards a nearby 3rd level island. This steady approach keeps their casualty rate far lower than that of other alliances. The name Bloody Rose also won considerable reputation among the survivors. At this moment, on the temporary command ship of the Scarlet Rose Alliance, Alliance leader Chanwei was holding a combat meeting with several core members. According to the reports from our reconnaissance team, there are 3 main groups of monsters lurking on our target level 3 island. A girl in charge of intelligence pointed to a simple map and said, "They are the venomous frogmen in the swamp area, the ghost-faced spider in the forest area, and the gargoyle in the mountain area. These 3 monsters are between LV4 and LV5, and they live in groups, making them very difficult to deal with. Our plan is to start with the weakest swamp areas, taking them down step by step." Shanwei listened to the report and nodded. This plan works. But our drug reserves are running low. She frowned and asked the most crucial question. especially the antidote and bandages. Too much of them were consumed in the previous battle. Once the battle begins, we must capture the nest of the poisonous frogman before the medicine runs out, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became heavy. The lack of medicines is the biggest problem faced by all alliances. At this moment, a girl who was responsible for monitoring the World Channel suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Chiangwei! Check out the World Channel! Sumo! Boss Sumo is making a big noise again." "What?" Xianwei's heart moved, and she immediately opened the World Channel. In the channel, a message that was forwarded and commented on by countless people was pushed to the top. The publisher is an anonymous player. The content is a video of only a dozen seconds. The video is a bit blurry and shaky, obviously it was filmed secretly. In the video, Sumo's figure was like a demon god, fighting madly with his bare hands against a skeletal minotaur that was over 5 meters tall. Every time fists collided with bones, a deafening roar and a terrifying airwave erupted. Finally, at the end of the video, Sumo punched the skeleton minotaur's chest and blew it up. The video ends here. But the shock it brought was like a nuclear bomb explosion, which set off a huge wave in the hearts of all the survivors. Oh shit. What is this? Is this a movie? That minotaur. I know him. He's a stronger version of the skeleton tyrant, the final boss of Level 3 Island. We had over 100 members of the Dragon Slayer Alliance, but it killed over 30 of them before we could barely wear him down. But the one in the video is even bigger and has a more terrifying aura. This is definitely a monster from a Level 5 island. Sumo. He actually killed an elite monster on a Level 5 island alone? And he was beaten to death with fists. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. The World Channel is completely boiling. If before, Sumo was a legend in their hearts, now this video turns this legend into the most intuitive and unreasonable reality. He has surpassed the comprehension of all players. There was dead silence on the Bloody Rose's command ship. All the girls stared blankly at the video that was played over and over again, their pretty faces filled with shock and confusion. Sister Chiangwei. The former deputy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We're still worried about how to deal with the ordinary monsters on the 3rd level island. He's already started killing elite monsters on the Level 5 island alone. Are we really playing the same game as him? Rose didn't say anything. She just stared at Sumo's arm in the video, which was covered with armed color domineering and as black as ink. She could feel the terrifying power contained in it. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. I actually dreamed of forming an alliance with him. Now it seems that I was too naive. How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? She turned off the World Channel and said, "Pass my orders." The original plan remains unchanged. Sumo is Sumo, and we are us. We may never be able to catch up with him, but we must at least ensure that we can survive. We, the Bloody Rose, will become the most powerful force in this ocean, except for Noah's Ark. Yes. Sister Chiangwei. Chapter 27, Sumo's female fan? Eat Shin Yufu again. Boss, you're a big celebrity now. Samantha swiped the virtual screen, her blue eyes full of surprise. Solo kill of a Level 5 island elite monster live-streamed worldwide. What a treat. Wow, even world-class esports champions didn't get this kind of treatment before. Sumo's face was a little dark. Looking at the video that was pushed to the top, I felt so uncomfortable. The guy who took the secret photo is definitely a master. Although the angle of the video is a bit shaky, it was obviously shot from a very far and safe distance, and the picture is still clear. This shows that the opponent's reconnaissance ability, or reconnaissance talent, is definitely not low. A player with high-level reconnaissance talent does not scout resources or look for monster nests, but just stares at himself and takes pictures every day. What's wrong with this? This isn't the first time this person has done this. Sumo said coldly. From the time he slaughtered the Black Sail Alliance to the time he single-handedly challenged elite monsters, he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him in secret. Boss, think about it, could this be your fan? Samantha suddenly smiled slyly and nudged Sumo with her elbow. Think about it, who doesn't know that you, Boss Sumo, are #1 in the world? You're way ahead of the world in terms of level. With just the two of us, you can leave all the major alliances behind. A few days ago, he wiped out most of the evil Black Sail Alliance, and now he's single-handedly taken down an elite monster on a level 5 island. This kind of record makes him a walking legend. Isn't it normal to have a few little fangirls? Shin Yufu next to her also nodded in agreement. Although she also felt uncomfortable being spied on, Samantha's analysis did make sense. In the eyes of the survivors, Sumo's image is now almost like a god. Powerful, mysterious, decisive in killing, and accompanied by two stunning beauties with very different styles. This kind of character is just like the male protagonist in a novel, so it's normal that he would attract female fans. I don't care if he's a female fan or not. Sumo snorted, having already made up his mind. If I catch you again next time, don't blame me for being rude. If she's pretty, I'll capture her and make her my maid, specifically responsible for warming the bed and making the quilts. If it doesn't look good, then let her do hard labor with Wang Dehai and the others, brushing barnacles off the bottom of the boat. His words made Samantha and Shin Yufu couldn't help laughing out loud. This is very Sumo. Simple, crude, and unreasonable. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Sumo turned off the world channel, stood up, and dusted off his body. He glanced at the female crew members who were already drunk and staggering around the campfire. They seemed to have already let down their guard against Sumo, the only man on the ship. Then his eyes glanced back and forth between Samantha and Shin Yufu. Samantha has a hot body and fiery passion. She's the kind of wild rose that can squeeze out everything. Shin Yufu, the national goddess, has a cool temperament, skin as white and smooth as tofu, and a pair of long legs that are the most exquisite in the world. She is the kind of iceberg snow lotus that makes people want to conquer her at first sight. One is imported, the other is domestically produced. One is wild, the other is restrained. I also tried the imported ones the night before last, and they were really delicious. But Sumo's gaze finally fell on Shin Yufu. I still prefer domestic ones, especially this kind of sister-in-law who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It will give me a greater sense of accomplishment to conquer her. Samantha. Sumo spoke. Here I am, boss. What can I do for you? Samantha immediately straightened her chest and looked at Sumo expectantly. You have to work hard tonight. Take Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others with you and continue to be responsible for the security work of the base. Ah. Samantha suddenly felt lost. What does that mean? Let her keep night watch again. He slept with Shin Yufu last night, which was his first time trying something new, just for the sake of novelty. But today, he still chose Shin Yufu? Could it be that a passionate and unrestrained man like me is not as charming as that cold woman? This is unscientific. Samantha suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. On the other side, Shin Yufu's body trembled violently after hearing Sumo's arrangement. She clenched her fists, this bastard. He also wanted to. I was tortured to death by him last night, and he still wants to come today? Who does he think he is? Is he made of iron? Let's go, my good Aunt Yufu. Sumo didn't care what they were thinking. He walked straight to Shin Yufu and grabbed her soft little hand in front of her surprised and ashamed look. We've been tired all day, let's go in and rest early. I won't go. Shin Yufu refused to go back to the house. No? You want to feed mosquitoes on this beach? Sumo didn't say anything and pulled her towards the cabin. Samantha looked at the two men's backs as they left, stamped her feet in anger, curled her lips, and muttered sourly. What's so great about that? It's just whiter skin and longer legs. No, wait until tomorrow, I must show off my best skills and let the boss know who the real goddess of war is. In the base, several new female crew members watched this scene and whispered to each other. Oh my god, the boss has been busy all day and has taken Shin Yufu back to the boat to rest. Being the boss's woman is so happy. Alas, when can we have this kind of treatment? Don't even think about it. We're nowhere near as good as those two goddesses. Bang! The door of the cabin was slammed shut. Sumo hurriedly pulled Shin Yufu to the bedside and quickly took off his shirt, revealing his perfect muscular body. Then, like a hungry wolf, he pounced on Shin Yufu on the bed. Wait a minute. Shin Yufu quickly stretched out her hands and pressed them against his hot chest. Sumo. You, don't do this. I'm really tired today. Resistance was written on her pretty face. Exploring the level 5 resource island, she was constantly on edge, and fighting so many monsters, her physical strength and energy were almost exhausted. And Sumo's energy is really too strong. It was so vigorous that even she, the goddess of war with S-level talent, was afraid. I'm helping you relax. Believe it or not, if I hold you in my arms and you sleep, you'll recover faster than if you sleep for 10 hours by yourself? I don't believe you. Shin Yufu was so angry that she wanted to curse. You are just a person without self-control. Aren't you afraid of your body being drained? My dear aunt, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about your boss's ability. Suemo leaned over and whispered in her ear. I have so much energy. If I don't release some stress every night, how can I sleep with a gorgeous woman like you in my arms? The feeling of insomnia is, well, not pleasant. You. Shin Yufu was so angry that she couldn't speak. Looking at Sumo's eyes that were burning with flames, Shin Yufu knew that she could not escape this punishment tonight. I had this experience last night, and although the process was embarrassing, I have to admit that the feeling of being conquered by him seemed not bad. At least, she no longer has to live in fear every night like before, fearing that she will be attacked by monsters or bad guys. With this man, she can get an unprecedented sense of security. She no longer thought about what would happen if her silly niece Shin Yanbing found out. She just felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, he was also a little worried about Sumo's physical condition. This bastard is really too indulgent. This is only the first day of the challenge period, and there are still 6 days to go. If he does this every day, can his body really bear it? If something fails at a critical moment, it will be the end for everyone. Thinking of this, Shin Yufu's face changed, as if she had made some important decision. She raised her beautiful, watery eyes and looked directly at Suemo. Okay, I can promise you. But we have to make a deal. What agreement? Suemo looked at her with interest. For your safety, tonight, after tonight, until the end of the survival challenge, you can't touch me again. You must rest well and recharge your energy. Shin Yufu stated her conditions. Suemo was stunned when he heard this. Looking at Shin Yufu's cold and stubborn eyes, Suemo suddenly smiled. Hey, this sister-in-law, even though she says no, doesn't she really care about me in her heart? It seems that after last night's in-depth communication, she has begun to slowly accept her new identity as hostess. Okay, I promise. Suemo nodded calmly on the surface. But I was thinking in my heart, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. But I am not a gentleman. Let me trick you into my hands first. After receiving Sumo's promise, Shin Yufu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She silently let down all her defenses. Click, click. Pieces of bone armor were removed one by one, revealing the combat uniform underneath, which was soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to the body. The combat uniform outlines her breathtakingly perfect curves. Especially the pair of long legs that had been bound by the armor for a day, now free, emitting a warm ivory luster under the dim light. The skin is smooth and delicate, the lines are tight and slender, one more point would make it fat, one less point would make it thin, it is simply the most perfect masterpiece of God. Suemo couldn't help swallowing. Admiring the national goddess Shin Yufu from the front, taking off her armor and showing this posture, she is really too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made his blood boil. Have you seen enough, you rascal? Shin Yufu felt uncomfortable under his undisguised burning gaze and muttered softly. Not enough, I can never see enough in my lifetime. Sumo's voice was hoarse, he could no longer suppress the fire in his heart. Like a tiger that had been hungry for 3 days, it pounced forward suddenly. Shin Yufu let out a short cry of surprise, and was then pressed down on the soft bed by an irresistible force. In the darkness, the sound of clothes being torn was heard again. Dry wood meets fire. Outside the window, there are monsters roaring and a doomsday island full of dangers. Inside the window, there is a land of tenderness and endless springtime. Chapter 28 Epic Bone Armor. Peeping internet celebrity Luo Xiaro. The next morning. When the first ray of sunlight shines through the window and onto the messy bed, Shin Yufu slowly woke up. She felt like a small boat in a stormy sea, tossed to and fro by some bastard all night long. There is no part of my body that doesn't feel sore or painful. Especially the pair of long legs that she was so proud of, which were now covered with bruises and purple evidence, which was a horrible sight. She turned her head and looked at the man who was still sleeping beside her. Shin Yufu was so angry that she raised her weak leg and wanted to kick him. This bastard. Beast. We agreed to just do it once. What's the result? He tossed and turned from night to early morning, and I begged for mercy so many times, but he just wouldn't let me go. His physical strength is a bottomless pit. So perverted. It's not just ordinary lust. Just as she was cursing in her heart, Suemo opened his eyes. The two looked at each other. Looking at Shin Yufu's angry yet helpless look, Suemo couldn't help laughing. Suemo stretched out his long arms and once again took her soft body into his arms. What? So energetic so early in the morning? Suemo showed an evil smile on his face. It seems last night's punishment was too light. You. Just as Shin Yufu was about to curse, that hateful mouth blocked her mouth accurately again. Another greasy tug. It was not until Shin Yufu was completely exhausted and could only make soft protests like a kitten that Suemo let her go with satisfaction. The two put on their clothes and walked out of the cabin. On the deck, Samantha was wiping weapons with several female crew members. Seeing the two people coming out, Samantha immediately came over to greet them. "Boss, good morning. How was your rest last night?" she asked meaningfully. "Not bad." Suemo glanced at her. "Why, are you envious?" "Of course." Samantha did not hide her thoughts. "Boss, you're too partial. You only care about her and forget about me." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her proud chest. "Don't worry, you're welcome." Suemo slapped her, causing her to grumble. Samantha looked Shin Yufu up and down with pride, and looked at her slightly red eyes and the slightly stiff posture when she walked, and curled her lips. It seems that the battle last night was very intense. Shin Yufu's face turned red in an instant. She glared at her fiercely and turned her head away, not bothering to pay attention to this woman who was eager to create chaos in the world. At the same time, on an inconspicuous first-level island more than 10 kilometers away from the fifth-level resource island, a girl wearing a pink sports suit and twin ponytails was lying behind a huge reef. In her hand, she held a peculiarly shaped instrument that looked like a monocular telescope, pointing it towards the level 5 resource island. If Suemo were here, he would be surprised to find out. This girl is the female fan who posted his photos and videos on the World Channel. The girl's name is Luo Xiaro. In the real world, she is a small internet celebrity with millions of fans. Her appearance is that standard 2D cute girl face, with big eyes, a small nose, cherry lips, and that iconic long pink hair. She is so cute that people want to pinch her. But don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. What she awakened was a unique S-level reconnaissance talent, clairvoyance. Eagle Eye S rank, your field of vision is greatly enhanced, allowing you to penetrate most obstacles and energy fog, allowing for ultra-long-range observation. You can see basic information such as the target's level and health, and have a small chance of seeing through hidden information. It was precisely because of this incredible talent that she was able to discover Sumo's unique Noah's Ark early on in her novice period. It was also she who announced Sumo's miracles on the World Channel again and again. Let me see what my husband Suemo is doing today?" Luo Xiaro aimed her clairvoyance at the level 5 resource island, and the image on the instrument instantly became clear. She saw the fortified base with metal walls and arrow towers. Saw the crew busy at work in the base. I also saw Suemo was walking out of the captain's room with the national goddess Shin Yufu. Wow! Luo Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. "You're worthy of being my man. You even won the national goddess." Her face was full of excitement and admiration. In her opinion, isn't it normal for a strong and handsome man like Suemo to have several women around him? Through her clairvoyance, she clearly saw the embarrassed and angry expression on Shin Yufu's face, and the unnatural posture when she walked. TSK, it seems that my husband Suemo had another hard night last night." Luo Xiaro licked her lips and said, "I just don't know when it will be my turn." Looking at Sumo's handsome profile in the picture, Luo Xiao's heart was beating wildly. She firmly believed that her S-level reconnaissance talent was of great value to Suemo. As long as I can find an opportunity to contact Suemo, she has the confidence to become the third hostess on Noah's Ark. Looks like they're about to leave? Luo Xiaro saw that Suemo was distributing something to the crew members. She maximized the focus of her clairvoyance. When Luo Xiaro saw the set of bone armor emitting purple light in Sumo's hand, her mouth instantly opened into an O shape. Purple epic suit? Where did he get it? S-level investigator Luo Xiaro was completely shocked. Holy crap! What kind of equipment is that? Purple light. Is it epic equipment? Luo Xiao stared at the skeleton armor in Sumo's hand through her clairvoyance and felt that her breathing was about to stop. Although she was just a scout, she knew that the highest level equipment in the entire ocean world was the blue, high-quality equipment worn by the leaders of the major alliances. Purple epic equipment, that is simply legendary. But now, Sumo not only has it, but he also has 3 sets at once. This man, how many secrets does he still have? Luo Xiao felt her heart beating wildly. Her admiration for Sumo has reached a whole new level. Level 5 Resource Island, Beach Base. Sumo gave the 3 newly crafted sets of skeleton armor suits to Shin Yufu and Samantha respectively. Put it on. He said it concisely. Wow. Boss, what is this? So cool. Samantha took the bone armor that exuded a wild atmosphere, her eyes full of stars. This set of armor, made from the bones of a huge, unknown creature, still has dark red blood veins on it, full of primitive and violent beauty. This is our spoils from yesterday. Sumo explained calmly. A blueprint dropped by a level 10 elite monster, epic quality. Epic? Shin Yufu and Samantha stared at the armor in their hands, feeling like they were dreaming. How many days of the game is this? They are actually going to wear epic equipment? If those players out there who are still fighting for a piece of green excellent equipment knew about this, they would probably commit suicide on the spot out of envy. What are you still standing there for? Go change. Sumo urged, impatiently. Oh. Okay. The 2 women woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly ran into the cabin holding their armor. Soon, when they came out again, all the crew members in the base were stunned. If we say that they were heroic female warriors when they were wearing armor before. So now, after putting on this set of skeleton armor, they are the goddess of death who walked out of the abyss of hell. Samantha's fiery body, wrapped in the ferocious bone armor, not only does not make her look bloated, but instead adds a bit of wildness and violence. The white bones, together with her long golden hair and blue eyes, created a strong visual impact. However, Shin Yufu wore this set of armor in a different way. Her cold temperament blends perfectly with the wild aura of the bone armor, making her look like a noble and cold undead queen, making people dare not look directly at her. How is it? Boss, are we good at fighting now? Samantha proudly turned around in front of Sumo and waved her fist. The strength bonus that came with the bone armor suit made her feel like she could kill a cow with one punch. Good. Sumo nodded, then turned his gaze to Shin Yufu. What about you? How are you feeling? Shin Yufu stretched her body, feeling the new power surging in her body, and nodded. Very strong. But a bit heavy, which affects the speed. You'll get used to it. Sumo also changed into skeleton armor. His already muscular figure, set off by the bone armor, looked even taller and more oppressive. Boss, so handsome. Nurse Xiao and several female crew members looked at Sumo with hearts in their eyes. Being able to follow such a man is the greatest honor in their lives. Okay, stop looking. Sumo interrupted everyone's infatuation. Assemble. Get ready to go. Today, our goal is to completely conquer this island. Yes. Boss. All the crew members responded in unison, morale high. Sumo, along with the 2 fully armed women, once again stepped into the strange dark red jungle. Chapter 29 Moonlight Mushroom King. Sumo and the other 2 were fully armed. The hideous white bone armor reflected a cold and eerie light under the gloomy sky. This armor feels like my body has become heavier. Shin Yufu moved her hands and feet, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although this epic, skeleton armor has amazing defensive power, it is also quite heavy and does have a certain impact on agility. The sense of power has become much stronger. Samantha excitedly waved her fist, causing a gust of wind. She was already tall and had a larger frame than Shin Yufu. When she put on this armor, she looked like a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus Rex. You'll get used to it. Sumo himself didn't feel anything. With his current physique, wearing this bone armor is just like wearing an extra piece of thicker clothing, and he is hardly affected. Let's go and see what good things are hidden in the depths of this island. Sumo took the lead and stepped into the strange dark red jungle again. The light in the jungle was dimmer than outside, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with decay and blood. On the twisted tree trunk, the fruits beating like hearts appear even more eerie and terrifying in the dim environment. Rustle. The 3 of them had not walked far when they heard a rustling sound in the bushes ahead. A monster as big as a cheetah, covered with a dark red shell and equipped with a pair of huge sickle-shaped forelimbs, suddenly jumped out from inside. Blade Mantis LV7. Careful! Shin Yufu immediately raised her longbow. This blade mantis was extremely fast, crawling quickly on the ground with its four limbs, raising a trail of dust, and pounced straight towards Suemo, who was in the front. The pair of sickle-like forelimbs flashing with cold light drew two deadly afterimages in the air. Just in time. Suemo did not retreat but advanced, without dodging or evading. He simply raised his right arm covered with bone armor and blocked the pair of sickles. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing was heard. Sparks flying. The sharp sickle that was sharp enough to cut through iron plates slashed fiercely on Sumo's arm bone armor, but it didn't even leave a white mark. Roar! The blade mantis also seemed stunned. I don't understand why the shell of this two-legged creature in front of me is so hard. It's my turn. Suemo suddenly punched out with his left fist. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard. The fist covered with bone armor hit the blade mantis's head hard. Crack! The blade mantis's head exploded instantly like a watermelon hit by a battering ram. Red and white splashed all over the floor. Congratulations! You killed Blade Mantis LV7, experience plus 78. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 156 points. Wow! Samantha's eyes lit up as she watched. Boss, the defensive power of this armor is too abnormal. Even if it attacks me standing still, it can't break the defense. Shin Yufu also looked surprised. The power of the epic equipment was beyond their imagination. This is just an appetizer. Suemo shook off the juice on his fist and looked into the depths of the jungle. Let's go on. The three continued to go deeper. With the protection of the skeleton armor, they became bolder. Along the way, we encountered several waves of monsters. A giant worm over 3 meters tall that can spray corrosive acid from its mouth. There are also swarms of bloodthirsty bats with wings as sharp as blades. But these monsters posed no threat to the three of them. The giant worm's acid, when sprayed on the bone armor, only produced a puff of green smoke, without even leaving a mark. The sharp claws and wings of those bloodthirsty bats are not even qualified to scrape the bone armor. The battle almost became a one-sided massacre. Suemo is responsible for the head-on confrontation and attracting the hatred of all monsters. Shin Yufu and Samantha, on the other hand, were at ease in the back, drawing their bows and shooting arrows, turning the monsters into hedgehogs one by one. With the bonus of Basic Archery Mastery LV3, their archery skills are becoming more and more accurate and their lethality is growing. The upgraded golden light lit up on the two women one after another. Congratulations! Your team member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV7. Congratulations! Your team member Shin Yufu has been upgraded. Current level, LV7. Oh yeah! I'm level 7 too. Samantha pumped her fist excitedly. A rare smile appeared on Shin Yufu's face. Feeling the power in her body growing stronger again, she became more and more convinced of Sumo's decision. Risks, indeed, coexist with benefits. If Suemo had not insisted on coming to this level 5 island, it would probably still be on the level 2 or 3 islands, fighting for a few monsters like those big alliances. How can it be upgraded as easily as it is now? Boss, there seems to be something ahead. Samantha's treasure hunter talent was activated again. She pointed in a direction in front of her left, with a gleam in her eyes. I felt a very strange energy fluctuation. It's not a monster, nor a resource box. Go and take a look. Suemo immediately took the two women and headed in that direction. After passing through a dense bush, the three of them were stunned by the scene before them. I saw a patch of mushrooms emitting a faint blue light growing in an open space in front of me. These mushrooms are half a person's height, and their huge caps are covered with spots of light. In the center of the mushroom group, there is an especially huge mushroom with a cap diameter of more than 3 meters, like a canopy, and the light it emits is the brightest. What is this? A mushroom? Samantha was curious and wanted to touch it. Don't move. Suemo grabbed her. The energy contained in these mushrooms, although mild, is extremely powerful. At this moment, a hedgehog-like monster covered with spikes ran out from the nearby woods. It seemed to be seriously injured, with several wounds deep enough to see the bone and blood dripping from its body. It staggered to the mushroom field, opened its mouth, and bit one of the small mushrooms. The next second, a magical scene happened. The wounds on the monster's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a dozen seconds, the injuries on its body were healed. Oh my god! This mushroom can restore health? Samantha and Shun Yufu were both stunned. I'm rich! Sumo's eyes lit up instantly. Where are the mushrooms? This is clearly a natural spring water that can be used indefinitely. You discovered a special plant, moonlight mushroom. Moonlight mushroom, a magical plant that absorbs the essence of moonlight. It contains powerful healing energy. After consumption, it can quickly restore vitality and physical strength. Moonlight mushroom king rare, the mother of the moonlight mushroom, it contains more than 10 times the healing energy of ordinary mushrooms. After picking, it can be used as a special material to make advanced recovery potions. Recovery potion. This is exactly what Sumo and his team lack the most right now. Boss! Look at that monster! Shin Yufu suddenly pointed at the hedgehog monster that had just recovered from its injuries and shouted. After recovering, the monster did not leave. Instead, it stared at the largest moonlight mushroom king with greedy eyes. It seems to want to eat more. Roar! The monster growled, opened its mouth, and wanted to bite the mushroom king. Court death. How could I let it succeed? Call out. An iron arrow flew through the air and accurately hit the monster's eye. Congratulations! Your team member Shin Yufu killed the steelback porcupine LV7, experience plus 70. Talent greed triggered. Shin Yufu finally gained 105 experience points. Well done! Sumo praised. Walking to the mushroom field and looking at the huge king mushroom, my heart was filled with excitement. With this thing, it's like having a mobile blood bank. Boss, let's pick it. Samantha couldn't wait any longer. No rush. Sumo shook his head and glanced at the darkness around him. Such a wonderful treasure, do you think there will be no guardian? As soon as the words fell. Roar! An angry roar came from the shadows behind the mushroom field. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure slowly walked out. It was a bear man who was over 4 meters tall, with muscular body and a huge bear head. Its fur was a strange dark red, its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, and in its hand, it was dragging a huge mace. Violent Bear King Volibear LV12 Elite. Level 12 Elite Monster. 2 levels higher than yesterday's Skeleton Guard. Holy crap! Again? Samantha screamed and quickly hid behind Sumo. Shin Yufu also gripped the longbow tightly, her pretty face solemn. The pressure this Bear King brought to her was several times stronger than that of the Skeleton Guard. Interesting. There was no trace of fear on Sumo's face, but instead he showed an excited smile. Yesterday we killed a minotaur, and today we killed a blind bear. That's perfect. Let me try out the defensive power of this new armor and see how strong it is. Sumo moved his neck, making a clicking sound, and took the initiative to walk towards the Bear King. Just stand back and find a chance to harass it. Roar! When the Bear King saw that this little guy Sumo actually dared to provoke him, he immediately became furious. It roared and rushed towards Sumo, dragging the huge mace like an out-of-control heavy truck. The mace covered with spikes was raised high, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it smashed down hard on Sumo's head. The power of this stick is enough to smash a large car into scrap metal. Chapter 30 Rose, who has the S-level talent Flame Queen, competes with Sumo. At the same time. On a level 3 island dozens of kilometers away from the level 5 resource island. A fierce battle is going on. Hold on. Sisters in the front row, hold on. Medical team. Stop the bleeding of Team 3's captain. Her leg is torn apart. Archer. Don't stop. Focus your fire on the boss's eyes. That's its weak point. A tall and fiery lady wearing red leather armor and holding a flaming sword was at the front of the team, calmly directing the battle. Under Changwei's command, more than 200 female players, although all injured, were still in an orderly manner and besieged the huge monster in front of them. It was a swamp monster covered in green scales and had 8 octopus-like tentacles. Swamp Hydra LV7 Elite. Elite monster on the 3rd level island. Hiss. The swamp hydra hissed angrily, and its 8 thick tentacles lashed wildly at the crowd. Every swing brought up a gust of fishy wind, blowing several female players away. Sister Changwei. We can't take it anymore. This beast is too strong. Our front row can't hold on any longer. A girl who looked like a deputy ran to Qiangwei and shouted anxiously. What are you panicking about? Qiangwei shouted coldly, without a trace of fear on her beautiful face. Everyone. Follow the plan. Lead it to the trap area. Yes. Under her command, the Blood Rose formation began to retreat slowly, leading the furious swamp hydra step by step to the trap area they had set up long ago. Now. Release. The moment the swamp hydra stepped into the trap, Rose swung the flaming sword in her hand downwards. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed, and a huge deep pit appeared at the feet of the swamp hydra. Caught off guard, the giant beast lost its balance in an instant and fell into the deep pit with a wail. The bottom of the deep pit was filled with sharpened wooden stakes and iron spikes. Puff! Puff! The huge body of the swamp hydra was instantly pierced by dozens of sharp spikes, and green blood gushed out. Well done. Sisters! Now! Hit me! All the female players burst into thunderous cheers, and all kinds of arrows and stone spears poured towards the swamp hydra in the deep pit. Roar! The severely injured swamp hydra was just about to climb out of the deep pit. But how could Qiangwei give it this opportunity? She took a deep breath, and a strange red light flashed in her narrow and long phoenix eyes. S-level combat talent Flame Queen activated. Boom! A powerful aura rose from her fiery body into the sky. Behind her, the shadow of a huge witch holding a sickle vaguely emerged. Die for me! With a delicate cry, Qiangwei leaped down from a great height like a flash of red lightning, and the flaming sword in her hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air. Puff! The long knife accurately pierced into the huge single eye of the swamp hydra. Roar! The swamp hydra let out a final wail, and its massive body slammed back heavily to the bottom of the pit, completely falling silent. Congratulations! Your alliance successfully killed the swamp hydra LV7 elite. Gained experience. The battle is over. Qiangwei climbed out of the pit. Her fiery red leather armor was stained with green monster blood, which made her look even more wild and weird. Sister Qiangwei is awesome. Long live the leader. We won. We killed the elite monster on the 3rd level island. All the female players gathered around and burst into cheers of survival. The way they looked at Qiangwei was full of admiration and fanaticism. In this cruel doomsday world, a strong leader is their only hope of survival. And Rose is a godlike existence in their hearts. Even in their hearts, Sister Qiangwei, who led them to fight their way out of the doomsday, is no worse than Suemo, who occupies the first place on the ranking list. Suemo is strong, and his strength lies in him alone. However, their sister Rose is leading their entire alliance to become stronger. Okay, stop yelling. Rose waved her hand, clean up the battlefield, gather materials, and then rest here for half an hour. Yes. Sister Qiangwei. The female players immediately began to act in an orderly manner. Qiangwei walked to the side, took out a bottle of water from the storage space, tilted her head back and took a few sips. Name, Qiangwei. Talent, Flame Queen S level. Level, LV7. Constitution, 25 plus 30. Spirit, 15. After taking a look at the character panel, Qiangwei's physical fitness has exceeded 50 points. If she uses the S-level combat talent Flame Queen, her strength will definitely be improved to a higher level. She was very confident that she could challenge the number 1 on the leaderboard. Suemo. Qiangwei opened the World Channel to see the progress of other alliances. As a result, as soon as she opened it, a video posted by an anonymous player that was pushed to the top made her pupils shrink suddenly. The title of the video is simple and straightforward. World's First Reveal. Boss Sumo's epic suit revealed. The content of the video was the scene of Suemo and the other two wearing skeleton armor, slaughtering blade mantises and giant worms in the dark red jungle like cutting melons and vegetables. Although the shooting angle is still very far and very shaky. But the 3 sets of hideous bone armor emitting purple light and full of primitive violent beauty are still clearly visible. Purple epic suit? The deputy beside Qiangwei also saw this video, and her mouth was open so wide that an egg could fit in it. Didn't he just kill a level 10 elite monster yesterday? And today he made epic equipment? And there are 3 sets. How is this possible? Where did he get so many rare materials? The female players who were resting nearby also saw this video, and the entire camp fell into silence in an instant. If we say that the video of Sumo killing the level 5 island elite monster alone yesterday gave them shock, so today, this epic suit video only brought them despair. Gap. An insurmountable gap, like a chasm. More than 200 of them worked hard, fought desperately, and sacrificed several sisters before they barely defeated the elite monster on a level 3 island. The best equipment that dropped was just a piece of blue, excellent leather armor. But what about others? The 3 of them easily dealt with the elite monster on the level 5 island. Then the next day, everyone changed into the legendary purple epic suit. How can we play this? This game might as well be renamed Sumo and his harem. Sister Qiangwei. The deputy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Should we continue attacking the 3rd level island? I feel like even if we plunder this island thoroughly, we won't be able to catch up with them. Yes, even if all the resources of the 3rd level island were given to them, they would not be able to make a set of epic equipment. It's like a player who was still in the novice village hitting a wooden stake, suddenly sees another player who is already wearing the graduation outfit and is soloing the final boss. That feeling of powerlessness is enough to destroy anyone's confidence. Rose didn't say anything. She just stared at the figure in the video, who was surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, wearing bone armor and looking even taller and straighter. This man named Sumo. Repeatedly ignoring her invitations to ally. Does he really look down on the bloody roses, or does he simply not need allies? There was an extremely complex light flickering in her phoenix eyes. There is shock, reluctance, jealousy, but more of it is the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent and an innate desire to conquer that belongs to the strong. Qiangwei has always been the center of attention since she was a child. There is nothing you can't get if you want it. If you want to see a man, just beckon him with your finger and he will pounce on you like a dog. But this Sumo ignored her. This greatly stimulated her proud heart. After a long while, Qiangwei slowly exhaled, and the arrogance of the daughter of an underground emperor reappeared on her face. She turned off the world channel and looked around at the demoralized sisters around her, her voice cold and firm. What? Are you scared? Isn't it just a set of epic equipment? What's so great about it? Sumo has his own abilities, but don't we, the Bloody Rose, have our own trump cards? Cheer up, everyone. He takes his own path, and we take our own path. I, Qiangwei, am making this clear today. We may never catch up to him, but we must become the most powerful force in this ocean, aside from him. Her words were like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling the fighting spirit of all the members of the Bloody Rose. Yes. They have Sister Qiangwei. There is this beautiful, powerful, and unyielding leader. Even if they can't catch up with that godlike man, they will still live their own wonderful lives on this damn sea. Long live Sister Qiangwei. Bloody Rose, never give up. Watching the sisters rekindle their fighting spirit. Sumo. Qiangwei licked her red lips, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous yet charming light. You've succeeded and piqued my interest. When we return to reality, I want to see what kind of person you are. When the time comes, I will definitely visit you in person. Chapter 31. Kill the level 12 Violent Bear King and get gold. Level 5 Resource Island, Moonlight Mushroom Forest. Facing the unstoppable charge of the LV-12 Elite Bear King and the mace that is powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, Sumo was full of fighting spirit. His right arm was instantly covered with the dark armament-colored domineering aura. Then, a thought came to my mind. Armament Hockey Hardening, activated. Laugh. Suddenly, a layer of crystals as bright as diamonds appeared on the surface of the dark substance. Just when the huge mace was about to hit, Sumo did not dodge or evade, but clenched his right fist and rushed forward with a simple rising dragon punch from bottom to top. He actually wanted to use his fists to fight against the mace that was thicker than his waist. Boss. Sumo. Xingyufu and Samantha, who were far away, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Their hearts were in their throats. Clang. A loud bang, even louder than the previous one when they confronted the skeleton guards, exploded throughout the jungle. The terrifying shock wave formed a white air ring with the 2 of them as the center, spreading wildly in all directions. The surrounding trees and bushes were torn into pieces by the violent airflow. The entire ground seemed to tremble violently. The air was thick with smoke and dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Boss, are you okay? Samantha was extremely worried. Shin Yufu also held the longbow nervously, her palms full of sweat. The smoke and dust dissipated. The scene in the field made the two women's beautiful eyes widen instantly. Suemo was still standing there, the ground beneath his feet had cracked, forming a small pit. His right fist, which was covered with black diamond-like crystals, just blocked the huge mace. The Violet Bear King, which was over 4 meters tall, was so huge that his feet left the ground due to the terrifying force of the punch and flew backwards. Boom! The Bear King's huge body slammed heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, creating a big hole in the ground. In a pure contest of strength, this LV-12 elite monster actually lost. "Boss, what on earth did you eat to grow up so strong?" Samantha was shocked. Shin Yufu also had a dazed look on her face. She knew that Suemo had learned a skill called armament hockey. But she didn't expect that this skill could be so incredibly powerful. You used your fist to withstand the full force attack of a level 12 elite monster and even knocked it away? This is no longer a power that humans can possess. Cough. Suemo shook his numb right fist, and the black crystal layer on his arm slowly faded away. The duration of armament hockey hardened is only a short moment and is mainly used for blocking and defense. But in this short moment, the defense bonus brought about is explosive. Roar! The Bear King, who was knocked away by a punch, climbed out of the pit. It shook its dizzy head and looked at Suemo with surprise and anger in its eyes. How could this tiny human being in front of me have such terrifying power in his body? The Bear King threw away the mace in his hand. He let out an earth-shaking roar, and a blood-red light suddenly appeared on his palms. Its 10 fingers instantly became as sharp and slender as steel. Skill, Bloody Claw Attack. Call out. The Bear King's huge body burst out with an astonishing speed that was completely inconsistent with its size, and pounced towards Suemo again. The pair of sharp claws flashing with blood drew 10 deadly cold rays in the air, blocking all of Sumo's possible evasive routes. Just in time. Suemo was not surprised but happy. The blood in his body was boiling and his desire to fight was completely ignited. Suemo did not use hardening of domineering aura, but covered his fists with the dark entangling of domineering aura. Without dodging or evading, he also waved his fists and went forward. Bang! 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 The collision of fists and claws echoed wildly in the forest. Gravel flew everywhere and airwaves surged. Suemo and the Bear King engaged in the most primitive and brutal close combat. Every claw strike from the Bear King was enough to tear steel, but in front of Sumo's fist covered with armed color domineering, it could only make bursts of harsh friction sounds, and could not even leave a trace. And each of Sumo's punches was powerful and heavy, hitting the Bear King's body hard, making its solid muscles dent and emit a dull sound. Shin Yufu and Samantha, who were in the distance, were completely stunned. All they could see in the smoke and dust were two figures, one black and one red, colliding and intertwining wildly. Every collision produced a deafening roar and gusts of air that were enough to blow them away. "It's too perverted." Samantha murmured to herself, "Is the boss still human?" "That should be it." Shin Yufu answered uncertainly. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. The Violet Bear King's attacks became more and more crazy. Its body was covered with purple and blue fist marks, and blood was flowing from the corners of its mouth. But Suemo became more and more courageous as the battle went on. "That's it. Faster. Harder." Suemo laughed excitedly during the battle. He enjoys this kind of fist-to-flesh fighting. Enjoy the pleasure of trampling powerful enemies under your feet. Roar. The Bear King was completely enraged by Sumo's arrogance. It let out an unwilling roar, and the blood-red light on its body became brighter. Skill, Violent Charge. Its speed skyrocketed again. Like a red cannonball, it slammed towards Suemo fiercely. Just in time. Suemo did not retreat but advanced, stomping his feet hard on the ground. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he faced the violent charge head-on. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar. Two figures collided violently in mid-air. This time, Sumo's figure was knocked back and rolled several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. He slid 7 or 8 meters, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground. The Violet Bear King was also knocked dizzy and dazed. His huge body staggered several steps before he could barely stand firm. Ahem! Suemo got up from the ground and dusted himself off. A shallow crack appeared on the breastplate of the skeleton armor. He was slightly injured and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. "It feels so good. It feels so good." Suemo licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the Bear King, who was still shaking his head, his eyes filled with a cruel smile. Suemo activated the armament haki at an extremely fast speed. Above the fists, the dark substance became darker, and black arcs were faintly jumping. Call out. Sumo's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind the Bear King. Roar! The Bear King was about to turn around. But it's too late. Sumo's fist, like a violent storm, had already landed heavily on its back. Bang 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 bang. The dense, dull impact sound, like rain hitting banana leaves, rang out wildly on the huge body of the Bear King. 1 second, dozens of punches. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking never ceases to ring. The Bear King's extremely hard spine was broken by Sumo's terrifying punch speed. Roar! The Bear King let out a wail of extreme pain, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The battle is over. Suemo retracted his fists and let out a long breath. This battle made him feel refreshed and relaxed all over. Congratulations! You killed the furious Bear King Volibear LV-12 Elite, experience plus 1500. Talent Goddess bonus is activated. Your experience gained is increased by an additional 100%. Final experience gained, 3000 points. Buzz! An incomparably bright golden light shot up into the sky from Suemo. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV10. Gain 10 free attribute points. Sumo's level directly soared to LV10. He added all 10 free attributes to Constitution without hesitation. An even more powerful and terrifying force instantly surged through his body. Boss! Suemo! It was not until then that Shin Yufu and Samantha came back to their senses from the endless shock and hurried over. Are you okay? You're hurt. Shin Yufu looked at the blood at the corner of Sumo's mouth, her pretty face filled with worry and heartache. It's okay, just a minor injury. Suemo waved his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and had a relaxed smile on his face. How can I enjoy fighting a tough guy like this without getting bruised? Samantha looked at Suemo with admiration, her blue eyes full of shining little stars. Boss, you are simply a god of war. She could no longer find any words to describe Sumo's strength. Okay, stop flattering me. Sumo's gaze passed over the two of them and fell on the huge corpse of the Bear King. Go and see what good stuff has been revealed this time. The three of them walked over to the Bear King's body and saw several items emitting purple and golden light scattered on the ground. Chapter 32 Skill Book Furious Charge. Wholesale. Wow! Another purple item exploded. Samantha let out an excited scream, ran over, and picked up the spoils on the ground one by one. You obtained Claws of the Violent Bear King Purple Epic Weapon. You have obtained Skill Book Furious Charge. You received Game Coins 30,000. Talent Greed triggered. You have additionally received 9 Claws of the Violent Bear King, 9 Violent Charge Skill Books, and 270,000 Game Coins. Another big explosion. Epic Fist Weapon. Sumo's eyes lit up instantly. He took the pair of ferocious claws that Samantha handed over, and the information panel popped up immediately. Claws of the Violent Bear King Epic. Type, Boxing Gloves. Attack Power, 120-180. Special Effect 1, Tier 1 Attacking, there is a certain chance of causing bleeding to the target, causing continuous blood loss. Equipment Requirements, Constitution 80 points or above. Nice one. Suemo put on the pair of boxing gloves without hesitation. After adding points to his current physical fitness, the basic value has reached 60 points. With the 200% bonus from the two goddesses, the final physical fitness is as high as 180 points. Far exceeds equipment requirements. The moment he put on the boxing gloves, Suemo felt his hands filled with explosive power. Unfortunately, the two women have different talent types and levels. One is an A-level auxiliary treasure hunting type, and the other is an S-level rapid growth type. At present, in the entire game copy, only Shin Yufu is closest to Suemo in strength. At level 7, her physical attribute has reached 165 points, nearly 4 times higher than Samantha's, and she can learn any epic skill. There is only one level difference between S-level and A-level, but the gap is immeasurable. However, with Samantha's A-level treasure hunter talent and Sumo's tenfold resource bonus, her importance is no less than Shin Yufu's. Both women are Suemo's right-hand men. Skill Book, Furious Charge. Introduction, the Violent Bear King's core skill. Once activated, it can burst into astonishing speed in a short period of time, launching a devastating charge at enemies in a straight line, causing huge damage to the target and a certain chance of knocking back and stunning them. Learning requirements, physical fitness 100 points or more. Another powerful charge and control skill. This is good, I'll learn it. Suemo chose to study. The skill book turned into a red light and merged into his brow. A new wave of enlightenment came over me. With this skill, his mobility and explosiveness will be raised to another level. Boss, what are we doing now? Go pick those mushrooms? Samantha asked, pointing to the moon mushroom forest that was emitting an alluring glow. Certainly. Suemo waved his hand and said, how can we let go of such a good treasure? He walked forward and carefully picked the largest, Moonlight Mushroom King, and put it into the storage space. Talent greed triggered. You have obtained an additional 9 Moonlight Mushroom Kings. With these 10 Mushroom Kings, it is equivalent to having 10 core materials for making advanced recovery potions. As for those ordinary little mushrooms, Suemo did not let them go and asked the two women to pick a few each in case of emergency. Okay, today's harvest is almost done, we should go back. Suemo glanced at the sky and saw that it was almost dusk. I don't know how the base is going. The three of them returned with a full load and returned the same way. At the same time, on the first level island more than 10 kilometers away from the 5th level resource island, Luo Xiaoro, a girl with pink twin ponytails, was looking at the instrument in her hand with an obsessed look on her face. The instrument was playing a loop of the battle scene where Suemo confronted the Bear King and eventually beat it to death. So handsome. My husband Suemo is simply a god descending from heaven. Luo Xiaoro's little face flushed red with excitement, and her big eyes were full of little stars of admiration. As a player with S-level reconnaissance talent, she knew better than anyone how terrifying the LV-12 Elite Bear King was. She once observed from afar a large alliance of more than 300 people challenging the final boss of a level 3 island, a level 10 lava giant lizard. What's the result? More than 300 people were killed and wounded by the giant lizard. In the end, they relied on the human wave tactics to barely kill the giant lizard. But what about Suemo? One man, with his bare hands, defeated a level 12 elite monster that was several levels stronger than the lava giant lizard. This kind of strength has completely exceeded the scope of players. No, I must find a way to get in touch with him. Luo Xiaoro clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind. A man as powerful as him must be in need of a cute and capable investigator like me. As long as I can be on his ship, let alone being the third mistress, even if I can just be a little maid warming the bed and making the quilts, I'd be willing to do it. She looked at Sumo's handsome, angular profile in the picture, and her heart beat faster and faster. What is he doing again? Luo Xiaoro saw that after Suemo cleaned up the battlefield, he actually took out several weapons and blueprints emitting purple light. There's even a skill book. Another epic piece of equipment? And a skill book? Does this man treat the level 5 island as his own backyard? Epic equipment and skill books, just like cabbage, will explode at any time? No, I have to send this news to the World Channel immediately. Luo Xiaowei smiled slyly. Let those in the alliance who are still fighting over a piece of blue equipment see how powerful my husband Suemo has become. This can be considered as helping my future husband spread the word in advance. She immediately captured the most exciting part of the video she had just recorded and posted it anonymously on the World Channel. As expected. As soon as the video was released, the entire World Channel fell into deathly silence again. It took more than 10 seconds before it exploded completely. Oh shit. What did I see? Suemo again? He killed an elite monster alone again? That bear. I know that bear. It's the ultimate evolution of the level 3 island boss, Violent Giant Bear. This damn thing is definitely a monster from the depths of the level 5 island. Again, another beating with fists? And this time, no weapons were used, just direct force. Look at what he dropped at the end. Purple light. Epic gear again. And a skill book. Oh my god. Mom asked me why I knelt down again. I'm numb, really. I'm no longer shocked by how powerful boss Suemo is. I just feel that the game we're playing with him might not be in the same dimension. Stop talking. From today on, I'm a die-hard fan of boss Suemo. If anyone dares to say a bad word about him, I'll kill him. On the World Channel, all the survivors experienced the initial shock, then numbness, and now, fanatical worship. The name Sumo has completely become an insurmountable, godlike existence in the hearts of all players. When Sumo and the other two returned to the beach base, it was completely dark. But the entire base was illuminated as bright as day by searchlights. Zhao Tailin was directing the crew to install rows of coldly shining iron spikes and simple arrow towers on the metal fence. The defensive fortifications of the entire base have begun to take shape and look like a small military fortress. Boss! You're back! Seeing Sumo coming back, Zhao Tailin immediately ran over. Well done! Sumo nodded with satisfaction. What are the casualties? Boss! This afternoon, several waves of blind monsters tried to rush out of the jungle to attack us, but we shot them all back with our arrow towers. No one on our side was hurt. Zhao Tailin held up his strong chest with a look of pride on his face. Very good. Sumo was even more satisfied. It seems that recruiting these crew members was the right decision. At least he doesn't have to be distracted by these trivial matters anymore. Everyone, stop. Sumo clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone has worked hard today. This is to celebrate the completion of our base and our huge harvest today. Let's have another bonfire party tonight. It's my treat. With a big wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of bacon, dried fish, bread, and several boxes of ice-cold beer and drinks from the storage space. Wow! I just finished yesterday's beer, and the boss sent out several more boxes. This is so much food and drink, it will last me for at least a few months. Long live the boss. I love the boss so much. Chapter 33 Samantha's Invitation to Battle? Shin Yufu's Active Invitation. Under the cover of night, the beach base on the level 5 resource island is brightly lit. The bonfire crackled, and the aroma of meat mixed with the malty aroma of beer filled the air. Boss. I'm Zhao Tailin. Toast to you. Zhao Tailin, a former fitness coach, flushed red as he raised a can of ice-cold beer and excitedly shouted towards the top of the arrow tower. Without you, all of us would have been fed to sharks long ago. You gave me this life. From now on, if you say east, I will never go west. Yes. Boss. The rest of the crew also stood up and looked at the godlike figure sitting at the highest point with almost fanatical eyes. Sumo sat on the edge of the arrow tower, glanced at the people reveling below, raised the wine glass in his hand, and drank it all. Just don't let down your guard when you're working. Just then, a fragrant breeze blew over. Samantha changed into a tight black leather jacket with the zipper only halfway down, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and deep, proud breasts. She twisted her snake-like waist and sat next to Sumo. Boss, how boring is it to drink alone here? She leaned close to Sumo's ear, breathing softly. Do you want me to drink something else with you? What would you like to drink tonight? Sumo looked at her. Drink me. Samantha's blue eyes were full of charm. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked Sumo's chest. Boss, you've been so powerful today, you must be exhausted. Why don't you get some rest tonight? Sumo sneered and pinched her mischievous little hand. How can your physical strength compare to Shin Yufu's? You heard the noise last night. Don't let me be rewarded and you lie down first. You should have a good rest. You still have to work tomorrow. Who said that? Samantha said confidently. Boss, physical attributes are static, but people are alive. In terms of physical strength, I may not be as good as her for now, but in terms of true combat power, a cold-blooded woman like her can't catch up with me even if she flatters me. She licked her red lips, her voice full of temptation. Boss, don't you even know this? Ha, quite interesting. Sumo smiled. Sumo put his arm around Samantha's slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear. Since you're so confident, let's go inside and let me see the true strength of you, the Western goddess of war. As he said that, he was about to pick up Samantha and go straight into the house. But at this moment, a cold figure appeared at the door of the cabin. The door of the cabin opened. Shin Yufu changed into clean clothes and came out. At first glance, I saw Sumo holding Samantha in his arms. The two of them were in an intimate posture and looked like they were about to go into the house. I immediately understood what these two people were going to do. She just stood there quietly, looking at Sumo with resentment in her clear and beautiful eyes. This bastard. I made that request last night because I really wanted him to have a good rest. After all, the challenge period has just begun, and we don't know what dangers will come later. What's the result? He promised it verbally, but what about now? Is there nothing else on his mind besides that kind of thing? Suemo also saw Shin Yufu, but he did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he ordered Shin Yufu. You've come just in time. You'll be on duty tonight, and Samantha and I will go in and rest. You. Hearing Sumo's impatient tone, Shin Yufu's anger suddenly flared up. Suemo. She finally couldn't help it and asked in a low voice, can't you just be honest for one night? Difficult? Suemo looked at her strangely. Suddenly approaching Shin Yufu, Suemo whispered. Why, are you starting to feel sorry for me now? You. Shin Yufu's face turned red. And don't you think about our current physical condition? My basic physical condition is 3 times that of yours. Adding the bonus of the two of you, my physical fitness is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Naturally, my energy is also dozens of times stronger. After hearing this, Shin Yufu was stunned. This sounds like an asshole, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is some truth to it. She was exhausted last night and felt like her bones were about to fall apart, but after sleeping for only 1 or 2 hours in the morning, she immediately recovered and even felt more energetic than before. They are no longer ordinary people. Using the standards of ordinary people to judge a monster like Suemo. I am really thinking too simply. Looking at Shin Yufu's cute look as she fell into deep thought and began to waver, Sumo's mouth corners slightly raised. Shin Yufu silently made way for the cabin. That's right. Suemo patted her head with satisfaction, as if praising an obedient little pet. Then Sumo's mind moved, and he took out a skill book and a pair of claws flashing with cold light from the storage space. Furious Charge skill book. After learning, you can instantly burst into speed, charge in a designated direction, and cause huge impact and damage to enemies in the path. Claws of the Violent Bear King epic weapon, attack power 120-180, with a tearing effect. Here, this is your reward. Suemo threw the things to her and said, learn this. Be like Samantha and be obedient and sensible. How to take the initiative to serve the boss well is what you should think about most now. Thank you, boss. Being praised by Suemo in front of Shin Yufu, Samantha smiled sweetly and said, did you hear that? Goddess Shin, don't just look good for show. Your brain is as stupid and foolish as your skin. What did you say? This one sentence instantly ignited the anger in Shin Yufu's heart. Not only did he compete with her for a man, but now he even dared to mock her for being stupid to her face? She, Shin Yufu, was worth hundreds of billions, had countless fans, and was a stunningly beautiful national goddess. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? This is intolerable. The next second, in everyone's stunned gaze, Shin Yufu actually took the initiative to step forward. She raised her charming face, met Sumo's gaze, opened her red lips slightly, and spoke in a voice full of unique temptation. As long as you teach this big Mara lesson tonight, I won't stop you from doing anything again. Including this kind of thing. Hiss. How could Suemo not understand the meaning behind these words? This is no longer just a matter of jealousy. This is the most naked and deadly declaration of war issued to him by the national goddess. The bet is herself. Okay. You said it. Samantha is such a stupid woman. Why would she mess with Shin Yufu, a little wild cat who looks docile but actually has very sharp claws? Bang! The door was kicked shut. Outside the house, Shin Yufu stood there, her pretty face turning red and white. After a long time, she took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and strangeness in her heart. He picked up the skill book and claws in his hand and chose to study. A brand new power surged into the body. But at the moment, she had no mind to feel these things. Shin Yufu walked silently to the door of the cabin and stood there leaning against the wall. She's not leaving tonight. She wanted to hear with her own ears what kind of miserable, begging for mercy that arrogant big mare would make in a few hours. This scene scared Zhao Tailin and the others a lot. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and indescribable envy. I never thought that the legendary goddess Shura field would unfold in this way. And their boss only needs to sleep for a while to enjoy the heavenly blessing of 2 stunning goddesses. Jealousy and harem conflicts do not exist in front of a truly strong person. It will only make them become more inward-looking in order to please the strong. Damn, boss, this is a real man. From now on, if anyone dares to say that having too many women is trouble, I will be the first to slap him in the face. In the hearts of the crew members, there was only envy and awe for the two women. Chapter 34. The foreign girl is completely convinced. The two girls upgrade. The next morning. Inside the cabin, the light was dim and the air was filled with a charming and decadent atmosphere. Samantha was like a cat that had been drained of all its strength, lying lazily on Sumo's chest, her long golden hair scattered messily, covering half of her delicate and three-dimensional face. That proud and hot body was covered with purple and blue battle scars, and every inch of her skin silently told of the fierceness and madness of last night's battle. But there was no trace of fatigue or pain on her face. Instead, it was filled with the ultimate satisfaction and obsession after being completely conquered. Those blue eyes, watery, stared at the chin of the man beneath her without blinking, eyes full of admiration and love. This man is a real monster. A monster that can completely conquer her wild horse. Boss, I like it so much. Samantha licked her cracked red lips, feeling sweet in her heart. This is the man who is worthy of Samantha. Woke up? Sumo's low voice sounded above his head. He had woken up a long time ago and was just enjoying the post-war tranquility. I have to say, this big foreign horse who looks like Reba is really hot and sexy. The unconcealed openness and wildness from the West brought him an ultimate pleasure of conquest that was completely different from Shin Yufu. Boss. Samantha's voice was hoarse and charming. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently drew circles on Sumo's well-defined abdominal muscles. You are not a human being, you are a monster. You only know now? Suemo rolled over, his big hands roaming dishonestly on her body. Shall I show you again how powerful a monster really is? Ah. No more. Boss, I was wrong. I really can't do it anymore. Samantha's face suddenly turned pale and she uttered a weak plea for mercy. Oh, you're scared already? Where's that war goddess energy you had last night? Suemo teased her and then let her go with satisfaction. Glancing out the window, he saw that it was already daybreak. Suemo immediately picked up Samantha, who was lying limp on the bed, by the waist. Let's go, it's time to go out to work. Boss, I can't walk anymore. Samantha buried her face in Sumo's arms and said coquettishly. Then I'll carry you. Suemo held the stunning beauty in his arms, strode to the door, and kicked it open. Bang! Outside the door, Shin Yufu, who had been guarding the whole night, was leaning against the wall and dozing off in a daze. The door was suddenly kicked open, her feet were unstable, her body lost its center of gravity, and she screamed and fell forward. The next second, she fell into a broad and warm embrace. Suemo held the panting Samantha in his left hand, and with his right hand, he took the falling Shin Yufu into his arms, hugging left and right. At this moment, two stunning beauties with completely different styles were in his arms. My dear aunt, are you so impatient to throw yourself into my arms? Who's going to throw themselves into my arms? I'm just tired of standing. Shin Yufu was both embarrassed and angry. She quickly broke free from his arms, her heart pounding wildly. She actually stood guard at the door all night last night. She heard clearly the thrilling movement in the room. From Samantha's arrogant provocation at the beginning to her repeated pleas for mercy later, the sound was simply heartbreaking. This made her feel fearful about her fate tonight. This bastard was not a human being last night. Don't worry, your punishment will come tonight. Suemo looked at her cute face that was both afraid and expectant, and he was in a good mood. Don't be like some ignorant woman who comes crying and begging me when the time comes. Humph. Who would beg you? Shin Yufu retorted stubbornly. But when her eyes fell on Samantha, who was in Sumo's arms and couldn't even stand steadily, with a look of satisfaction on her face, she couldn't help but feel a little startled. Just wait. Tonight, I will definitely show you what our domestically made goddess of war truly is. After saying that, she ran away without looking back, but her red ears still revealed her inner unrest. Half an hour later. After the three of them had rested, they were fully armed again. The hideous skeleton armor, worn by two women with perfect figures, exudes a fatal temptation. Suemo and Shin Yufu both put on the epic pair of claws of the violent bear king, and the sharp claws flashed with a cold light in the sunlight. Samantha, the weakest one, obediently picked up an excellent longbow and hid behind. Alas, I originally wanted to fight alongside you, boss, but now it seems that I can only shout 666 to you from behind. Samantha said, a little depressed. Don't underestimate yourself. Suemo patted her on the back. You are the indispensable and best assistant to our team. Without your treasure hunter, we would be like headless flies. Just focus on being your logistics director. Hee, boss, you are still good at talking. After being praised by Suemo, Samantha immediately became proud again. The three of them stepped into the strange dark red jungle again. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monsters. There are LV8 poisonous spider mothers and LV9 rotten giant corpses. But these things, which seemed like nightmares to other players, were no different from paper in front of Suemo and the other two. Sumo and Shin-Yufu were like two human meat grinders, one on the left and one on the right, working in perfect harmony. Suemo confronted the monster head-on, punching it hard. Each blow carried the terrifying power of armament hockey, tearing the monster's defense into pieces. After Shin-Yufu was equipped with sharp claws and learned Berserk Charge, her fighting style became even more fierce. She was like a flash of white lightning, moving through the swarm of monsters. Every charge could accurately take the life of a monster. Samantha was at the back, leisurely pulling the bow, firing an arrow from time to time, and easily gaining experience. Congratulations! Your team member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV8. Oh yeah! Boss, I'm level 8 too. Samantha shouted excitedly. Good. Suemo nodded and put the pile of blue and green equipment and blueprints that exploded on the ground into the storage space. Although we can't use this junk, when we leave here, we should be able to sell a lot of good things with the game coins we earned. The boss is wise. At this moment, Samantha's eyes suddenly lit up. Boss! Up ahead! I feel it. A very powerful energy fluctuation. The three of them immediately headed in that direction. In a valley made of huge skeletons, a giant over 6 meters tall, formed by countless corpses and resentful souls, was patrolling slowly. In its hand, it held a huge sickle made of spine, and in its empty eye sockets, 2 balls of pale green ghost fire were burning. Skeleton King LV13 Elite. Another elite monster. Samantha exclaimed. Leave this to me and Shin-Yufu. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Samantha, find a high point and use arrows to harass its eyes. Clear. Suemo and Shin-Yufu looked at each other and launched Violent Charge at the same time. Roar. The Skeleton King spotted the two little guys rushing towards him, let out an angry roar, and swept over with the bone sickle in his hand, roaring with death. Suemo did not dodge or evade. On his right fist, armament hockey hardening was activated, and black crystals instantly covered it. Clang! A loud bang. Suemo used his fist to block the huge bone sickle. And at the moment when the Skeleton King's attack became stiff, Shin-Yufu's figure appeared behind it like a ghost. She jumped high, and the sharp claws in her hands drew a deadly cold light in the air. Break it for me! Crack! The sharp claws pierced into the connection between the vertebrae at the back of the Skeleton King's neck. There is its only weakness. Roar! The Skeleton King let out an unwilling wail, and his huge body collapsed, turning into bone powder all over the sky. Congratulations! Your team member Shin-Yufu killed the Skeleton King LV13 Elite, experience plus 1800. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your team member Shin-Yufu finally gained 2,700 experience points. Congratulations! Your team member Shin-Yufu has been upgraded. Current level, LV9. Beautiful. Suemo couldn't help but give Shin-Yufu a thumbs up. Shin-Yufu was becoming more and more like a goddess of war. Humph, of course. Shin-Yufu raised her chin proudly. Wow! Another purple outfit dropped. Samantha jumped down from a high place and picked up the spoils on the ground as if they were treasures. You have obtained Soul Scythe of the Skeleton King Purple Epic Weapon. You have obtained Skill Book Death Whirlwind. You received Game Coins 40,000. Talent Greed triggered. Another big explosion. Suemo took a look at the huge sickle and skill book. They were used by heavy weapon warriors and tanks, and neither he nor his sister-in-law could use them. Put it away first. Suemo threw the things into the storage space. They continued exploring, and soon, at the end of the valley, they found another cave entangled in vines. Chapter 35, Epic Longbow Embrace of the Demonic Python. Shift System. At the entrance of the cave, there was a giant python with a body length of more than 20 meters, covered with dark green scales and 3 ferocious snakeheads. 3-headed demonic python LV14 Elite. I'm lucky today. Buy one elite monster and get one free. Suemo smiled. It was another battle without any suspense. In front of Suemo, who had already reached LV10, and Shin Yufu, who was at LV9, this level 14 elite monster couldn't last more than 10 minutes before being torn into pieces by the two of them. Congratulations! You killed the three-headed demonic python LV14 elite, experience plus 2000. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 4000 points. Buzz. Sumo's body lit up with upgraded golden light again. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV11. Oh my god. Boss, your upgrade speed is like riding a rocket. Samantha was stunned. Suemo walked straight to the body of the magic python and picked up the spoils. It was an ancient and heavy longbow, the bow body made of some unknown black wood, with snake-like carvings wrapped around it like living creatures, emitting a strange purple light. Epic. Type, longbow. Attack power, 100-150. Special effect 1, poison. The shot arrow will be poisonous and continuously cause damage to the target. Equipment requirements, Constitution 50 points. Talent Greed triggered. Embrace of the Demonic Python Epic is already in your storage space, and 9 additional copies have been created. Epic Bow. When Samantha saw the properties of the bow, her beautiful eyes stared at it and her saliva was almost flowing out. Her current physical fitness has just been upgraded to level 8, and after adding points, it just broke through 50 points. Here, it's for you. Suemo casually threw the bow to her. Ah. Boss. Are you really going to give it to me? Samantha was so excited that she almost jumped up, hugging the epic longbow and couldn't let it go. The next second, she pounced on Suemo and kissed him hard on the face. Baji. Boss. You're so good to me. I love you so much. Tonight I want more. Ahem. Before she could finish her words, a heavy cough was heard beside her. Shin-Yufu was folding her arms, looking at her coldly with a warning in her eyes. Just say that again, and I'll let you try. Samantha then remembered the bet from last night and shrank her neck for a moment, but soon she straightened her full chest and glared back without showing any weakness. What are you looking at? My boss loves me, are you jealous? You. Shin-Yufu gritted her teeth in anger. Okay, stop arguing. Suemo felt a headache as he looked at the two women who were about to fight again. Suemo thought about it and said, let's make a rule from now on. Odd-numbered days belong to Shin-Yufu, and even-numbered days belong to Samantha. No one should fight over it or snatch it away. This suggestion stunned both women. Odd-even shift system? Why does this sound so weird? But if you think about it carefully, this seems to be the fairest and most reasonable solution at present. I have no objection. Samantha was the first to express her opinion. She held the epic embrace of the magic python and raised her eyebrows proudly at Shin-Yufu. Anyway, I've already worked overtime today, so I'll just follow the rules starting tomorrow. The implication is that she is not at a disadvantage. Oof. Shin-Yufu turned away with a cold face. Although she felt extremely uncomfortable, she also knew that this was the best outcome. It's better than watching this big foreign horse showing off in front of me every day. Seeing that both women agreed, Suemo was delighted. The initial order of the harem has been established. Suemo waved his hand and said, all right, today's exploration ends here. We've come back with a great harvest. Let's go back to base and have dinner. As night falls, the bonfire party at the beach base is in full swing. Shin-Yufu had just finished a bowl of fish soup and was about to take another piece of barbecue when she felt a burning gaze falling on her. She raised her head and met Sumo's smiling eyes at the top of the arrow tower. With just one look, she understood. Tonight it was her turn. Before she was ready, Suemo jumped down from the arrow tower and landed silently behind her. Are you full? Sumo's voice sounded in her ears. Not yet, not yet. Shin-Yufu's heart was pounding. It's okay, come inside first and I'll feed you something else. Suemo was too lazy to talk anymore. He picked up Shin-Yufu by the waist and strode towards the cabin that belonged to him. Ah! Put me down. I can walk by myself. Shin-Yufu exclaimed, her pretty face flushed. Don't argue. My goddess has invited me, so I must be 200% sincere and give it my all. Bang! The door was shut heavily, blocking out all sounds from outside. That night, Shin Yufu once again deeply experienced Sumo's abnormal strength. She resisted with shame and anger at the beginning, then begged for mercy helplessly, and finally, sank into it. Vertical day. Sumo opened his eyes comfortably, only to feel something surprisingly warm and smooth under his arm. The first thing he saw was a pair of slender, white legs, as white as top-grade mutton fat jade, draped over him defenselessly. Sumo stretched out his hand and gently stroked the smooth and delicate skin. TSK, such beautiful legs, but I always feel like something is missing. Sumo sighed. If I were still wearing the shiny black stockings I wore in the villa that day, paired with a pair of high heels, that would be perfect. You still say that? Shin Yufu slowly woke up and was immediately furious when she heard what he said. She rolled her eyes at Sumo in embarrassment, pointing at the red marks of varying depths on her legs, and scolded him. Look at what you've done. You hit me so hard. Even if I still had stockings, I wouldn't be able to last you a whole night. Ha ha, that's true. Sumo smiled, his mind already full of imagination. When we return to reality, I will buy you hundreds of pairs of shoes in various styles and colors, and change them up for me to wear every day. Your legs in stockings and high heels will definitely be a killer. Back to reality. Hearing these 4 words, the blush on Shin Yufu's face faded a little instantly. She thought of her niece, Shin Yanbing, who was still waiting for her in the villa. The relationship between him and Sumo is now known to more than 60,000 survivors in the entire world channel. And I have already had sex with him, 3 times. How should I explain this complicated relationship to Yanbing when I go back? For a moment, a strong feeling of guilt came over me. But when she felt Sumo's dishonest big hand still wandering freely on her legs, the guilt instantly turned into shame and anger. In an instant, she blamed all the responsibility in her heart on the pervert in front of her. It's all your fault, you big bastard. If you weren't so lustful, so shameless, and so domineering, how could I have fallen to this point today? Chapter 36, the 6th day of the survival challenge, 3 new panels. The next 5 days. Sumo's life was simple, fulfilling, and sexually happy. During the day, he took the fully armed Shin Yufu and Samantha, like 3 bulldozers, and went deep into various areas of the Level 5 resource island, carrying out carpet-style mopping up and plundering. Encountered more strange and terrifying creatures. There's the LV-10 Elite Skeleton Porcupine that can fire countless sharp bone spurs from its back. There's the LV-11 Elite Abyss Crocodile that lurks in the swamp and can instantly drag its prey into the mire with its long tongue. There is even a group of LV-12 Elite Sonic Gargoyles entrenched on the cliffs, which can emit harsh sonic attacks and make ordinary people bleed from all 7 orifices instantly. These terrifying existences were enough to wipe out any large alliance, but they couldn't even last an hour in front of Sumo and the other 2. The battle experience made the cooperation between the 3 people more seamless. Sumo is always the main tank and main carrier who rushes to the front. His fist covered with armed color domineering is the nightmare of all monsters' defenses. Shin Yufu completely transformed into an agile assassin, using violent charge and the claws in her hands to leave deadly white afterimages on the battlefield. Samantha, who changed to the epic longbow, embrace of the demonic python, finally upgraded her weapon from a support that could only do some damage to a terrifying long-range turret. Every arrow she shot carried a deadly poison, and often one arrow could cause a low-level monster to die from the poison while wailing. In 5 days, the 3 of them almost killed all the elite monsters in the periphery and central areas of this level 5 resource island. The epic equipment, skill books, and rare materials harvested filled a corner of the storage space. At night, Sumo enjoyed the treatment of an emperor. Sumo strictly implemented the odd-even shift system, he said, hugging 2 stunning beauties with very different styles on his left and right, and returned to the captain's room that belonged to him to carry out the necessary activities of consolidating team cohesion and relieving pressure. At first, Shin Yufu felt ashamed and angry about Sumo's special requests every time, but Sumo used all kinds of fallacies and heresies to make her blush and finally gave in reluctantly. Gradually, she seemed to get used to it. Sometimes, they would even take the initiative to cater to others. Once the enthusiasm hidden under the cold appearance was ignited, it was enough to melt steel. And Samantha, the passionate and unrestrained big mare, enjoyed it even more. She regarded Sumo as God and regarded sleeping with him every night as the supreme honor. Every day, he uses all the knowledge he learned from movies to tease Sumo and challenge his limits. Although she always failed miserably and couldn't even get out of bed the next day, she never got tired of it. In her words, "It is my supreme honor to be conquered by a man like my boss." This made Shin Yufu, who was standing by, angry and anxious. She cursed this foreign woman for being shameless, but in some ways, she felt vaguely moved. The strength of the two women also soared rapidly under this high-intensity rhythm of fighting during the day and being fought at night. In the evening of this sixth day. Boom! With a loud bang, the last LV-14 elite lava tyrant entrenched in the volcanic area had its head smashed by Sumo's punch, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations! You killed the lava tyrant LV-14 elite, experience plus 2000. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 4000 points. Congratulations! Your team member Shin-Yufu killed the lava tyrant. Buzz! Buzz! Two brilliant upgraded golden lights lit up on Shin-Yufu and Samantha at the same time. Congratulations! Your team member Shin-Yufu has been upgraded. Current level, LV-12. Congratulations! Your team member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV-11. Yeah! I'm level 11. Samantha waved her longbow excitedly. On the other side, Shin-Yufu was stunned when she saw her character panel. Name, Shin-Yufu. Talent, Goddess of War S level. Level, LV-12. Constitution, 315. Spirit, 65. Skills, Violent Charge, Braver with Fighting, Skeleton King's Soul Scythe, Charged Power Attack, Basic Archery Mastery LV3. Furious Charge Epic, instantly bursts into speed, causing a devastating charge to enemies in a straight line, with a certain chance of knockback and stun effects. Fight More Bravely Epic, within 5 seconds after activation, each time an enemy is hit, the player gains 5% damage reduction up to 5 stacking layers. When the skill ends, the player recovers a corresponding proportion of health points based on the number of stacking layers, 5% recovery per layer. Soul Scythe of the Skeleton King Epic, summons the Soul Scythe of the Skeleton King, launching a soul slash that ignores some defense. Charge Power Attack Epic, after charging for 1.5 seconds, unleash a powerful attack. Damage increases with charging time up to 150% of base damage. After hitting the target will be unable to use displacement skills for 2 seconds. Note, each player can only have 5 skill slots before changing jobs. Once the number exceeds, you must selectively forget one skill. Changing jobs will increase the skill slot and learn the corresponding professional skills. When she saw the attributes on the panel clearly, her beautiful cold eyes widened instantly and her breathing stopped. 315 attribute points. In the past few days, without realizing it, she has become so powerful? After level 10, you will gain 10 free attribute points for each level you upgrade. One of the effects of her S-level talent, Goddess of War, is that the free attribute points gained at each level are multiplied 5-fold. That is to say, she gained a total of 70 by 5 free attributes from level 1 to level 12. Oh my god. Even Samantha, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but take a breath when she saw Shin-Yufu's attribute panel. Name, Samantha. Talent, Treasure Hunter level A. Level, LV-11. Constitution, 75. Spirit, 10. Skills, Ambition Call, Basic Archery Mastery LV5, Continuous Arrow Rain, Multiple Arrows. Ambition Summon, summons a hunting wolf to assist in combat for 8 seconds. The hunting wolf will automatically bite nearby enemies. When the hunter attacks the target targeted by the hunting wolf, the damage is increased by 50%. When the hunting wolf disappears, it will pounce on the nearest enemy, causing a burst of impact damage. Basic Archery Mastery LV5, your archery skills have reached perfection, with shooting speed, accuracy, and power increased by 20%. You have also mastered the special skill Multiple Arrows. Multiple Arrows LV1, a single shot has a 25% chance of shooting 3 arrows, attacking multiple or a single target. Rain of Arrows Epic, rapidly fires 5 arrows within 1.5 seconds, each dealing moderate damage to the target. If the first 4 arrows hit the same target, the 5th arrow will deal double damage. Embrace of the Demonic Python passive, when equipped with the epic longbow, Embrace of the Demonic Python, the power of archery is increased by 20% and the chance of triggering multiple arrows is increased. Although Samantha's talent is not combat-oriented, her basic archery mastery has undergone a qualitative change after reaching level 5, with both her range and accuracy greatly improved. Coupled with 3 carefully selected skills, she becomes a top-level long-range turret. Chapter 37 Sumo's panel, the two women were speechless. Sumo. Look! Shin-Yufu excitedly shared her panel with Sumo, straightened her chest, which was made even fuller by the bone armor, and her beautiful eyes shone surprisingly brightly. My physical fitness is over 300. I am not weaker than you. In any aspect. At this moment, she was no longer the little woman who was manipulated by Sumo at will and begged for mercy on the bed. She ranked second in the world on the ranking list, and her physical attributes even surpass Sumo's. She is a true S-level goddess of war. She wanted to prove that she, Shin Yufu, was definitely not a vase that could only depend on men. Whether in battle or in other aspects. Oh? Really? Sumo looked at her like a proud little peacock, eager to prove her cuteness. Not bad, not bad. You are worthy of being my good aunt. You are amazing. Sumo praised it, but in his heart he was thinking, the S-level talent, Goddess of War, multiplies the attribute points fivefold at each level. At a higher level, isn't it normal for the basic attributes to exceed his own? But this woman probably forgot that I have armament hockey. No matter how high the attributes are, if they can't break my defense, isn't it useless? Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Shin Yufu looked at Sumo's indifferent expression and suddenly felt unconvinced. Don't think that your dark skill is powerful. My current strength is definitely above yours. Good. 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 You're better than me. Sumo opened his character panel and showed it to the two women generously. Name, Sumo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level has been hidden. Level, LV 14,080,000. Constitution, 100 plus 200. Spirit, 10 plus 20. Skills, Violent Charge, Fighting More Courageously, Charged Attack, Death Whirlwind, Armament Hockey. Violent Charge Epic. Fighting More and More Bravely Epic. Charge Power Attack Epic. Death Tornado, swing your weapon at high speed to form a death tornado, causing continuous physical damage to all surrounding enemies. Armament Hockey Entanglement LV2. Effect, you can wrap your aura around any part of your body, significantly increasing your attack and defense. The current level can cover two parts such as arms and legs, lasting 15 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Armament Hockey Hardened. Introduction, the advanced use of armament hockey can make the hockey covering the surface of the body more indestructible, greatly improving defense and resisting some elemental damage. 300 points of Constitution. Although it was 15 points lower than Shin Yufu's, the two women were still shocked when they saw this number. Especially when he saw Sumo's last golden S-level skill, his breathing held. The skill of armament hockey only takes up one skill slot. But soon, Samantha discovered the blind spot, and her blue eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction. Boss. You're so mean. You're still hiding something about talent? Samantha stretched out her finger and poked Sumo's breastplate. Her tone turned resentful and she said, "Are we now in a relationship where we take off clothes at night and are honest with each other? I've shown you my insides and outsides, and you're still wary of us with your talent?" Shin Yufu didn't say anything, but the slightly turned down corners of her mouth and the beautiful eyes that dimmed in an instant had already shown her attitude. After spending these days together, they had already guessed Sumo's talent. The storage space that can take things out of thin air, the strange ability to double the supplies, and the powerful halo that can give themselves and Samantha extra experience. They all know it. But knowing is one thing, and Sumo actively hiding it is another. This made them feel that there was always an invisible veil between them and Sumo. Although their bodies were extremely close, their hearts could not be completely connected. Shin Yufu felt an indescribable awkwardness and loss in her heart. It turned out that Sumo had never truly trusted them. Ahem. Sumo was overwhelmed when he saw this situation. Sumo quickly stretched out his arms and embraced the two beautiful women with different styles, hugging them on both sides with a slightly guilty smile on his face. "Oh, my two sweethearts, this is really unfair to me. This talent is automatically hidden by the system, there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, what's so good about it? It's just a little bit better than yours." Just a little bit? Shin Yufu rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Okay, don't worry about this. Sumo quickly changed the subject, pinched Shin Yufu's puffy face, lowered his head and whispered in her ear with a wicked smile. "My dear aunt, didn't you say that your physique is better than mine?" Yes, I'm better than you. My physical and mental attributes are higher than yours," Shin Yufu said stubbornly. "Just talking is useless." Sumo's smile became more playful. "How about this, tonight, if you can make me beg for mercy and walk out of the room holding onto the wall, I will admit that you are better than me." What do you think? Do you dare to bet? You, shameless. Shin Yufu's face suddenly turned red. This bastard kept talking about that matter every other sentence. But Sumo's hot breath sprayed on her earlobe, making her feel a little weak. What? Don't you dare? Who doesn't dare? Just try it. Shin Yufu was forced into a corner and pushed back with her neck stiff. Okay, that's what you said. Hey, boss, you're in trouble tonight. Samantha came over and whispered in Sumo's ear, hoping for chaos. She's a little tigress now. Be careful not to be eaten alive by her. I couldn't ask for more. Suemo licked his lips, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes. The three chatted and laughed as they began to return towards the base. Shin Yufu was still immersed in the excitement of her rapidly increasing strength and Sumo's provocative words, and was thinking about how to avenge her previous shame that night. Samantha hummed a little tune, thinking about which battlesuit to change into tonight. At this moment, Suemo, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, boss? Samantha asked curiously. Suemo raised his chin and motioned them to look ahead. Chapter 38, Fanatic Leg-Holding Fangirl, Luo Xiaro. I saw a petite figure curled up and shivering under a twisted and crooked tree not far ahead. She was a girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old. She was not tall, with a standard 2D cute girl face, big eyes, a small nose, cherry lips, and her signature pink twin tails. She looked harmless and so cute that people wanted to pinch her. The right ankle seemed to be injured and was wrapped in a simple cloth with blood oozing out of it. At this moment, she was looking at a LV6 obsidian scorpion in horror, which was slowly approaching from a distance after smelling the blood. He looked so pitiful, as if he was about to die in the scorpion's mouth. It's a survivor. Shin Yufu's face changed, and she immediately raised her longbow. Suemo, are you going to save her? Humph, it's another old-fashioned scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Samantha curled her lips. Suemo narrowed his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the girl's iconic pink twin tails. In an instant, the videos about himself that were pushed to the top of the World Channel flashed through his mind. That unique, long-distance candid perspective. That always makes me look like a god or devil descending to earth in the photos. There are also messages in the comments section from Sumo's husband who are so fanatical that they are almost pathological. A bold guess formed in his mind. It's her. How dare you come to my door? Seeing that the obsidian scorpion had raised its poison hook, Suemo moved. It was only 30 meters away, and Suemo took a few simple steps and appeared in front of the girl. Bang! With a simple straight punch, the obsidian scorpion, a nightmare to ordinary players, had its head blown off by him. You are, Boss Suemo? The girl raised her head and was stunned when she saw Sumo's face. Then, her big watery eyes burst into a light of immense surprise and admiration. Do you know me? Suemo asked knowingly. Of course. I watch your videos on the World Channel every day. You are my idol. The girl was so excited that she was incoherent. Okay, don't be afraid, it's okay now. Suemo gave her a kind smile, bent down, and checked her ankle. It's a serious injury. How did you get to this level 5 island alone? I don't know either. My boat was destroyed by a monster. I swam desperately and ended up on this island. I was so scared, sob. As the girl spoke, her eyes turned red and she looked like she was about to cry. Okay, don't cry, we are safe now. Shin Yufu stepped forward, patted her back gently and comforted her. Since you are homeless, come back to the base with us first. Suemo suggested kindly. Really, is it really possible? Thank you so much. You are such good people. Luo Xiaro immediately burst into laughter and looked at Suemo with gratitude. Suemo picked her up and turned away. Come on, I'll take you back to our base. There's a doctor there who can treat you. After returning to the base, Suemo kindly handed Luo Xiaro over to Nurse Zhou Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, help her take care of the wound. Yes, boss. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly supported Luo Xiaro and walked into the medical tent. Zhao Tailin and others were so happy when they saw that the boss actually picked up such a soft and cute girl from outside. The boss is the boss, and wherever he goes, there are beauties throwing themselves at him. This little girl looks so pitiful, could she also be taken in by the boss? At dinner, Suemo specially asked someone to prepare hot soup and bread for Luo Xiaro. Luo Xiaoro acted flattered and drank the soup in small sips. While drinking, she secretly glanced at Su Mo with an expression of extreme admiration. Samantha couldn't help but tease him when she saw his innocent and shy look. "Boss, your charm really appeals to all ages. I think this little girl is almost captivated by you." Xin Yufu frowned. She always felt that there was something wrong with this girl, but she couldn't put her finger on it. A girl who has survived in the Doomsday Ocean dungeon for several days, no matter how scared she is, would never let down her guard against a stranger so quickly. She didn't look like someone who had survived a disaster, but rather like a fan meeting her idol. "Xiaoro." Suemo waited until she had almost finished eating before asking casually, "Have we met in this Doomsday world?" "Ha?" Luo Xiaoro was stunned for a moment, then nodded symbolically, and shook her head, "No. I haven't seen it. But it's on the World Channel. I watch your rankings every day. And there are also videos of you posted by others." Suemo smiled and said, "So who do you think is more handsome, me in person or in the video?" "Of course it's me." Luo Xiaoro said without hesitation, her face turning even redder, "I'm 100 times more handsome in person than in the video. And I feel more secure too." The kind smile on Sumo's face disappeared instantly at this moment. "One last question. Is that you, the player on the World Channel called Sumo's husband's little follower who secretly films me every day?" As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of Xin Yufu and Samantha were like two sharp swords, shooting towards Luo Xiaoro with a swish. They had sensed something was wrong a long time ago. This girl's appearance was too coincidental and her performance was too perfect, so perfect that it seemed like a carefully rehearsed script. I don't know what you are talking about, sir." Luo Xiaoro's big eyes were filled with moisture, and she shook her head desperately. Her innocent and aggrieved look was enough to make any man soften his heart. "Still pretending?" Suemo stood up suddenly and leaned over to stare at her. "You said your ship was damaged and you accidentally swam to this level 5 resource island. What a coincidence that you appeared on the route we must take back to base." Every time Suemo spoke, he took a step forward, and Luo Xiaoro shrank back a step. How could a weak, adorable girl, barely able to lift a finger, survive alone in a sea infested with monsters and swim so precisely to a level 5 island? Even if you were lucky enough not to get eaten by a monster, how did you manage to get through the outer monster zone and reach the center of this island unscathed? There is only one possibility. Suemo stretched out a finger and pointed it in front of Luo Xiaoro. "You know which way is safe because you've been watching us." I didn't." Luo Xiaoro was crying, her body trembling, looking extremely pitiful. "Show me your character panel and let me see your talents." Suemo was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and said in a cold tone, "Otherwise, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Don't worry, I am familiar with the waters around here." Seeing that pretending to be stupid or pitiful was useless, Luo Xiaoro stopped sobbing. Whoa, husband Suemo. Please don't be so mean to me." Luo Xiaoro suddenly burst into tears, but this time it was not out of fear, but out of grievance. She hugged Sumo's thighs and cried in her soft and cute voice. "I just like you and admire you, that's why I risked my life to come find you. You're so amazing, so handsome, you're simply my god. I just want to be by your side and look at you every day, is that not okay?" Luo Xiaoro continued to speak shockingly, "From the first time I saw your Noah's Ark at sea, I knew you were different from those losers struggling to survive. You are the king of this world. I posted those videos not to expose your true identity, I just wanted everyone to know how powerful my man is." This passionate confession stunned everyone present, including Suemo. Xin Yufu and Samantha looked at each other with strange expressions. What the hell is going on? A truly rabid fan? Someone chasing their idol into the game? Chapter 39. Luo Xiaoro takes the initiative to be a bed warmer. "So, you are helping me promote it?" Sumo's expression was a little amused. Luo Xiaoro nodded heavily. "I know that a strong person like you would definitely not bother to care about the opinions of mortals. But I think that your reputation should resound throughout the world. Let everyone be in awe and submit to you." "Interesting." Suemo released the hand that was pinching her chin, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his legs. "Since you admire me so much, do you want to stay and work for me?" I do. Luo Xiaoro's eyes lit up instantly and she answered without hesitation. "Okay." Suemo showed an evil smile on his face. "But my ship doesn't support idlers. If you want to stay, you have to work. He pointed at Zhao Tailin and the others who were dealing with the monster's corpse nearby. See? From today on, you'll be a laborer just like those grown women. You'll be responsible for cleaning the base, disposing of the garbage, and doing any physical labor you can. Luo Xiaoro was stunned. She didn't expect that Su Mo would ask her, a rare talent with S-level reconnaissance talent, to do hard labor? But she only hesitated for a second and immediately nodded heavily. Okay. I'll do it. As long as I can stay by your side, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Well, good attitude. Su Mo was very satisfied, and then pointed to his feet. Just doing physical labor isn't enough. I'm a lazy person. Every day after training, I need someone to wash and massage my feet. I'll leave this job to you. Wash. Wash your feet? Luo Xiaoro's face turned red. But she nodded immediately, okay. No problem. Now, even Xin Yufu and Samantha couldn't stand it anymore. Let such a soft, cute girl do hard labor and even wash feet? This is too much. But Su Mo seemed to think it was not enough. Looking at Luo Xiaoro's submissive look of agreeing to any request, the curve of Sumo's mouth grew wider and wider. Very good, it seems you are very aware. In that case, I have a most important task to entrust to you. Su Mo stood up, walked to Luo Xiaoro, leaned over, and whispered in her ear with a magnetic voice. Every night, after I'm done with my work, you're responsible for warming my bed. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Xin Yufu and Samantha's eyes instantly widened bigger than copper bells. Warming the bed? This request is not just excessive, it is simply shameless. They thought that Luo Xiaoro would refuse this time, right? However, what surprised them was Luo Xiaoro was stunned for only 3 seconds. Then, 2 blushes instantly appeared on her cute face. She lowered her head shyly and answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper, yet incredibly firm. Okay, boss. I'll follow your instructions. Now, Xin Yufu and Samantha were completely confused. They finally understood why Su Mo made these unreasonable demands. Su Mo is testing. And this girl named Luo Xiaoro actually agreed to everything. They looked at each other, and a ridiculous idea popped into their minds at the same time. Could this girl be one of those crazy sightseeing fans in the real world who would do anything, even sacrifice their lives, to chase their idol? They have heard a lot of such things in the entertainment industry. I didn't expect to encounter it in this doomsday game. Moreover, the other party is a rare talent with S-level talent. It's simply outrageous. Open your panel and let me see your talent. Su Mo came back to his senses. Luo Xiaoro obediently opened her character panel. Name, Luo Xiaoro. Talent, Clairvoyance S-level. Level, LV2. Skills, Wind Step, Camouflage. S-level Reconnaissance talent? Sumo's eyes moved slightly when he saw this talent, but he did not show too much surprise. Hee, that's awesome. Luo Xiaoro was full of pride. My clairvoyance can see very far away and can even penetrate obstacles. Not bad. Su Mo nodded and immediately invited her to join a team. Ding. You have successfully invited player Luo Xiaoro to join the team. Ding. 3 goddess-level rated members detected in the team. Your god-level talent, Lord of Greed, has been enhanced. The effective goddess bonus has been increased to 300%. Boom. A force several times stronger than before instantly surged through Sumo's body. He opened his panel and found that the suffix of the Constitution column had become plus 300. Final physique, as high as 400 points. Great. Su Mo said in his heart. Okay, come on board with me. Su Mo glanced at Luo Xiaoro with satisfaction and pointed at the Noah's Ark docked on the shore. From now on, you will live in that cabin. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes first. Only when she saw Luo Xiaoro running onto the boat with her short legs and jumping around did Samantha come back to her senses from her shock. She moved closer to Su Mo, looking at him as if he were an alien, and lowered her voice. Boss, what kind of magic potion did you give her? An S-level talent. She's so willing to be your foot washing maid and even warm your bed? Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. Su Mo pretended to be serious for a moment and replied. Tisk. Samantha rolled her eyes, but her blue eyes revealed her admiration for Su Mo. Those who possess S-level talents are worshipped like ancestors in any alliance outside. But when she came to Sumo, she was as obedient as a kitten and took the initiative to ask to be a bed warmer. Where can I find justice? Shin Yufu looked at Sumo's ungrateful look, feeling angry and amused, but more of a sense of inexplicable vigilance. This new pink-haired girl looks cute and harmless, but she is actually quirky and has a deep mind. Moreover, her fanaticism towards Sumo has gone beyond the normal scope of worship. This made Shin Yufu feel the real crisis for the first time. Although Samantha was jealous of her every day, it was more like a comparison and play between women. But this Luo Xiao, the way she looked at Sumo was full of possessiveness that made her want to sacrifice everything she had for him. Oomph, vixen. Shin Yufu snorted in her heart and secretly made up her mind that she must let Sumo know tonight who is the real mistress of this ship. Chapter 40, The First Night's Big Gift? Shin Yufu goes all out. This place is amazing. In the luxurious boat villa with 3 floors and spacious interior, Luo Xiao looked around curiously at this place that would soon become her new home. There are warm wooden floors, exquisitely carved stairs, soft sofas, and large beds, and the air is filled with a faint wood fragrance. Although there are no modern high-tech products, this warmth and comfort is much better than the community housing most people lived in before the end of the world. From today on, this is my territory. Luo Xiao happily threw herself onto the soft big bed and rolled around excitedly. She picked up the clean t-shirt that Sumo threw to her, hummed a little tune, and skipped into the simple bathroom. 10 minutes later. When she came out wearing a t-shirt that was obviously one size too big and with her short white legs bare, Sumo was leaning against the head of the bed, slowly wiping the pair of claws of the violent Bear King that were flashing with cold light. Drops of water dripped down the ends of her pink hair and slid across her white neck, making her look like a lotus flower emerging from water, pure and attractive. The loose hem of the t-shirt just covers the key parts, and the 2 slender and well-proportioned calves are dazzling under the light. Sumo. Husband, I'm done washing. Luo Xiao said in a mosquito-like voice with a red face. Well, does the clothes fit? Sumo didn't even raise his eyelids. Yes, a little big. Luo Xiao pinched the corner of her clothes and said in a lower voice, but, it smells like you, husband Sumo. I like it very much. Sumo put down the claws in his hand, looked up at her, and patted the edge of the bed beside him. Come over. Luo Xiao's heart was pounding like a well-behaved kitten. She walked to the bed and sat down carefully. She was so nervous that even her toes curled up. Stretch out your feet. Sumo ordered. Luo Xiao was stunned and obediently stretched out her uninjured left foot. A pair of pink and tender feet, as delicate as a work of art, were exposed to Sumo's sight. Sumo lowered his head and stared for a moment before saying calmly, change to another one. Luo Xiao's face turned red in an instant, and she quickly replaced her injured right foot. Sumo held her warm ankle, took out the medicine Zhou Xiaoxiao gave him from the storage space, dipped a cotton swab in it, and began to carefully treat the wound on her ankle. His movements were light and gentle, forming a huge contrast with his murderous and decisive image. Feeling the gentle touch and slightly cool ointment coming from her ankle, Luo Xiao's cheeks felt hot enough to fry an egg, and her heart was pounding like a deer, almost jumping out of her throat. Sumo's husband. He is so powerful and domineering, but he also has such a gentle side. This kind of contrast, for a 2D girl like her, is simply a killer. Okay. After applying the medicine, Sumo released his hand and said calmly, rest in this room tonight and don't run around. Then what about you? Luo Xiao asked subconsciously. Sumo stood up with a playful smile on his face, of course I am, going to fulfill my duties as the boss and care about the sleep problem of the other female crew members. After saying that, he prepared to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Luo Xiao actually plucked up the courage, stretched out her little hand, and grabbed the corner of Sumo's clothes. Husband Sumo. You, please don't leave, okay? She raised her big, watery eyes, filled with pleading and a kind of determination to risk everything. It's my first night here, and I want to give you a big gift. It goes without saying what that gift is. Sumo was slightly stunned and looked at this audacious girl in surprise. This little girl is more proactive than he imagined. Just when he was about to say something. Squeak! The door of the cabin was pushed open from the outside. Shin Yufu changed into a sexy black silk pajamas, which perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. The large area of snow-white skin on her chest was dazzling under the light, and her pair of straight and slender legs exuded a fatal temptation. She leaned against the doorframe, her beautiful cold eyes first glanced at the pitiful Luo Xiaoro on the bed, and then fell on Sumo. Sumo, the water in the room is ready. Do you want to wash me first or my feet first? Wow! Luo Xiaoro's eyes widened as she watched the scene in front of her. As expected of the national goddess, she enjoys the fun. Sumo watched the invisible, lightning-fast confrontation between the two women and felt very happy. He pulled Xin Yufu into his arms and whispered in her ear. Of course. I'll wash you clean first, and then we can soak our feet together. After saying that, he carried the blushing Xin Yufu in his arms and walked into the master bedroom under Luo Xiaoro's shocked and admiring gaze. Bang! The door closed again. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. In the master bedroom, steam rose from a huge wooden barrel. Sumo threw Xin Yufu into the wooden barrel like a chicken, causing a splash of water. Asshole! Can't you be a little gentler? She wiped the water droplets from her face and glared at Sumo with shame and anger. Do I need to be gentle with you? Sumo also stepped into the wooden barrel. His muscular body brought a stronger sense of oppression. He grabbed Xin Yufu's ankle and smiled playfully. My goddess of war, didn't you say that your physique is better than mine and you want me to beg for mercy? Come, let me see what you can do. Okay. You asked for this. She no longer suppressed herself, and the power of her S-level talent, goddess of war, surged within her body. The next second, she turned over on her own initiative, like a beautiful snake, wrapped around Sumo's body, wrapped her legs around his waist, wrapped her arms around his neck, and bit Sumo's shoulder. Hiss. Sumo took a breath of cold air. This sister-in-law is really a dog. Is that all the strength you have? Are you trying to tickle me? Sumo's big hand began to fight back dishonestly. A war without gunpowder smoke, but more intense than any other battle, broke out completely in the bathtub. Relying on a physical fitness of over 300 points, Xin Yufu changed her previous passive attitude and launched a fierce counterattack. Sometimes she was like an agile cheetah, looking for Sumo's weakness. Sometimes she was like a stubborn lioness, using all her strength to bite and suppress. However, Su Tmo is like an unshakable sacred mountain. No matter how she attacked or struggled, he remained motionless. Although Sumo's armament haki was not released, his strong physical defense was not something Xin Yufu could shake. On the contrary, every time he launched a seemingly random counterattack, he could accurately break down Xin Yufu's defenses, causing her to let out a cry of unwillingness. How about it? My goddess of war, are you convinced? No. I don't accept it. Xin Yufu gritted her teeth and responded stubbornly. She couldn't believe it. Her strength was clearly superior to his, so why was she still being suppressed by him? You're still pretty stubborn. Sumo smirked. I'll beat you until you surrender. The war moved to the big bed. It lasted from late night to dawn. Chapter 41 Challenge LV-15 Lord Level Boss. Survival Challenge Period, Day 7. When the first ray of sunlight came through the window and shone on the messy bed, Xin Yufu felt like a broken ship that had been tossed by huge waves all night long, and had completely lost all motivation to resist. I couldn't even move a finger. She lost miserably and completely. Every inch of her skin was branded with the evidence of that man's domineering and crazy behavior. Now, who's more powerful? Xin Yufu buried her face in the soft pillow and didn't want to pay attention to him. Sumo stretched out his long arms, pulled her soft body into his arms, and pinched her puffy face. Speak, my goddess of war, why are you silent? Woo! Xin Yufu was about to cry. You're amazing, you're the most amazing. You're a monster. Okay. Speak louder, I didn't hear you. Sumo. You bastard. You're the best. In the next room, Luo Xiaoro, who had been eavesdropping in the corner all night, was curled up in the quilt, her face flushed and her legs shaking uncontrollably. It's so scary. The goddess Xin, who could fight a level 14 elite monster alone, was tossed into this miserable state. If my small body were really eaten by Sumo's husband, wouldn't it fall apart? She suddenly realized how naive and reckless her thoughts were last night. Sumo walked out of the room refreshed, feeling relaxed and comfortable all over. Boss, you're just not like a human being. On the deck, Samantha looked at Xin Yufu, who had collapsed in the room, and said with lingering fear. What? Are you jealous? Suemo glanced at her. No. Samantha was so scared that she quickly shook her head. She didn't want to follow in Shin Yufu's footsteps. After breakfast, Luo Xiaoro walked over carefully with her short legs, holding the monocular-like instrument tightly in her hand. Xiaoro, today is the last day. Suemo took a sip of the fish soup and said lightly. We will leave here early tomorrow morning. The system will then settle the game currency based on the value of the items we obtain. He opened his panel and took a look at the supplies in the storage space. The various epic equipment, skill books, rare materials looted in the past few days, plus the game coins dropped by killing elite monsters, all converted together, are worth about 6 million. This amount of money, in the eyes of other players, is an astronomical figure. But in Sumo's opinion, it is far from enough. I don't have any other hobbies, I just like to make more money. Sumo's eyes fell on Luo Xiaoro, so, today, we have to do something big. Your mission is to use your clairvoyance to find the most valuable and powerful creature on this island. I understand. Husband Suemo. Luo Xiaoro immediately straightened her back with a determined look on her face. She immediately ran to the bow, raised the clairvoyance in her hand, and began to conduct a carpet-style reconnaissance of the entire island. 20 minutes later. Found it, found it. Luo Xiaoro's voice, unable to conceal her trembling and fear, suddenly rang out. Husband Suemo. In the volcano at the center of the island. I saw a demon. Demon? Suemo and Samantha looked at each other and walked over. What on earth is it that scares you so much? Samantha asked curiously. Luo Xiaoro swallowed her saliva, her face turned pale, and she described it intermittently. It's very, very big. Its height, it's at least 20 meters tall. Its body is covered in those dark dragon scales, and it has a ferocious dragon head and 2 curved devil horns on its head. On its back grows a pair of giant bat wings that cover the sky and the sun. Abyss Dragon Baroque LV-15 Lord Level. Lord Level Boss? Hearing these 4 words, even Samantha, who was always fearless, changed her expression. Above the elite monsters, there are actually Lord Level monsters. What are you afraid of? At this moment, Shin Yufu, who had changed into a set of skeleton armor, walked out of the cabin. Although her walking posture was still a little stiff, her beautiful face was full of fighting spirit. Isn't it just a larger lizard? The 3 of us can team up and tear it apart. After last night's in-depth communication, she had a new and more terrifying understanding of Sumo's strength. This man is a monster in human skin. With him around, let alone a lord-level boss, even if a god descended, she would dare to follow him and charge forward. Well said. Suemo laughed loudly and immediately made the decision, let's go now. Xiaoro, your physical fitness is too low to wear the armor, so use your camouflage skill to follow behind and be responsible for leading the way and keeping watch. I want to go too? Luo Xiaoro suddenly looked bitter. She's just an investigator. Asking her to face the terrifying monster that makes her legs go weak at the mere sight of it, isn't that asking for her life? But when she saw Sumo's unquestionable eyes, she swallowed back all her words of refusal. Okay, Suemo, husband. The idol's orders are absolute. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, she has to rush forward. Just like that, this 4-person team, which can be said to be the most luxurious in the entire ocean world, headed towards the deepest part of the Level 5 resource island, the terrifying volcano that was shrouded in black clouds all year round. There is no grass growing in the volcanic area. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur, and the ground was dark red scorched earth, which was slightly hot when stepped on. Gulp gulp. Bubbles of magma swelled up on the ground, then exploded, splashing out hot magma. This damn place is too hot. Samantha tugged at her collar, beads of sweat already oozing from her forehead. Although the skeleton armor has amazing defensive capabilities, its heat insulation effect is not very good. Be careful, the monsters here may all have fire attributes. Shin Yufu reminded, holding her claws and observing her surroundings vigilantly. Luo Xiaoro, who was walking in front, had a pale face. Her pink sportswear had been soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to her body. While using clairvoyance to confirm the direction, she used camouflage to blend her body into the surrounding environment, fearing that she would be discovered by some monster. Husband Suemo is in the largest crater in front. Luo Xiaoro's voice was trembling. The closer she got, the stronger the terrifying pressure from the superior creature became, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Suemo nodded and signaled everyone to stop. Samantha, you and Luo Xiero stay outside and find a safe high ground to provide long-range support and security. Shin Yufu and I will go in and meet it. Understood. Samantha and Luo Xiero immediately obeyed the order. Suemo and Shin Yufu looked at each other, took a deep breath, and walked into the crater that looked like a devil's mouth, one in front and one behind. Inside the crater is an extremely huge lava cave. In the center of the cave is a huge lake of roiling magma. And in the center of the lake, a huge figure was curled up there, seemingly sleeping. It was the LV-15 Lord-level boss Abyss Dragon Baroque. Its huge body was like a small mountain. Every breath it took caused the entire cave to tremble slightly. The scorching dragon breath spewed out of its nostrils, burning the air and distorting it. Chapter 42, Raging Blood. All skills unleashed. This thing is really big. Suemo looked at the demon dragon, and there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he was burning with fighting spirit. How do we fight? Shin Yufu asked in a low voice. She said it lightly, but when she really faced this legendary Lord-level boss, she was still a little scared. Old rules. Sumo's plan was simple and crude: I'll take the lead, and you look for opportunities to sneak attack its vital points. Good. Suemo moved his wrist, and the dark-armed color-domineering aura instantly covered his right arm. Step hard with your feet. Boom. The whole person was like a cannonball, shooting towards the dragon in the center of the lava lake. Roar. The sleeping Baroque was suddenly awakened. When it saw that Suemo, a tiny human, actually dared to provoke it, endless rage instantly erupted from its huge lava-like dragon eyes. It opened its bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow a truck, and a dark dragon breath mixed with the aura of destruction sprayed towards Suemo in midair like a high-pressure water gun. Skill, Breath of the Abyss. Wherever this dragon breath passed, even the space seemed to be corroded and melted. Facing this devastating blow, Suemo did not dodge or evade. Armament hockey hardened. Laugh. A layer of dazzling black diamond crystals instantly appeared on the surface of his right fist, which was covered with armed color domineering. He actually wanted to use his fists to counter the breath of this Lord-level boss. Boom. The fist and the dragon's breath collided violently in mid-air. A terrifying energy explosion blasted throughout the entire cave. The entire lava lake was thrown into huge waves by this impact. Sumo's figure was blown away by this terrifying energy, like a meteorite, and hit the wall of the cave heavily. Boom! He smashed a huge human-shaped dent in the hard rock wall, and rubble rolled down. Suemo. Shin Yufu, who was far away, felt her heart instantly rise to her throat. Ahem. The smoke and dust cleared, and Suemo jumped down from the pit and brushed off the dust on his body. The skeleton armor on his chest had been completely shattered, revealing the bronze and muscular chest underneath, with a shallow burn mark on it. Damn, a Lord-level boss, it really is something. Suemo licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, but a crazy smile appeared on his face. But, this is enough. Roar. Unable to kill this little bug with one strike, the Abyss Dragon Baroque became completely furious. Its huge body slowly stood up from the lava lake, and its huge bat wings flapped violently, bringing up a violent hurricane, and pounced towards Suemo. The pair of dragon claws as huge as mountains, with the power to tear everything apart, slammed down towards Sumo's head. This claw is enough to smash a mountain into pieces. Now! Just when the dragon's attention was all on Suemo, Shin Yufu moved. Violent charge. Her figure turned into a white lightning, moving at high speed along the wall of the cave and circling behind the dragon. She jumped high, aimed the sharp claws in her hands at the dragon's thick Achilles tendon, and stabbed it hard. Puff! The sharp claw blade successfully pierced into the gaps in the dragon scales. Roar! Baroque felt pain and let out an earth-shaking roar. It swung its tail violently, and the huge dragon tail, like a long steel whip, swept toward Shin Yufu behind it with destructive power. Careful! Sumo's pupils shrank, and he launched Violent Charge without hesitation. He arrived first, and at the moment when the dragon's tail was about to hit Shin Yufu, he grabbed her soft body in his arms and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Boom! The dragon's tail hit the wall of the cave hard, and the entire volcano shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Thank you. Being held in Sumo's arms, feeling his hot chest and strong heartbeat, Shin Yufu's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Focus. This isn't the time for romance. Sumo put her down and looked seriously at the dragon that was becoming more and more violent due to its injury. This guy's scales are too tough, conventional attacks are hard to be effective. What should we do then? Hit it in the eyes. Just as Sumo finished speaking, a poisonous arrow whizzed in from the cave entrance and shot accurately at the dragon's left eye. It's Samantha. Puff. The arrow hit the target successfully. However, it only left a small charred mark on the tough eye membrane and did not cause any substantial damage. Roar. Baroque was completely enraged. He gave up on Sumo and Shinjufu, turned his head abruptly, opened his bloody mouth, and a dark dragon breath, thicker than before, spurted out towards the cave entrance. Samantha! Get out of the way! Sumo yelled. But it's too late. The speed of dragon breath is too fast and the range is too wide. Boom! The entire crater was directly destroyed by this terrifying dragon breath. Rocks flew through the sky, and smoke and dust billowed. Samantha and Luo Xiaoro were instantly buried under the collapsed boulders. Life or death unknown. Samantha! Luo Xiaoro! Shinjufu looked at the completely blocked hole, her beautiful eyes filled with horror and worry. That passionate and unrestrained big foreign horse who bickered with him every day, and that soft and cute pink-haired girl who just came on board, wouldn't they just die like this? Roar! After a successful attack, the Abyss Dragon Baroque let out a triumphant roar. It turned its ferocious dragon head and its huge lava-like eyes locked onto Sumo and Shinjufu again. In its view, these two little bugs trapped in the cave are already in its pocket. Sumo. What should we do now? Shinjufu asked anxiously. The entire cave fell into an eerie silence, with only the heavy breathing of the dragon and the gurgling sound of magma rolling. Calm down. There was no trace of panic on Sumo's face, instead, it was cold and calm. In those dark eyes, there was a frightening, crazy, murderous intent flashing. It killed my crew and blocked my path. Today, it must die. Before he finished speaking, he actually took out a tube of sticky liquid emitting an ominous red light from the storage space. Blood of violence. This special item, obtained from a six-legged lizard, will cause confusion and cause great damage to the self after taking it. Sumobi. That thing will make you lose control. Shinjufu instantly recognized this special item obtained from the six-legged lizard and exclaimed in surprise. Out of control? Sumo's mouth curled up into a crazy and cruel arc. I fucking need to lose control now. Sumo raised his head and drank the tube of violent blood in one gulp. Roar! The next second, a terrifying and violent aura comparable to that of the Abyss Dragon burst out from Sumo's not-so-tall body. Sumo's muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, cracking the remaining bone armor on his body. Dark red lines spread across his skin like red-hot irons. His eyes turned completely blood red. Armament hockey. The more we fight, the braver we become. Charge and strike. Violent charge. Sumo actually activated all his active skills at the same time. The terrifying energy was madly rushing through his body. Anyone else would be crushed to death by this force. But at this moment, under the influence of blood of violence, this force that was enough to destroy the world was actually perfectly controlled by him. Chapter 43 The Dying Sumo, the Moonlight Mushroom King. Die. Sumo let out a roar that was not like a human voice, and stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom. He was like a black and red meteor. He ignored the rolling lava lake in front of him and crashed into the huge Abyss Dragon at a speed that seemed to tear through space. Is this the power he possesses after going berserk? Shinjufu stared blankly at the figure that had transformed into a demon god, with a huge wave of emotion rising in her heart. Clang! The fist covered with black diamond crystals and violent blood collided fiercely with the Abyss Dragon's huge mouth that was big enough to bite off the mountain. The entire volcano let out a painful wail under this blow. Roar! The huge head of the Abyss Dragon Baroque was suddenly thrown back by the punch, and for the first time, an expression of incredible astonishment appeared in his lava-like dragon eyes. How could such a terrifying power erupt from the body of this tiny human? Without waiting for it to react. Sumo's attack, like a storm, has arrived. Bang! 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 Give up all defenses, give up all skills. What we have is just the most primitive, brutal, crazy beating with fists to the flesh. Each punch contained the combined power of armament hockey hardened and charged power attack and hit the dragon hard. The hard dragon scales that were strong enough to withstand a volcanic eruption shattered into pieces like fragile glass under Sumo's iron fist. Black dragon blood, mixed with broken scales, splashed all over the sky. Roar! Baroque roared in extreme pain, waving his dragon claws wildly and spewing dragon breath, trying to tear the damn flea on his body into pieces. However, Sumo didn't hide at all. The dragon's claws tore his skin and the dragon's breath burned his body, but he seemed not to feel any pain. Instead, he laughed even more excitedly and crazily. Ha 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 ha. It feels so good. It feels so good. The passive talent of becoming braver as the fight goes on was instantly stacked to its fullest, and the damage reduction and life recovery effects transformed him into an invincible and violent god of war. Death Whirlwind. Sumo roared, and his whole body spun at high speed on the dragon's body, turning into a black and red death tornado. Sh. With a harsh sound of friction, large pieces of flesh and blood were scraped off the dragon's body, revealing the eerie white bones underneath. Sumo. Shin Yufu in the distance was completely stunned. This is no longer a battle. This was a one-sided, bloody and brutal massacre. She really wanted to go up and help, but she sadly discovered that in a battle of this level, her strength was not even enough to qualify her to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as the man she loved and hated, burning his own life in a frantic revenge for her and his dead companions. A crystal teardrop quietly slid down her beautiful cheek. Roar! The Abyss Dragon is scared. It never thought that it, which had ruled this volcano for hundreds of years and had very few humans able to set foot in this volcano, would be forced into such a miserable situation today by a level 14 human. It let out an unwilling wail and violently flapped its bat wings that covered the sky and the sun, trying to escape from this terrifying demon. Want to run? Did I allow it? Sumo let out a sinister laugh, suddenly jumped onto the back of the dragon, and ran wildly along the huge spine that was like a mountain ridge. Finally, he jumped high, clenched his fists, gathered all the strength in his body, aimed at the back of the dragon's huge head, and smashed it down hard. Die for me! Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the cave. The huge body of the Abyss Dragon fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing magma all over the sky. The battle is over. From the time Sumo drank the blood of rage to the time the Lord-level boss fell, it took less than 10 minutes. Sumo stood on the corpse of the evil dragon, covered in blood, like a Shura returning from hell. The violent aura on him slowly faded away, and his blood-red eyes gradually regained clarity. Immediately afterwards, an endless feeling of weakness came over me like a tide. Sumo's eyes went dark, his body went limp, and he fell straight off the dragon's corpse. Sumo! Shin Yufu exclaimed and tried to catch him. But at this moment, boom! The entrance of the cave, which was blocked by a huge rock, was suddenly blown up by an arrow from outside. A fiery figure with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding an epic longbow, rushed out from the smoke and dust, and caught Sumo, who was about to fall into the lava lake, steadily in his arms. Boss! Are you okay? The person who came was Samantha. Samantha? You're not dead? Shin Yufu looked at the dramatic scene in front of her, her beautiful eyes widened, and she was unable to react for a moment. Pooh. You're the one who's dead. Samantha held the unconscious Sumo in her arms and rolled her eyes at her. Just now, if I hadn't reacted quickly and fired a burst of arrows with all my might, forcing a gap in the rock's fall, we would have been buried alive. As soon as she finished speaking, a little head with pink twin ponytails popped out from the rubble at the entrance of the cave. It was Luo Sharo, who was also covered in dust. Wow! I was so scared. I thought I would never see my husband Sumo again. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry! Sumo is dying. Shin Yufu finally came to her senses. Looking at Sumo's pale face and the horrific wounds on his body that were so deep that the bones could be seen, her heart was gripped. The side effects of blood of rage have occurred. Sumo's health points are dropping rapidly and are about to hit bottom. That's right. Mushrooms. Shin Yufu suddenly remembered something, but before she could open the storage space. Sumo relied on his last bit of willpower to force open his storage space and threw out all the 10 Moonlight Mushroom Kings that he had picked but had not yet used. Eat. Sumo used up his last bit of strength, uttered a word, and then completely fainted. Eat. I'll feed you. Shin Yufu grabbed the largest king mushroom and stuffed it into Sumo's mouth like crazy. But Sumo had lost consciousness and was unable to swallow. In a hurry, Shinjufu got so excited that she took a big bite of the Mushroom King, then leaned over, aimed at Sumo's lips, and passed it to him with her mouth. Wow! The warm mushroom liquid, which contained tremendous life energy, flowed into Sumo's body through his throat. His rapidly declining health was finally curbed and began to recover slowly at a slow pace. Although he was still seriously injured, at least he managed to save his life. Seeing this, the three women breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 44, Legendary Weapon. Armament Haki Ryu Sakura. At this moment, the huge corpse of the Abyss Dragon suddenly turned into golden light spots all over the sky. The light spots dissipated, leaving behind a pile of trophies emitting dazzling light. Among them, a huge battle blade that is completely black, has a domineering shape, and emits a golden legendary light is particularly eye-catching. A series of deafening system prompt sounds exploded in the ears of the three women. Global announcement: congratulations to player Sumo for successfully killing the final lord of the level 5 resource island Abyssal Dragon Baroque LV-15. Becoming the first player in the world to kill a lord level boss. Global announcement. Global announcement. 3 consecutive global announcements plunged the entire world channel into deathly silence. Next, there is an even more shocking loot tip. Congratulations! Your team successfully killed the Abyssal Dragon Baroque LV-15, Lord level. Gained plus 50,000 experience. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained 100,000 points. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level LV-15. You have obtained Judgment of the Abyss Dragon Legendary Weapon. You have obtained Skill Book Dragon Might Epic level. You have obtained Armament Haki Rywoku Fragment X1. You received Game Coins 300,000. Talent Greed triggered. Looking at the series of golden system prompts and the mountains of spoils, the three women's breathing stopped. Legendary weapons. Epic skill book. And that fragment called Armament Haki Ryu. I'm rich. Samantha's eyes were full of stars. After a brief moment of shock, Shinjufu's eyes fell on the fragment that was flashing with strange light. This thing, could it be? She seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful eyes burst into a light of great surprise. This thing can make your dark skill evolve? Shinjufu handed the fragment that looked like black crystal with liquid flowing inside to Sumo. At this time, Sumo had slowly woken up under the powerful medicinal effect of the Moonlight Mushroom King. His body was still weak, but his consciousness had returned to normal. He looked at the fragment, and the system prompt popped up at the right time. Armament Haki Ryu Okura Fragments. These mysterious fragments contain techniques for using higher level haki. After collecting 10 of them, they can be combined with the skill Armament Haki to evolve it into the higher level Armament Haki Ryu Okura. Collect all 10? Sumo frowned. Damn, after all this time, it turns out to be a defective product? However, he soon felt relieved. When he opened the storage space and saw 9 other identical fragments lying quietly inside, he smiled. Hey, this greed talent can sometimes be quite a surprise generator. Sumo chose synthesis without hesitation. The 10 fragments turned into a stream of light and merged into his brow. Immediately afterwards, the skill fusion prompt popped up. Ding! We've detected that you possess the skill Armament Haki Entanglement LV2. Do you want to spend 1 million game coins to fuse it with Armament Haki Ryu Sakura? Fusion. Sumo was not short of game coins now. Boom! A brand new understanding and perception of dominance flooded into his mind like an epiphany. He seemed to see an invisible, flowing force surrounding his body. He can release this power outwards, forming an invisible but indestructible armor. Even condense it and turn it into the sharpest blade. Congratulations! Your skill Armament Haki has successfully evolved into Armament Haki Ryu Okura. Armament Haki Flowing Cherry LV1, unleash your aura like a stream, covering your entire body and forming an invisible shield of haki, significantly increasing your defense and protecting against most elemental damage. You can also wrap your weapon with Flowing Cherry or release it directly, dealing internal damage to your enemy, ignoring some of their defenses. This is Ryuing? Sumo stood up slowly, and felt deeply that a certain power in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. He stretched out his right hand, pointed at a huge rock not far away, and had a thought. There was no earth-shaking noise, no dazzling light effects. I saw a barely detectable stream of black air gushing out from his palm and instantly sinking into the huge rock. Next second, Puff. The hard boulder that was half a person's height turned into a pile of powder silently like a weathered sand sculpture. Oh my god. Shinjufu, Samantha, and Luo Xiao, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, instantly widened. What kind of magical trick is this? Killing without being seen. Not bad, not bad. Suemo nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the legendary battle blade. Judgment of the Abyss Dragon Legend. Type, Two-handed glaive. Attack power, 300-450. Special effect 1, Demonic Dragon Soul. When attacking, summon the Demonic Dragon Soul to possess you, increasing all attributes by 50% for 30 seconds. Special effect 2, Abyssal Slash. Consumes a large amount of physical strength, launches a slash imbued with the power of the abyss, causing devastating damage to all enemies in front. Equipment requirements, Constitution 300 points. Nice knife. Sumo's eyes lit up, and he equipped himself with this ferocious blade that was taller than him without hesitation. As for the epic skill book, Dragon Power, after selectively forgetting Death Whirlwind, he also learned it. Dragon's Might epic passive, you will constantly exude the pressure of a superior, causing a 10% suppression effect on all attributes of all creatures with lower strength than you. Damn, isn't this the legendary aura of kingly dominance? From now on, when I fight monsters, won't I be able to scare them to death just by standing still? Suemo was extremely excited about this harvest. But at this moment, boom! The entire volcano, and even the entire island, began to tremble violently. Rubble kept falling from the rock wall above, and the ground underfoot cracked into bottomless gullies. Warning! Lord-level creatures have died, the island's core has become unstable, and this area will completely collapse within 1 hour. All survivors, please evacuate as soon as possible. The cold system prompt sound rang in everyone's ears. Holy crap! Destroy the house right after defeating the boss? This system is too ridiculous. Suemo couldn't help but swear. Don't just stand there. Run. He carried the still-dazed Shinjufu and Samantha on his shoulders, and picked up the panicked Luo Xiao with his other hand. At the same time, he issued the highest order to Zhao Tailin, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and others who were far away in the base in the team channel. Zhao Tailin. Start Noah's Ark immediately. Take everything you can carry. Get away from this ruined island at full speed. Quick. Yes. Boss. The 4 of them rushed out of the collapsing volcano at the fastest speed. Chapter 45 is about to return to reality. The scene outside was already one of doomsday. The sky was covered by thick volcanic ash, the earth broke in wailing, the seawater rushed back and set off huge waves. Countless disturbed sea monsters emerged from the surging seawater like dumplings, frantically attacking everything on the island. Boss. This way. Noah's Ark, under the guidance of Zhao Tailin, has already reached the shore. Suemo took the 3 women and jumped, landing steadily on the deck. Full speed ahead. Target, get out of this damn sea. Suemo stood at the bow, holding the legendary sword, full of vigor and vitality. Roar! At this moment, a giant sea snake with a body length of more than 100 meters broke through the water, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Noah's Ark. Just in time. Suemo was not surprised but delighted. Just right, I'll use you to test out my new sword and new domineering power. He took a deep breath, and the judgment of the Abyss Dragon in his hand was covered by an invisible, flowing domineering aura. Did not approach the sea snake. Just facing it, from a distance of nearly 100 meters, and waving it forward casually. Abyss slash. Call out. A crescent-shaped slash that was invisible to the naked eye but seemed to be able to tear through space instantly broke through the water surface and flashed past. Next second. The giant sea snake's movements came to an abrupt halt. A line of blood spread from the top of its head to its tail. Immediately afterwards, its huge body was neatly split into 2 halves from the middle. The stinking blood dyed the entire sea red. On the boat, whether it was Shinjufu, Samantha, Zhao Tailin, Zhou Xiaoxiao and other crew members, they were all petrified. From a distance of 100 meters, with a single strike, he instantly killed a terrifying sea monster that looked at least elite level? Is the boss using cheats? This is so scary. Husband Suemo is so handsome. Only Luo Xiao, holding her little face, looked at Sumo's back with an obsessive look, her eyes full of admiring little stars. Under the shock of Sumo's divine sword, no blind monster dared to provoke Noah's Ark anymore. The Ark braved the wind and waves and rushed out of the core area of the island collapse. Night has completely fallen, and there are less than 2 hours left before the end of the survival challenge. The deck of Noah's Ark was brightly lit and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Come on, sisters. One more to go. Zhao Tielin's face was flushed, and he held up a can of ice-cold beer, his tongue a little tied. These 7 days, we survived. Following the boss, we fucking survived. Oh. Cheers. For the boss. For our survival. Ha ha ha. These 7 days have been like a dream. I've never been so excited in my life. The 12 crew members burst into thunderous cheers. They gathered around the campfire, eating meat and drinking wine with big mouthfuls. Everyone's face was filled with ecstasy of surviving the disaster. At the same time, the World Channel, which was once bustling with millions of people, now seems extremely deserted, with less than 2,000 people online. Whoa, it's finally over. Brothers. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Damn it. 7 days. Do you know how I spent those 7 days? I gnawed on tree bark and drank rainwater every day, and I lost over 30 pounds. When I get back, I'm going to have a meat feast. 1,873 people. From over 1 million at the beginning, now there are less than 2,000 left. This death rate is horrific. Stop sighing. Look at the leaderboard. Boss Sumo's level has already reached LV15. Oh my god. Is he a god? Need I say more? Didn't you see the global announcement? The world's first kill of a Lord-level boss. Who else has this record? Second place is also awesome. National Goddess Shin Yufu, LV12. High-level talent is truly remarkable. Who would dare to call our Yufu a pretty face from now on? By the way, have you noticed that among the top 10 on the leaderboard, apart from Boss Sumo and the 2 goddesses, the rest are almost all leaders of the major alliances? Rose of the Bloody Rose, LV11, ranks 5th. In the cabin, Sumo crossed his legs, enjoying the feeding service from Samantha and Luo Xiaro on his left and right, while browsing the World Channel for praise. He felt so relaxed. Hee, Sumo, you are a global idol now. Luo Xiaro held her face, her eyes full of stars. Samantha puffed out her chest proudly. Of course, don't you see whose man he is? Shin Yufu looked at the remarks that paired her and Sumo together, her pretty face flushed slightly, but her heart felt sweet, and she couldn't help but secretly glance at Sumo. At this moment, Sumo's attention was attracted by a discussion about the Blood Rose. Speaking of which, Rose, the leader of the Bloody Rose, is truly a mysterious woman. She's also the only ruthless character who can lead an all-female alliance into the top 5 of the alliance rankings. Rose. When Sumo saw this name, he remembered that he seemed to have been neglecting this woman. He opened his friend list, and sure enough, the friend request from Blood Rose was still lying there alone. 6 days had passed. I clicked agree casually. At the same time, next to a level 4 island hundreds of kilometers away from the level 5 resource island. 4 7th level ships, each 20 meters long and wide, were quietly docked at the shore. The deck of one of the ships was packed with dozens of female players of different body shapes but equally beautiful, wearing only cool vests and shorts. The long white legs make people dizzy, the air is filled with the sweat of young girls and the fragrance after bathing, the scene is extremely erotic. They were excitedly counting the spoils of the second elite monster they had just killed on the level 4 island. And on the observation deck of the captain's room, a fiery red figure was sitting facing the wind. She was tall and slender, wrapped in a tight red leather armor, which made her sexy curves even more distinct, as if she was about to break free from the restraints. Her legs are so long and straight, so white that it's blindingly white. Just looking at them is enough to make people lose their minds. It was the leader of the Bloody Rose Changwei. Ding! Player Sumo has accepted your friend request. A sudden notification sound caused Changwei's narrow and long phoenix eyes to narrow slightly. 6 days. This man finally remembered her? Chapter 46 Everyone evacuates. Immediately afterwards, the other party sent a concise message. Sumo? A question mark? Changwei laughed out of anger, her slender fingers tapping rapidly on the virtual screen. Hey, isn't this Sumo, the boss who's occupying the top spot on the global ranking list and just killed a lord-level boss alone? How come he has time to care about a small fry like me? There is a lot of resentment and ridicule revealed between the lines. Sumo looked at the message and glanced at the ranking list. 5th on the ranking list, the leader of the Bloody Rose, Rose. Same here. Rose narrowed her beautiful eyes and got straight to the point. Brother Suemo, you're really joking. Compared to yours, my achievements are nothing compared to a firefly and the bright moon. Speaking of which, I'm curious, how did you find that Lord-level boss? I brought hundreds of sisters and searched the third-level resource island from top to bottom, but didn't see a single lord. So, we just came to the fourth-level island. Suemo casually replied, lucky, I happened to encounter it while taking a walk. It was a level 15 dragon, with thick skin and tough flesh, and it was quite difficult to kill. To Suemo, these words sounded true, but to Changwei, they sounded like blatant Versailles. Taking a stroll? Met by chance? Pretty hard to kill? That was the world's first kill of a lord-level boss. Xianwei chuckled, suppressed her dissatisfaction, and tapped on the virtual keyboard with her slender fingers. Really? That's a shame. If you had agreed to my alliance proposal, with the help of hundreds of our sisters from the Scarlet Rose, we could have killed that little lizard. Why would you have taken the risk yourself and even mentioned the word difficult to kill? The blame in his words was not concealed at all. She was blaming Suemo for being too arrogant and ignoring her olive branch. However, Sumo's next reply made her beautiful face turn cold in an instant. Suemo, alliance? Just based on your level and equipment at that time? Don't be ridiculous. You're just giving snacks to that dragon. It's useless. Simple, rough, and merciless. This is no longer arrogance, this is naked contempt. You. Xianwei was choked by these words, and a sense of pride rushed to her head. Levels and attributes aren't everything. I've practiced martial arts since I was a child, and my combat skills and experience far surpass yours. You only have levels and equipment, but if we really fight, who will win is still uncertain. This is her pride as a strong person, and also her biggest trump card. With her S-level talent and the fighting skills she has honed since childhood, she is confident that she can fight against any strong person of the same level. Looking at this reply full of fighting spirit, Suemo was amused. Suemo turned around and asked the three women around him in turn, who is this woman named Xianwei? She doesn't look simple. Does anyone know her? Samantha and Luo Xiao both shook their heads. In the real world, they had little interaction with people of this level. It was Xin Yufu who spoke after pondering for a moment. Yu Qiangwei. I think I heard someone mention her at a business conference. She seems to be the only daughter of the boss of Hongqing Society, the leader of Hong Kong's underground society. She's ruthless and audacious. Many wealthy and powerful second generations from mainland China avoid her when they hear her name. Oh? The daughter of a gangster? Suemo suddenly realized, no wonder his tone was so harsh. After listening, Suemo only replied one word to Changwei. Oh. Then, without waiting for the other party to reply, he added another sentence. You should be thankful that you didn't find the lord of the third-level island. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have the chance to speak to me so confidently now. After saying that, Suemo directly closed the chat box. Instead of wasting time talking to an irrelevant woman, you might as well seize the last moment and enjoy the taste of your own beauty. Come on, my dear aunt, there's still more than an hour left. Let's go inside and have a deeper conversation to solidify our relationship. You put me down. Xin Yufu was embarrassed and angry, struggling in his arms. Only 1 hour left. Can't you think of something else? Are you so anxious because you're afraid I'll stop letting you touch me once we return to reality? Hey, you're right. Suemo bent down and kissed her on the cheek, then walked towards the cabin with big strides. Beautiful days, but short nights, we must seize the moment. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Only Samantha and Luo Xiao were left on the deck, looking at each other in bewilderment. On the other side, after seeing the last two messages from Suemo, Xianwei was so angry that she crushed the high-heeled glass that her subordinates had just handed to her. Suemo! A cry filled with suppressed anger echoed in the sky above the 7th-level ship. Inside the cabin on the other side, the spring scenery is boundless. Outside the house, on the Blood Rose's flagship, the air was freezing cold. Alliance leader, what's wrong? The deputy felt the terrifying aura emanating from Rose and asked cautiously. Nothing. Xianwei slowly loosened her hand that had crushed the wine glass. A few drops of blood slid down between her fingers, but she didn't care. She just stretched out her tongue and licked it gently. There was a dangerous and exciting light flashing in those narrow and long phoenix eyes. I just found a very interesting man. Suemo. This name has been engraved in her heart. She swore that when she returned to reality, she would find this man and make him pay for his rudeness today. Whether it is to make him kneel at his feet and sing conquer, or use another way to make him surrender. Time passes by minute in the torment and expectation of all the survivors. Finally, when the last ray of sunset glow disappeared from the sea level, a cold and majestic system prompt sound resounded in the minds of all survivors. Ding! The 7-day survival challenge period has officially ended. Final settlement in progress. Summarization completed. Congratulations to all the survivors who managed to survive. You have used your courage and wisdom to prove the value of your existence. The teleportation channel will open in 10 seconds, and all players will be teleported back to the real world. 10-9-8. I'm going home. Woo woo woo, I can finally go home. The world channel instantly boiled over, and everyone was extremely excited. On Noah's Ark, Suemo also stopped bullying his aunt and waited for the moment of return together with the 3 girls. The really interesting game is about to begin. He is looking forward to seeing what kind of wonderful impact these players who have gained extraordinary powers in the game will bring to that peaceful world when they return to reality. 3-2-1. Suemo obtained a total of 6.6 million game coins by killing a single monster in the game without completing the settlement. Dear Mr. Suemo, since you are the only player in this game who has killed a high-level boss, you have exceeded the evacuation conditions. We have now opened a special transmission channel for you. Evacuation is commencing. Buzz. A brilliant white beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Noah's Ark, as well as all the crew members and supplies on board. Sumo's eyes turned white, and an irresistible pulling force came, and his consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Chapter 47 SSS Level Evaluation. Settlement of 15.69 million game coins. When Suemo opened his eyes again, he was no longer surrounded by the shaking deck and salty sea breeze. It is a pure white, strange space that is boundless from top to bottom and left to right. Here it is. Shinjufu, Samantha, and Luo Xiaro also woke up one after another, looking at this strange place in surprise. At this moment, golden virtual light screens popped up in front of the 4 people at the same time. Welcome to Gaia Space, survivors. We are currently making a final settlement of your performance in the Subnautica instance. Settlement in progress. Player, Suemo. Exploration level, SSS. You have explored the highest level area and killed one of the final lords in that area. Kill rating, SSS. You single-handedly killed a lord-level creature far exceeding the current player's level cap. Ship level, SSS. Your ship Noah's Ark has reached the highest level in the current version. Overall rating, SSS. Perfect clearance. Congratulations! You've received the final reward, 1 million game coins and the special title Ocean Overlord. Ocean Overlord unique title, you are recognized as the strongest in this ocean world. In all ocean dungeons, your personal reputation automatically rises to exalted, and all neutral marine creatures initially have a friendly impression of you. SSS level evaluation? Not bad. Suemo was not surprised by the result. Then, another panel popped up. Please select the item you want to exchange for game currency. The system will recycle it at 70% of the market price. Looking at the mountains of spoils in his storage space, Suemo started the big sale without hesitation. Skeleton Battle Armor Set, blueprints? Rubbish. I had 9 copies and sold them all. Claws of the Furious Bear King? Epic level boxing gloves, okay, but my weapon is already legendary, I can't use it, so I'm selling all 9. Embrace of the Demonic Python? An epic longbow. Samantha already has 1, and the remaining 9 are all sold. Skill book, Death Whirlwind? I've only learned 1, and there are 9 left. There's no point in keeping them. Dragon Might? This passive is good, but 9 copies is too much. Sell 5. As for the legendary, Judgment of the Abyss Dragon, Suemo thought about it and thought that this thing had an absurdly high attack power. Everyone could be equipped with 1 in the future, so he kept it for now. Ding! Item exchange completed. Congratulations! You have earned a total of 8.09 million game coins. Adding the 1 million evaluation reward and the 6.6 million before the evacuation, Sumo's total assets instantly reached a terrifying number. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV 15 20,000 100,000. Constitution, 110 plus 330. Spirit, 10 plus 30. Skills, Violent Charge, Fighting More Courageously, Charged Attack, Dragon Might, Armament Haki Ryuko LV1. Property, 15.69 million game coins. At the same time, the settlement panel of the three women also popped up. Player, Shan Yufu. Overall rating, SS. Your performance far exceeds that of most survivors and you are the core combat force of the team. Reward, game coins x 500,000. Player, Samantha. Overall evaluation, S+. You are an excellent support in ranged DPS, making a huge contribution to the team. Reward, game coins x 300,000. Player, Luo Xiaro. Overall rating, although you were paddling for most of the time, you provided key intelligence in the final battle. Summary, Padding Koi. Reward, game coins x 100,000. Looking at their pitiful rewards and then at Sumo's string of scary numbers, the three women had different expressions. A paddling koi? Luo Xiaro looked at her own evaluation and immediately puffed up her cheeks. That's too much. I obviously contributed too. If I hadn't found that big evil dragon, how could Sumo's husband have gotten the first kill? After a brief moment of envy, Shin Yufu and Samantha's two beautiful eyes fell on Sumo at the same time, their eyes full of expectation and hints. Of the two of them, one followed Sumo from the next day, and the other was tied onto the boat from the beginning of the game. She can be said to be a veteran contributor to Noah's Ark, and is also the hostess appointed by Sumo. After fighting hard for 7 days, all the spoils were with Sumo, and they didn't have anything to sell. Now that the game is over, it's time to reward people based on their merits. It can't be just this much, right? Sumo felt a little guilty when they looked at him, and coughed twice. Of course he knew what these two women were thinking. To be honest, he doesn't particularly value game coins. The money is gone, but with his ability, it will not be a problem for him to make tens of millions more when he enters the dungeon next time. But these women in front of him are irreplaceable treasures to Sumo. An S-Class, Goddess of War, with his Goddess bonus, has grown into a terrifying combat force second only to his own in strength. An A-Rank, Treasure Hunter, he is the best partner of his greed talent and a mobile treasure house key. There is also an S-level, Clairvoyance, which is a strategic level scout tailor-made for him. I can help him conquer the world during the day and accompany him to conquer the world at night. Where can you find such a perfect woman? Sumo knew clearly what was more important. Ahem, don't look at me like that. It makes me look like a black-hearted boss who owes you wages and won't pay you. Sumo waved his hand, an extremely generous smile on his face. We are a team, my money is naturally everyone's money. The transaction function is directly opened. Ding. You transferred 2 million game coins to player Shin Yufu. Ding. You transferred 2 million game coins to player Samantha. Wow. The two women were stunned when they saw the long string of numbers that suddenly appeared in their accounts. Boss. You are so nice to me. Samantha was the first to rush over, hugging Sumo's face and kissing him fiercely, not hiding her excitement and love at all. Although Shin Yufu was not so exaggerated, she felt warm in her heart when she saw the 2 million. There were ripples of emotion in those cold and beautiful eyes. She took the initiative to step forward, stood on tiptoe, and placed a warm kiss on the side of Sumo's face. Thanks. Is that all? Sumo curled his lips and pointed at his lips. No sincerity? Shin Yufu's pretty face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at him, but still obediently gave him a light kiss. Sumo's husband, what about me? Luo Xiaro, who was standing next to her, saw that her two sisters had received huge sums of money, and immediately pulled at Sumo's clothes pitifully. You little girl, you want to share the money as soon as you get on the boat? Sumo smiled and pinched her face. Wow. I did put in some effort. Okay, yours won't be missing. Sumo looked at her cute face that was about to cry, and traded another 500,000 to her. Wow. 500,000. Luo Xiaro burst into laughter instantly, hugging Sumo's arm tightly and not letting go. Husband Sumo, you are the best. I love you. Okay, stop being so cheesy. Sumo enjoyed the repayment kisses from the three women for a while before saying seriously, I've given you the money, but don't spend it recklessly. The game store should be open now, so go check it out and buy some practical things to improve your strength. That's what's most important. Clear. The three girls responded in unison, then happily opened the new game store panel. Sumo also looked at it curiously. Ding. Welcome to Gaia Mall. Happy shopping! A dazzling virtual shopping mall interface unfolded in front of the four people. From basic weapons and equipment, to rare skill books, talent fragments, to various unique bloodlines and props, we have everything. Suemo took a casual glance and couldn't help but start complaining. Holy crap! Isn't this the Claw of the Furious Bear King I just sold? I only sold it to you for 350,000, and you're selling it for 650,000? That's a rip-off. That's a rip-off. You're a complete profiteer. This mall is actually a middleman. The buy-in price is 30% off, but the selling price is 30% higher. The more expensive the item, the more of a rip-off. It seems that this official system is not a good thing either. Chapter 48 Women Shopping. Buy. 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 Boss, the things in this mall are so expensive. Samantha was shocked when she saw that a piece of fine leather armor was sold for 50,000 game coins. Luo Xiaoro was even more nervous, holding the 500,000 yuan she had just received and which was not even warm yet, as she was afraid that she would spend it all by accident. Only Xin Yufu, after a brief glance, had a shrewd light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She skipped over the flashy equipment and skill books and fixed her sights on the Attribute Enhancement category. Suemo, look at this. She shared the attributes of an item. Life Source Fluid Elementary, this liquid contains pure life energy. Upon consumption, it permanently increases your basic physical fitness by 10 points. Price, 100,000 in-game coins. Spirit Crystal Primary, this crystal contains pure spiritual energy. Upon use, it permanently increases your base spirit by 10 points. Price, 100,000 in-game coins. Note, basic attributes are only used to establish advantages before the player reaches level 20. After the player reaches level 20, the two major attributes will undergo a major transformation. Basic attributes will also change according to the player's job change. Purchase as appropriate. Samantha and Luo Xiaoro were both shocked when they saw the prices of these two items. Just to add 10 attribute points, it costs 100,000 game coins? Sumo's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what Xin Yufu meant. For ordinary players, spending 100,000 game coins to buy some basic attributes is extremely cost-effective. But for Xin Yufu, who possesses the S-level talent, Goddess of War, this is the most cost-effective choice. Her talent can increase basic attributes by 1.5 times, and the attribute points she gains with each upgrade are 5 times that of ordinary players. This means that for every 10 points she improves on her basic attributes, the actual profit she gets is a guaranteed profit. Buy it. You must buy it. Suemo immediately made the decision, and don't save money, and increase your basic attributes to the limit. She no longer hesitated and began her shopping spree. Ding. You purchased 20 Life Source Fluid Primary, spending 2 million game coins. Ding. You purchased 5 Spirit Crystals Primary, spending 500,000 game coins. Suemo. Samantha. Luo Xiaoro. All three of them were stunned. Xin Yufu spends money faster than robbing money. Suemo quickly checked her account. Wow, the 2 million he had just transferred, plus her own 500,000 reward, were all spent in an instant. Where is shopping? It's clearly burning money. Ahem, auntie, you bought too much? Suemo reminded softly, fearing that she would squander the game coins as if they were RMB. Is it a lot? Xin Yufu blinked her innocent eyes. I feel it's not enough. If I had money, I would buy some more. Click Use All. As she spoke, she opened her attribute panel. Name, Xin Yufu. Talent, Goddess of War S level. Level, LV 12. Constitution, 610. Spirit, 140. Skill. Property, 0 game coins. Seeing this panel, Suemo fell silent. 610 points of physical fitness. This is a human-shaped female Tyrannosaurus. Xin Yufu, now, do you still think I'm weak? Not weak, not weak. My good aunt is the most powerful. Suemo now understood that this S-level talent was simply a gold-devouring beast. On the other hand, Samantha is not as cost-conscious as Xin Yufu. She first spent 500,000 to buy some Life Source Liquid to upgrade her basic physical fitness to 65. Then, she turned her attention to the Skill Upgrade column. Skill Upgrade Scroll Excellent upgrades any normal skill to Excellent. Price, 300,000 in-game coins. Boss, my basic archery mastery is still at the ordinary level, which is too lame. I want to upgrade it. Samantha looked at Suemo eagerly. Raise. Must raise. As the team's long-range turret, Samantha's skill level really needs to be improved. Ding. Your skill, Basic Archery Mastery LV5, has been successfully upgraded to Archery Master Excellent. Archery Master Excellent, your archery skills have reached a high level, increasing range, accuracy, and power by 30%. You have also mastered the special skill, Tracking Arrow. Tracking Arrow Excellent, the arrows you shoot will have a slight tracking effect, slightly correcting their trajectory and making it easier to hit moving targets. Wow! That's awesome. Samantha almost jumped up in excitement at this new skill. This upgrade is an epic enhancement. Not only does it comprehensively improve her output capabilities, but it also adds a tracking arrow effect, so she no longer has to worry about not being able to hit those jumping monkeys. Samantha was satisfied after her strength was improved. She took a look at her account and saw that there was still a huge sum of 1.5 million left. Now, I can finally start rail shopping. She directly clicked on the Issues column under the Equipment category and filtered the two tags Epic and High Heels. In an instant, a row of sexy and gorgeous high heels of various shapes appeared in front of her. Epic Shadow Dancer Boots significantly increases movement speed and dodge rate, and grants the Shadow Step skill. Price, 990,000 in-game coins. Flamewalker's Treads Epic leaves a trail of fire as it moves, dealing burn damage to enemies in its path. Price, 900,000 in-game coins. Jumping Boots Epic increases jump height, slows falling speed, and allows a double jump in mid-air. Price, 780,000 in-game coins. Samantha's eyes lingered on these gorgeous shoes and her saliva was almost flowing. Finally, her eyes were fixed on a pair of stiletto heels made entirely of purple crystals, with heels at least 15 centimeters high and a sexy and seductive design. Succubus's Temptation Epic. Type, High Heels. Special Effect 1, Queen's pace movement speed increases by 30%, and your walking posture will have an extra charming effect on the opposite sex. Special Effect 2, Short Flight. After activation, you can glide briefly in the air, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Equipment requirements, Constitution 60 points, Spirit 50 points. Price, 990,000 game coins. That's it. Samantha's eyes widened when she saw the attributes of the shoes. Increases movement speed. Can fly. Also has a charm effect. Most importantly, these shoes are so sexy. She could almost imagine herself wearing these shoes, paired with a tight leather jacket, and walking in front of Suemo. Boss LSP will definitely turn into a wolf on the spot. Hee Shinyufu, that icy face, knows how to fight and kill every day. How can she understand a man's mind as well as I do? Are you sure you want to buy this? 990,000 can buy several bottles of Life Source liquid. Suemo asked. I want this. Samantha was very determined. Boss, you don't understand. How can a perfect woman not have a pair of combat boots of her own? Besides, don't you think my legs will look better in these high heels? She cast a coquettish glance at Suemo, her tone full of suggestion. Don't you like it? Suemo. Well, this woman bought equipment just to seduce me. Buy it, buy it. Suemo waved his hands helplessly. Samantha immediately smiled and bought the expensive combat boots without hesitation. The remaining 500,000 was all used to buy primary spiritual crystals. Chapter 49 Primary Titan Heart Human Beast Version. A pair of sexy high heels emitting purple light appeared in her hands. She couldn't wait to take off the skeleton boots in front of Suemo and Shinyufu, freeing her tightly wrapped jade feet. Then, she gracefully put on the pair of amethyst-like high heels. The 15-centimeter heels made her already tall figure appear even more upright. The pair of dazzlingly white long legs appear even tighter and longer with the embellishment of shoes. The most terrible thing is that as she walked, her extremely round and firm buttocks drew a series of perfect arcs that made one's blood boil. Boss, do you think my outfit looks good? Samantha walked in front of Suemo and turned around on purpose, like a proud peacock, showing off her charm to the fullest. She firmly believes that no man can resist the temptation of high heels. Especially, sexy long legs like hers. Ahem, it's okay. Suemo touched his nose and felt a little dry in the mouth. To be honest, this big mare's figure, coupled with these high heels, really makes her lethality go up several levels. Flirting. Shin Yufu, who was standing next to her, looked at Samantha's smug look and couldn't help but snort coldly. She admitted that this big mare did have a hot body and looked really good in those shoes. But she just couldn't stand the other person's showy look that seemed to have "I want to seduce the boss" written on his face. Seeing that both of her sisters had completed the consumption upgrade, Luo Xiaoro, who was standing by, was so envious that her eyes turned red. She also wants to buy beautiful clothes and awesome equipment. But when she took a look at the pitiful 550,000 game coins in her account, she immediately became deflated. This amount of money is not even a fraction compared to my two sisters. It's not enough to buy an epic piece of equipment. Alas, life is not easy for the poor. Luo Xiaoro sighed silently in her heart. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. She knew that her greatest value was not in combat, but in reconnaissance and saving her life. As long as she could survive, stay by Sumo's husband's side, and provide him with information, that was more important than anything else. After figuring this out, her shopping goals became clearer. In the props column, he searched carefully. Finally, she spent 300,000 to buy an excellent item, Void Cloak, that could make her completely invisible, and spent another 200,000 to upgrade her disguise skill to Perfect Disguise. Only then was she satisfied. Perfect Camouflage allows you to perfectly mimic your surroundings and objects. As long as your mental power is strong enough and you don't expose yourself, even elite creatures will find it difficult to detect you. Sumo searched the primary mall for a long time but couldn't find what he wanted. I simply clicked on the filtering option of Advanced Mall. Soon, an object emitting a dark golden light attracted his attention. Primary Titan Heart Human Beast version. Type: Special Heart can be fusible. Introduction: the heart of a powerful orc, imbued with a touch of Titan power. After fusion, it grants powerful vitality and terrifying recovery abilities. Significantly increases health and stamina recovery speed. Titan Body Passive: when you take fatal damage, your last health point will be locked, making you immune to all damage for 10 seconds and restoring 50% of your maximum health. Cooldown: 24 hours. Price: 19.99 million game coins. Special note: the reason why the protagonist is asked to buy this instead of increasing attributes is, first, the protagonist will change his job in the second dungeon. If the job he changes to is not a warrior type, it will waste a lot of physical fitness points. Physical fitness includes health, strength, stamina, and agility. If the protagonist changes to a god-level assassin, the agility and strength are maxed out, but the health and stamina are not good enough. The tank will just be a blood cow. Second, this is a game where all races compete together. Some races are born with superior attributes. To balance the gap in the early stages, there are attribute limits before level 100. For example, after a job change, the maximum attribute is 15,000 points, and after the fourth job change, at level 99, the maximum attribute is 100,000 points. Before level 20, there is no job change, and the maximum physical strength is 1,000 points. Third, in the third instance, the protagonist sleeps with an elf and several bottles of high-level potions, and their attributes explode. That's it. Sumo's eyes lit up instantly. After the fateful battle with the dragon, he deeply realized the insufficiency of his endurance. This Titan's heart was tailor-made for him. But when Sumo saw the scary-looking price, his face suddenly turned dark. After he divided the money, he only had 11.19 million game coins left, still short of more than 8 million. Damn it, I just became a rich man, and now I'm going bankrupt. Sumo gritted his teeth, opened the storage space, and began to let go of things with pain. He had originally wanted to keep the 9 legendary, Judgment of the Abyss Dragon, and give one to each crew member in the future to form a legendary weapon brigade, but now it seems that it is impossible. Sell. 8. All sold. Ding. You sold Abyss Dragon's Judgment, X8 and received 8 million game coins. A legendary weapon, and the trade-in price is only 1 million. This system is even more evil than him. There is still a shortfall of 800,000. Sumo's gaze fell on those epic skill books, Dragon Might, again. Forget it, 2 or 3 of these will be enough. Ding. You sold the epic skill, Dragon Might, X2 and received 800,000 game coins. The money is finally collected. Ding. Special item, Primary Titan Heart, detected. Do you want to fuse it immediately? The fusion process will be accompanied by severe pain, please be prepared. Fusion. The Titan's heart, which was emitting a dark golden light, turned into a stream of light and merged into his chest. Ugh! A heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout Sumo's body. He felt as if his chest was being madly bitten by 10,000 piranhas. His heart was being torn apart and then reassembled by a brutal and domineering force. Boss! Sumo! Sumo's husband! The three women saw Sumo suddenly scream, curled up on the ground, shaking violently, and their faces changed instantly. What happened to him? Shin-Yufu asked anxiously. No. I don't know. He was fine just now. This can't be a completely painful heart transplant without anesthesia. Can the boss hold on? Samantha was also panicked. Husband Sumo. Don't scare me. Luo Shiora was so scared that she burst into tears. They wanted to go forward to help, but were pushed away by an invisible aura. At this moment, Sumo could not hear their voices at all. His consciousness had sunk into endless pain. But he didn't give up. Sumo gritted his teeth and let the power wreak havoc in his body, transforming every inch of his flesh and blood, every bone. This is the birth pangs before the phoenix's rebirth. As long as he can get through it, he will be reborn. Time passes by minute by minute. The pain in Sumo's body was gradually replaced by a warm and powerful force. A brand new heart, filled with strength, was beating powerfully in his chest. Boom! 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 Every beat sends a powerful life energy to his limbs and bones. He felt that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Muscles become stronger. Bones become denser. The blood flow rate becomes faster, and the energy contained in it becomes greater. After an unknown amount of time, the transformative force finally subsided. Sumo slowly stood up from the ground. His clothes were already soaked with sweat, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Ding! Congratulations! Successfully fused the primary Titan heart. Your health limit is permanently increased by 500%. Your maximum stamina is permanently increased by 300%. You have obtained the passive skill, Titan Body. Chapter 50 Player Game Rules, a common game for different races. Cool. Sumo felt the endless and almost limitless power in his body, and couldn't help but roar to the sky. He now feels that even if he fights the Abyss Dragon again, he will be able to crush it easily. Moreover, you don't need to activate Blood of Rage. This is the power of 1,990,000. Value. It's so damn worth it. Titan Body Passive. When you take fatal damage, your last health point will be locked, making you immune to all damage for 10 seconds and restoring 50% of your maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. This thing is like having an extra life, and it has super recovery capabilities. Who can kill himself in the future? Boss, are you okay? Samantha looked at Sumo, who had revived to full health and looked even more terrifying than before, and asked cautiously. It's all right. I'm fine. Sumo grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He stretched his muscles, making a crackling sound. An invisible pressure emanated from him, forcing the three women to take a step back. What did you fuse just now? Shin-Yufu looked at Sumo, her beautiful eyes revealing shock and curiosity. Something that could cause Sumo to suffer so much pain was definitely not an ordinary item. Nothing much, just a little gadget that helps me last longer. Sumo winked at Shin-Yufu and Samantha and said meaningfully. The two girls were stunned at first, then realized what he meant, and their pretty faces flushed at the same time. Rogue. Shin-Yufu spat. Samantha was more direct. She licked her red lips and winked at Sumo. Boss, you better keep your word. I'm waiting for you to show me your endurance dot. Only Luo Shiora still looked confused and asked curiously with her head tilted. Durability? What good stuff did you buy, Sumo? Will it allow you to fight monsters for longer in the future? Sumo laughed and rubbed her little head. That's right. From now on, I can fight any monster for longer. Just as the four of them were chatting and laughing, the Grand System prompt sound rang in everyone's mind. Gaia space is about to close, and the survivors are being transported back to the real world. Before returning, we will release the player rules. Please all players abide by them. Rule 1. No player may, in any form, proactively disclose the existence of the Gaia game or anything that occurs within it to anyone who has not participated in the game. Violators will be severely punished by the Gaia will. Punishment includes but is not limited to erasing relevant memories, depriving all abilities and property, and even outright annihilation. Rule 2: all players who successfully complete the newbie game will automatically qualify as official players. Afterwards, they must participate in the game at least once a month, regardless of the game type or gameplay. Rule 3: this game doesn't belong only to humans. In future dungeons, you will encounter intelligent races from different civilizations and dimensions. They may be allies or enemies. Remember, weakness is the original sin. Rule 4: the real world is also your battlefield. If you die from unnatural causes, your player identity will be taken away. The announcement of a series of rules caused Gaia's space to fall into an eerie silence. The smile on Sumo's face gradually faded and his brows were furrowed. Can't reveal the existence of the game to ordinary people? This was within his expectations. After all, once this supernatural power was made public, the order of the entire world would collapse instantly. But the second rule is that you must participate in the game once a month, otherwise you will be eliminated? Isn't this just a mandatory monthly KPI? The kind that costs your life. Also, intelligent life on other planets and other dimensions? Aliens, orcs, elves, demons from various science fiction movies instantly popped up in Sumo's mind. Wow, this game is getting bigger and bigger. Boss, this is too exciting. Playing the same game with other races, can we beat them? Samantha's face turned pale. Sumo. Shin Yufu's expression was also extremely solemn. She thought further. These players with extraordinary powers returned to reality, like uncontrolled bombs thrown into the peaceful human society. Although there are rules and constraints of Gaia's will, there will always be some lunatics who are blinded by power, or criminals who are already extremely vicious in reality. No one can predict what they will do. I am afraid that the world of the future will no longer be as peaceful as before. Only Luo Xiao, this 2D girl with a unique way of thinking, after a brief moment of surprise, her big eyes actually sparkled with excitement. Wow! Intelligent life from other planets. Does that mean that if I stay with my husband Sumo in the future, I'll have the chance to meet the real elf sister and cat-eared girl? Sumo. Shan Yufu. Samantha. This girl's focus is always so different. At the same time, the World Channel, which had been silent for a moment, completely exploded due to the announcement of these rules. Holy crap! What the hell? Mandatory participation once a month? Do you think we can survive? I barely managed to save my life. Can't tell ordinary people? Then how do we explain these muscles? I was a skinny 120-pound guy before I came here, and now I'm as strong as a bull. What should I say if my mom asks? Tell her I worked on the construction site every day carrying bricks and built up those muscles in just 2 months? Brother upstairs, be content. You've only grown stronger, but I've mutated. I fused some primary werewolf bloodline, and now whenever I get excited, claws and black hair grow on my hands. If my wife sees this, she'll beat me to death like I'm a monster. Wow. Can anyone help me? Hey sisters, what should I do? I think I'm pregnant. But I just got engaged to my fiancé before I disappeared. If he finds out I'm pregnant when I go back, I won't be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. I don't even know who the father is. As soon as this news came out, the entire channel went off track. Holy crap! The sisters upstairs are awesome. They're surviving the apocalypse and still contributing to human reproduction. So, here comes the question, who is the father of this child? Come out and claim him. Don't let the child be born without a father. Is there even a question? He must be a big shot on the leaderboard. Look at the top 10, who isn't a hunk? I bet 50 cents it's Sumo's. Bullshit. Our husband Sumo is a man of integrity, how could he possibly do such a thing? I think it must be you, a bunch of weak men who can't control your lower body, who did it? Looking at these messy speeches on the World Channel, Sumo's face turned dark. Can this also be linked to me? Humph, a bunch of boring mortals. Luo Xiao said indignantly, husband Sumo is mine. No one else can take him away. At this moment, the magnificent system prompt sounded again, interrupting everyone's discussion. Rules announced. The teleportation channel will open in 10 seconds, and all players will be teleported back to the real world. 10, 9, 8. The countdown has begun. I'm going home. It's finally over. The three women all had complicated expressions on their faces. There is excitement, anticipation, but also confusion and anxiety about the future. Suemo took the three women into his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. No matter what the future holds, he has the confidence to protect the people around him. 3, 2, 1. Transmission begins. Chapter 51. Shin Yufu and Shin Yanbing are suspicious of each other. When consciousness regained clarity, a familiar, expensive aroma entered my nostrils. Shin Yufu suddenly opened her eyes. What came into view was the familiar, luxuriously decorated bedroom ceiling. She's back. Really? I'm back. Shin Yufu sat up from the soft big bed with a somersault and looked around in disbelief. This is her boudoir in her seaside villa, everything is exactly as she left it. It seemed as if the brutal battle of blood and fire during those 7 days was just a bizarre nightmare. But when she looked down and saw the sexy black silk pajamas on her body and the ambiguous red marks on her fair and slender legs that had not completely faded, her cheeks suddenly turned red. That's not a dream. All the ridiculous things that happened between her and Suemo were true. When I thought about how this national goddess was actually being, Shin Yufu felt her face burning hot. She was embarrassed and angry, and couldn't help but curse Suemo 100 times in her heart. But as he cursed, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. That bastard, although he's a bit overbearing and shameless, he's still quite reliable at critical moments. Especially when he drank the potion at the end to save Samantha and Luo Xiao, and then transformed in a rage and tore the dragon apart with his bare hands. Quite handsome. Just when Shin Yufu was lost in thoughts and feeling confused. Squeak. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Auntie. A cold voice, filled with anxiety and concern, sounded. Shin Yufu raised her head and what caught her eye was a beautiful face that looked about 70% similar to her own, but more youthful and tender. She was wearing a white dress, had waist-length hair, and her clear eyes were filled with worry. It was her niece, Shin Yanbing. You're finally back. Seeing Shin Yufu sitting on the bed with her eyes open, Shin Yanbing's cold and pretty face instantly showed an expression of surprise, and her tense body quietly relaxed. Yanbing? Shin Yufu was also stunned when she saw her niece. But she soon noticed something was wrong. He just appeared in the room out of nowhere, but Yanbing was not surprised or frightened at all. Instead, it was as if he had known this would happen. Is she just worried about whether she will come back safely? A terrible thought suddenly popped into Shin Yufu's mind. Could it be that? Aunt, are you okay? Are you hurt? Shin Yanbing walked quickly to the bedside, looked at Shin Yufu with a worried look, and reached out to check her body. For her, these 5 days felt like a year. When she watched her aunt and Suemo disappear out of thin air in front of her, she knew that they were forced into the 11th round of the game. She herself is a survivor of the 9th round game and knows how cruel and dangerous it is. I pray every day, praying that my aunt and Suemo can return safely. I'm fine. Shin Yufu subconsciously pulled the quilt to cover the marks on her legs, and calmly avoided her niece's hand. At this moment, a huge wave has been set off in her heart. At the beginning of the game, the system mentioned that this was the 11th round of the game. In each round, 1 million blue star people who have never participated will be forced to participate. Yanbing had no reaction to his sudden appearance, only worry. This can only mean one thing. Shin Yanbing, she is also a player. Moreover, she is an old player who joined the game earlier than herself. This discovery shocked Shin Yufu beyond words. No wonder. No wonder she told me before that she had an online boyfriend but was too afraid to meet him. She also lied that she disappeared during those few days because she was secretly looking for Suemo. It turns out that this girl has known about the existence of the game for a long time and is an old player. After realizing this, Shin Yufu felt mixed emotions. I felt both amused and sad at the thought of having such a huge secret hidden from my own child, and I also felt an indescribable heartache. How much pressure and fear did this silly girl bear silently all by herself? Just when Shin Yufu was feeling mixed emotions, Shin Yanbing's gaze fell on the black pajamas she was wearing, which looked wrong no matter how you looked at them. She remembers it very clearly. On the day my aunt disappeared, she was wearing a smart custom-made suit. In order to go for the negotiation, she also put on exquisite makeup and her aura was fully on display. But now, what's with this black silk pajamas that are so sexy to the core? Moreover, the style of this pajamas is obviously not my aunt's usual style. Although my aunt is a versatile goddess on the screen, she actually dresses very conservatively in private, and her pajamas are all those cute cartoon one-piece ones. This kind of sexy pajamas that is full of extreme temptation is the first time she has seen her aunt wearing it. More importantly, my aunt disappeared with Sumo. The two of them, alone in that cruel survival game, lived together for 10 days. Then, when my aunt came back, she changed into this outfit. An absurd and uneasy thought emerged uncontrollably in Xin Yanbing's mind. No. Impossible. My aunt is my elder, how could anything happen between her and my online boyfriend? I must be overthinking it. Yes. My aunt must have encountered danger in the game and her clothes were torn, so she just found a random piece of clothing to change into. It must be like this. Xin Yanbing tried hard to comfort himself in his heart, but his cold eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of suspicion and vigilance. Auntie, this dress of yours? Xin Yanbing asked tentatively, it's quite nice. Why haven't I seen you wear it before? Here we come. Xin Yufu's heart skipped a beat, knowing that this girl would definitely ask this. Her mind was working rapidly, but she pretended to be nonchalant and explained casually, oh, this. I was fighting monsters in the game and my original clothes got dirty. I bought this cheaply in the system mall. This explanation sounds perfect. But Xin Yanbing keenly captured a highlight. System mall? She remembered that there was no system mall in the novice game. Only after the game ends and you enter the place called Gaia Space can you settle accounts and shop. How could my aunt? Could it be that the rules of the game have changed again? Xin Yanbing's heart was filled with even more doubts. She always felt that her aunt was deliberately hiding something. Especially about Sumo. From the beginning till now, my aunt never mentioned Sumo. This is so abnormal. By the way, Auntie, Xin Yanbing finally asked the question that concerned her most, where's Sumo? Did he come back safely too? When Sumo was mentioned, Xin Yufu's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and countless indescribable images flashed through her mind. She forced herself to remain calm and nodded, yes, he's fine. We were teleported separately, and he should have returned to his residence. That's good. Xin Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone is fine. As for the rest. She looked at her aunt's evasive eyes and her unconsciously red ears, and the ominous premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. No, I must find a way to figure out what happened between the two of them in these 10 days. Xin Yanbing secretly made up his mind. Xin Yufu was also overwhelmed when she saw her niece's determination to get to the bottom of the matter. This girl usually looks cold and taciturn, but why does she become like a detective when Sumo is involved? How should this tangled and complicated relationship end? It's all Sumo's fault, that lecherous bastard. Xin Yufu cursed Sumo again in her heart. Chapter 52 Sumo's extremely beautiful landlady. When Sumo opened his eyes again, what lingered on his nose was no longer the empty breath of Gaia Space, but a familiar air mixed with a faint fragrance. He found himself standing in a warm and elegant living room. This is the apartment he rented off campus. Back. Sumo checked his body immediately and felt a slight movement in his heart. The explosive power that filled his limbs and bones after fusing with the heart of the Titan still existed. Sumo's mind moved, and the familiar personal panel immediately unfolded before his eyes. Name, Sumo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV 15 20,000 100,000. Constitution, 110 plus 330. Spirit, 10 plus 30. Skills, Violent Charge, Fighting More Courageously, Charged Attack, Dragon Might, Armament Haki Ryuko LV1. Property, 0. Special Status, Heart of the Titan Maximum Health plus 500%, Maximum Stamina plus 300%, Passive, Titan's Body. Special Status, Accompanied by a Beautiful Woman All Attributes plus 300%. The power is still there. Not only that, but the attribute bonus of being accompanied by a beautiful woman is still effective. Sumo was delighted. It seems that the effect of this talent is not determined by the team status, but by whether the goddess-level companion is alive. This is simply a permanent super buff. Looking at the lower right corner of the panel, a new countdown is beating. Time remaining until the next mandatory mission starts, 4 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes. In 5 days, you can choose to enter Gaia Space and start a new game. Not bad, not bad. Sumo was in a good mood and looked around his little nest. Everything was exactly the same as when he left, with a bowl of instant noodles on the table that he hadn't had time to wash, etc. Sumo's gaze suddenly fixed. He found that something seemed wrong in the room. In the air, besides his own scent, there seemed to be a faint, very pleasant woman's scent lingering. Moreover, the entire room was arranged in the same manner as when he left, but it had obviously been cleaned. The windows were spotless and even the instant noodle bowl had been washed and put back in the cupboard. Just as he was wondering, a slight sound came from the direction of the bedroom. Sumo walked over quietly with light footsteps. As soon as he reached the bedroom door, he saw a scene that made his heart skip a beat. A plump figure in a lavender knee-length nightgown was bending over, gathering the corners of the quilt for him. The material was so thin that it fitted the body, revealing the unique soft curves of a mature woman. When she bent over, the hips wrapped in the skirt formed a dazzlingly round arc, like a ripe fruit, so full that it made one's throat tighten. Looking from this angle, there is a hint of charm at the bottom of the nightgown, which makes people feel confused. She moved her hand slightly, and the arc trembled slightly, causing the hazy shadow to sway, adding a bit of indescribable teasing. This is a stunningly beautiful woman whose presence alone can make a man's blood boil. Sumo's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. He knew this woman. Chin Lan, his landlord. A woman in her early 30s, gentle and intellectual, but with a tragic fate. A year ago, her uneducated husband was beaten to death by someone while he was collecting an old debt from gambling. However, due to the identity of the man, it was said to be an accidental death. Only she and a few properties were left, and she lived on the rent. Sumo and her met by accident. That night, Chin Lan, who had just lost her husband, was drinking alone in a bar when she was targeted by several men with bad intentions. Just as the men were about to drag her away, Sumo, who happened to be passing by, rushed forward without thinking. Although Sumo was just an ordinary college student at the time and only knew a few turtle punches in a fight, and was beaten black and blue, he finally managed to drag the police over and save Chin Lan's innocence. Later, in order to thank him, Chin Lan rented him this fully furnished apartment very close to the university town at a very low price. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other. Chin Lan is a very gentle woman. She always speaks softly, with the soft and sticky ending tone unique to Jiangnan women. She treated Sumo as her own brother, often bringing him homemade meals and asking about his well-being. Sumo also has a good impression of this gentle and beautiful landlady. But why is she here? Sister Lan? Sumo called out tentatively. The plump figure suddenly froze. Chin Lan subconsciously wanted to cover her back with her hands, her face full of panic. But when she turned around and saw Sumo standing in the living room with a smile on his face, the panic instantly turned into endless surprise and excitement. Xiao Mo? You're back? The next second, regardless of how inappropriate her clothes were, Chin Lan rushed over and hugged Sumo tightly. Whoa, you little brat. Where have you been? Do you know how worried I am about you? With the warm and soft beauty in his arms, that mature and attractive body pressed tightly against him, feeling the amazing softness and elasticity, Sumo was a little dazed for a moment. He felt very deeply that the woman in his arms was trembling violently. Don't ask Sumo why he is so sure. It's just because Chin Lan's mind is so broad. I called the police, but they couldn't find you. I called you, but your phone was turned off. I thought something had happened to you too. Chin Lan's voice was filled with tears and fear. Sumo's heart was instantly touched. He patted Chin Lan's back gently and comforted her softly. Okay, Sister Lan, I'm fine. I'm back, aren't I? Sumo finally reacted. I spent 10 days in the game, but the flow of time in the game and in reality is not completely equal. Sister Lan, how long have I been missing? 5 whole days. You disappeared for 5 whole days. Chin Lan raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes and stared at him with red eyes. 5 days? Sumo calculated in his mind. 10 days in the game is 5 days in reality, so the time flow rate is about 2 to 1. It is also possible that the time flow rate of each copy is different. I'm sorry, Sister Lan, I made you worry. Sumo said apologetically, a few days ago. I had some urgent matters and went out of town. My phone was broken, so I didn't have time to tell you. This was the most reasonable explanation he could think of. You little bastard. If you do this again, I'll break your legs. Chin Lan punched his chest angrily and amusedly, but the force was only like tickling. After venting her emotions, she belatedly realized that she was still wearing a sexy nightgown and hugging a young man full of vigor and vitality. Her face turned red, and she quickly let go of his hand and adjusted her nightgown somewhat awkwardly. Xiao, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Having said that, she wanted to turn around and go to the kitchen. But Sumo grabbed her hand. Chapter 53. The frightened beautiful woman throws herself into his arms. Sister Lan, stop working for now. Sumo took Qin Lan's soft and gentle little hand, led her to sit on the sofa, and his expression became serious. Tell me first, has anything happened in the past few days? Sumo glanced at some things in the living room that did not belong to him. A women's pink water cup, a towel draped over the armrest of the sofa, and the faint fragrance of Qin Lan in the air. All this indicates that Qin Lan has been living here during the days he was away. She was a single woman who did not live in her own home, but instead came to the house of her tenant. This in itself is very abnormal. When Sumo asked this question, Qin Lan's eyes suddenly drifted away, and she forced a smile on her face, which looked a little stiff. No, nothing. I'm scared living alone, and since you haven't been here these few days, I came over to help you look after the house and clean it. Sister Lan. Sumo's tone became more serious. He held Qin Lan's hand tightly and said, Do you treat me as an outsider? What happened? Is someone harassing you again? Sumo remembered something Qin Lan had mentioned to him before. Ever since her husband died, a local thug named Brother Long has been targeting her. That Brother Long is the leader of the gangs in this demolition area. He has more than a dozen younger brothers under him. He makes a living by collecting protection fees and lending money at high interest rates, and does all kinds of bad things. He was attracted by Qin Lan's beauty and even more by the buildings she owned. He repeatedly brought people to harass Qin Lan, using threats and inducements, trying to buy the building at a very low price. He even shamelessly asked Qin Lan to accompany him. Qin Lan called the police several times, but to no avail. When the police came, they just gave a few verbal warnings and then let the man go. It is said that Brother Long has someone above him, who is a subordinate of a big shot in the city, and no one dares to offend him easily. Over time, Qin Lan could only swallow her anger and live in fear every day. Qin Lan's psychological defenses collapsed instantly after Sumo said this. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Xiao, woo. She threw herself into Sumo's arms and burst into tears. That bastard named Long. He's getting more and more outrageous. During the days you were away, he brought people to smash my door every day, splashed paint on it, and wrote obscene words. I don't dare to sleep alone at home at night, so I can only sneak over to your place to hide. I really can't hold on any longer. Listening to Qin Lan's intermittent crying, Sumo's eyes grew colder little by little. A cold murderous intent rose in his heart. Brother Long, right? Very good. Just when I was worried about returning to reality and had no place to vent my powerful strength, someone suddenly put his face close to me. Okay, Sister Lan, stop crying. Sumo gently stroked Qin Lan's soft long hair and whispered softly to comfort her. With me here, no one will dare to bully you anymore. But they are numerous and powerful, and they are like mad dogs. We can't beat them. Qin Lan raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes full of worry. She knew that Sumo had some fighting skills, but the other side had more than a dozen desperate criminals armed with knives and sticks. Don't worry. I have plenty of ways to deal with mad dogs. He is no longer the young man who only knows how to use turtle punches. Not to mention a dozen or so thugs, even if there were 100 of them, he could let them know in minutes why the flowers are so red. Looking at Sumo's confident and secure eyes, Qin Lan's sobbing gradually subsided. She didn't know why, even though the person in front of her was her brother who was several years younger than her, she just believed for no reason that he could do what he said. Perhaps it was the fearful life she had been living these days that made her need someone to support her so much. Or perhaps it was the powerful aura emanating from Sumo at this moment that made her feel extremely at ease. Then these few days, can I still stay at your place? Qin Lan asked in a low voice, a little embarrassed. Wait until this matter is resolved, I will move out immediately. It would never sound good if it got out that a single woman was living with a hot-blooded young man. Stay as long as you want. Sumo agreed without thinking. Are you kidding? Such a charming and pretty landlord offered to live with him. How could he refuse such a good thing that fell from the sky? Sister Lan, you should treat this place as your home from now on. Suemo patted his chest and said confidently, from now on, your safety will be under my care. Puff. Looking at Sumo's adult-like appearance, Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, rolled her eyes at Suemo, and said angrily, you're just sweet talking. Even though she said this, she felt warm in her heart. It feels so good to have such a younger brother to protect me. Okay, don't cry anymore. If you cry anymore, you'll become a little kitten. Suemo reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. That gentle action made Lan's cheeks turn red for no reason and her heart skipped a beat. Only then did she realize how ambiguous her posture with Suemo was. She was almost lying in Sumo's arms. Through the thin nightgown, she touched Sumo's solid and hot chest and his strong heartbeat. This younger brother seems a little different from before. His figure has become stronger, and there is an indescribable aura of a mature man on him. Lan's heart was in turmoil uncontrollably. She quickly stepped out of Sumo's arms, her face red, not daring to look into his eyes. I'll go cook for you. Having said that, he ran into the kitchen as if escaping. Looking at her plump figure walking away in a hurry, as if trying to escape from something, Sumo's lips curled up into a smile with an indescribable amusement. It seems that this gentle landlady is not completely without thoughts about herself. This single man and single woman, living together in the same room, I'm afraid their days ahead won't be boring. Chapter 54, Hugging Lan, she suffered from insomnia. Soon, the sound of ding-dong and the tempting smell of food came from the kitchen. Suemo leaned on the sofa, the familiar smell of food lingering on his nose. It was a long-lost scent that brought with it the warmth of home. All the muscles and bones in his body seemed to be softened by the smell, and they relaxed little by little, and even his eyelids felt heavy. During those 7 days in the game, even though he was accompanied by 2 stunning beauties, Shin Yufu and Samantha, and had fun every night, there was still something missing, the breath of life. Shin Yufu was a big star, she doesn't have to do anything. If you ask her to cook, she will probably set the kitchen on fire. Not to mention Samantha, the big foreign horse. It's okay for her to grill meat, but cooking Chinese food is simply a death sentence for her. My landlord is still the best. She is capable of both housework and courteous work, gentle and virtuous, and a beauty to behold. Sumo's mind uncontrollably recalled the breathtaking scene when Lan bent down just now. TSK, who can stand this? Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of steaming seaweed egg drop soup. They were all simple home-cooked dishes, but to Suemo, who had been eating barbecue and dried fish for 7 days, they were the most delicious food in the world. Eat quickly. I don't know if it suits your taste. Lan served Suemo a large bowl of rice with a gentle smile on her face. She had changed into a set of home cotton pajamas. Although not as sexy as the silk nightgown she had worn before, the loose pajamas actually highlighted her proud figure. When she walked, her chest swayed in a magnificent arc. Delicious. So delicious. Suemo devoured the food, stuffing his mouth full, and still praised it incoherently. Sister Lan, with your cooking skills, it would be a waste of your talent if you didn't become a chef in a 5-star hotel. You're the only one who keeps talking nonsense. Lan was amused by his appearance, and the doting in her eyes almost overflowed. She didn't eat much herself, just held her chin and watched Suemo eat quietly, her eyes so gentle that tears could drip out. It's like a mother watching her child eat. Wrong. Lan quickly shook her head and threw this ridiculous idea out of her mind. The way she looked at Suemo seemed not just like an elder looking at a younger person. Especially when her eyes fell on Sumo's bulging biceps and the sexy look of his Adam's apple rolling while eating, her cheeks suddenly felt hot for no reason. This little brother has really grown up. He is already a real man who can make any woman's heart beat. The meal ended in a warm and somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Suemo offered to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Lan. Okay, you just came back, you must be tired, go take a shower and have a good rest. I'll wash the dishes. Lan said this and quickly cleaned up the dishes. That virtuous look made Suemo feel warm in his heart. He didn't insist any longer, said thank you for your hard work, and went into the bathroom. Hot water poured down from the shower head, washing over the body and also washing away the fatigue and murderous aura accumulated over the past 7 days. Suemo looked in the mirror at his own angular and toned figure and nodded with satisfaction. After integrating the heart of the Titan, his physical fitness reached a new level. Now, just standing there, he gives people a sense of oppression like a mountain. After taking a shower, Suemo only wrapped a bath towel around his lower body, wiped his hair and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, he was stunned. Shinlan was seen standing on tiptoe on a small stool, as if she wanted to get a quilt on top of the cabinet. Because of her height, her whole body stretched upwards, stretching her already plump and full curves to an extreme. The hem of her pajamas was pulled up quite a bit because of this action, revealing her well-proportioned, fair calves and a hint of round curves. Click! At this moment, the small stool under Shinlan's feet seemed unable to bear her weight, and made a sound of being unable to bear the burden, and shook violently. Ah! Shinlan screamed, her body instantly lost balance, and she fell backwards. It happened in the blink of an eye. Suemo almost subconsciously rushed forward in one step. He stretched out his strong arms, and at the moment when Shinlan was about to fall to the ground, he firmly hugged her around the waist. Warm and soft, in my arms again. And this time, more than any other time before, it was more intimate. Shinlan fell into Sumo's hot and strong arms with his upper body naked. Her face was pressed tightly against Sumo's chest, feeling his chest muscles as hard as steel and his vigorous heartbeat. A strong and aggressive scent of male hormones instantly enveloped her whole body. Shinlan's brain buzzed and went blank. Time, at this moment, seems to stand still. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. Lan, Sister Lan, are you okay? I'm fine. Shinlan wanted to break free from Sumo's arms, but her whole body was so weak that she couldn't muster any strength. Little bastard. Don't you know to put on more clothes after taking a shower? Just wandering around the house shirtless. Didn't he know how devastating his current appearance was to a woman who had been alone in an empty house for several years? Shinlan thought to herself, feeling both embarrassed and angry. But the body honestly craves the warmth and sense of security of this embrace. Can you put me down first? Shinlan buried her face in Sumo's chest, not daring to look up, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Oh, okay. Suemo finally reacted and quickly helped her stand steadily. The moment the two separated, Shinlan felt like she was electrocuted. She quickly took several steps back to distance herself from him. Her heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her throat. She finally realized. It seems that I can no longer treat Suemo as a naive younger brother. He is a man. A real man who is full of charm and can make any woman fall for him. And it seems like I can't bear it anymore. That night, Suemo slept very deeply and soundly. Perhaps it was because he returned to a familiar environment, or perhaps it was because he knew that in the next room, there was a woman sleeping who made him feel at ease. But Shinlan couldn't sleep all night. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind filled with Sumo's shirtless, powerful body and his aggressive masculine aura. And when he hugged me, his hot chest and strong heartbeat. These images, like a movie, played in her mind in a loop, making her blush, her heartbeat fast, and her whole body hot. She found that she seemed to really have some inappropriate thoughts about this brother who was several years younger than her. This discovery made her feel ashamed and scared. She is a married woman. Although her husband has passed away, she is still a very traditional woman at heart. And Suemo is still a college student with a promising future. Between them, it's impossible. Shinlan warned herself over and over again in her heart. But the more this happened, the clearer Sumo's figure became in her mind. Chapter 55: Uninvited Guests and the Mysterious Organization. Early the next morning, Suemo was awakened by the tempting aroma of food. I opened my eyes and the sunlight came in through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled spots of light on the ground. This feeling is wonderful. It's like a ship that has been drifting for a long time and finally found a harbor to dock. Suemo stretched, and his bones crackled. After fusing with the heart of the Titan, he felt so energetic that he could kill a level 15 elite monster with one punch, and he could kill 10 monsters in a row without even taking a breath. Lifting the quilt, Suemo walked out of the bedroom wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. In the living room, the familiar and attractive plump figure was busy in the kitchen. Shinlan was wearing a pink cartoon apron and humming a little tune as she put the fried eggs into a plate. Her long, smooth hair was casually tied behind her head with a hairpin, revealing her fair and slender neck, which seemed to be coated with a soft halo in the morning light. From Sumo's perspective, he could clearly see the slender curve created by the apron straps around the waist, and the amazing round and perky outline underneath, which was wrapped in loose cotton pajamas but still couldn't hide it. This is a woman who can make any man feel at ease and restless. Sister Lan, good morning. Suemo leaned against the kitchen doorframe and greeted her with a smile. Awake? Qin Lan turned around and saw Sumo's almost naked strong body. Her cheeks flushed for no reason and she gave him a reproachful look. Go wash up and put on some clothes. What a disgrace, walking around the house shirtless. The tone of Qin Gang's voice sounded as if he was scolding his ignorant younger brother, with a bit of pretentious seriousness. But those eyes were not honest, and they drifted to the side quietly. Her shyness that could not be hidden had already revealed her thoughts. Okay. Suemo grinned, didn't tease her, turned around and walked into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Qin Lan's heart beat faster. This little bastard, when did his figure become so good? Last night the light was dim, so I couldn't see him clearly. This morning, under the bright sunlight, I finally saw the lines of his body. His firm chest muscles were taut, his 8-pack abs were sharply defined, and even his mermaid line was full of strength, making him look very strong. Qin Lan felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. She quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of these messy images from her mind. Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, you are the elder. How can you have such thoughts about your own brother? So shameless. While condemning herself in her heart, she swiftly brought breakfast to the table. When Suemo finished packing and changed into clean casual clothes and came out, the dishes were already on the table. Eat quickly and try to see if my cooking skills have deteriorated. Qin Lan handed a pair of chopsticks to Suemo, then picked up the bowl of porridge and drank it in small sips, as if she wanted to use this action to cover up her unnaturalness. Sister Lan, your skills won't deteriorate even after 100 years. Suemo sat down, picked up the fried egg with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. While eating, he mumbled, this tastes amazing. The simple home-cooked breakfast made Suemo feel like he was eating a full banquet. Looking at Suemo wolfing down the food, the smile in Qin Lan's eyes became even more intense, and the romantic thoughts in her heart were replaced by an emotion called warmth. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. She scolded him, but then she stood up and brought a bottle of milk to Suemo. A warm breakfast ended with the two of them chatting casually. After Suemo had eaten and drunk his fill, he collapsed on the sofa, took out his cell phone, and prepared to see if there had been any major changes in the world after his return. He first opened several mainstream news apps, but everything was calm. Apart from a few celebrity gossips and scandals, there were no reports about players or games. It seems that the Gaia system's blockade of information is indeed thorough. He tried to enter keywords such as Gaia game and player into the search engine, but the results showed according to relevant laws and regulations, some search results are not displayed. Interesting. Suemo touched his chin. It seems that official forces have intervened and controlled public opinion at the first moment. Just then, he discovered a very strange phenomenon. A forum called Survivor's Home appeared in his mobile browser favorites without any warning. Suemo clicked on it and his eyes immediately lit up. This is actually an internal communication forum created specifically for players. The forum interface is very simple and is divided into several sections. Newbie's Guide, Dungeon Guide, Trading Market, Intelligence Exchange. Suemo casually clicked on the Information Exchange section, and a pinned post instantly caught his attention. Title: Summary of known information regarding the 11th round of Subnautica Dungeons. Continuously updated. Poster ID: Profit. Suemo clicked on the post and was a little surprised by the content. According to intelligence provided by multiple survivors, the final boss of this ocean world dungeon is a level 15 Lord-level creature. This boss is located within the volcano at the center of the level 5 resource island. It's incredibly powerful, possessing wide area damage abilities and exceptionally high physical defense and elemental resistance. According to reliable sources, the first person to kill this boss in the world was Suemo, the top-ranked player on the ranking list. It's speculated that Sumo's talent level is very likely above S level. He's the first unparalleled expert to appear a year after the 7th round of the game, suspected to have surpassed S-level talent. Ranking analysis: second place is Shin Yufu, a national goddess with S-level talent, suspected to have a close relationship with boss Suemo. Third place is Samantha, whose talent should be no less than a level, her nationality is unknown, and she is also a teammate of boss Suemo. Key characters to watch: fourth on the ranking list, Long Outyan, a direct descendant of the Beijing Long family, backed by the massive Dragon Soul Alliance. Fifth, Rose, the daughter of the Hongxing Society in Hong Kong, possesses an S-rank combat talent and commands the all-female Blood Rose Alliance. 6th, Thunder God, heir of the Lei family, who has awakened the strongest offensive S-rank talent, Thunder Punishment Body. The post not only analyzes the various information about this dungeon in detail, but also reveals the backgrounds and talents of the top 10 players on the list. Although a lot of the information is speculation, the accuracy is already frighteningly high. This guy called Prophet is not simple. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly. Being able to collect such detailed intelligence and organize and analyze it in such a short period of time, there must be a huge intelligence organization behind this Prophet. It seems that there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the real world. Chapter 56. People from the National Dragon Bureau came to win over. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Qin Lan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, poked her head out and asked doubtfully, "Xiao, did you order takeout?" "No." Su Mo was also stunned. Who will it be at this time? He stood up, walked to the door, and looked out through the peephole. A man and a woman were standing outside the door. The man was about 30 years old, wearing a neat black suit. He was tall and straight, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. The woman was younger, around 25 or 26 years old. Her long black hair was neatly tied back, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which made her already pretty face look even more intellectual and heroic. The black dress she wore was well-tailored, perfectly showcasing her curvy figure. Especially the way her legs, wrapped in black stockings beneath the skirt, looked straight and long, was enough to make one's heart flutter. This look is both heroic and sexy, a perfect example of a queen. However, Sumo's gaze did not linger on the woman's beautiful legs for even a second. All his attention was focused on the man in the suit. This man gave him a feeling that he was much more dangerous than the one he faced before, the LV-15 Lord-level boss, Abyss Dragon. Sumo's heart sank. After merging with the heart of the Titan, his strength skyrocketed, but after returning to reality, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. This world is much more profound than he imagined. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Sumo?" The woman outside the door, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiled and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. "We are from the National Special Affairs Security Bureau. We have something we would like to discuss with you in person." "People from the country?" Sumo took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and regained his composure on his face. Opened the door. "Come in." "Excuse me." The beautiful woman with gold-rimmed glasses nodded politely to Sumo, and walked into the living room one after the other with the stern man in a suit. "Sister Lan, my friend is here, you should go back to the house and rest for a while." Sumo turned around and said to Qin Lan, who was in the kitchen with a curious look on her face. "Oh, okay." Qin Lan really wanted to know the origins of these two unusual-looking people, but seeing Sumo's solemn expression, she wiped her hands obediently, walked into her bedroom, and considerately closed the door. In the living room, only Sumo and the two uninvited guests were left. The atmosphere was a little frozen for a moment. "Please take a seat, both of you." Sumo pointed at the sofa, pulled a chair, and sat opposite them, keeping a distance from them so that he could attack at any time. He did not speak, but just looked at the two of them calmly, waiting for their next words. "Mr. Sumo, there's no need to be so nervous." The beautiful woman with gold-rimmed glasses seemed to notice Sumo's vigilance. She smiled and took out a black ID from her briefcase and handed it over. "My name is Lin Wan, and this is our deputy director, Li Xian." Sumo took the certificate and opened it. It was printed with a majestic golden dragon-shaped emblem, and below it were several large gold-plated characters: National Supernatural Disaster and Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. And in the name column, it was written, Lin Wan, leader of the action team. National, Supernatural, this name is really long. Sumo returned the certificate, but he was complaining in his heart. Isn't this the legendary department? And it has such a childish name. In our company, we usually call it Dragon Shield Bureau. Lin Wan seemed to see through Sumo's thoughts and explained with a smile. Dragon Shield? Sumo raised his eyebrows. Okay, that sounds much better. So, two leaders of the Dragon Shield, what do you want from an ordinary person like me? He pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. From beginning to end, the deputy director named Li Xian did not say a word. He just sat there, his sharp eyes scanning Sumo back and forth like a scanner. "Mr. Sumo, please stop joking with us." Lin Wan placed a document on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Sumo. A junior at Binhai University. Both parents are deceased, and he lives on student loans and part-time jobs. He's calm and low-key. Aside from, a year ago, he bravely rescued a woman named Chin in a bar and had an online relationship with the Shin family's second daughter. His resume is spotless. Sumo's face turned cold. But 5 days ago, you and another 1 million citizens of Xia were dragged into an alien dimension code named Subnautica. Lin Wan continued, but her words made Sumo's heart sink a little bit. In this brutal game with a 99.8% mortality rate, you single-handedly stood out. Not only did you take the top spot on the global individual ranking list, you also surpassed the Dragon Soul Alliance of the Long family in Beijing, the Heavenly Punishment Alliance of the Lei family, and the Bloody Rose Alliance of Hong Kong Island. On the last day of the game, he successfully single-handedly killed the final lord of this dungeon, a LV-15 Abyss Dragon, causing a global sensation. Lin Wan paused here, and her beautiful eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses stared at Sumo closely, as if she wanted to see even the slightest change in his expression. However, Sumo's face remained calm and indifferent. It was as if the godlike man that Lin Wan mentioned had nothing to do with him. "We're very curious," Lin Wan continued. "As far as we know, Long Outyan of the Long clan in Beijing has awakened the S+ level talent, Dragon Blood Warrior. Lei Shen of the Lei clan has even awakened the S level talent, Thunder Punishment Body, known as the strongest attack type. And Chang Wei, the leader of the Blood Rose clan, also possesses an S level combat talent. Behind each of them, there's a massive alliance of hundreds of players backing them up. And you, Mr. Sumo, are just an ordinary college student, powerless and helpless, yet you can single-handedly trample all of them under your feet. Therefore, we have reason to speculate that your talent is very likely beyond S level. This is the second player suspected of possessing God-level talent to appear within Xia Nation a year after the Sword God, namely Xiaoyao, in the 7th round of the game. God-level talent." When these 4 words came out of Lin Wan's mouth, Sumo was frightened. But his face remained impassive. "So?" Sumo said calmly, "You guys are here today just to confirm whether I am the one with the God-level talent you mentioned? If so, what are you going to do? Capture me and take me back to your Dragon Shield agency to slice me up and study me?" Mr. Sumo misunderstood. Lin Wan quickly waved her hands, the smile on her face becoming much more sincere. "Strong people like you are our country's most precious treasure. We are already busy protecting you, so how could you do something like destroying the Great Wall? We come here today with the utmost sincerity to formally invite you to join our Dragon Shield. Here it comes." Sumo sneered in his heart. After going through so much trouble, the truth is finally revealed. "Join you? Sorry, I'm not interested in working for others." Sumo crossed his legs, looking like a materialistic person. He has always kept his distance from such official organizations. He is used to being free and does not want to have multiple leaders controlling him every day. "Mr. Su, please don't be so hasty to refuse." Lin Wan pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose and said calmly, "We, the Dragon Shield, are not ordinary government agencies. We do not restrict the freedom of our members, nor will we force you to carry out any missions. Join us and you will not only enjoy the highest level of national resource allocation and intelligence support, but also receive many privileges that ordinary people can't even imagine. For example, everything you earn in the game can be legally cashed in through us in the real world. For example, if you encounter some trouble in the real world that can't be solved by conventional means in the future, we can also help you. Deal with it. Lin Wan's words were full of temptation. After Sumo heard this, his heart moved slightly. I have to say that the conditions offered by this Dragon Shield Bureau are indeed very tempting. Especially the last one, which is simply a universal golden card of immunity from death. With this amulet, I can basically walk sideways in the real world from now on. Chapter 57. The negotiations ended peacefully. Seeing that Sumo seemed to be interested, Lin Wan continued to increase the bet. Of course, we won't let you enjoy these privileges for free. In exchange, we only hope that when the country needs you, you can step forward and contribute your own strength. She added, for example, in certain special game copies in the future, it will help us complete some tasks that are of vital importance to the country. Sumo was silent. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood what Lin Wan meant. To put it bluntly, they want to recruit me so that I can become a trump card in the hands of the country in the future. They are allowed to roam freely at ordinary times and are provided with good food and drink. At critical moments, they are pulled out to fight tough battles. Sumo pondered for a long time. His mind was working rapidly, weighing the pros and cons of joining or not joining. Joining means having the country as a huge backer. In the future, whether you are in a dungeon or in the real world, you can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. You can use official intelligence and resources to make yourself stronger. But it also means that he will lose some of his freedom. Once the country needs him, he must obey orders and carry out dangerous missions that may involve life or death. This is somewhat contrary to his original intention of just wanting to quietly kill monsters, level up, and enjoy life. If he does not join, although he will be free, it also means that he will become an unstable factor that is beyond the control of the authorities. Final. That sounds great. Suemo finally spoke, looking at Lin Wan and suddenly smiled. But I have a question. If I join, do I have to abide by your rules and regulations? For example, if I go to the East China Sea to slay a dragon today, or go to North Africa to kill a god tomorrow, do I have to write a mission report? Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect him to ask this, but she still answered professionally, "We have standard procedures, but for top talents like you, there will be maximum freedom." The greatest degree of freedom still has constraints, doesn't it? Suemo shook his head, leaning back on the sofa and relaxing. I refuse. He gave the final answer. I admit that the conditions you offer are very tempting. But you may have made a mistake. Sumo's gaze swept across Lin Wan, and finally landed on the silent Li Xian. What you need is the sharpest knife, not an obedient soldier. Putting me in your system and binding me with rules and procedures will only dull the knife. I believe this is not what you want to see. Just because I don't join doesn't mean I won't contribute to the country. I prefer to be a temporary worker outside the official staff. If there's a need and the conditions are right, I don't mind lending a hand. But I can't ask you to punch in and go to work. And I understand very well that once I join the organization today, it means absolute obedience to orders. I don't want to miss an opportunity at a critical moment because of an order, or lose my life because of some stupid command. These words were spoken neither humbly nor arrogantly, and were well-reasoned and well-founded. It not only makes the position clear, but also leaves room for cooperation. Hearing Sumo's refusal, the smile on Lin Wan's face froze. She obviously didn't expect that the other party would reject her offer in this way even though she had made such generous conditions. This made all the speeches she had prepared stuck in her throat. She wanted to say something else, but Li Xian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his hand to stop her. We respect your choice. Li Xian finally opened his mouth, his voice low and a little hoarse. You're right, we need a knife, not a screw. The purpose of Dragon Shield has never been to force. We just hope that all the players in Xia country can unite and face the outside world in a unified manner. Because our enemies are never just monsters in games. Li Xian's gaze became deeper. The Gaia game has been on Blue Planet for 3 years. Every 3 months, 1 million people from every country around the world are forcibly selected to participate in a novice game. Behind this game lies a higher dimensional being far beyond the imagination of human civilization. We still cannot fathom its purpose. But one thing is certain, it's not playing house with us. In future game dungeons, you won't just encounter mindless monsters. You'll encounter intelligent races from different civilizations and dimensions. For example, the orcs who value force and glory, the elves who are naturally able to control the elements, the cunning and cruel demons, and even alien civilizations possessing advanced technology. They are all players of the Gaia game just like us. They are all our competitors. In the rules of Gaia, weakness is the original sin. If our civilization shows signs of decline in the game, what awaits us may be a true catastrophe. Li Xian's words were like heavy hammers, hitting Sumo's heart hard. In Gaia space, the system has already mentioned these. But coming from the mouth of Li Xian, a high-ranking official in this country, the heavy sense of oppression was completely different. This is no longer just a fight between individual players, it has risen to the level of a brutal war between civilizations and races. So even if you don't want to join us, we hope that one day in the future, when Xia country needs you, you can stand up. Li Xian looked at Suemo with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Suemo was silent for a moment. Although he is not a saint, he can distinguish right from wrong. If that day really comes, it will be my responsibility, he said in a deep voice. But if that day really comes, you'll have to pay more. After getting Sumo's promise, a smile finally appeared on Li Xian's stern face. Very good. He stood up. Even if you reject our invitation, it doesn't affect us being friends. He took out a black, peculiarly shaped mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Suemo. This is our internal encrypted communicator for Dragon Shield. It contains my contact information. If you encounter any major problems in the real world that you can't solve on your own, you can call me. For minor problems, please contact my assistant, Lin Wan. Of course, Li Xian's eyes became sharp again. We hope that you won't actively create trouble just because you have gained great power. These words were both a gesture of goodwill and a warning. Su Mo understood. This is telling him that we can help you clean your butt, but only if you don't poop too much. At the same time, it also shows a kind of confidence that no matter how strong you are, we have the ability to crush you. I've always been a very honest person. Su Mo took the phone and smiled. I hope so. Li Xian nodded, said no more, turned around and walked towards the door. Lin Wan also stood up and said to Su Mo with a smile. Mr. Su Mo, I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that your landlord, Xin Lan, seems to have encountered some troubles. Does he need us? No need. Su Mo interrupted her directly. I will protect my own woman myself. Lin Wan was stunned, and then a playful light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Okay, then we won't bother you anymore. After saying that, she took advantage of Li Xian's inattention and quickly handed Su Mo a business card. There was only a name and a number on it, and it had a faint scent of perfume. After doing this little action, she turned around and followed Li Xian's footsteps and left the room. The living room was quiet again. Chapter 58. Su Mo suddenly transforms into the big boss. The bedroom door was quietly pushed open a crack. Xin Lan's pretty face, filled with worry, peeked out from behind the door. Xiao Mo, are they gone? Who are they? Did they give you any trouble? It's okay, Sister Lan. Su Mo put away his phone and comforted her with a smile. It's just a distant relative of mine who came to visit me. Of course he couldn't tell Xin Lan about the Dragon Shield Agency. Relatives? Xin Lan looked doubtful. What relative would wear a black suit and have such an intimidating aura? But she also knew that Su Mo didn't want to say it, and it was useless for her to ask again. Xiao Mo, I just saw a piece of news on the internet. Xin Gang's face suddenly turned pale, and she handed her cell phone to Su Mo. A video is playing on the phone screen. It seems to be a live broadcast from a news app. The video is very shaky, the background sound is noisy, and the shrill sound of sirens can be heard. The camera was aimed at a residential building that looked somewhat dilapidated. A long cordon had been set up downstairs, and it was surrounded by onlookers and police. A woman who looked like a reporter was holding a microphone and reporting nervously to the camera. Dear viewers, I'm currently in the demolition area in the western suburbs of Binhai City. Just half an hour ago, a horrific shooting occurred here. According to insiders, the deceased were Huang Tianlong, nicknamed Brother Long, the leader of the criminal gangs that have been entrenched here for years, and a dozen of his core subordinates. From the footage at the scene, we can see that the police have cordoned off the entire building. According to an unnamed eyewitness, he only heard a burst of intense gunfire, and in just over 10 seconds, everything was over. When he looked back, Brother Long and the others had all collapsed in a pool of blood. Brother Long? Dead? Or was he shot by an automatic rifle? Su Mo subconsciously looked at Xin Lan. Xin Lan's face turned pale, and she looked frightened and uneasy. Xiao Mo. The man who died in the video that's the Brother Long who has been harassing me for the past few days. I know. Su Mo nodded and returned the phone to her. Su Mo had already vaguely guessed something in his heart. Isn't this too efficient? As soon as the people from Dragon Shield left, Brother Long and his entire family were wiped out. If this is a coincidence, he would never believe it even if you kill him. It seems that this is what Li Xian called of little trouble, and he went to find Lin Wan. They are using thunderous means to show me the power of Dragon Shield, and at the same time they are doing me a favor. Killed a chicken to scare the monkey. This chicken was killed cruelly and thoroughly. Xiao Mo. Xin Lan looked at Su Mo's expression, which was a little too calm, and the ominous premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. She grabbed Su Mo's hand and asked in a trembling voice. This matter has anything to do with you, right? She is not stupid. Just last night, I cried and confided in Su Mo that I was almost unable to live because of the harassment from Brother Long. As a result, Brother Long died tragically at home this morning. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? She was scared. It's not that I'm afraid of Brother Long's death. That kind of scum deserves to die. What she was afraid of was that Su Mo would get into huge trouble because of this. That's more than a dozen lives lost. And it was a shooting. Once it is discovered that she is related to him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sister Lan, don't let your imagination run wild. Suemo looked at her, who was about to cry with fear, and felt warm in his heart. He held her cold little hand and comforted her softly. What does this kind of gang fight have to do with good people like us? Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. But Shin Lan wanted to say something else. Buzz. At this moment, the black special communicator in Sumo's pocket suddenly vibrated. It's an unfamiliar number. Suemo glanced at the caller ID, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He pressed the answer button in front of Shin Lan. As soon as the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's voice full of flattery and fear came from the inside. Hello? Please, excuse me, is this Mr. Suemo? The owner of the voice seemed to be extremely nervous and even stuttered when speaking. It's me. Suemo responded indifferently. Oh. Mr. Su. Hello. The man on the other end of the line seemed to have heard the sound of nature, and his tone instantly became extremely respectful and humble. I'm Wang Hu, the head of the Black Tiger Security Company. I'm taking the liberty of calling you because I want to. I want to apologize. Apologize? Suemo asked knowingly. Yes. Wang Hu said quickly, that blind Huang Tianlong actually dared to offend your woman. He deserves death. We just learned about this matter, and in order not to dirty your hands, we took the initiative to deal with that mad dog for you. We haven't caused any trouble for you, Mr. Suemo, by doing this, have we? Wang Hu's tone was full of cautious temptation. Suemo had also heard of the Black Tiger Security Company he mentioned. On the surface, it is a security company, but secretly, it is the largest underground force in Binhai City, engaged in shady businesses such as usury, running casinos, and monopolizing the market. This Wang Hu is even more famous for his cruelty and ruthlessness. I'm afraid that he has killed more people than Brother Long. This is the real tycoon that the police want to catch, but they have always wanted to catch him but dared not to. But now, this big crocodile was as obedient as a kitten in front of him. Suemo understood it immediately. It seems that the Dragon Shield Agency has used some means to deliberately remind these local tyrants. In Binhai City, there is a new person whom they absolutely cannot afford to provoke. And I am that character. Got it. Sumo's tone was still calm and unperturbed. Next time, deal with this kind of thing cleanly and don't bother me. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We've already cleaned up the mess. The police won't be able to find any clues. We promise we won't cause you any trouble at all. Wang Hu nodded and promised, Mr. Su, when are you free? I want to come to your house in person to apologize to you and your sister-in-law. No need. Suemo refused directly. There's nothing good to see with this kind of person. Yes, then I won't bother you, Mr. Su. After saying that, Wang Hu hung up the phone respectfully. The living room fell into deathly silence again. Shinlan stood there blankly, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. What did she just hear? The person on the other end of the phone is someone that even the police don't dare to touch easily. Is he Wang Hu, the big boss of Binhai City? He killed Brother Long just to apologize to Suemo? He also calls himself sister-in-law? She raised her head in disbelief and looked at Suemo. The young man in front of me still has that familiar, handsome face. But she felt as if she had never really known him. A poor college student who can't pay the rent and needs to rely on himself? No. An existence who can make the underground emperor of a city kill people for him and bow down to him in the midst of laughter and conversation. What kind of powerful and hidden boss is this? Is this boy really the one I have always regarded as my younger brother? Suemo? At this moment, her worldview was completely overturned and then collapsed. Silence. Deathly silence. The air in the living room seemed to have frozen, leaving only Chinlan's rapid and somewhat disordered breathing. She just stared at Suemo blankly, her beautiful eyes as gentle as water filled with shock, confusion, fear, and an emotion called strangeness that she herself could not explain. Yes, strange. She suddenly realized that the brother in front of her, whom she had watched grow up, had become extremely unfamiliar. Is he still the young boy who would be happy for a long time because of a meal he cooked, and would blush because of a compliment from himself? No, not anymore. Chapter 59. Borrow 10 small goals from Shin Yufu. Suemo looked at Qinlan's pretty face, which was filled with shock, confusion, fear, and a little unfamiliarity, and sighed in his heart. What is meant to come will eventually come. From the moment he decided to protect Qinlan and let her live in his home, Suemo knew that he could no longer play the role of a poor student who needed her help in front of her as he did before. The return of power, the change in mentality, and the subsequent interference in the real world all destined him to no longer be able to keep a low profile. Xiao Mo. You. Qinlan moved her lips for a long time, but didn't know what to ask. Ask him who he is? Ask him why he can make the big bosses in Binhai City bow down to him? Ask him why he could decide the fate of more than a dozen lives while chatting and laughing? She didn't dare ask any of these questions. She was afraid that the answers she would get would completely overturn her outlook on life for the past 30 years, and would turn the familiar yet unfamiliar boy in front of her into a person from another world that she did not recognize at all. Seeing her almost collapse from fear. Explanations like gang fight or coincidence at this time are all nonsense, and Qinlan won't believe a word of it. Suemo simply took a step forward and took Qinlan's soft and plump body into his arms. Ah! Qinlan screamed, her body stiffened instantly, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle. Sister Lan, listen to me. Suemo felt the trembling body in his arms, and the familiar fragrance entered his nose, calming the irritability in his heart a lot. There are some things I can't tell you right now. It's not because I don't trust you, but because I'm afraid of getting you involved, which would be bad for you. Sumo's hand gently fell on her back, patting it again and again with a soft force, just like coaxing a frightened kitten. Even his tone was softened. You just need to know that I'm no longer the poor student who needed your help. Now I have enough ability to protect you and our family. As for that brother Long, he deserves to die. If I dare to bully my woman, I will kill 10 or 100 of them, not just one. Sumo's words were simple, rough, and extremely cruel. But it was these words, spoken from his mouth, that inexplicably calmed Qinlan's panicked heart. Suemo was neither bragging nor speaking harshly. He really has the ability and the courage to do so. Qinlan stopped struggling. She buried her face in Sumo's chest, greedily breathing in the masculine scent from him that made her feel at ease. She was still afraid, but she was no longer afraid of Suemo, but of the world that belonged to Suemo, a world full of killing and power that she did not understand at all. Xiao Mo. You, who are you? I am Suemo. Suemo smiled, lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. You are the younger brother who grew up under your care, and he is also the man who can protect you in the future. Male, man? Qinlan's face suddenly turned red and her heart beat rapidly. This little bastard, it's already this time and he is still taking advantage of me. She was about to push Suemo away, but Suemo hugged her even tighter. Sister Lan, don't be afraid. Suemo whispered in her ear, this world is much more complicated than you imagine. The Suemo you knew before was just the tip of the iceberg. From now on, I will slowly let you see the complete me. Just remember, no matter what I become, I will never hurt you. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. Sumo's words seemed to have magic, gradually calming Qinlan's inner fear. Yes, what am I afraid of? Xiao Mo is still the same Xiao Mo. No matter how powerful or unfamiliar he becomes, he only reveals this other side to protect himself. Didn't he just resolve the nightmare that had been bothering him for so long with such a casual attitude? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Qinlan felt a warm current in her heart, an inexplicable feeling mixed with a bit of genuine admiration, which made her heart soften a little. Which woman doesn't want her man to be a hero who can stand tall and protect her from wind and rain? Although the methods used by this hero Suemo were a bit bloody and overbearing. But I feel really safe. Qinlan hugged Sumo's waist tightly, as if she wanted to rub her whole body into his. She didn't say anything, but just used this action to respond to Suemo. Suemo felt the warmth and softness of the girl in his arms, and felt a sense of pride in his heart. Done. It seems that it is necessary to show off muscles appropriately. Otherwise, this gentle and kind landlady would really think of herself as a little kid who needs her care. The two hugged each other quietly for a while until Qinlan's emotions completely calmed down. Then, what do you plan to do in the future? Qinlan leaned on Sumo's shoulder and asked softly. What should I do? Suemo smiled, of course, live a good life in my own way. He pinched Qinlan's soft face and his tone became relaxed. From today on, don't go back to your shabby little house. Live here with me. From now on, I'll protect you and you'll be responsible for cooking for me. How about that? I. Shinlan's cheeks turned red for no reason. A single man and a single woman, staying in the same room. In the past, she treated Suemo as her younger brother, so it was nothing. But now, when she heard such words again, she felt her heart skip a beat. What? You don't want to? Suemo deliberately put on a stern face. I'm a big shot in Binhai City now. Asking you to be my personal cook is really unfair to you. Puff. Shinlan rolled her eyes at Suemo and said angrily, who wants to be your so-called cook? I'm telling you, I don't cook for you for free. I can't pay you a penny less for the rent. Okay, I'll do as you say. Suemo smiled and scratched her nose. Don't talk about rent. From now on, mine is yours. You can spend it however you want. This love remark filled with ambiguity made Shinlan's cheeks instantly hot enough to fry an egg. She quickly broke free from Sumo's arms and ran into the kitchen as if escaping. I'll go wash some fruit for you. Her somewhat silly figure hurriedly ran away, like a panicked little rabbit at a loss as to where to go. Suemo couldn't help laughing. The next second, he took out his cell phone and dialed Shin Yufu's number directly. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and Shin Yufu's voice, which was full of sleepiness, lazy and charming, came from the other end. Hello, who is this? It's so early in the morning, can't I sleep yet? Hearing the sound, I know that my sister-in-law must not have slept well last night. My dear sister-in-law, why can't you sleep at this time? Are you missing what I want? Suemo teased. Suemo? You bastard. Shin Yufu on the other end of the phone suddenly woke up, and her voice rose 8 degrees, how dare you call me? Do you know what I did last night? Okay, I know you've worked hard. Suemo interrupted her directly, let's get down to business first. I need your help with a small matter. Help? Why should I help you? Shin Yufu said angrily. Just based on the black lace pajamas you wore last night, they looked pretty nice. You? Shin Yufu on the other end of the phone fell silent instantly. She was probably so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Suemo got back to the point. I need money now, lots and lots of money. Please transfer 10 small goals to me first. I need it urgently. Chapter 60, Buy Supplies. Buy. 10 what? Shin Yufu's voice on the other end of the phone instantly rose 8 octaves, and all sleepiness disappeared. 10 billion? Suemo, are you crazy? Do you think my money was blown by the wind? Tisk, look at your lack of ambition. Suemo curled his lips, isn't it just 1 billion? For you, the goddess Shin, it's not a drizzle. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not. Shin Yufu was choked. 10 billion is really nothing to her. But this guy asked for 1 billion yuan right away, and he said it so confidently, as if he was buying cabbage in the market, which made her very unhappy. Why do you want so much money? Shin Yufu asked warily. Stock up on supplies, Suemo explained succinctly. Food, drinks, supplies, clothes, anything I can use, I want it all. No one knows what kind of world the next dungeon will be in, so it's always a good idea to be prepared. When Shin Yufu heard that Suemo was preparing for the next dungeon, the unhappiness in her heart instantly disappeared. Suemo did this not only for himself, but also for the entire team. Okay. Shin Yufu was silent for a moment, and finally compromised. Send me the account number and I'll transfer it to you right away. But I have to tell you, this money is my personal private money. If you dare to spend it recklessly, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Don't worry, my dear aunt, I promise to spend it wisely for you. Suemo chuckled, when we meet again, I will definitely pay you back double. He deliberately emphasized the word also. The other end of the phone fell silent again. Of course Shin Yufu could understand the meaning of Sumo's words. This bastard is teasing me in such a vulgar way again. When she thought of Sumo's abnormal repayment ability, her cheeks became hot involuntarily and her body became a little weak. You big pervert. I don't want you to pay me back. In less than 5 minutes, Suemo received a text message from the bank about the arrival of the money. Looking at the long string of zeros, Suemo nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the national goddess, she is very wealthy. 10 small goals, and they can be turned around in no time without blinking an eye. With this startup capital, his doomsday fortress plan can officially begin. Open the shopping app on your phone and start shopping like crazy. Food, drink, supplies, clothes. Sumo added everything he could think of to the shopping cart without hesitation. Rice, 50 tons. Flour, 50 tons. Various brands of mineral water and functional drinks have completely taken over the production line, totaling 100 tons. Beef, pork, chicken, and all kinds of frozen meat, 50 tons to start with. Self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and various fast food products, also 50 tons. These are just the most basic food reserves. Next came various daily necessities. Tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, and various outdoor survival supplies, 1,000 sets. Diesel generators, solar charging panels, and batteries of various models, 100 of each. Sumo even went so far as to order 10 super luxurious beds that were more than 5 meters long and wide, large enough to accommodate 5 people. In addition, various medicines, weapons-controlled knives, clothing, fuel. Sumo was like a tireless shopping machine, clearing out the inventory of the entire Binhai city and even several surrounding cities. In Sumo's words, no matter what kind of dungeon he enters in the future, whether it is an extremely cold snowfield or a scorching hot desert, he must not let himself and his women down. For a time, the entire Xia country. Countless couriers drove trucks from all over the country and rushed to a designated warehouse in Binhai City overnight. Sumo Yuan jokingly called this day God's Shopping Festival. One after another, large trucks loaded with various top-quality supplies, like tireless worker ants, drove towards the outskirts of Binhai City, to the huge warehouse that Sumo temporarily rented. When the last batch of goods was unloaded, the entire huge warehouse covering thousands of square meters was filled with all kinds of boxes, leaving almost no room to step. The delivery workers were all shocked when they saw the supply reserves that were comparable to a small military base. They kept wondering which super-rich person was playing and what new doomsday survival game he was playing. The instigator, Sumo, walked into the warehouse slowly after sending everyone away. After closing the warehouse door, Sumo rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Sumo walked to a hill made of food, stretched out his right hand, and gently pressed it. A thought came to my mind. Receive. Buzz. The next second, the hill that was more than 10 meters high and made up of tens of thousands of boxes of beef jerky disappeared out of thin air right in front of Sumo. It was as if it was wiped out in an instant by an invisible big hand. Sumo immediately opened his storage space to check. I saw that in the originally empty storage space, there was an item column marked beef jerky, and the number behind it was 10,000 boxes. Not bad, not bad. Sumo's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. This storage space is a magical skill created for stockpiling goods. Not only is the space unlimited, but it can also be automatically classified. It is so convenient. He began to harvest the supplies in the entire warehouse frantically. Receive. 50 tons of rice disappeared. Receive. 50 tons of flour disappeared. Receive. 100 tons of drinking water disappeared. Sumo was like a mouse that had broken into a rice warehouse, shuttling back and forth in the huge warehouse. Wherever he went, mountains made of supplies disappeared one after another. The whole process lasted nearly an hour. When Sumo put the last box of self-heating hot pot into the storage space, the entire warehouse had become empty, leaving only the smell of various supplies lingering in the air. Looking at the storage space, there is a wide variety of supplies, enough to drive any survivor crazy. With these things, let alone a copy, even if the end of the world really comes in the future, he can live a fairy-like life with his harem. It's time to go back. Sumo rested for a while, stood up, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, his attention was attracted by 10 huge objects covered with black rainproof cloth in the corner of the warehouse. What is this? Sumo walked over curiously and lifted the rainproof cloth. Under the rainproof cloth, there was a super luxurious bed that was so big that it could be called an aircraft carrier among beds. This bed is over 5 meters long and wide, and the mattress is made of top-grade memory foam. The headboard is inlaid with various smart devices that Sumo cannot understand but feel very cool. Tisk, it's as if it was custom made at a high price. It's so magnificent. Sumo walked around the bed and became more and more satisfied the more he looked at it. With these 10 beds, there will be more than enough space even if I want to play with Shin Yufu, Samantha, Luo Xiao, and even Qin Lan in the future. Receive. Sumo put this strategic-level weapon into the storage space without hesitation. After doing all this, he locked the warehouse door with satisfaction and drove back to the apartment. Chapter 61, Hantaying Villa, Xinlan meets Xinyufu. Binhai City, Yundingshan Villa area. This is the place with the most expensive land, the strictest security and the best scenery in the entire city. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Each of them is a big shot who can make the business community of Binhai City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. A domestically produced car that looks a bit old is driving slowly on the clean and tidy winding mountain road, and it seems out of place with the surrounding luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions. The person driving the car was Xinlan. She was wearing a slim-fit beige sweater today and tight jeans, which perfectly outlined her plump and curvy figure. Especially the pair of breasts in front of her chest, which were tightly wrapped in the sweater, were surprisingly full and swayed slightly with the bumps of the vehicle, forming a thrilling arc. When she got in the car, she took a lot of effort to rescue the seatbelt from the deep ravine. Even so, the poor seatbelt was still stretched tight, as if it would break at any time. Sumo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, praised the car repeatedly and his mouth was dry. Sister Lan, I find you are really a fairy. Sumo did not hide his admiration. She's already 32 years old, and her figure is still getting better and better. She's leaving no room for those girls in their early 20s. Loquacious. Xinlan's pretty face turned red at his explicit praise. She rolled her eyes at him in reproach, but she felt happy in her heart. Which woman doesn't like to hear others praise her beauty and good figure? Especially the person who praised himself was Sumo. I'm telling the truth. Sumo said seriously, with your figure and temperament, standing there, you look like a ripe peach. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out of the car. Hearing his increasingly outrageous descriptions, Xinlan's face flushed with shame, and she even had trouble holding the steering wheel. This little bastard has become more and more bold since I showed my cards with him, and he dares to say anything. Ha ha ha. Sumo was in a good mood as he looked at her cute expression of shyness and annoyance. Teasing such a mature and beautiful woman is much more interesting than arguing with a hot pepper like Xiangwei. Along the way, Sumo never stopped talking, and all kinds of lewd words came out one after another, making Xinlan blush and feel confused. She wanted to pull over to the side of the road and kick this unruly guy out several times. But for some reason, instead of feeling truly angry, she felt a kind of secret joy that she herself dared not even admit. Soon the vehicle drove into the core area of the Yunding Mountain Villa district. Sumo pointed to a single-family villa with the largest area and the most luxurious decoration on the hillside not far away and said, Sister Lan, do you see that? The building in front is our new home. Xinlan looked in the direction he pointed, and when she saw the luxurious villa that looked like a palace, she was stunned. Xiao, you're not kidding, right? We are staying here? She had been mentally prepared before, but when she saw this top-notch mansion worth at least 5 small gulls, she was still shocked beyond words. Is this the world of the rich? Of course. Sumo smiled, from now on, this will be our home. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of the villa door. The tightly closed carved iron gate slowly opened, and 2 rows of tall, stern-looking female bodyguards in black suits walked out of the villa quickly. They stood in 2 lines at the door and bowed in unison towards Sumo's car. Welcome home, boss. The uniform, clear, and pleasant sounds echoed in the empty courtyard. Xinlan looked at the scene in front of her, which was like a movie, especially the cold black objects on the waists of the female bodyguards, and her face turned pale with fright. She grabbed Sumo's arm and asked nervously. Xiao, these people are. Don't be afraid, we're one of us. Sumo patted the back of her soft hand, signaling her to be at ease. He hired these female bodyguards at a high price from a top global security company through special channels yesterday. Each of them is an elite retired from special forces around the world, with extraordinary skills and extremely high loyalty. With them, plus the surveillance cameras and top-level security systems throughout the villa, the level of security here is comparable to that of a military base. Sumo opened the car door and walked out. Xinlan also took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and got out of the car. When they saw Sumo's young and handsome face, the eyes of the originally expressionless female bodyguards flashed with surprise and curiosity. They obviously didn't expect that their future boss would be such a harmless-looking, handsome boy. Hello, boss. The leading female bodyguard captain stepped forward and gave Sumo a standard military salute. Yeah. Suemo nodded, pointed at Qin Lan beside him, and introduced. This is Qin Lan. She will be the hostess here from now on. You must respect her and protect her as you would me. Do you understand? Yes. Boss. All the female bodyguards responded in unison again, and then bowed to Qin Lan in unison. Hello, madam. Qin Lan was frightened by this scene, her pretty face flushed red, and she waved her hands nervously. No, I'm not a lady, I'm just. Before she finished speaking, Suemo put his arm around her soft waist and whispered in her ear. Sister Lan, don't embarrass me in this situation. From now on, you are the hostess here, so show your aura. Sumo's hot breath sprayed on Qin Lan's earlobe, causing her body to soften. She leaned in Sumo's arms, feeling his strong arms and his unquestionable tone, and the tension and uneasiness in her heart miraculously dissipated. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of security and vanity, of being held in the palm of someone's hand. She imitated the wealthy ladies in TV dramas, straightened her back, and gave the female bodyguards a reserved yet gentle smile. Hello. At this moment, the door of the villa was pushed open from the inside. There was a crisp and pleasant sound of high heels hitting the ground, coming from far away. Immediately afterwards, a stunningly beautiful figure that was enough to drive any man crazy appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 62. Shin Yufu was stunningly beautiful after dressing up. The person who came was Shin Yufu. She was obviously dressed up carefully today. Her long, smooth chestnut hair, curled into the most popular big waves nowadays, is casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of maturity and charm. Her face was painted with delicate light makeup, and her beautiful facial features, which were already captivating, were even more breathtakingly beautiful in the sunlight. She was wearing a well-cut black dress of the latest Chanel model. The hem was not long, just covering the base of her thighs, revealing her straight and slender pair of beautiful legs that were enough to drive countless men crazy. The worst thing is that those beautiful legs are wrapped in a layer of ultra-thin black stockings that are as thin as a cicada's wing and have an alluring oily sheen. The skin is faintly visible under the black stockings, outlining the lines of the legs even more perfectly and highlighting the fatal temptation. On her feet she wore a pair of 10 centimeters high shiny black stiletto heels. As she walked, her delicate and small feet wrapped in black stockings were faintly visible at the shoe openings, outlining a sexy curve at her ankles, which made people unable to help but imagine something else. Return to reality and regain the status of national goddess. Shin Yufu's temperament is fully revealed when she wears stockings and high heels. She was no longer the tomboy in the game, wearing ferocious bone armor and following Suemo, shouting and fighting. But she is the one who stands at the top of the fashion world, whose every frown and smile can cause countless fans to scream, a truly peerless beauty. Wow! So beautiful. It's so beautiful that it doesn't seem real. As for Qin Lan, the moment she saw who was coming, she froze in place, her beautiful eyes wide open. Shin Yufu? That national goddess who was popular all over Asia and has over 100 million fans, Shin Yufu? How come she is here? Could it be? An absurd idea was growing wildly in Qin Lan's mind. Could it be that she is Sumo's woman? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Qin Lan's heart was instantly filled with an indescribable bitterness and inferiority. Compared with a favored girl like Shin Yufu, what am I, a divorced young woman over 30? How could Suemo like me? In an instant, the little bit of confidence she had just built up collapsed. At this time, Shin Yufu also saw Suemo, and the mature and beautiful woman in his arms who had a gentle temperament and an unimaginably voluptuous figure. Her beautiful, cold eyes narrowed slightly, and her steps stopped. He just stood there quietly, his eyes moving back and forth between Suemo and Qin Lan. Although she didn't say a word, her eyes were full of scrutiny and undisguised hostility. You are so good, Suemo. I just came back from the game for one day, and now I'm bringing back another woman from somewhere? And she is a very attractive young woman who looks very attractive. You scumbag. You big pervert. Invisible electric lights flickered faintly in the air. Two women with very different styles but equally stunning looked at each other from a distance of several meters. One is cold and domineering, like a queen high above everyone else. One is gentle and charming, like the older sister next door. Suemo, who was caught in the middle, was suddenly overwhelmed. Ahem. Suemo coughed twice, breaking the awkward silence. He let go of Qin Lan's hand, walked forward naturally, and wanted to hug Shin Yufu's slender waist. My dear aunt, you missed me so much after just one day? And you even dressed up so beautifully to greet me? Let go first. Shin Yufu slapped his claws away without any hesitation, her pretty face cold. Let me ask you, who is she? Shin Yufu raised her chin slightly towards Qinlan. The tone was exactly like that of a queen who caught her husband cheating. Oh, her. Suemo said calmly, let me introduce you. This is Qinlan, Sister Lan. She's the cook I specially hired from outside. She'll be in charge of our 3 meals a day from now on. Her cooking is much better than that of you and Samantha, those 2 kitchen killers. Cook. Hearing these 2 words, Qinlan and Shin Yufu were both stunned. After hearing the word cook, the hostility on Shin Yufu's face obviously dissipated a lot. It turns out he's just a cook. It scared me. However, when her eyes fell on Qinlan's exaggerated curves again, her vigilance did not relax at all. This cook, isn't her figure a little too good? This girl with a curvy figure is like a walking hormone. Is it really safe to leave such a beauty next to Suemo, a big pervert? Shin Yufu expressed serious doubts. Hello, my name is Shin Yufu. Although she was wary, Shin Yufu still politely extended her hand towards Qinlan. Hello, my name is Qinlan. Qinlan was somewhat flattered and held the soft and boneless hand. Oh my god. I actually held the hand of the national goddess. If I tell this to others, I guess no one will believe it. Okay, stop standing at the door and go inside first. Suemo was too lazy to watch the 2 women scheming here, so he took one in each hand and walked towards the villa. On the left hand is a gentle and charming mature beauty. On the right is a sexy and hot goddess. At this moment, Suemo felt that his life had reached its peak. When she walked into the villa, the level of luxury inside once again refreshed Qinlan's cognition. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the 10-meter-high ceiling of the living room, emitting dazzling light. The floor is covered with handmade carpets flown in from Italy. There are several oil paintings hanging on the wall that look very valuable. All the furniture is of top brands. The entire villa exudes an atmosphere of extravagant and inhumane. Sister Lan, please familiarize yourself with the environment first. The kitchen is over there. The kitchenware inside is all imported from Germany. See if you need anything. I will ask someone to buy it right away. Suemo pointed to an open and luxurious kitchen not far away, which was comparable to the kitchen of a 5-star hotel, and said to Qinlan. Oh, okay. Qinlan nodded and walked towards the kitchen like a curious baby. After Qinlan left, Suemo and Shin Yufu were the only ones left in the living room. Suemo could no longer hold back, and pulled Shin Yufu into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. My dear aunt, please let your husband hug you. I miss you so much. As Suemo spoke, his dishonest big hands had already slid along the hem of the skirt and touched the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in extremely silky black stockings. This touch. Absolutely amazing. Chapter 63, an old player from S1? Xin Yanbing is at least S rank. You let me go. Seriously. Shin Yufu was embarrassed and angry by Sumo's sudden attack. She struggled symbolically twice, but that little bit of strength was no different from not struggling at all in front of Suemo. Especially when she felt the tingling sensation brought by the big hand wandering freely on her legs, her body softened involuntarily. This bastard. I haven't seen you for just 1 day, but you're like a wolf that's been hungry for 800 years. Didn't you see all those bodyguards outside, and there was even a cook nearby? Serious? Suemo lowered his head and gently bit her crystal-clear earlobe, grinning. If I were serious, would you still be sitting here now? You, shameless. Shin Yufu's face suddenly turned red. She recalled those ridiculous nights in the game, and this man had never been serious once. Stop it. Shin Yufu took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the strangeness in her heart, pushed Sumo's chest, and said seriously. I came to you today because I have something important to tell you. I know, it's just some trivial matter with Dragon's Shield. Suemo said indifferently, but his hands showed no intention of stopping. You know this too? Shin Yufu was stunned. They came looking for you too? Yeah, they just left this morning. Suemo nodded. A queen with black stockings named Lin Wan, and a guy with an icy face named Li Xian. They offered good conditions, but I rejected them. You refused to? Shin Yufu's face showed an expression of as expected. I knew it. With Sumo's lawless personality, how could he be willing to be controlled by others? They also came to see me yesterday. Shin Yufu said. The conditions are similar to what you said. They offer money, resources, and privileges. They also say they want to train me as a national strategic weapon. I didn't agree on the spot. I said I would think about it for a few days. What do you think? Suemo asked. Me? Shin Yufu rolled her eyes at him. Of course I'll listen to you. If you say no, then I won't add it. There was a hint of womanly dependence in her tone that she herself wasn't even aware of. She didn't know when it started, but she had become accustomed to treating Suemo as her backbone. No matter what happens, the first thing I think of is to ask for his opinion. You're smart. Suemo, we have my god-level talent, why do we still need those resources? As for privileges, when we become strong enough in the future, the whole world will have to follow our rules. Do we still need others to give them to us? When interests are the same, helping each other is fine, but we must be wary of others. Shin Yufu's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. This is the man she knows who dares to fight the Abyss Dragon single-handedly. But Suemo changed the subject, that Dragon Shield Agency isn't completely useless. At least, their intelligence system is really powerful. Not only did they thoroughly investigate my entire life, they even deduced that my talent is above S level. What? Shin Yufu's pretty face changed when she heard that. Then do they have? Don't worry, they are just suspicious, they have no evidence. Suemo comforted. Besides, even if they knew, what would happen? They wouldn't dare touch me, nor you. At this stage, we, the top-tier players, are the treasures of the nation. They can't wait to support us, so how could they be so foolish as to turn against us? Shin Yufu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Sumo's analysis. By the way, speaking of Dragon Shield, I have something else to tell you. Shin Yufu's expression suddenly became a little strange. What's up? About my niece, Shin Yanbing. Shen Yanbing? My online girlfriend? What about your online girlfriend? That's all in the past. Shin Yufu glared at him angrily. Remember this, don't mention this matter again. Okay, let's not talk about it. Suemo smiled. So, what happened to my ex-online girlfriend? Shin Yufu took a deep breath and said a piece of news that shocked Suemo. She's also a player. Moreover, she's a veteran player from the 9th round. Not only that, she is also one of the core members of Dragon Shield. She was treated as a key target and secretly trained for a full 6 months. Oh my god. Even Suemo couldn't help but swear when he heard the news. Shin Yufu's niece, the student who looked pure, beautiful and harmless in the photo, was actually an old player who joined the game earlier than herself? Or is he a core member of the official organization Dragon Shield? Isn't this too much information? Is this true? Suemo couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Shin Yufu said, after I returned to reality, she came to me right away. She wasn't surprised at all by my sudden disappearance for 5 days and reappearance. Instead, she was worried about my safety. I just had to test her a little, and she confessed everything. She said that in the 3 years since the Gaia game began, there have been 11 rounds. For each round, a group of people were forcibly selected from around the world to participate. And she was a player in the 9th round. Because of her outstanding performance, she was approached by Dragon Shield as soon as she returned to reality. I see. Suemo suddenly understood. No wonder that guy named Li Xian knows so much about the Gaia game. It turns out that the official had already made contact and recruited a group of old players to form the so-called Dragon Shield Bureau. They have been secretly studying the Gaia game and preparing for future crises. So, there are many big guys hiding in this world? Sumo's face became solemn. That's right. Shin Yufu nodded. Yan Bing said that there are many veteran players like her in the Dragon Shield Bureau. Among them, there are even some who participated in the first round of the game and are living fossils. It's just that the real bosses are hiding very deeply and won't show up easily. Interesting. Did your niece tell you what her talent is? Suemo asked curiously. Being trained as a core member by Dragon Shield, his talent level must be very high. She didn't say that. Shin Yufu shook her head, but I guess it's at least S level. S level? Suemo nodded thoughtfully. An S-class genius girl and a core member of Dragon Shield. Chapter 64, Anytime, Anywhere, Accidental Relationship. Alright, Suemo suddenly thought of a key question. Does she know about our relationship? Do you know our relationship? When Shin Yufu heard this question, her pretty face turned red. She pinched Sumo's thigh in annoyance and scolded him. What's the relationship between us? Oh, my dear aunt, we slept together and touched each other, but now you are turning your back on me? Suemo chuckled, and his big hand slid along her thigh, all the way up. You! Shin Yufu's body softened instantly. A strange electric current rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head. She quickly held down Sumo's mischievous hand and said breathlessly, Stop messing around, let's talk business. I'm just talking about serious matters. Suemo said innocently. You haven't answered my question yet. Does your precious niece know that I've completely eaten her aunt? I don't know. Shin Yufu replied in shame and anger, she just suspected. She suspected that something happened between you and me. Just a suspicion? How do you put it? When I came back from the game, I was still wearing that sexy pajamas, and Shin Yufu's voice became increasingly quiet. And there are traces of you on her body. She saw them. She said the smell on me was exactly the same as the smell she smelled on you in the villa before. Damn, your niece, is she born in the year of the dog? Her nose is so sharp? Suemo was surprised. It's all your fault, you bastard. Shin Yufu was furious and embarrassed. She raised her fist and punched Suemo in the chest. If you hadn't been so rude, how could I have left any evidence? Can you blame me for this? Suemo said with a look of grievance, It's because you are so charming, auntie, I couldn't control myself for a moment. Smooth talk. Although Yufu was cursing, she felt sweet in her heart. So she is just suspicious now, without any real evidence, right? Suemo confirmed. Yeah. Shin Yufu nodded. I told her that I was just staying at your house for a few days and nothing happened between us. Although she didn't believe it, there was nothing she could do. That's easy. Suemo showed a malicious smile on his face. Easy to handle? What do you mean? Shin Yufu had a bad feeling. What I mean is. Suemo lowered his head to her ear and whispered seductively, Since she's your niece and a member of Dragon Shield, we're all family from now on. Why don't you find an opportunity to take her in as well? We'll become even closer, wouldn't that be wonderful? What did you say? Shin Yufu's beautiful eyes widened, she could hardly believe her ears. Except Shin Yanbing? This bastard actually dared to set his sights on his own niece? Is he still a human being? Suemo. You beast. I'll kill you. Shin Yufu was completely furious. She pounced on Suemo with her teeth bared and bit his shoulder. Hiss. Suemo took a breath of cold air. This sister-in-law is really a murderer. It's just a joke, is it necessary to have such a big reaction? A joke? Shin Yufu raised her head and glared at him fiercely. Is this kind of thing something you can joke about? I'm warning you, Suemo. If you dare to have any evil thoughts towards my Yanbing, I will die with you. Suemo was amused by seeing her cute look of protecting her child. Okay, I won't touch her. Is it okay if I don't touch her? Suemo said this, but in his heart he was thinking. Not moving? That's impossible. A beautiful girl from the Dragon Shield Bureau with S-level talent, and also his online girlfriend. If he doesn't get such good resources into his own hands, is he still Suemo? Not to mention Shin Yanbing, if he has the chance in the future, he will make all the beauties in the Dragon Shield Bureau his own people. Humph. That's more like it. Shin Yufu finally let go, broke free from Sumo's arms, and tidied up her messy clothes. In order to prevent Yanbing from continuing to suspect me, I must go back to my own villa tonight. Shin Yufu announced seriously. What? Suemo became unhappy the moment he heard it. Go back and live there? No. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? I went through so much trouble, buying a villa, hiring bodyguards, and even bringing Qinlan over. What was it all for? Isn't it just to create a comfortable and peaceful harem of your own? As the queen, you don't live in the palace and run outside every day. Is that appropriate? I don't care. Anyway, I have to go back today. Shin Yufu's attitude was very firm. Yanbing said she would come to see me tonight and stay with me. If I'm not here, she will definitely get suspicious. She came to see you? Sumo's eyes rolled. That's perfect. Why not just have her come here to see you? I can also meet my legendary online girlfriend. You wish. Shin Yufu refused without a second thought. I absolutely cannot let you two meet before things are cleared up. She knew Suemo, the pervert, too well. He knows his niece too well, who looks innocent but is actually very mischievous. If these two people meet, God knows what kind of sparks will fly. That's not up to you. Suemo glanced at Shin Yufu's stunningly beautiful legs in black stockings and high heels, his eyes gleaming with passion. He has been thinking about it for so long in the Doomsday game. Now I have finally returned to reality and got what I wanted. If he lets her go so easily tonight, he would be too unmanly. What do you want to do? Looking at Sumo's malicious eyes, Shin Yufu's heart skipped a beat. Just when the two were deadlocked. Dinner is ready, you can eat now. Shinlan's voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Shin Yufu took the opportunity to jump off Sumo's legs, straightened her messy dress, glared at him fiercely, then walked towards the restaurant in her high heels without looking back. Humph, you only know how to eat. Suemo looked at her slim back, curled his lips, and stood up and walked over. 7 dishes and 1 soup were already laid out on the dining table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, mapo tofu, plus a pot of steaming corn and pork ribs soup. They were all ordinary home-cooked dishes, but the aroma that hit them made Suemo and Shin Yufu unable to help but whet their appetites. Come, try my sister Lan's cooking. Suemo attentively served Shin Yufu a bowl of soup, then picked up a large piece of pork ribs for himself and started eating without any hesitation. Delicious. After taking a bite of the ribs, the taste is simply amazing. It was so much more delicious than the bacon and dried fish he ate in the game. Shin Yufu also took a sip of the soup, and her beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with anger, instantly curved into crescents. It's indeed delicious. She praised sincerely. After receiving the recognition from the two big guys, Shinlan, who was standing by, also smiled happily. If you like it, eat more. There's more in the pot, she said as she put another piece of fish into Sumo's bowl. The dinner was held in a slightly strange yet unusually harmonious atmosphere. Suemo completely let himself go. While eating, his feet were never still under the table. He would rub Shin Yufu's calves in black stockings, and then hook her jade feet in high heels. Shin Yufu was made to feel embarrassed and angry. She wanted to explode on the spot several times, but when she saw Shinlan's gentle and smiling eyes beside her, she could only suppress her anger. She could only use her eyes to warn Suemo again and again to behave himself. Finally, the meal ended in Shin Yufu's torture. She stood up almost immediately and said as if she was escaping, I'm full. I'm going back first. After saying that, she prepared to slip away. But Sumo's movements were faster than hers. Suemo flashed and stood in front of her. Why are you in such a hurry, my dear aunt? Suemo said with a wicked smile on his face. You want to run away after eating? How can such a cheap thing happen in the world? What do you want to do? Shin Yufu took a step back and looked at him warily. Nothing. Sumo's smile became more playful. I just want to invite you upstairs for a cup of tea, to chat about life and our ideals. As he said that, he stretched out his body lazily in front of Shinlan and picked up Shin Yufu. Suemo. Put me down. Shin Yufu screamed, her pretty face turned red instantly, and her pair of beautiful legs in black stockings kicked around in the air. Sister Lan, please clean up the dishes. Suemo said something to Shinlan, who was completely stunned. Then he held the struggling beauty in his arms and strode towards the bedroom on the second floor. Bang! He kicked the bedroom door shut, isolating himself from everything outside. Shinlan was the only one left in the living room, standing there blankly, holding the dishes she was about to clean up. The relationship between these two people is so close that they can accidentally have sex anytime, anywhere, regardless of the occasion? Shinlan's eyes instantly turned red. She couldn't stay there any longer and turned around to leave this place that made her feel ashamed. But at this moment, Sumo's bedroom door was suddenly opened again. Suemo leaned out half of his body and shouted to Shinlan downstairs. Sister Lan! Don't go! There are still so many dishes to be washed in the kitchen. By the way, please boil a bucket of hot water for me and bring it upstairs. Wait a minute, my aunt and I are done with our exercise and we want to take a bath together. After saying that, he closed the door again with a bang. Shinlan! I accidentally got too excited writing about the daily love scene, so the transition took a bit too long. I immediately got to the point and started the second round of games, with the appearance of a foreign beauty. Chapter 65, Fragrant Shin-Yufu. Delicious. Second floor bedroom. Suemo threw Shin-Yufu in his arms onto the super large bed that could accommodate 5 or 6 people without any mercy. Suemo. You bastard. What on earth do you want to do? Shin-Yufu climbed up from the soft mattress, tidied her messy clothes and hair, and glared at Suemo with shame and anger. Didn't I just say that? I'll treat you to some tea and talk about life. Suemo said as he began to take off his coat. I don't want to chat with you. I want to go back. Shin-Yufu said, and wanted to get off the bed. Go back? Suemo sneered, if you can walk out of this room tonight, I will write my name Su upside down. You don't do anything rash. I'm warning you. If you dare to do anything to me, I will. Shin-Yufu was really a little scared. What about you? Suemo pressed on step by step, pushed her back onto the bed, leaned over, and whispered in her ear. You just gave in to me? I couldn't ask for more. Could you stop being so shameless? How about this? Suemo looked at the beautiful and shy look, and his heart warmed up. He said with a wicked smile. Tonight, as long as you cooperate with me, I promise to let you go back at midnight. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, you can just wait for your good niece to come to your house and catch you in the act. You. Sumo's shameless threat made Shin-Yufu so angry that she gritted her teeth. With Sumo's personality, he can definitely do what he says. If Yin Bing really caught her in him, then she would be too embarrassed to face anyone in the future. Okay, I promise you. After weighing the pros and cons, Shin-Yufu finally gave in, but you can't go too far. Don't worry, I'm always gentle. Suemo smiled. His gaze slowly moved down and landed on Shin-Yufu's pair of stunningly beautiful legs wearing ultra-thin black stockings and silver high heels. Then, his gaze followed the graceful curve of the legs all the way down, finally stopping on the pair of delicate jade feet that were like works of art. Previously in the copy, time was limited and he didn't have time to appreciate it carefully. Now, under the bright light, he realized that Shin-Yufu's feet were simply the most perfect masterpiece of God. Her feet are slender, her arches are straight, and her skin is so white that it seems to be glowing. Through the layer of black silk as thin as a cicada's wing, you can clearly see that the 10 slender toes are painted with crystal clear pink nail polish, like ripe cherries, extremely tempting. She is truly worthy of being the national goddess, she is beautiful from her face to her feet. Suemo was a little mesmerized by what he saw. Hey! Why are you looking at my feet? Hurry up! I have to go back to the villa later. If it's too late, Yen Bing will definitely come looking for me. Seeing that Suemo didn't move for a long time and just kept staring at her feet, Shin-Yufu couldn't help but urge him. What's the rush? Suemo came back to his senses, with a wicked smile on his face. He reached out and gently held Shin-Yufu's right ankle, which was wearing a high-heeled shoe. Then, in front of Shin-Yufu's astonished gaze, he slowly took off the silver high-heeled shoe from her feet. The moment the high heels were taken off, Shin-Yufu's jade feet wrapped in black stockings were completely exposed to the air. Without the restraint of shoes, the 5 cute toes painted with pink nail polish curled up slightly, as if shy. Suemo held her ankle, which was as soft as jade, and felt that it was smooth and felt extremely good. He looked at Shin-Yufu's foot carefully, from heel to toe, as if he was admiring a rare treasure. What do you want to do? Shin-Yufu felt her whole body go numb when he looked at her, and subconsciously wanted to retract her feet. Hold still. Let me take a good look. As he spoke, he reached out and took off the high heels on Shin-Yufu's other foot. Now, Shin-Yufu's pair of jade feet fell into his control without any protection. Suemo. Do you have any special hobbies? Shin-Yufu looked at Sumo's strange eyes and felt a sudden panic in her heart for no reason. She has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has seen a lot, but this is the first time she has encountered such a thing. Yeah. Suemo raised his head and grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I just like looking at beautiful women's feet, especially the feet of a beautiful woman like you wearing stockings. Why, is that not okay? You're a pervert. Shin-Yufu's pretty face flushed and she cursed. Pervert? Suemo laughed, this is just the beginning. That's called appreciating beauty. It would be a shame if you didn't become a foot model with these feet of yours. The warm big hands sent waves of tingling sensation through the stockings, making Shin Yufu's body tremble slightly. What on earth do you want to do? Hurry up. I have to go back after I'm done. Shin Yufu now just wants to end this torture as soon as possible and quickly escape from this devil's den that makes her panic. What's the rush? Suemo looked as if he was admiring a rare treasure, carefully taking in every detail of the beautiful feat. Time passes by every second. Shin Yufu felt like she was going crazy. This bastard just held onto his feet and watched for a full 10 minutes. What on earth does he want to do? Just when Shin Yufu was about to lose her temper and was about to kick him off the bed, Suemo finally made a new move. He slowly bent down. Shin Yufu's heart instantly rose to her throat. What does he want to do? Could it be? A thought that made her blush, her heart beat fast, and she felt extremely ashamed and angry popped up in her mind uncontrollably. No. No way? He shouldn't be that perverted, right? However, the next second, Sumo's actions completely confirmed her guess. 10 minutes later. Suemo. You, a pervert. Shin Yufu used up the last bit of her strength and squeezed out these words from her throat, which were full of shame and anger and a strange tremor that she herself did not even notice. Shinlan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The scene that just happened downstairs kept replaying in her mind. Suemo carried the incredibly beautiful superstar and walked upstairs in a domineering manner. And that big star, that final scream filled with shame and anger. Even if you use your toes to guess, you know what is happening upstairs. Shinlan covered her head with the quilt, trying to stop herself from thinking too much. However, the wall's sound insulation was not very good, and some blushing and heart-pounding sounds could still be heard faintly. Shinlan felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. She suddenly felt that agreeing to move in and live with this little bastard might be a wrong decision. Chapter 66, Day 5, Game cooldown time resets to 0. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The super large bed, which was large enough for 7 or 8 people to roll around at the same time, was a mess. Shin Yufu, whose physique is 600 times higher than hers, has a pair of cold eyes with a shimmering light. She began to doubt her life. This bastard, beast, pervert. After fusing with that heart of the Titan, he is no longer a human being at all and doesn't need to rest for even a second. Shin Yufu, Shun Yufu, you are really depraved. Sister-in-law. Suemo lay beside her contentedly, one of his hands still wandering dishonestly on her smooth back, a smug smirk on his face. Fine, you big-headed ghost. Shin Yufu used up her last bit of strength to predict Sumo's words, pushed his claws away, turned over, and faced him with her back, not wanting to pay any more attention to this shameless guy. Okay, don't be angry. Suemo hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and said softly, I just missed you too much. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years. You're such a smooth talker. Shin Yufu said this, but the anger in her heart inexplicably dissipated a lot. She was silent for a moment, then she said in a muffled voice, You said you would let me go back tonight. I know. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Suemo kissed her smooth face and said, Lie down for a while. When you have recovered your strength, I will take you back myself. I don't need you to send me off. I can go back by myself. Shin Yufu didn't want to stay with him for another second. After lingering in bed for more than half an hour, Shin Yufu felt that she had regained some strength and struggled to get up from the bed. She glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table and saw it was already past 1 in the morning. If I don't go back, God knows if that little girl Yanbing will come and kill me. She endured the soreness in her body and began to put on her clothes. When she put the black dress back on, picked up the pair of silver high heels from the ground and prepared to put them on, she couldn't help but pause. The extremely embarrassing scene just now emerged in my mind uncontrollably. Shin Yufu's cheeks felt hot again. Pooh. She glared fiercely at the culprit on the bed who was looking at her with a wicked smile, and then quickly put on her high heels. Perhaps she was too flustered, and when she stood up, her feet slipped and she lost her balance, and her feet in high heels suddenly twisted. If it were an ordinary person, his ankle would definitely be sprained. But Shin Yufu's current physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. She just shook her body for a moment and then immediately stabilized herself. She stomped her high heels lightly, turned around and glared at Suemo fiercely. Her eyes seemed to say, It's all your fault. Then, without looking back, she fled from this devil's den that she loved and hated. Looking at her slightly flustered back, Suemo lay on the bed and laughed happily. For the next 4 days, Suemo lived the fairy-like life he had always dreamed of. Every day he sleeps until he wakes up naturally, and when he opens his eyes, he can see the gentle and virtuous landlady who has prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him. After dinner, I lay on the sofa in the living room, read the news, browse the player forum, and learn about the changes that have taken place in the world after my return. In the afternoon, go for a swim in the villa's own super large swimming pool, or go to the gym to work out and get familiar with the explosive power in your body. Lan, like a responsible young wife, keeps the entire villa in order and takes care of Sumo's daily life in every possible way. These past few days, she seemed to have slowly adapted to Sumo's new identity. Although she would still blush when facing Sumo's aggressive teasing, the worry and strangeness between her brows had completely disappeared. It is replaced by a kind of dependence and admiration that comes from the heart. The way she looked at Suemo became more and more wrong. Sometimes, when Suemo was sweating profusely in the gym, he would turn around and see her holding a glass of water, standing at the door in a coquettish manner, her beautiful eyes staring at him infatuatedly, almost in a trance. That look was so gentle that water could drip from it, and it contained an indescribable emotion. Suemo really enjoyed the feeling of being admired and cared for by a beautiful woman. The only flaw is that Shinyufu's sister-in-law has not come to see him once in these 4 days. Not to mention coming to the villa, there wasn't even a single phone call or message. Suemo sent her several harassing messages, but they all fell into the sea and there was no response. It was obvious that the sister-in-law was frightened by his perverted behavior last time and was now hiding from him. As for Samantha and Luo Xiaoro, Suemo also contacted them through the friend list in the player system. Samantha, that big foreign girl, was still as passionate as ever. Between the lines of her words were her thoughts about Suemo and some kind of hint. She wished she could fly to Suemo immediately. Luo Xiaoro, the cute little 2D girl, sent Suemo greetings of good morning, good afternoon and good night 3 times a day on time, and reported what new characters she had cosplayed and what new photos she had taken that day. Her words indeed showed that she wanted Suemo to come over and inspect her new achievements. Suemo could only helplessly tell them that he had something important to do recently and could not get away for the time being. As soon as he was done, he would come to find them as soon as possible. After pacifying these 2 hungry little devils, Sumo's life finally became peaceful. Time passes quietly in leisure and comfort. Soon, it was the evening of the 5th day. Suemo had just finished taking a shower. He only had a bath towel wrapped around his lower body and walked out of the bathroom while wiping his hair. Ding! The remaining time until the next mission begins has returned to 0. Players can choose to enter Gaia Space at any time to start a new game. A familiar virtual light screen quietly popped up in front of him. Here we come. The laziness and comfort on Sumo's face disappeared in an instant. There was a sharpness and excitement in his eyes. Although a comfortable life is nice, it is not what he wants after all. Only by becoming stronger and stronger in the battle of blood and fire can he feel truly alive. Chapter 67 Gaia Space, 3 women gathered. Xiaomo, I heated up a cup of milk for you, drink it before you go to sleep. Lan walked out of the kitchen holding a cup of steaming milk. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown with a very short skirt, which made her plump and well-proportioned legs look even whiter and more attractive. Seeing Sumo's shirtless body, which exuded explosive power, her pretty face turned red for no reason and her heart skipped a beat. This was not the first time she had seen Suemo like this in the past few days. But every time she saw it, she would still feel her face blush, her heart beat fast, and her whole body go weak. This man was too destructive to her. Sister Lan, thank you for your hard work. Suemo took the milk, drank it in one breath, and then put the cup on the coffee table. I may have to go on a long trip these days. Suemo looked at Lan and his expression became serious. Going on a long journey? Lan was startled, and her gentle eyes immediately revealed worry. Are you going to do those dangerous things again? She didn't know what the far trip Suemo was talking about was, but she could guess that it was definitely not a simple business trip. Yeah. Suemo nodded without hiding anything. There's something I need to take care of. Maybe. I'll be gone for about a week. Then you must be careful. Lan walked to his side and stretched out her soft little hands to help him tidy up the messy hair on his forehead. The worry and reluctance in her eyes almost overflowed. She didn't ask Suemo where he was going or what he was going to do. It was useless for her to ask, as it would only cause unnecessary trouble to Suemo. All she had to do now was to wait for him to come back quietly at home like a gentle and virtuous wife. Don't worry, Sister Lan. Suemo held her little hand and kissed it, smiling and comforting her. There's a gorgeous woman waiting for me at home. I'll definitely return as soon as possible. You're the only one who keeps talking nonsense. Xinlan's pretty face turned red at his intimate gesture, but her heart was warm. When I'm away for a few days, just stay here and don't go anywhere. Suemo warned, the security system in the villa is the best in the world, and there are so many bodyguards outside, it is absolutely safe. As for meals, I've stocked the refrigerator with enough food for a month. You can cook whatever you want. If you're too lazy to cook, have your bodyguard buy it for you. As for money, I've transferred 500 million to your card. You can buy whatever you want. You don't have to save money for me. 500 million? Xiaomo, I don't need so much money. Xinlan waved her hands quickly. Take it if you give it to me. Suemo deliberately put on a stern face. How can a woman by my side be short of money? From now on, my money is your money. You can spend it however you want. These domineering and doting words melted Xinlan's heart instantly. She looked at Sumo's young and handsome face, and her eyes reddened for no reason. Once upon a time, she also fantasized about having a man who could say to her so domineeringly, "My money is your money." But her ex-husband, a gambler, left her with nothing but a mountain of debt. She thought that she would never have such a luxury in her life. But unexpectedly, God let her meet Suemo. This man, who was nearly 10 years younger than her, gave her a sense of security and happiness that she had never had before. Okay, I'll stop talking. I should go. Suemo looked at the time and stopped pestering her. He turned and walked into an empty guest room. Xinlan just stood at the door, staring at his back until the door was closed. As he walked into the room, Suemo had an idea. System, enter Gaia space. Buzz. A white light flashed, and Sumo's figure disappeared from the room. Suemo had just gained his foothold in Gaia space and had not had time to look around when a familiar voice with a hint of coldness and anger sounded not far away. Suemo. Suemo looked over when he heard the voice, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. I saw Xin Yufu standing there not far away, her beautiful eyes staring at me fiercely. Today she did not wear the sexy black stockings and high heels that she wore that day, but instead changed into a smart sportswear and a pair of white sneakers. Although it lacked some of the ultimate temptation, the tight sweatpants perfectly outline her straight and slender legs and the curve of her round buttocks, giving her a unique youthful and energetic feel. Oh, my dear aunt, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're still so grumpy. Suemo walked over with a smile. Why, are you missing me so much that you're almost lovesick? Go away. Who missed you? Xin Yufu's pretty face turned red, and she subconsciously took a step back to distance herself from him. As soon as she saw Sumo's playful face, she remembered that night when he pressed her on the bed and used that perverted method. She felt her cheeks getting hot again. She hid in her villa for the past 4 days, thinking she could calm down and forget about that bastard. But who knew that Sumo's figure, like a curse, lingered in her mind? Especially when she goes to bed at night, she always dreams of some scenes that make her blush and her heart beat fast. She found that she seemed to be really addicted to being eaten by this bastard. This discovery made her feel ashamed and angry, and she felt extremely contemptuous of her own disappointing body. TSK, are you still shy? Suemo looked at her cute shy and annoyed look, feeling so proud in his heart. It seems that the torture that night was very effective. Just when Suemo was about to make another effort to tease this arrogant sister-in-law. Boss. Sumo's husband. 2 voices filled with surprise and excitement rang out at the same time. Immediately afterwards, 2 fragrant breezes, one from the left and one from the right, flew directly into his arms. Boss. I missed you so much. Samantha, the passionate big foreign horse, hugged Sumo's neck without any hesitation and kissed him several times on the face. She is dressed extra coolly today. The upper body is a white tight t-shirt, which makes the already proud upper body look even more magnificent. The lower body was wearing a pair of blue denim hot pants that could not be shorter, which perfectly displayed the pair of dazzling white long legs and the peach buttocks that were the best in the world in front of Suemo. Especially the pair of epic high heels, Succubus's temptation, on her feet, which were sponsored by Suemo himself, made her exude a deadly fairy-like aura. Husband Suemo. Xiao misses you so much too. Luo Xiao, the soft and cute girl from the second dimension, directly hugged Sumo's thighs and rubbed her cute little face against his pants. A pink Lolita princess dress, paired with white over-the-knee socks and small leather shoes, plus the iconic pink twin tails, she looks like she came out of an anime, a legal Lolita that is so cute that it's deadly. Okay, I know you miss me. Suemo put his left arm around Samantha's slender waist and rubbed Luo Xiaoru's little head with his right hand. He enjoyed the emperor-like treatment of being hugged by both sides, and felt so happy in his heart. This is the life he wants. Shin Yufu, who was standing next to her, looked at the happy scene of the family of three in front of her, and a sour feeling suddenly welled up in her heart for no reason. Humph, two vixens who are flirting with each other. She would use such despicable means to seduce my man. She thought so in her heart, but her beautiful eyes still couldn't help but linger for a few seconds on Samantha's long legs, which were made even more slender and sexy by the high heels. This big ocean horse's physique is indeed top-notch. I seem to be a little bit worse than her. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Shin Yufu felt even more unhappy. Her feet must be smelly. The kind that even Suemo couldn't speak of, so sour and smelly. Chapter 68 refreshes the copy, a 4-star difficulty double elevator. At this moment, a brand new virtual light screen popped up in front of the four of them at the same time. Welcome back, survivors. There are 30 minutes left until the next mandatory mission begins. Please select the game instance you want to enter within 30 minutes. The copy selection panel has been opened. Then 3 huge light gates emitting different lights slowly appeared in front of the 4 people. The first light gate radiates green light all over, and is engraved with reliefs of various natural scenes such as forests, oceans, and deserts. Instance type, Survival. Introduction, you will be transported to an unknown world. Your mission is to use all available resources to survive. The longer you survive and the wider the area you explore, the higher your final rating will be. The second light gate was crimson in color, engraved with swords, axes, shields, magic circles and other patterns full of battle atmosphere. Instance type, Competitive. Introduction, you will engage in a fair or unfair duel with other players or creatures of other races. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. The third light gate was dark blue, carved with various solid city walls, towering arrow towers, and densely packed monsters. Instance type, Tower Defense. Introduction, you need to build and upgrade your defense towers to resist wave after wave of monster invasions. Defend your core until the last moment. Wow! Survival, competition, tower defense. Isn't this the type of game we used to play? Luo Xiaoro looked at the 3 light doors, her eyes lighting up. They all look very interesting. Samantha also touched her chin, looking curious. Only Shin Yufu, after a brief moment of surprise, fixed her eyes on the green survival light door. She still remembered that the last Subnautica copy was a survival type. The process was thrilling, but the rewards were also great. And most importantly, survival dungeons have a high degree of freedom and are suitable for players like Suemo who like to search for treasures everywhere. Suemo, are we still going to choose the survival category this time? Shin Yufu asked. When it comes to serious matters, Shin Yufu will still involuntarily seek his advice. Suemo did not answer immediately, but looked at the 3 light doors. The difficulty level is marked below each copy. Survival Dungeon, Dead Rising. Difficulty. Level limit, LV20 and below. Competitive Dungeon, 100-player arena. Difficulty. Level limit, LV15 LV20. Tower Defense Dungeon, Goblin Must Die. Difficulty. Level limit, LV10 and below. Is the difficulty so easy? Suemo touched his chin. With their current strength, participating in these dungeons is just like an adult beating kids in kindergarten. There is no challenge at all. Just when he was about to pick one at random and go in to mow the grass and level up, his eye suddenly fell on the lower right corner of the copy selection panel, on an inconspicuous refresh button emitting golden light. Refresh instance, spend game coins to randomly regenerate a replica of the same type. The first refresh requires 100,000 game coins, and the price doubles with each subsequent refresh. Each replica type can be refreshed up to 5 times. Special refresh, spend game coins to change the dungeon type. The first refresh requires 200,000 game coins, and the price doubles for each subsequent refresh. A maximum of 5 refreshes are allowed. Can it be refreshed? This Gaia system is quite user-friendly. It knows that players may be dissatisfied, and gives them the opportunity to redraw. But the price is really black. It costs 100,000 to refresh once, and it gets more expensive the more you refresh. Suemo took a look at his property panel. Property, 0 game coins. A lonely 0 is particularly glaring. Sumo's face turned dark in an instant. Damn, I forgot. Last time I bought the Heart of the Titan, I squandered all of my fortune of over 10 million. Now I have become a complete pauper again. Boss, what's wrong with you? You look so bad? Samantha asked curiously, looking at Sumo's constipated expression. Ahem, nothing. Suemo coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. You can't tell them that you, the big boss who ranks first on the global ranking list, can't even afford the refresh fee of 100,000 yuan, right? That's so embarrassing. If you want to refresh the copy, you have to get some money first. Suemo opened the storage space and searched inside for a long time. He sold too much before, and now what's left are basically things he needs for himself. It seems that the only things still available for sale are the few epic skill books, Dragon Might. Forget it, just keep one copy of this thing. Suemo thought about it and directly chose to sell a copy of Dragon Power. Ding! You sold the epic skill book, Dragon Might, X1 and received 400,000 game coins. With the money, Suemo no longer hesitated and directly chose to refresh the survival copy. Ding! Refresh successful. Consumed 100,000 game coins. A white light flashed, and the copy information of Dead Rising was instantly replaced. Instance, Ice Age Survival. Difficulty. Introduction, global temperatures plummet, and the entire world is covered in ice and snow. In this extremely cold and desperate place, you must fight against the cold, hunger, and those prehistoric monsters lurking beneath the ice. Level limit, LV20 and below. Luo Shiro, Ice Age? This one seems pretty good too. Suemo frowned. What he wanted was an ocean-type copy so that he could make use of the Noah's Ark. Come again. Suemo chose to refresh again. Ding! Refresh successful. Consumed 200,000 game coins. The white light flashed again. When Suemo saw the new copy information, his eyes lit up instantly. Instance, Foggy Ghost Ship Survival. Difficulty. Introduction, a mysterious sea shrouded in fog year-round. Legend has it that this is the final resting place of the dead. You will pilot your own ship, explore the sea, and search for the treasure of the legendary ghost captain. Level limit, LV20 and below. That's it. A marine survival dungeon with a difficulty level of 3 stars and a perfect level limit. Suemo took a look at his account and found that he still had 100,000 game coins left. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, his eyes fell on the G competitive copy again. He didn't like that 100-man arena very much. He didn't like playing this meaningless game with other players, where fighting was just for the sake of fighting. There are still 100,000 left, let's refresh and see. Suemo clicked refresh with the mentality of giving it a try. Ding! Refresh successful. Consumed 100,000 game coins. The copy information of 100-man arena was replaced instantly. Dungeon, double elevator competitive. Difficulty. Introduction, this is a unique 2-player competitive game. You and a randomly matched teammate will be trapped in an elevator that only travels upwards. The elevator has 100 floors, each filled with unknown dangers and opportunities. You must constantly collect resources, strengthen yourself, eliminate other teams, and ultimately reach the 100th floor to become the sole winner. Level limit, LV15 LV25. Double elevator? Randomly matched teammates? When Suemo saw the introduction of this copy, he was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up instantly. His god-level talent, Lord of Greed, the second effect, Company of Beautiful Women. Every time the game starts, a random goddess will appear around you. Doesn't this mean that the random teammate the system matches him with is 100% certain to be a goddess-level existence? Sumo's heart suddenly became hot. I'm already looking forward to what kind of stunning beauty my next unknown goddess teammate will be. Chapter 69, 3 women enter the foggy ghost ship, and Suemo goes for a sweet double row. Okay, that's settled. Auntie, Samantha, Shiaro, the 3 of you go to the misty ghost ship dungeon. Suemo closed the copy panel and his eyes fell on Shinyufu. Aunt, you'll be the captain this time. They both have to listen to you. Sumo's decision surprised the 3 women. Especially Shinyufu, she didn't expect Suemo to hand over the command to her. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shin Yufu nodded, and a confident smile appeared on her beautiful face. With the equipment and resources given by Sumo, plus her S-level talent, she was still very confident that she could lead 2 A-level and S-level teammates to clear a 3-star difficulty dungeon. Yeah. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. I am not a babysitter, so it is impossible for me to bring them with me every time. They also need to face danger and fight independently so that they can truly grow up. Sumo's mind moved, and a high-tech metal box shining with silver light appeared in his hand. This is a level 2 space expansion box, which has 1,000 slots of storage space, enough to fit the 30-meter-long Noah's Ark. Sumo handed the box to Shin Yufu and continued, in addition to the boat, I also prepared some things for you. 1,000 portions of food and drink each. I've also prepared 1,000 copies of lumber, iron, metal parts, and various ship repair materials for you. There are also 3 sets of skeleton battle armor, and some spare weapons and ammunition. I've stuffed them all for you. The 3 women were shocked for a few seconds when they heard Sumo recite the list of supplies as if he were counting them one by one. They almost forgot that Sumo's extremely abnormal talent of transforming resources and collecting resources was not an adventure at all. This is a vacation, okay? And this. Sumo took out a dark golden giant sword from the storage space. It had a hideous shape and exuded a terrifying aura. It is the legendary weapon, Judgment of the Abyss Dragon. This giant sword is taller than Shin Yufu, and there are still traces of black dragon aura remaining on the sword. Just looking at it makes people feel palpitating. This is... Shin Yufu looked at the legendary weapon in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Abyssal Dragon's Judgment, a legendary 2-handed sword with ridiculously high attack power. Sumo handed the giant sword and the space box to Shin Yufu. This sword is yours to wield. Your goddess of war talent has the highest growth in power. Only you can unleash its true might. Feeling the heavy weight in my hand and the terrifying energy fluctuations coming towards me, Shin Yufu's heart was deeply touched. This is a legendary weapon. There are only a few rare treasures in the entire game. Sumo actually handed it to him without hesitation. This man. Shin Yufu raised her head and looked at Sumo's face with a faint smile, and ripples of emotion appeared in her cold and beautiful eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to say thank you, but when the words came to her lips, she felt that these 2 words were too light. There was no need to use the word thank you to express anything between her and Sumo. All she could do was lead the team well, complete the tasks assigned to her by Sumo, and live up to his trust. What is our mission? Shin Yufu took a deep breath and asked Sumo seriously. It's very simple. Sumo said, upgrade the Noah's Ark to level 10 for me. The higher the level of Noah's Ark, the stronger its attributes will be, and the more copies it can handle in the future. This is the foundation of their livelihood and must be upgraded first. Okay. I will ensure that the task is completed. Shin Yufu nodded heavily. Boss, what about you? Samantha looked at Sumo and asked reluctantly, you gave us the best equipment and supplies, so what about you? Yes, Sumo, my husband. Luo Xiaoro also pulled Sumo's clothes and said pitifully. It's so dangerous for you to be alone. How about I stay with you? My eagle eye can help you scout. Looking at the worried eyes of the 2 little goblins, Sumo felt warm in his heart. He smiled and pinched Luo Xiaoro's cheek and said, don't worry, your husband is very strong. So, which copy are you going to? Shin Yufu's gaze fell on the door of the double elevator copy, and there was a subtle hint of sourness in her tone. You're not planning to abandon us and run off to live a sweet life with another woman, are you? Sumo was immediately happy when he heard it. This sister-in-law is jealous. Ahem. Sumo coughed twice and said seriously. What do you know? You're here to play house, and I'm here to earn money to support my family. As a grown man, I can't just play with you kids every day, right? I have to go out and do something big to create a better future for our family. Sumo's righteous and even somewhat chauvinistic words stunned the 3 women. Then Shin Yufu and Samantha rolled their eyes at him in unison. Are we children? Who are you, the one who dragged us kids to play all kinds of embarrassing games every night? Isn't that breaking the law? I'm not a child. Luo Xiaoro defiantly puffed out her not-so-strong chest and said angrily, I'm already 18 years old. I'm an adult. Sumo, Shin Yufu and Samantha all set their eyes on this 2-dimensional soft girl who was no more than 1.6 meters tall and had a cute baby face. Then, without any prior agreement, they sighed in their hearts. Apart from her age, how does this girl look like an adult? Alright, stop messing around. Suemo clapped his hands, drawing the three women's attention back. This mission is also a great training opportunity for you. You must learn to face danger and solve problems independently without me. Especially you, Aunt. Suemo looked at Shin Yufu and said earnestly. As the captain, you have to take responsibility and protect them both, understand? I know, stop nagging. Shin Yufu rolled her eyes at him. Okay, go ahead. Suemo waved his hand as if to drive away flies. Although the three women felt a little reluctant, they also knew that Suemo had made up his mind and it was useless to say anything. Boss, you better be careful. Husband Suemo, we'll wait for you to come back. Humph, if you dare to hook up with other women outside, just wait and see how we'll deal with you when we get back. The three women spoke one by one, and reluctantly walked towards the door leading to the Misty Ghost Ship dungeon. Suemo didn't look away until their figures completely disappeared behind the door. A smile full of expectation immediately appeared on his face. Then he turned around and strode towards the copy door leading to the double elevator, without hesitation. My goddess teammate, here I come. I hope, don't let me down. The upper limit of low-level dungeon resources is clear. If the protagonist goes there, he will definitely take up the majority of the resources. If the protagonist doesn't go, his women can develop faster. After the protagonist completes the level 20 job transfer, the protagonist can go to his women's dungeons and roam around with them, chatting with them all night long. Whether it's physical or psychological needs, the protagonist can come by sending a message. Chapter 70s11 Identity Mark. The most stunning beauty is here. The world was spinning. Ding. Detected that player Suemo has entered the double elevator instance. Identity verification in progress. Authentication successful. Player Suemo. Identity 11th round, global individual ranking, 1st place. A special identity mark is being generated for you. A golden light flashed on Sumo's wrist. A golden mark consisting of the characters S and 11 appeared on his wrist. The mark was like a tattoo, deeply engraved on his skin, emitting a faint glow. Identity mark? What's the use of this thing? Suemo touched the mark on his wrist curiously and felt it was cold, nothing special. Just as he was confused, the grand system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Welcome to the double elevator. Please read the following rules carefully and have fun. Rule 1. This instance is a long-term instance, with each session lasting 7 days. Players must climb as high as possible within 7 days. After 7 days, all players will be forcibly teleported out, and settlement will be made based on the final floor reached. Rule 2. The elevator has a total of 100 floors. Players can freely explore the resources on each floor they arrive at. However, please note that only after collecting enough energy cores and feeding them to the elevator can the elevator be activated to proceed to the next floor. Rule 3. The interior of the elevator is an absolutely safe area, indestructible by any external force. However, if the energy core is not fed for a long time, the elevator will gradually deteriorate and eventually lose its ability to provide protection. Rule 4. In this instance, if you clear the 100th floor or die, the game will end early. A series of rules flashed through Sumo's mind. Suemo frowned slightly. 100 floors? What other energy cores do we need to collect? That sounds like a bit of trouble. However, when he saw the rule that the inside of the elevator is an absolutely safe area, he felt a little relieved. At least there is a safe house, so you don't have to worry about being attacked while you sleep. Just as I was thinking about it, the scene in front of me changed. Suemo found himself in a small space. Looking around, I found myself in an enclosed space of about 25 square meters. The four walls of the space were made of a cold alloy with a metallic luster, covered with various scratches and dark red things that looked like blood. Above my head was a flickering light emitting a pale white light. Next to the light was a ferocious metal mouth covered with rust and with 2 rows of sharp teeth. This mouth was tightly closed, but Suemo had no doubt that as long as he found the so-called energy core, it would open its bloody mouth without hesitation. Behind him was an iron box half a person's height, also made of metal. Suemo walked over, opened it and found that it was empty. It seems that this is the place used to store supplies. The whole space gave people a feeling of depression, coldness, and danger. Is this the elevator? Suemo touched the cold wall, feeling somewhat puzzled. This thing looks more like a mobile metal coffin. He walked to the elevator door and tried pushing it. Not moving at all. After looking around, Suemo had a rough idea in his mind. The way to play this copy is to leave the elevator on each floor, collect resources and energy cores, and then return to the elevator to go to the next floor. Each layer is like an independent small copy. 100 floors are 100 small copies. This is indeed quite difficult. But Suemo frowned again. Didn't you say a double elevator? He looked around and found that there was no one else in the elevator except himself. Where's my goddess teammate? Suemo had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be eaten by that mouth on top of its head? He looked up at the ferocious metal mouth and felt a chill on his back. The Gaia system can't be so bad, right? The goddess teammate you promised me was killed right at the start? Suemo waited for nearly half a minute, but the elevator was still deathly silent. Just when he was about to lose control and was about to curse. Buzz. In the center of the elevator, the space suddenly rippled like water waves. A blurry, graceful figure emerged from the rippling space waves. Here we come. Sumo's eyes were fixed on the slowly solidifying figure with anticipation. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, just from the outline of her figure, Suemo could tell that this was definitely a top-notch stunning beauty. His height is almost the same as mine, and I estimate he is at least 1.75 meters tall. Her pair of long legs are simply amazing. They are longer and straighter than Shun Yufu and Samantha's. Her waist is so slender that it can't be held in one hand, and her bust is perfectly proportioned. This figure seems to have come out of an anime. Suemo has tasted the cool and domineering national goddess Shin Yufu, the passionate exotic fairy Samantha, and also has a gentle and charming mature beauty Chinlon. I thought I had developed a certain resistance to beautiful women. But when he saw the woman in front of him, whose outline alone was enough to drive any man crazy, he realized that he was still too young. There are always better scenery in this world. As the figure became more and more solid, Sumo's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. He had already started thinking about what kind of opening remarks he should use in order to leave a good impression in front of this extremely beautiful woman. Should I act like a domineering president, just like I did with Shin Yufu? Or should you be more smooth-talking like you did when teasing Chinlon? Just as Suemo was thinking for a moment, the figure became completely solid. When the figure completely solidified and appeared clearly in front of Sumo's breathing stopped. Beautiful. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. The woman in front of him had long, smooth pink hair that was playfully tied into a scorpion braid, hanging down to her ankles. An impeccably refined oval face with skin so smooth and glowing that it's as delicate as a baby's. A pair of big, watery pink eyes, like two of the purest gems, crystal clear and full of spirit. Her nose is small and straight, with a faint pink blush on the tip, making her look particularly cute. The cherry-like little mouth is plump and moist, and the lip color is a natural peach color, which makes people want to kiss it. She was wearing a pure white long dress that reached all the way to her ankles, perfectly outlining her exquisite yet girlish figure. This is a peerless enchantress who can make any man willingly give everything for her just by looking at her face. What amazed Suemo the most was her legs. That is a pair of peerless beautiful legs that are enough to drive any leg control enthusiast crazy. Slender and straight, it naturally narrows in a perfect arc from the waist and abdomen. The skin on the thighs is as smooth as jade, covered with a thin layer of invisible hair. The lines of his muscles were so soft as if they were soaked in moonlight, without a trace of hardness, only a softness and flexibility that made people's hearts beat faster. Sumo's gaze slowly moved downwards uncontrollably. When he saw the pair of impeccable jade feet exposed from under the skirt. I saw that pair of beautiful little feet were wearing a pair of exquisite high-heeled sandals made of pink crystals. Those feet are so beautiful. Her feet are slender, with a straight arch. Her 10 white and tender toes are like 10 small pink pearls, which look even more crystal clear and beautiful against the backdrop of the crystal sandals. Suemo swore that he had seen countless beauties in his life. The national goddess Shin Yufu, the sexy beauty Samantha, the cute girl Luo Xiao, the gentle beauty Chinlon. Each of them is a beauty in the world. But compared to the woman in front of him, they all seemed a little inferior. Chapter 71, Soft Bunny? Shaoling? Let us take my surname, Su. Just when Suemo was feeling dry-mouthed and his mind was wavering. The peerless beauty in front of me, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then slowly opened. What beautiful eyes they are! Clear, lively, full of curiosity, and hiding a hint of innocence that is ignorant of the world. She seemed a little confused, blinked, and looked around at the unfamiliar environment. Then her eyes fell on Sumo. When she saw Sumo's young and handsome face clearly, a hint of obvious surprise flashed in his beautiful pink eyes. Human? She actually saw a real human being. After she became an adult, this was the first time she had seen intelligent life other than her own people. And he as a human boy who is so handsome. The moment Sumo saw her eyes, he finally came back to his senses from his amazement. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the heat in his heart that was about to burst out of his body. No. Calm. Be sure to stay calm. I am a man who has eaten the national goddess. How can you behave like a young boy who has never seen the world in front of a woman you meet for the first time? That's so embarrassing. Sumo warned himself over and over again in his heart. Then he forced a sincere and friendly smile on his face, and prepared to step forward and say hello to this stunning beauty. But just when he was about to speak, the beautiful woman opposite spoke first. Hello, human. The sound is clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. And it's also wrapped in a bit of softness and charm. Just listening to this voice made Sumo feel like his bones were about to break. She looked at Sumo, seeming a little nervous and curious. My name is Xiaoling, what's yours? Ah. When the two words Xiaoling came out of her mouth, Sumo felt as if 100,000 tons of explosives were detonated in his brain at the same time. Xiaoyan? Long pink hair. Pink eyes. Scorpion braids. And this one an almost identical white dress. Sumo stared closely at the figure of the woman in front of him. In his mind, a name that couldn't be more familiar, and a figure that couldn't be more familiar, instantly overlapped with the woman in front of him. No way? This kind of shit can also happen? A virtual character that should only exist in novels and animations actually appeared in front of him alive. This is too fantastical, right? Could it be that this world is not just a parallel world? Or is it that this so-called Gaia game connects not just Blue Star, but connects all the heavens and worlds? A huge wave rose in Sumo's heart. But the expression on his face returned to calm in the shortest possible time. He looked at the person in front of him, Xiaoyan, who was looking at him curiously, and his brain was working fast. Wrong. Something is wrong. Although the little girl in front of him was almost exactly the same as the one in his memory in terms of appearance, figure, and dress. But her temperament is slightly different. The little girl in my memory was lively, cheerful, and sometimes a little willful. The little girl in front of him, although equally smart, gave people a feeling of being more gentle and innocent. Like a blank sheet of paper, ignorant of the world. And the most important thing is, Sumo did not feel the slightest fluctuation of soul power from her. She was like an ordinary, almost too pretty, girl next door. What is going on? Sumo's heart was full of doubts. He decided to give it a try. Hello, my name is Sumo. Sumo took the initiative to extend his hand. Sumo? Xiaoling blinked her big watery eyes, as if chewing on the name. She did not shake hands with Sumo, as if she did not understand the etiquette. She just tilted her head and asked curiously. Are you also here to participate in this, something called the Gaia game? Yeah. Sumo nodded and withdrew his hand calmly. Very good. A happy smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. This is my first time participating in this kind of game with a human other than my tribe. I don't know anything. From now on, I'll ask for your continued care. She smiled sweetly at Sumo. That smile can simply melt anyone's heart. Sumo felt his heart skip a beat again. He forced himself to calm down and asked casually, Xiaoling, can I ask you a question? Ask it yourself. Is your true form a soft bone rabbit? Sumo stared at Xiaoyan's eyes, not wanting to miss any change in her facial expression. However, Xiaoling's reaction disappointed him greatly. She was stunned at first, and then a puzzled expression appeared on her delicate face. Soft bone rabbit? What is that? Is it a kind of rabbit? She doesn't know? Sumo's heart sank suddenly. Did I guess wrong? She just looks like him and has the same name, but she's not that person? Then, do you know a man named Tang? Sumo continued to ask without giving up. A man named Tang? Xiao Yan tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and then shook her head. I don't know him. Is he important? No. It's not important. Sumo's heart sank. It seems that I really thought too much. He is the kind of character that only exists in novels. How could he possibly appear in the real world? The one in front of me should be just an ordinary player who looks very similar and comes from another world or other dimension. Thinking of this, Sumo felt a little disappointed, but also a little relieved. Thankfully, she wasn't. Otherwise, if I really gave his little brother to someone in front of him. Just thinking about that scene is a bit exciting. Just when Sumo was daydreaming, Xiao Yan, who was standing opposite, suddenly seemed to remember something and corrected him. By the way, Sumo, I'm not a soft bone rabbit, I'm a soft charming rabbit. Soft, charming rabbit? Sumo's eyelids twitched. The difference of one word can make a world of difference in meaning. One is bone, the other is charm. The former is tenacious and strong-willed. The latter is charm and temptation. Sumo's gaze once again uncontrollably fell on Xiaoling's delicate face, which was full of charm and enough to drive any man crazy. Then think of the natural and pure charm that she had just inadvertently revealed. A bold guess suddenly emerged in Sumo's mind. Could it be that this Xiao Yan only has a similar name and looks like Xiao Wu? Is she the twin sister of Xiao Wu in some parallel world? Or is it a beautified version? That is so cool. Also, Xiaoling continued, with a hint of pride in her voice, you are the first human being I have ever seen. The first human? This is an enormous amount of information. This shows that the world where Xiao Yan lives does not have humans. It also shows that she is full of curiosity about herself and the human race. A peerless beauty who is full of curiosity about you, ignorant of the world, and whose fighting ability is currently unknown. Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was looking at him without blinking with those innocent and curious big eyes, an extremely evil and exciting thought popped up in Sumo's mind. Since you don't know the guy named Tang. After that, just take my surname Su. Chapter 72, Elevator Level 1, 7 Pairs of Players. Sumo adjusted his mentality in the shortest time possible. No matter whether she is that Xiao Yan or not, no matter whether she is a soft-boned rabbit or a soft-feeling rabbit. Anyway, she is his teammate now. And she is a gorgeous teammate who looks so beautiful and easy to deceive, a super beautiful teammate. If we don't make good use of such a good resource, it would be a waste. So, I'm the first human you've ever met. Sumo's face showed a smile as warm as the spring breeze, and his tone became extremely gentle. It's really my honor. Yeah. Xiaoling nodded vigorously, her big pink eyes like two sparkling stars. I've only read about humans in books before. They say humans are very intelligent, but also very cunning and dangerous creatures. As she spoke, she carefully and secretly looked at Sumo, as if she wanted to see some traces of cunning and danger in him. Sumo was so upset when he heard this. What the hell is this book written in? Doesn't this tarnish the image of us humans? Ahem, Xiaoling. Sumo cleared his throat and said seriously, you were deceived by that book. Ah? You're a fool? Xiaoling was stunned. That's right. Sumo said nonsense seriously, we humans are actually a very kind, very simple, and very helpful race. Especially someone like me who is handsome and has a kind heart. Xiaoling. Although she is simple, she is not stupid. I always feel that this sounds weird. Really? She asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. Sumo patted his chest and promised, I swear in the name of my ancestors that everything I said just now is true. If there is even a single lie, then let me never see a beauty as beautiful as you again. This oath is so poisonous. Xiaoling looked at Sumo's confident look and felt that Sumo was not lying to her. After all, he had taken such a solemn oath. Oh, I see. Xiao Yan nodded, not quite understanding, it seems that I misunderstood you. Sumo breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to strike while the iron was hot to instill more ideas about theory of human beauty to completely fool this simple lone-legged rabbit girl. Clang! A heavy sound of metal friction interrupted his thoughts. The elevator door in front of me slid open to both sides, and dazzling light shone in from outside. Outside the door, it was no longer the oppressive and cold metal space, but an open room. Sumo squinted his eyes and looked outside. This is a huge stone chamber of at least 5,000 square meters. The walls and floor of the entire room are made of rough blue-gray stone bricks. Every 10 meters or so, there is a torch burning with green flames, illuminating the entire space with a pale green. In the center of the room and in the corners around it, there are 10 quaint wooden boxes that look very old. Shiji Gugu. Waves of sharp and unpleasant screams that made one's scalp tingle came from all directions of the room. Suemo looked closely and saw that around the wooden boxes, there was a group of goblins less than 1 meter tall, with green bodies, pointed mouths, and monkey cheeks, holding rusty daggers and wooden sticks in their hands. There are quite a lot of goblins, roughly estimated to be at least 200, all at level 3. They were wandering aimlessly around the room, looking around with their little red eyes flashing with greed and malice. The energy core should be in those boxes. Suemo made a judgment instantly. Just as he was thinking about what strategy to use to most efficiently eliminate these goblins and get the box. Clank! 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 A series of elevator door opening sounds rang out one after another from both sides of him. Suemo turned his head and saw that there were 7 identical elevators on the left and right sides of their elevator. 7 elevator doors opened simultaneously, and 7 teams walked out, a total of 14 players. These people included men and women, young and old, and they dressed differently, but without exception, they all exuded a strong aura. Obviously, no one who can enter this 4-star difficulty copy is a rookie. Honey, look! It's a treasure chest. The energy core must be inside. In one of the elevators, a woman in scantily clad clothes and heavy makeup pointed at the wooden boxes and shouted excitedly to the man next to her. Go! Grab the boxes! Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a pair of players who looked like a couple yelled and rushed out of the elevator, heading straight for the nearest wooden box. The man was holding a big knife and clearing the way, while the woman followed behind him with a sack in her hand, apparently preparing to pack something. Damn it! Don't let them get there first. There are only 10 boxes left. Be quick or you'll miss out. The other players also reacted instantly, and as if they were injected with chicken blood, they all drew their weapons and rushed towards the wooden box closest to them. The entire stone chamber was instantly thrown into chaos. The flashing of swords, the shouting of killing, and the screams of goblins filled the air. However, in this chaos, there are 3 forces that seem out of place. Suemo and Xiao Yan stood there without moving. In an elevator not far to their left, a bald, muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, shirtless, with a dragon tattooed across his shoulder, was looking at the group of players fighting outside with disdain. In his arms was a hot woman wearing a belly-bearing top and short shorts. The two of them just leaned against the elevator door as if they were watching a show, not in a hurry at all. In an elevator to their right, there were also 2 people standing. One was a tall, long-legged woman wearing a tight black leather jacket. The other one was a little girl who looked only 11 or 12 years old, with neat short hair and a gothic dress. The 2 men also did not move, but just watched the battle outside quietly, with a terrifying calmness. Interesting. Suemo touched his chin. The level limit for entering this dungeon is LV15 to LV25. Among this batch of new players in S11, there is absolutely no chance that anyone else can reach level 15 except me. In other words, all the people present are old players who entered the game earlier than him. For an old player, the minimum physical fitness is 110 points. There may even be players who have reached level 20 and completed their job change. These guys are much more difficult to deal with than the rookies we met in the ocean world before. Chapter 73, God of War Xiao Yan, Suemo is a gigolo. Suemo was quickly analyzing the situation on the field in his mind. The bald strong man is a power type. Looking at the pair of boxing gloves in his hands that are shining with purple light, it is at least an epic equipment. The long-legged woman is agile, and although her depth is hard to tell, the little girl next to her with a cold face makes people feel that she is not simple. These 2 teams were obviously waiting for the others to clear out most of the goblins, and then they would take action and reap the benefits. Very sinister and smart enough. Suemo just labeled these 2 teams as special attention in his mind. The goddess teammate next to him moved. Suemo, wait for me here, don't be afraid. Xiao Ling gave Suemo a sweet, soothing smile. Before Suemo could react, her jade feet in pink crystal high heels just lightly touched the spot. Whoosh! A pink afterimage instantly passed by Sumo's eyes. Quick! Too fast! It was so fast that Sumo's eyes could hardly keep up with her movements. Xiao Ying's tall figure took a few light leaps in the air, completely ignoring the rules of physics, and directly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and landed accurately in front of one of the wooden boxes. Chi-Chi! The goblins guarding the wooden box instantly spotted the uninvited guest holding a rusty dagger and rushed towards her. The straight and slender, extremely beautiful legs wrapped in a white long skirt were just casually swept backwards. Bang bang bang! A series of dull blows rang out. Those goblins didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded into balls of green blood mist in mid-air as if they were hit by a speeding train. Flash sale. Clean and neat. There wasn't even a speck of blood on her pure white skirt. After doing all this, Xiaoling acted as if it was a trivial matter. She bent down and used her seemingly slender and weak arms to easily pick up the wooden box that weighed at least 100 pounds. Then, she took another leap, holding the box that was bigger than her, and returned to Su Mo's side in a few breaths. The whole process is smooth and takes no more than 10 seconds. For you! Xiaoling threw the heavy wooden box at Su Mo's feet with a bang, then clapped his hands and said with a relaxed look. These little monsters are very weak. Just wait here while I go grab the remaining boxes. After she finished speaking, she didn't even wait for Su Mo to reply. Her figure flashed again and she rushed towards the next wooden box. Su Mo. He looked down at the huge wooden box at his feet, then looked up at the pink figure that was moving freely among the goblins, killing everyone in sight. Everyone fell into silence. Is this being treated as a rookie? And he's the kind of weak rookie who needs a woman's protection? Su Mo felt that his self-esteem was hurt a little bit. This script is wrong. Shouldn't he release his domineering aura and shake his tiger body, and then this beautiful teammate he just met would follow him with admiration on her face, shouting Big Brother 666? Why is it the other way around now? It seems like I have become a gigolo? And he feels at ease with it, without having to do anything, just waiting for the beautiful woman to bring the spoils to his mouth, the kind of top-notch gigolo? And just when he was doubting his life. The players of the two teams on the field who had been sitting still were finally startled by Xiaoling's earth-shattering performance. Holy crap! Who's that girl? Why is she so fast? Have no idea. The alluring woman in the bald man's arms also put away her frivolous expression, and her face became serious. She doesn't look like one of our S10 batch of players. Could she be from earlier? No matter who she is, we can't let her take all the boxes. Let's go too. The bald strong man growled and let go of the woman in his arms. The two epic boxing gloves collided violently, making a harsh sound of metal friction. Then, like a human tank, it rushed towards a group of goblins that was fighting with the player. The other side. When the long-legged woman in black leather jacket saw Xiaoling's actions, a strange color flashed in her cold eyes. Xiao Ai, do it. Yes, sister. The little girl nodded, then pulled out a huge metal hook from her gothic dress. It was almost as tall as her. While Su Mo was still struggling with whether he should reveal his strength and regain some dignity as a macho man, the situation on the field had changed rapidly. The bald strong man ignored the attacks of the goblins and let the rusty daggers chop his bronze skin, making a series of crisp ding-ding-dang-dang sounds, without even leaving a white mark. And his pair of iron fists wearing epic boxing gloves can beat a goblin into a pulp with every punch. He was like an out-of-control bulldozer, crushing a bloody path through the goblin group. But his target was not those wooden boxes. But those players who had already cleared the goblins and were about to run back with the wooden boxes. Leave the box, boy. The bald strong man charged forward and stood in front of a thin man with a ferocious smile on his face. You, what do you want to do? The thin man was frightened by his ferocious look and turned pale. I got it first. Now, it's mine. The bald man threw his fist, which was as big as a casserole, directly at his face. Bang! The thin man flew out. The bald strong man kicked the wooden box to his side, and then locked his eyes on the next target. And the woman in the belly-bearing outfit is also not an easy person to deal with. She moved back and forth across the battlefield, specifically targeting those players who were alone or injured. Her weapons are a pair of poison daggers, and her moves are vicious and cruel, focusing on attacking vital points. Before several players could see her movements clearly, they covered their throats and fell down with painful expressions. These two men, one in the open and the other in the dark, one is responsible for frontal attacks and the other for sneak attacks from behind. They cooperate perfectly and are a golden pair for killing and robbing. In less than half a minute, 3 wooden boxes fell into their hands. On the other side, the combination of the long-legged woman and the little girl also showed amazing strength. The long-legged woman's speed was ridiculously fast. Although not as inhuman as Xiao Ling's, it was far faster than any other player present. Her target was clear, the wooden boxes that had been cleared of surrounding monsters by other players. She flashed and appeared next to a wooden box. Before the player could bend down, she picked up the box and rushed to the next target without looking back. The player was dumbfounded on the spot, pointing at her back and cursing, but he couldn't catch up with her at all. The seemingly harmless little gothic girl's methods are even more bizarre. She just stood at the elevator door and didn't move at all. She just swung the huge metal hook forward. The hook seemed to have eyes. It drew a strange arc in the air, accurately hooked a wooden box dozens of meters away, and pulled it back suddenly. She easily dragged the heavy wooden box back into the elevator. Then, she used the same method to seduce the second one and the third one. One of these two people was responsible for robbing and the other for stealing, and their efficiency was terrifyingly high. In a blink of an eye, they got 3 wooden boxes. As for Su Mo, Xiao Ling is simply possessed by the god of war. She doesn't need any skills at all, just pure speed and strength to crush the opponent. Kill a goblin with 1 kick and a kid with 1 punch. Those monster skirts that seemed quite troublesome to other players were no different from level 1 monsters in front of her. She easily carried the wooden boxes one after another back to Su Mo. For you. This is for you too. There's one more. Boom. 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 She dropped 3 huge wooden boxes at Sumo's feet one after another. Including the first one, there were 4 wooden boxes neatly placed in front of Su Mo. Su Mo looked at the 4 boxes at his feet that were taller than himself, and then looked at Xiao Ling, who was clapping her hands and walking towards him with a relaxed look on her face. He gave up struggling temporarily. Never mind. Just live off her. This rice is so delicious. Chapter 74, Xiao Ling joins the team. 550 points of physical fitness. At this point, all 10 wooden boxes on the field have been found. Xiao Yan, 4. 3 of the long-legged woman and the little girl. There are 3 of them, a bald strong man and a seductive woman. As for the remaining 4 teams, a total of 8 players, they worked hard for a long time and cleared monsters for a long time, but in the end, they didn't get a single drop. They gathered together with bruised and dusty faces, their eyes red as they looked at the 3 teams of players returning with full loads. Damn it! This is too much. A man with a broken arm covered his wound and said through gritted teeth, "We worked so hard to kill the monsters, why should we let them steal the box?" That's right. We can't just let it go like this. Another man with a scar on his face echoed indignantly, "If the 8 of us unite, we might not be afraid of them." That's right. Get it back. Otherwise, we'll just sit here and waste 12 hours waiting for the next wave of boxes to refresh. After someone made this suggestion, several other players who had worked for half a day in vain also responded. Even though the 8 of them are not as strong as the 3 teams, when they unite, they are a force that cannot be underestimated. However, just when they were filled with righteous indignation and were about to rush forward to fight the 3 teams, one of them, a man with glasses who looked more knowledgeable, suddenly stopped everyone. Wait a minute. His face turned pale, and he pointed at the bald man, his voice trembling. You look at that bald man, is he the vice president of the Blood Slaughter Guild, Iron Fist Tiger? Blood Slaughter Guild? Iron Fist Tiger? The others were stunned when they heard this. Then their eyes all fell on the bald strong man. When they saw the hideous axe mark carved in blood on the strong man's chest, everyone's expression changed instantly. Holy crap! It's really him. The ruthless guy who ranked 5th on the S10 individual combat power rankings? It's over. I actually provoked this evil spirit. The players who were clamoring to take back the boxes just now instantly wilted like deflated balls. The Blood Slaughter Guild was one of the top 2 guilds in their S10 batch. Every member inside is a lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. And this Iron Fist Tiger is the craziest among crazies. It is said that at least 80 players have died at his hands, if not 100. Stealing things from this kind of person? Isn't that like an old man hanging himself because he feels his life is too long? Then, what should we do now? Someone asked unwillingly. What else can I do? Just admit defeat. The man with glasses sighed, looking hopeless. When we run into a big boss like this, what else can we, powerless individual players, do but consider ourselves unlucky? When these words were spoken, everyone was completely despaired. They could only watch as the 3 teams returned to their respective elevators with their trophies. Bang! The elevator doors of the long-legged woman and the little girl were closed first. Immediately afterwards, the elevator door of the bald strong man and the charming woman also closed. Before closing the door, the bald strong man did not forget to make a gesture of wiping his neck towards Sumo. It was obvious that he had set his sights on Sumo and Xiaoyan. In other words, he was targeting Xiaoyan. After all, in their eyes, Sumo was just a rookie who followed beautiful women around and lived off them, and he was nothing to be feared at all. What really made them afraid was Xiaoyan's terrifying speed and strength. Act recklessly. Sumo looked at the bald man, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sumo, that person is so annoying. Xiaoling also noticed the bald man's provocation, wrinkled her cute little nose, and said unhappily, "The way he looked at you just now was so fierce." "It's okay, it's just a barking dog, don't pay attention to it." Sumo comforted with a smile. He is in a good mood now. Even though I was treated as a gigolo, it still felt great to pick up 4 big treasure chests for free. By the way, Sumo. Xiaoyan seemed to have remembered something. He pointed at the 4 huge wooden boxes and asked expectantly, "Shall we open them and take a look? There must be a lot of good stuff in there." As she spoke, she stretched out her white and tender little hands and prepared to open the box. "Wait a moment." However, Sumo was quick to act and held her little hand. Xiaoying's hands were soft, smooth, and a little cool, and they felt great to hold in my hands. Sumo couldn't help but pinch it gently. "Ha?" Xiaoling was stunned by his sudden action and looked at him with puzzled eyes. Sumo said seriously, "Ahem, that, Xiaoling, how can I let you do such rough work as opening boxes? My talent is quite special. The things I open will have a bonus." "Really?" Xiaoyan's eyes lit up instantly. "Is there such an amazing talent?" "Of course." Sumo boasted without blushing or beating his heart. "So, from now on, the physical work of grabbing boxes will be left to you. The technical work of opening boxes will be left to me. The two of us will divide the work and cooperate to form a strong alliance." Okay. Xiaoling agreed without a second thought and clapped her hands happily. "That's a good idea. It's settled." Looking at her innocent and gullible appearance, Sumo felt a little guilty. Isn't it a bit too beastly to lie to such an innocent girl? However, this feeling of guilt only lasted for less than a second before he threw it all out of his mind. Beasts are beasts. You bastard, don't take advantage of a good opportunity. By the way, Xiaoyan. Sumo's face showed a smile as warm as the spring breeze. "I have another talent that can help teammates and increase their leveling speed. But it needs to be bound, you see." "Bind?" Xiaoling obviously didn't understand again. "It's about teaming up." Sumo explained patiently, "After teaming up, we're all on the same team. You kill monsters, and I get experience points. I can also give you experience bonuses, which will help you level up faster." As Sumo spoke, he called up the player system and sent Xiaoling an invitation to join a team. A translucent virtual light curtain emitting soft white light appeared in front of Xiaoyan. "Player Sumo invites you to join his team, do you agree? Whether this thing can be released at any time." Sumo was afraid that she wouldn't believe him, so he added, "If you find out that I've lied to you, you can quit the team at any time." Okay. Xiaoling stretched out her finger and clicked on the yes option without thinking. She looked at Sumo and smiled sweetly. "I believe you, Sumo. You are the first human being I have met. You will not lie to me." Sumo. The next second, a pleasant system prompt sound rang in Sumo's ears. Ding. Player Xiaoling has accepted your team invitation. Teammate Xiaoyan detected, rated, goddess. The second effect of the talent Lord of Greed, Beauty's company, has been triggered. With 4 goddess companions in your team, all your attributes will be increased by 400%. Boom. A powerful force instantly surged out from Sumo's limbs and bones. He immediately opened his property panel. Name, Sumo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV 15 20,000 100,000. Constitution, 110 plus 440. Spirit, 10 plus 40. Skill. Cool. So cool. Physical fitness directly soared to 550 points. What is the concept? For a LV20 player, if he increases all his physical strength every time he levels up, his basic physical strength will only be 160 points. Even if he had an epic set of equipment, at most it would only add a few dozen points. At most, it's just over 200, less than 300 points. And now I have 550 points. It is more than twice that of an ordinary level 20 player. Chapter 75, the third floor, no shortage of supplies. Suemo, what's wrong with you? Your aura seems to have suddenly become stronger? Xiao Yan tilted her head. The aura of the good-looking human boy in front of her suddenly changed. Ahem, this is another effect of my talent. Suemo explained calmly, after we team up, my strength will be improved, so I can better protect you. Wow! You have so many talents. So amazing. Xiao Ling was surprised. She thought the first human being she met was amazing. Not only is she good-looking, she also has so many powerful and special talents. Okay, Xiao Yan, stand back a little and watch me perform a magic trick for you. Suemo smiled mysteriously at Xiao Ling, then rubbed his hands and placed his palm on one of the wooden boxes. Open. Ding. You opened the ancient wooden box. You obtained Energy Core X1. You have obtained Elevator Upgrade Module Normal X1. Talent Greed triggered. You ultimately receive Energy Cores X10. Elevator Upgrade Module Normal X10. How's it going? Suemo, what good stuff did you find? Ahem, just a few little things. Suemo took out an energy core and an upgrade module from the wooden box and waved them in front of her. I opened an energy core and another one, well, it should be a part for upgrading our little nest. He opened the remaining 3 boxes without stopping. Ding! You've opened. Talent Greed triggered. After opening the 4 boxes, his storage space now had a total of 40 energy cores and 40 ordinary grade elevator upgrade modules. Let's go upgrade the elevator. Suemo waved his hand and pulled the still-dazed Xiao Ling to the iron box used to store supplies. Next to the iron box is a small thing that looks like an operating table with an upgrade button on it. Without hesitation, Suemo took out 30 elevator upgrade modules from the storage space and stuffed them into the iron box. Then I pressed that upgrade button. Ding! Sufficient upgrade materials detected. Do you want to consume 30 elevator upgrade modules to upgrade the mobile elevator to level 4? Yes. Rumble. The entire elevator began to shake violently. Dazzling white light lit up from the walls and floor of the elevator, enveloping the entire space. The light faded. The scene before them stunned both Suemo and Xiao Ling. The original metal coffin that was only 25 square meters and covered with rust and blood has been completely transformed. The space has doubled to 50 square meters. The cold alloy wall was replaced by a beige wallpaper that looked very textured. The bumpy metal floor was also covered with a soft and comfortable gray carpet. The broken lamp above my head, which flickered on and off, turned into a bright and soft crystal chandelier. In the corner, there is also a set of leather sofas and a glass coffee table that look very comfortable. Suemo walked to the elevator door and found an electronic screen on the door, which displayed the current floor number, 1. At the bottom of the screen is a numeric keypad with numbers from 1 to 100. In the middle of the elevator, I looked up at the ferocious metal mouth. It seemed to have become much cleaner with the upgrade of the elevator. The rust and blood stains in its mouth had disappeared, and it looked much more pleasing to the eye. Suemo took out 2 energy cores from the storage space and threw them over. Snap! The huge metal mouth opened, swallowed the 2 energy cores, and then let out a satisfied burp. Then, numbers began to flicker on the electronic screen on the elevator door. Energy has been replenished. Please select the floor you want to go to. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Suemo waved to Xiao Ling. Why not go to the 2nd floor? Xiao Ling asked curiously. Those 2 teams will definitely go to the 2nd floor. If we go up step by step according to the procedures, we will run into them sooner or later. Going directly to the 3rd floor can get ahead of them and save time. Suemo explained. He didn't want to waste time fighting with those people for the box. His goal is to rush up as quickly as possible. Oh, so that's how it is. In front of the electronic screen, the 3 button was pressed. Ding! You have chosen to proceed to the 3rd floor. This journey will consume 2 energy cores and is expected to take 30 seconds. Buzz. The elevator began to rise at an accelerated speed. The elevator went up very smoothly, with almost no shaking. Through a small observation window on the elevator door, you can see the dark scene passing by quickly outside. 30 seconds later. Bang! The elevator doors slid open to both sides again. The scene before me was the space on the third floor, which was about the same size as the first floor and was also a huge stone chamber. Green flames burned on the walls, and in the corner of the room, there were also 10 quaint wooden boxes. The only difference is that the monster wandering around the room is no longer a goblin, but a four-legged monster covered with gray scales and with green mucus flowing from its mouth, a crypt lizard. Crypt lizard LV4? The level is only one level higher, and the quantity is also different. However, this time Suemo and Xiao Ling were not the first to arrive. The moment their elevator door opened. Not far to their right, another elevator door opened almost at the same time. The two long-legged women in black leather jackets and the little gothic girl walked out. Their eyes met. There was a hint of awkwardness and tension in the air. Sister, it's them. The gothic girl named Xiao Ai pulled the corner of the long-legged woman's clothes and said in a low voice. Yeah. The long-legged woman nodded, her cold eyes scanning back and forth between Suemo and Xiao Ling. When her gaze fell on Xiao Ling, it obviously stayed there for a longer time, and a hint of deep fear flashed in her eyes. As for Suemo, she just glanced at it casually and ignored it. Interesting, you actually thought of skipping levels. Looks like you're not a complete novice. Chapter 76, Quit while you're ahead, just take the wooden box. Xiao Ai, go get the 5 on the left. The long-legged woman ordered lightly. Yes, sister. The little girl nodded, the huge metal hook in her hand ready. Suemo, what should we do? Should we compete with them? Xiao Ling asked somewhat unhappily. Rob? Why would we want to? Suemo laughed, it's a waste of time to fight with them. He pointed to the 3 wooden boxes closest to them and said to Xiao Ling, just go and bring those 3 back. We'll leave after you get them. Ah? Only 3? Xiao Ling was puzzled. I'm quick, I can grab the ones from their side too. No need. Suemo shook his head, just listen to me. Okay. Although Xiao Ling didn't understand why Suemo did this, she still nodded obediently. The next second, she rushed out in a flash. On the other side, the long-legged woman and the little girl also took action at the same time. The long-legged woman was very fast and specifically targeted lone burrow lizards. The dagger in her hand flew up and down, and every move was deadly. The little girl named Xiao Ai stood in place, using the metal hook in her hand to accurately hook away the lizards blocking the way again and again, clearing a path to the wooden box for the long-legged woman. The cooperation between the two is perfect. But their speed was still too slow in front of Xiao Ling. Just as they worked hard to clear out the 7 or 8 lizards around the first wooden box, Xiao Ling was already carrying 3 huge wooden boxes and returned to the elevator. She didn't even attack the lizards. Those level 4 crypt lizards couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes because of her terrifying speed. She was like a pink whirlwind, picked up 3 boxes, and then came back. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. Sister, they are so fast. Xiao Ai looked at the 3 empty boxes, and a look of surprise appeared on her usually expressionless face. The long-legged woman's expression also turned a little ugly. She believed that her speed was already among the best among players of the same level. But compared to that pink-haired woman, it's like the tortoise and the hare. Let's go. Suemo directly pressed the close button. Bang! The elevator door closed. Then he took out 3 energy cores from the storage space and threw them into the big metal mouth above his head. The elevator rises again. In the stone chamber outside the door. The long-legged woman and the little girl stared blankly at the elevator door that closed and then disappeared, and they were unable to react for a moment. Just leaving now? Grabbed 3 boxes and then left? You don't even want the monster corpses on the ground and the scattered materials? Sister, what are they doing? Xiao Ai tilted her head with a confused look on her face. The long-legged woman also fell silent. She really couldn't understand what the other party meant by this move. Could it be that they really only lack the energy cores in those boxes? Or could it be that the seemingly ordinary man is actually a descendant of a wealthy family and comes to experience life in the game with a powerful guard? So he doesn't care about these low-level materials and resources at all, and just wants to reach higher floors as quickly as possible to see more interesting scenery? This speculation seems to be the only reasonable explanation. Humph, just a spoiled, stupid son. In her opinion, Sumo's behavior was a waste of resources. Every resource in this copy is crucial. Even the lowest level monster corpse can yield some useful materials after decomposition. But the other party didn't even bother to look at it. If this isn't the landlord's stupid son, then what is he? Xiao AI, let's hurry up and take all the remaining boxes, then clear out all these lizards. We can't miss any of the materials. Yes, sister. In the elevator. Sumo, why don't we wait until they leave before robbing them? That way we can get all 10 boxes. Xiao Ling still couldn't understand. That's not necessary. Sumo explained as he opened the box, our goal is to reach a higher floor as quickly as possible. It's not worth wasting time with them on such a low level. Also, haven't you noticed? There seems to be something wrong with the drop rate of this dungeon. Sumo opened the third box and frowned as he looked at the lonely energy core and upgrade materials inside. These are just a few of the items I found in 3 boxes. Not even a hint of equipment or skill books. It's a far cry from what I got in the novice dungeon. Novice copy? Xiaoling asked curiously, what is that? That's where I first joined the game. Sumo said casually, there, I opened a box and found excellent equipment and epic skill books. I couldn't hold back. Wow. That's great. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled. Then let's go play the novice dungeon next time, okay? That copy may have disappeared. Sumo coughed twice. In short, the focus of this dungeon shouldn't be on these little monsters and ordinary wooden boxes. The real good stuff must be higher up, or on those special bosses. As Sumo spoke, he fed all the newly opened 30 and 10 upgrade materials to the elevator. Ding! Your elevator has been upgraded to LV6. Space expanded to 100 square meters, movement speed increased by 20%. The space of the elevator was expanded again. This time, in addition to the sofa and bar, there is also a separate bathroom with a shower. At this moment, the elevator arrived at the 4th floor. Sumo was happy as soon as the door opened. There was no one at the elevator door on the 4th floor. In the distance, the bald strong man and the charming woman were fighting fiercely with a group of LV5 violent wild boars. Obviously, they also chose to skip floors, but they were unlucky and jumped directly to the odd-numbered floors and ran into the team of long-legged women. I guess he came to the 4th floor because he came up empty-handed on the 3rd floor. Come on, grab 3 boxes and we'll continue. Sumo said something to Xiao Ling, and then in front of the couple, he let Xiao Ling openly take away the 3 wooden boxes closest to them. After Xiao Ling returned to the elevator, Sumo closed the door directly, fed 4 energy cores, and headed straight for the 5th floor. Damn it! It's them again! The bald strong man looked at the elevator that disappeared in an instant and cursed angrily. That pink-haired girl is too fast. We can't stop her at all. The charming woman also looked annoyed. Don't worry about them. The bald man gritted his teeth. There's definitely something fishy about these guys. From now on, we'll walk on even-numbered floors. I don't believe we'll ever run into them again. Good. Chapter 77, always one step ahead, rush all the way up. For the next few hours, Sumo and Xiao Yan used this rogue tactic of grabbing and running to climb up. No matter what monsters they encountered on each floor, Sumo only asked Xiao Ling to take away the few wooden boxes closest to the elevator, and then leave immediately without staying any longer. He didn't even bother to look at the ordinary monster corpses and scattered materials. To other players, this behavior is simply unreasonable luxury and waste. But for Sumo, who possessed the talent of Lord of Greed, even if he picked up these low-level materials and copied them 9 times, they would not sell for much money. It was a complete waste of time. His goal was very clear from the beginning to reach the next level. He wanted to rush to a higher floor as quickly as possible to find something truly valuable in this 4-star copy. 5th floor, LV6 Poisonous Spider. Sumo asked Xiao Ling to take 4 boxes, feed 4 cores, and head straight to the 6th floor. 6th floor, LV7 Gargoyle. Sumo asked Xiao Ling to take 4 boxes, feed 5 cores, and head straight to the 7th floor. As the floors continue to rise, the level and strength of the monsters also steadily increase. The number of wooden boxes is also increasing. From the initial 10, it gradually became 15 and 20. But what came out were still the same old energy cores and elevator upgrade materials. Occasionally, some low-level materials for making equipment can be found, such as iron ore, copper ore, etc., but to Sumo, these things are no different from garbage. Damn, this 4-star dungeon is too stingy, right? Sumo sat on the soft sofa, looking at the nearly 200 energy cores and upgrade materials in the storage space, and couldn't help but complain. I'm almost at the 10th floor, and I haven't even seen a single silver treasure chest, let alone any equipment or skill books. This drop rate is way worse than my novice village. He feels a little regretful now. If he had known that this double elevator copy was so poor, he might as well have followed Shinyufu and the others to the Misty Ghost Ship copy. At least it's an ocean-type one, maybe I can even upgrade my Noah's Ark. Sumo, why are you unhappy? Xiaoling handed a glass of water to Sumo and asked with concern while tilting her head. She actually had a lot of fun. This kind of game that doesn't require any thinking and only requires running around and moving boxes is too easy for her. Nothing, I just feel a little bored. Sumo took the water cup and took a sip. Boring? I think it's quite fun. Xiaoling sat next to him, her long, straight legs casually crossed and swaying. By the way, Sumo, when can we meet that powerful boss you mentioned? These little monsters are too weak. I can kill one of them with one kick. There's no challenge at all. Looking at Xiaoling's innocent and Versailles expression, Sumo felt a sense of agreement. I am worried about the low drop rate, while others complained that the monsters are too weak. It's almost there. Sumo sighed. According to the general game settings, there should be a boss guarding every 10 floors. We are already on the 9th floor. There must be good stuff on the next floor. As he spoke, he fed all the more than 100 upgrade materials he had looted from these floors into the elevator. The level of the elevator soared all the way. Finally, it stopped at LV9. Ding! Your elevator has been upgraded to LV9. The space has been expanded to 200 square meters, and the movement speed has been increased by 50%. At this moment, the elevator also arrived at the 9th floor. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood hit me in the face. The entire floor of the stone chamber was covered with a layer of dark red viscous liquid. And in the center of the room, lying in a mess, were 4 player corpses that had been eaten beyond recognition. These corpses should be the previous batch of players who entered earlier than me. It seems that they want to follow Sumo's example and rush through the levels. As a result, they were not strong enough and were wiped out by the monsters on the 9th floor. And around these corpses, there were dozens of sturdy hellhounds with red manies all over their bodies and 2 sharp fangs in their mouths, gnawing on their flesh and blood. Hellhound LV10. Wow! So disgusting. Xiaoling covered her nose with her hands and showed an expression of disgust on her face when she saw this bloody scene. It seems that this copy is not so easy to pass. Sumo's expression was very calm. In the Gaia game, death is the most common thing. If you are not as skilled as others, you can't blame anyone if you die. It swept over the hellhounds and then landed on the wooden boxes scattered on the ground. 20 boxes, take 10 and go. Good. Xiaoling took the order and turned into a pink afterimage again and rushed out. The hellhounds that were eating were startled by the sudden appearance of Xiaoling, and they all let out low growls and pounced towards her. The result was that Xiaoling used her long legs, which could be called weapons, to kick them all away one by one. 5 minutes later. Sumo and Xiaoyan left the 9th floor contentedly, carrying 10 wooden boxes. And soon after they left. The elevator carrying the bald strong man and the charming woman also arrived at the 8th floor. Looking at the empty stone chamber, there were only a few carcasses of ferocious wild boars in 7 or 8 wooden boxes that had obviously been opened. The bald strong man's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Damn it! It happens again. He punched the wall of the elevator, making a loud noise. Who is that pink-haired girl's team? Why are they always one step ahead of us? Tiger, calm down. The seductive woman frowned and said, I just observed that they seem to have walked through every floor, and each floor only took a portion of the boxes and then left immediately. Only take part? The bald man was stunned. What on earth do they want to do? I suspect they're in a hurry, the alluring woman analyzed. Their target is a boss on a higher floor, or that legendary final reward. Huh, just them? The bald man said with disdain, if it weren't for the abnormal strength of that pink-haired girl next to him, he would have died 800 times already. No matter what, we can't remain passive like this. A ruthless look flashed in the alluring woman's eyes. On the next floor, the 10th floor, there's bound to be a boss. We can't go to the even-numbered floors anymore. Let's go straight to the 10th floor and confront them. Even if we can't snatch that pink-haired chick away, we still have to find a way to kill that guy. If he's dead, we can work together to deal with that pink-haired chick. There's nothing to be afraid of. Okay. Let's do it. A ferocious smile appeared on the bald man's face. 2 minutes later. On the other side, the team of long-legged women and little girls also arrived at the 9th floor. Looking at the player corpses all over the ground and the opened wooden boxes, the long-legged woman's frown deepened. Sister, they are here again. Xiao Ai's voice was still cold. Yeah. The long-legged woman nodded, her gaze lingering on the bodies of the players for a moment. It seems we all underestimated that newbie. She said slowly. He's not stupid. He's filtering resources in a way we can't understand. He only takes what's useful to him and doesn't want anything else. This kind of decisiveness and courage doesn't seem like something a novice can possess. And his guard is incredibly powerful. Sister, then we. The next floor is the 10th floor. A gleam of light flashed in the long-legged woman's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, they should be on the 10th floor now. We're going to the 10th floor too. I want to see what this guy, whom we consider a rookie, has up his sleeve. Chapter 78, Level 15 Elite Monster Enhanced Version. Xiao Ling, stand back. Bite. The elevator made a slight sound and stopped steadily on the 10th floor. Here we come. Guarding the level boss. He hoped that something powerful would come out and drop some good stuff, otherwise he would be really disappointed with this 4-star copy. Bang! The elevator door opened. Outside the elevator door is a huge hall that is more magnificent and spacious than any previous floor. And in the center of the hall, on a huge throne made of gold and gems, quietly placed a treasure chest made entirely of gold. Golden treasure chest. There was also a guard standing in front, who was over 5 meters tall, covered in heavy black armor, holding a giant axe that was taller than him and burning with blazing demonic flames. Abyss Guardian Elite Enhanced Edition. Level, LV 15. Health. Skill? An enhanced version of an elite monster? Suemo touched his chin. Its level is the same as the Abyss Dragon, but I don't know how much weaker it is than that Lord-level monster. It seems that this thing is more difficult to deal with than the elite monsters in the novice copy. Wow! Suemo, look! That big guy looks so majestic. She's just a little ugly, she added. Suemo. He seriously doubted that in the eyes of this rabbit girl, except for herself and the people she liked, all other creatures were considered ugly. Suemo, wait for me here. I'm going to crush him to death, and then get that shiny box back for you. Xiaoling said as he rubbed his hands, ready to rush forward. In her opinion, this so-called elite monster is nothing more than a little bigger and looks a little scary. Essentially, they are no different from the goblins that could be killed with one kick. As she spoke, her pair of jade feet and pink crystal high heels began to gather strength, ready to rush forward with a speedster like before and end the battle. Suemo suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped her. Etc. Ha? What's wrong, Suemo? Xiao Ling looked at him in confusion. This time, it's my turn. Suemo had really had enough. Since entering this copy, he has always been treated by Xiao Ling as a weak man who needs protection, and he has been following her around to pick up boxes. Although it does feel good to be a freeloader. But as a man who stands tall and proud, his dignity won't allow him to continue to degenerate like this. It's time to show real skills. He wants to let this simple-minded bunny girl know who is the real leader of this team. It's better to let men handle this kind of dangerous thing. Suemo patted his chest with a righteous look on his face, just stand back and watch me perform. After saying that, he took a step forward, ready to go forward and fight around with the Abyss Guardian Elite Enhanced version. But he had just taken 2 steps when the corner of his clothes was pulled from behind. Suemo turned around and saw Xiao Ling looking at him with confusion. Her big pink eyes revealed confusion and worry. Suemo, are you okay? She asked cautiously. That big guy looks very powerful. What if he hurts you? Sumo's face turned dark in an instant. What do you mean I can do it? Men hated most when others asked them if they can do it. Don't worry, He was just about to say I'm good, but Xiao Ling spoke again and said something that petrified Suemo on the spot. Where we are, good-looking boys like you need to be well protected. Fighting and other rough work are done by us girls. Sumo. His worldview was greatly impacted. What's going on? Good-looking boys need to be protected? Fighting is something girls do? Damn it! What kind of magical place is the world that Xiaoling and the others live in? Are the status of men and women completely reversed? Then, don't the men there live like gods every day? A picture instantly appeared in Sumo's mind. A group of stunningly beautiful women, fighting for their lives outside, earn money to support their families. And he only needs to stay at home every day, looking beautiful, waiting for the beauties to come back and bring him delicious food and fun things. Oh shit! Isn't this the life he's always dreamed of? Ahem, Xiao Yan. Sumo cleared his throat and corrected seriously, our human world may be different from yours. Just stand back and watch me tear the tin can down into a pile of scrap metal. After Sumo finished speaking, he didn't give Xiaoling a chance to refute, and strode directly towards the abyss guard. Xiaoling looked at Sumo's unswerving back, her pink eyes filled with worry and a hint of indescribable strange light. It was the first time she had seen a male creature actively asking to fight an enemy stronger than himself. In her understanding since childhood, males are weak and need to be protected by females. But Sumo overturned her cognition. This human boy seemed different from all the males she had seen before. Not only was he good-looking, he also had a kind of aura that made her feel very reliable. Just when Xiaoling was daydreaming. The abyss guard on the opposite side has already discovered these two uninvited guests. Roar! A roar of brutality and murderous aura came from under its heavy helmet. Its eyes, burning with blazing devilish flames, locked onto Sumo. It took heavy steps, holding the huge magic flame axe, and walked towards Sumo step by step. He suddenly raised the giant magic flame axe in his hand and chopped it down towards Sumo's head. The giant axe was burning with raging black devil flames. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to be ignited, making bursts of sizzling sounds. Sumo raised his right hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, and casually struck out at the oncoming giant axe. Armament Haki Ryuo. An invisible black airflow, invisible to the naked eye, instantly surged out from his fist and wrapped around his arm. Next second, fist and axe collided with a loud bang. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing, like a huge bell, resounded throughout the entire hall. The giant axe that was burning with blazing devilish flames stopped abruptly less than 10 centimeters away from his forehead and could not move forward even an inch. What? This scene not only made the pupils of the gothic girl and the long-legged woman in the distance shrink suddenly, but even Sumo himself felt a little surprised. You have to know that he didn't use his full strength in this punch. In fact, he didn't even use half of his strength. Chapter 79, Shattering the Epic Weapon with One Punch. Instant kill. With just this little bit of strength, you still want to kill me? Sumo flipped his wrist, and the invisible black airflow above his fist suddenly burst out. Break it, for me. Boom. An even more terrifying force flowed along his fist and instantly flowed into the giant magic flame axe. Crack crack. Waves of teeth grinding, metal breaking sounds came from the giant axe. The indestructible giant axe made of abyssal magic iron began to break into pieces from the axe blade. Cracks quickly spread across the entire axe body like a spider web. Roar! In the eyes of the Abyss Guardian, which were burning with demonic flames, there flashed an emotion called fear. It seemed to want to pull back its weapon, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge demonic flame axe exploded under Sumo's fist. It turned into black metal fragments all over the sky. Shattering an epic weapon with just one punch, the S+ legendary skill Ryuo is still too overbearing. It's my turn. Sumo smashed the opponent's weapon with one punch, but his attack did not stop there. He stomped his feet hard and rushed to the front of the Abyss Guard. Then, without any pause, his fist, which was wrapped in invisible domineering aura, directly hit the Abyss Guard's heavy chest armor. Puff! There was no earth-shattering bang, only a soft sound like a balloon being popped. I saw the imperceptible black airflow surging out from his fist and instantly disappearing into the heavy armor. Next second, the Abyss Guardian's eyes, burning with demonic flames, dimmed in an instant. Then, its body, which was more than 5 meters tall, began to silently disintegrate from the inside, inch by inch, like a weathered sand sculpture. Finally, with a crash, it turned into a pile of black powder. Ding! You killed the Abyss Guardian LV-15 Elite. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 20,000 points. From the moment Suemo attacked to the end of the battle, the entire process took no more than 8 seconds. One punch, kill instantly. Whether it was the long-legged woman and the gothic girl in the distance, or Xiao Ling behind Suemo, they all stood there in a daze. They just stared blankly at the figure standing in front of a pile of black powder, with his fists retracted and his back straight. The 3 pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with shock that could not be described in words. What kind of magical method is this? One punch. Just one punch. Just kill that terrifying monster that looked like it would take at least an elite group of 10 to defeat, instantly? Is he still human? Suemo. Xiaoling, you are so awesome. She now finally understood why in the human world, the standard for judging a man is strength rather than appearance. Because, a capable man is really so handsome. It's just a routine operation. Suemo turned around and faced her with a calm smile. Then, he placed his hand on the golden treasure chest. System, unboxing. Ding. Open gold treasure box X1. Congratulations. You have obtained epic equipment thorn gauntlets. Congratulations. You have won game coins X1000000. Congratulations. You have obtained special item Abyss Key X1. Talent greed triggered. You ultimately receive epic equipment thorn gauntlets X10. Game coins X1000000. Special item Abyss Key X10. An epic piece of equipment, 1 million game coins, and 10 keys? Suemo picked up the key that was pitch black, had an ancient shape, and was engraved with a ferocious demon head, and checked its properties. Abyss Key, a key from the abyss that seems to be able to open a mysterious door. Gather 10 abyss keys to open the abyss door to the final boss on the 100th floor. Another collectible item of this kind? Suemo frowned. However, he soon felt relieved. With the greed talent, others need to collect 10, but he only needs to find one. This was not a difficult task for him at all. He put the key away and then took out the epic equipment. Thorn Gauntlets Epic. Type, Armor Hand. Defense, 50. Special effect, Power of Thorns. Each of your normal attacks will inflict 5% additional damage. Equipment requirements, Constitution 50 points. Not bad. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. An epic piece of equipment, the special effect of Power of Thorns is very practical. 5% additional damage may not seem like much, but for a pervert like Suemo, whose attack power is already ridiculously high, the improvement is still huge. He equipped the gauntlets without hesitation. Do all this. When he turned around, he saw 3 beautiful faces that were still in a daze. Hey, come back to your senses. Suemo walked in front of them and snapped his fingers. Oh. The long-legged woman and the gothic girl came back to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. The way they looked at Suemo had completely changed. From the initial contempt and disdain, it has turned into the current fear and awe. This man is definitely not a gigolo. He is a real monster, even more terrifying than that pink-haired girl. Who are you? The long-legged woman asked weakly. Me? Suemo smiled, just a kind-hearted citizen passing by. Concerned citizens? Hearing this answer, the corners of the mouths of the long-legged woman and the gothic girl could not help but twitch. You call a pervert who kills a LV-15 elite monster with one punch a caring citizen? Let's go. The long-legged woman took a breath and didn't want to waste time talking to Suemo. She pulled the little goth girl next to her, who was still looking at Suemo as if he were a monster, and walked into their elevator. Bang! The elevator door closed and disappeared from Sumo's sight. Suemo, they seem to be very afraid of you. Xiao Ling looked at the closed elevator door and said with some confusion. Really? Suemo touched his face. Do I look that scary? No. Xiaoyan shook her head and said seriously, Suemo, you are so beautiful, how can you be scary? That's right. Suemo nodded in agreement. They must be jealous that I'm more handsome than them, so they're afraid of me. Xiao Ling. She always felt that there was something wrong with what Suemo said, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, whatever Suemo said made sense. Okay, it's time for us to go. Suemo clapped his hands and took Xiaoling back to his elevator. He walked to the operating table and threw all the 10 energy cores he had just obtained into the big metal mouth. I glanced at the floor buttons. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, all are lit. This means that the energy core is sufficient. From now on, we don't need to skip levels anymore. Suemo said, just crush them one level at a time. The golden treasure chest on the 10th floor gave him a taste of sweetness. He just doesn't believe that there will be no more good stuff in the next 90 floors. And most importantly, he now needs a lot of experience to improve his level. The low-level monsters before gave too little experience, so it was boring to kill them. Starting from the 11th floor, the levels of monsters will definitely get higher and higher. For him, this is simply a mobile experience treasure library. Woohoo! I won't dare to randomly choose a goddess anymore. Chapter 80, use the ultimate move to clear out the minions and gain experience. Great, great! Xiao Ling jumped up and down excitedly when she heard that. So, is it my turn to take action this time? Her big eyes were shining brightly, and she couldn't wait to perform well in front of Suemo. No. Suemo shook his head. This time, I'll do it. Ah? You're here again? Xiao Ying's excitement disappeared. She puffed out her cheeks, kicked the smooth floor of the elevator with her little feet unconsciously, and looked unhappy. Suemo, do you think I'm in the way and stupid? How could that be? Suemo laughed and reached out to pinch her puffy face, feeling the elasticity of her hand. Our Xiao Ling is so capable, how could I think you're stupid? The reason I didn't let you do it is because... Suemo showed a mysterious smile on his face. I just thought of a more fun and efficient way to kill monsters. What method? Xiao Ling's curiosity was immediately aroused. You'll know in a moment. Suemo kept the secret and directly pressed the 11 button. The elevator soared up again. Soon we arrived at the 11th floor. The elevator door slowly slid open, and a cold breath mixed with decaying dust and death hit me in the face. Outside was a vast underground tomb that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the darkness, pairs of dark blue soul fires lit up one after another, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones rubbing against each other. Densely packed skeleton archers woke up from their slumber, and their empty eye sockets locked onto the two living creatures at the elevator entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was no time to react at all. Hundreds of bone arrows tore through the air and came overwhelmingly with piercing screams. Ah! Xiao Ling screamed and tried to hide behind Suemo. However, Suemo stood there motionless. Just raise your hands calmly. The next moment, a heavy humming sound echoed in the elevator, and the air became stagnant. A pitch-black, ferocious sword taller than him suddenly appeared in his hand. It is the legendary weapon, Judgment of the Abyss Dragon. Rather than a sword, it is more like a dragon bone pried out from the abyss of hell, symbolizing destruction and killing. The moment this magic weapon appeared, a terrifying dragon power from the ancient dragon erupted. Those bone arrows shot towards them didn't even have time to make a wail when they came into contact with the dragon's might. They shattered into pieces in mid-air and turned into powder and scattered. Wow! Suemo, you! Xiao Ling was stunned. This sword is so cool. A handsome young man, an extremely powerful magic weapon. This scene is simply. Being handsome is just its most inconspicuous advantage. Suemo weighed the sword with one hand, feeling its reassuring heaviness. He raised the sword high above his head and swung it forward casually at the hundreds of skeleton archers in front of him. Abyss slash. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering sound, no devastating light effects. There was only a black ripple that was difficult to see with the naked eye, which passed silently across the entire tomb along the ground. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. All the skeleton archers' movements, whether drawing the bow or running, came to an abrupt halt at the same moment. A tiny black crack quietly appeared on the skull of each of them. Immediately following. Clatter. There were crisp cracking sounds, and hundreds of hard skeletons were scattered into broken bones at the same time. Ding! You killed 127 skeleton archers LV6. Talent Lord of Greed triggered. Experience gain increased. Your final experience gain, 12,700 points. One knife, clear the area. Xiao Ling opened her cute little mouth with a dazed look on her face. She looked at the man holding the magic blade with a calm expression, then looked at the broken bones on the ground in front of her, and felt that her little head was not enough again. If Suemo had killed the Abyss Guardian with one punch before, it would have shocked her. So now, this knife clearing the field brought her a subversion of cognition. It turns out, fighting can be so simple? So elegant? How about it? My method is pretty good, right? Suemo turned his head and gave her a smug smile. Yeah. Xiao Ling nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. The look in her eyes when she looked at Suemo had completely changed from caring to admiration. If such a handsome and capable man was born in their Rabbit Ears tribe, he would have been eaten up by the sisters and sisters in the tribe long ago. You have to keep a close eye on it. Okay, stop being in a daze and go pick up all the spoils. Okay. Xiaoling responded, and she stretched out her long legs and ran happily into the tomb like a hard-working little bee. Suemo looked at her energetic back and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That abyss slash move seemed easy, but it actually consumed a huge amount of energy. Nearly a quarter of his physical strength was drained. This is even when he has the 300% physical strength bonus of Titan's Heart. If someone else had been hit by a single blow, he would have been killed immediately. However, the cost is totally worth it. Soon Xiaoling picked up all the spoils. In addition to a few wooden and iron boxes, there was a large pile of white-quality equipment and materials. Suemo threw them into the storage space without even looking at them. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out high-calorie foods such as beef jerky and chocolate, and began to replenish his strength. Xiaoling also imitated him, sitting cross-legged opposite him, eating snacks in small bites, blinking her big eyes curiously, staring at him without blinking. The two rested in the elevator for nearly half an hour. After his strength was almost recovered, Suemo stood up and pressed the 12th button. The 12th floor is the poisonous swamp, and the monster is a LV7 poisonous lizard. Suemo was still standing at the elevator door. He used the abyss slash move, and the world became quiet. The 13th floor, the winter ice field, the monster is a LV8 frost wolf. Still one knife. The 14th floor. The elevator became their mobile fortress, and the abyss became the bell announcing death. Suemo just stepped on it layer by layer. Although the process was a bit boring, looking at the rapidly rising experience bar, he felt that there was no more pleasant symphony in the world. Just as he was about to press the 15th level button, the experience bar on his personal panel, which represented his level, was finally full. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from him. Chapter 81, 650 points of physical fitness. Legendary. Flesh and blood battle armor. Time passed by minute as Suemo was leveling up in this boring way. When the elevator reached the 18th floor, it was completely dark. Suemo glanced at the system time. Nearly 8 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon. During these 8 hours, he only did one thing. Open the door, swing the knife, close the door, pick up things. It repeats itself over and over again. This highly repetitive behavior is enough to make any normal person feel mentally numb. But Suemo didn't. He just calmly felt every consumption and recovery of strength in his body, watching the experience bar rise rapidly in a brutal manner. From the 11th floor to the 17th floor, thousands of monsters ranging from LV6 to LV9 on the 7th floor became the nutrients for his growth. Just now, after clearing out the frost wolves on the 17th floor, a pleasant system prompt sound exploded in his ears. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV16. This is not the end yet. Then, another one. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV17. 2 levels in a row. A large warm current surged into every part of my body, and every cell was cheering. The deep fatigue accumulated from the continuous use of abyss slash was washed away by this power, and his physical condition returned to its peak. He immediately opened his property panel. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed God level. Level, LV17 65,150,000. Constitution, 130 plus 520. Spirit, 10 plus 40. Skill. Looking at the attributes that skyrocketed again, Suemo was in a very good mood. Basic physique, 130 points. Including the bonus of being accompanied by a beautiful woman, the total value has soared to 650 points. In just one afternoon tea, he left behind Xinyufu, who had awakened the talent of Goddess of War. Alas, being invincible is so lonely. Suemo sighed in a Versailles way. Suemo, why are you sighing again? Xiao Ling heard him sigh. Did you encounter something unhappy again? Yeah. Suemo nodded, his face full of sadness. I just feel that the upgrade is too fast. It's a bit boring. Xiao Ling. She glanced at her own experience bar, which had also increased significantly, and her level, which had risen to LV21, and then looked at Sumo's expression, which said, "I'm very distressed." She suddenly felt that Sumo was sometimes really deserved to be beaten. "Okay, I won't joke with you anymore." Sumo smiled and looked outside the elevator door. 19th floor. A huge technological metal factory. Heavy robotic arms waved tirelessly above the assembly line, making bursts of roaring sounds as they assembled 2-meter-tall combat robots made entirely of metal. These robots are of level 10, and there are at least 300 of them. There was a cold red light flashing in their eyes, and they held sci-fi energy rifles in their hands. The moment the elevator door opened, hundreds of red lights locked onto the two people at the door. It's another one of those things that can be dealt with in one move. Sumo curled his lips, feeling somewhat bored. He was just about to use another abyss slash to send them all back to the furnace for recreation. But his eyes were suddenly attracted by several boxes shining with silver light in the corner of the factory. Silver treasure chest. Moreover, more than a dozen of them appeared at once. It seems that there is something special on the 19th floor. Sumo's eyes lit up. In addition to the dozen or so silver treasure chests, there is also a gold treasure chest in the center of the factory that is a circle larger than the previous one. There are more than a dozen giant wooden boxes placed around the golden treasure chest. Xiao Ling, do you see those boxes? Sumo pointed at the treasure chests. I see it, I see it. Xiao Ling's eyes also turned into stars. This time, let's change the way we play. Sumo said, I'll be responsible for clearing monsters, and you'll be responsible for opening boxes. Ah? I'll open it? Xiao Ling was stunned. But, Sumo, didn't you say that the things you open with your talent will have a bonus? Ahem, my talent isn't limited to me. The beautiful women in my team can use it, and it has the same effect. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Ling suddenly understood. So I'll leave it to you this time. Sumo said seriously, let me see how lucky you are. Okay. Xiao Ling became interested as soon as she heard it. Her favorite thing is unboxing. Are you ready then? Sumo asked. Ready. Xiao Ling nodded vigorously, bent his legs slightly, and assumed a posture ready to sprint at any time. 3, 2, 1, go. The moment Sumo finished speaking, the judgment of the Abyss Dragon in his hand once again burst out with terrifying dragon power. Abyss slash. A black crescent-shaped slash flashed by again. Rumble. The entire metal factory was instantly engulfed in flames. Those combat robots that had just raised their guns were torn into countless burning fragments by the terrifying slash before they could even fire a single shot. Ding! You killed 312 combat robots LV10. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 62,400 points. Another wave of experience gained. Xiao Ling, come on. Sumo cleared the area with one sword and immediately gave instructions to Xiao Ling beside him. Okay. Xiao Ling responded and turned into a pink lightning, rushing into the explosion fire that had not yet completely dissipated. Her target is clear, it is the treasure chests scattered in every corner of the factory. Sumo was not idle either. He stuffed beef jerky into his mouth to replenish his energy while walking into the factory. He ignored the silver treasure chests and giant wooden boxes, but walked straight to the gold treasure chest in the center of the factory. This kind of good thing should be opened by yourself to make it more ceremonial. System, open the big golden treasure chest. Ding. Open the big gold treasure chest X1. Congratulations. You have obtained legendary equipment flesh and blood battle armor incomplete. Congratulations. You have won game coins X200000. Congratulations. You have obtained special item Abyss Key X1. Talent greed triggered. Legendary equipment. Even if it is incomplete, it is still legendary. Sumo immediately opened the storage space and checked the so-called flesh and blood battle armor. It was a breastplate that was dark gold in color and had a strong and heavy feel. However, there is an obvious fist-sized hole on the lower left side of the breastplate, which destroys its overall beauty. Flesh and blood battle armor legendary incomplete. Type, armor chest. Defense, 150. Special effect 1, flesh and blood your health limit is increased by an additional 200%. Special effect 2? Equipment is incomplete and cannot be activated. Equipment requirements, Constitution 300 points. Suemo put on the breastplate without hesitation. Although it's a bit broken, it's better than nothing. The moment Suemo put on the flesh and blood armor, his body became heavier. Chapter 82, Reward Yourself. LV-15 Elevator. Xiaoying also ran back carrying a pile of heavy boxes. Suemo. Look! I opened a lot of good things. Her little face flushed with excitement that she couldn't hide, and she threw several silver treasure chests and giant wooden boxes on the ground. Then she took out a bunch of shiny equipment and props from it as if she was presenting treasures. Although most of them are of blue quality, with the blessing of Sumo's greed talent, the number is extremely considerable. The energy core and upgrade modules needed to operate the elevator alone cost several hundred more. There are so many resources that you never have to worry about using them. Not bad. Xiaoling is just lucky. Suemo smiled and reached out to rub her furry head. Hey. Xiaoling felt a little embarrassed by the praise. She lowered her head slightly, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Okay, now that we've collected the spoils, it's time for us to take a break. Suemo glanced at the time and it was almost time for dinner. He decided to stop here for today, and that a combination of work and rest was the long-term solution. Glancing at the elevator that had been upgraded to LV-12, and then looking at the mountains of upgrade modules in the storage space, Suemo simply decided to finish the good thing. System, upgrade it for me. Upgrade it until it can't be upgraded anymore. Ding! Consuming 11 modules, the elevator has been upgraded to level 13. Ding! Consuming 12 modules, the elevator has been upgraded to level 14. When the last upgrade module was also stuffed into the operating console, the entire elevator space shook violently, causing earth-shaking changes. The original large open space of more than 100 square meters was rapidly extended and reconstructed in a burst of light, and directly turned into an ultra-luxurious duplex presidential suite with an area of more than 300 square meters. The first floor features a spacious and bright living room, an open kitchen, and an oversized bathroom with its own sauna. The second floor is divided into 3 luxurious bedrooms with different decoration styles, each with an independent dressing room and bathroom. The wall is no longer a cold composite material, but has become an ultra-high-definition virtual projection wall with the ability to switch scenes at will. Sumo's mind moved, and the wall instantly turned into a deep and brilliant vast starry sky, with stars flowing, magnificent and beautiful. Congratulations! Your elevator has successfully reached level 15. Current elevator attributes: space plus 1200%, movement speed plus 120%. Suemo stretched, his joints making a pleasant crisp sound. He said to Xiaoyan, who was already stunned beside him, "Let's eat something first and rest for a while." Okay. As soon as she heard the word eat, Xiaoling's eyes lit up instantly and her stomach growled in response. After following Suemo around for most of the day, she was already starving. Suemo took her back to the elevator that was comparable to a presidential suite. He first walked into the separate bathroom, took a comfortable hot shower, and changed into clean casual clothes. Then he walked to the center of the living room and began to take things out of his unlimited storage space. A portable high-power power bank. A golden dandelion hot pot. A bag of crystal clear northeast rice. A smart rice cooker. Next came the various ingredients that had been packed in fresh keeping boxes and handled cleanly. The fat and lean snowflake beef rolls, the tender and juicy lamb slices, the white and rosy pork belly. Crispy tripe, springy duck throat, fresh duck intestines. Enoki mushrooms, baby cabbage, garland chrysanthemum, potato chips, wide noodles. At the end, he even took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite that looked very expensive. Suemo. What are these? Xiaoying looked at the dazzling array of things in front of her, none of which she could name, and her big watery eyes were filled with curiosity and desire. A strange aroma that she had never smelled before emanated from the ingredients, and she couldn't help swallowing. Nice one. Suemo skillfully connected the mobile power bank, started washing rice, cooking, and preparing the hot pot base, his movements smooth and flowing. As he worked, he said to Xiaoyan, "These are delicacies from our human world. Today, I'll let you, an alien, experience the breadth and depth of our human culinary culture." Soon, the fresh aroma of rice and the spicy and delicious flavor of hot pot base filled the entire elevator. Xiaoling sniffed her cute little nose hard, feeling like she was about to spit out her saliva. When she was in the tribe, she ate uncooked carrots and vegetables. Although they could fill her stomach, compared with these tempting and fragrant things in front of her, they were just pig food. Gulp gulp. The soup base in the hot pot began to boil, the red oil was bubbling, and the white soup was delicious. Suemo picked up a piece of marinated beef and dipped it in the boiling hot spicy pot for more than 10 seconds. When the meat slices curl up slightly and turn an attractive color, take them out immediately and roll them in the dipping sauce you have prepared, which consists of sesame oil, minced garlic, oyster sauce, and coriander. Then, under Xiaoling's eager gaze, he put it into his mouth. Suemo let out a sigh of satisfaction. Numb, spicy, fresh, and fragrant. Several flavors explode in your mouth instantly. The fat from the beef mixed with the aroma of the dipping sauce is simply a divine experience. Gurgle. Xiaoyan looked at Sumo's intoxicated expression and her stomach growled again. Suemo was amused by her pitiful look. He took out a set of clean dishes and chopsticks from under the bar and handed them over. Come, try it. Thank you. Xiaoling took the bowl and chopsticks and couldn't wait to pick up the meat from the pot. But her pair of white and tender little hands holding two slender chopsticks were unable to exert any strength. Either she couldn't pick up the food, or it would fall off when she tried to pick it up. After trying several times, she couldn't even get a whole piece of meat out, and her delicate little face wrinkled in anxiety. I don't know how to use this. Xiaoling's voice was filled with a hint of grievance. I'll teach you. Suemo smiled and sat next to her. He reached out and held Xiaoling's soft little hand, teaching her step by step how to use chopsticks correctly. Look, it's like this. Use your thumb and index finger to control the top one, and your ring finger and pinky finger to hold the bottom one in place. His voice was gentle and his hands were warm and big. Xiaoling held his hand, feeling the warmth from his palm and the faint, pleasant masculine scent. A warmth quietly spread from her neck to her ears. My heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Do you understand? Suemo asked after teaching for a while. Okay. I think I got it. Xiao Ying's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. She tried to use the method she had just learned to pick up a piece of baby cabbage from the pot. This time, it finally succeeded. I picked it up. Suemo, look. Xiaoling shouted excitedly like a child who got candy. But before she could be happy for 2 seconds, the piece of baby cabbage covered with soup slipped from between her chopsticks and fell back into the pot with a plop, splashing a small bubble of soup. Xiaoling. Suemo looked at her cute expression that was both angry and funny, and shook his head. Forget it, I'll feed you. He picked up a piece of mutton that had been cooked in the hot pot, dipped it in the sauce, and handed it directly to Xiao Ying's mouth. Open your mouth. Xiaoling opened her cherry-like mouth. As soon as Xiaoling took a bite of the warm and tender mutton, his eyes widened instantly. Tasty. So delicious. What kind of divine smell is this? The ultimate deliciousness and spiciness instantly swept over all her taste buds, and she felt like her whole body was about to melt in this delicious taste. The two of them sat around a steaming hot pot and enjoyed their meal. There was laughter in the elevator. And that mouth-watering, spicy and delicious taste. This warm and harmonious scene forms a sharp contrast with the cold and dangerous world outside the elevator. Chapter 83, Xiaoyan's God-level talent? Is this right? The hot pot meal lasted more than an hour. Xiao Ying's belly was bulging out, and she collapsed on the sofa contentedly, touching her belly and burping delicately. She looked at Suemo who was cleaning up the mess, and stars almost appeared in her big pink eyes. Suemo, you are really amazing. How can you make such delicious food? This is just the simplest one. Suemo threw the bowl and chopsticks into the sink and said casually, when there's a chance, I'll take you to taste what a full banquet is and what Buddha jumps over the wall is. Okay. Xiaoling's eyes brightened, and she felt an infinite yearning for the human world that Suemo mentioned. Soon, Suemo finished packing. He took out 2 bottles of iced cola from the storage space, opened one and handed it to Xiaoyan. Try this, happy water. Xiaoling took it curiously, looked at the black bubbles constantly swirling in the bottle, and imitated Suemo, taking a small sip carefully. A stimulating sweetness with bubbles that I have never experienced before explodes instantly. Delicious. She couldn't help but take another big gulp. The cool liquid slid down her throat, making her squint her eyes in comfort. The two sat side by side on the sofa, drinking Coke, and no one spoke. The heat from the hot pot dissipated, leaving only a faint scent of spices and an indescribable atmosphere in the air. Ambiguity is quietly growing. Sumo could feel that Xiao Ling beside him was looking at him with an increasingly strange look in her eyes. In those watery eyes, besides the initial admiration and curiosity, there seemed to be something else. It was a look that was extremely familiar to him, the look that only a female would have when she was attracted to a male. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. No way? Just a hot pot meal, and they captured this 10,000-year-old soul beast. No, it was a rabbit girl from another world? This is a bit too fast. He was wondering whether he should strike while the iron was hot and delve into the issue of the rabbit's reproduction. Xiao Ling suddenly came over on her own initiative. Her delicate and beautiful face was less than a fist away from Sumo's cheek. A faint, peach-like scent of a young girl's body drifted into his nostrils. Sumo. Sumo's heart beat inexplicably faster. Can I ask you a question? Ask. Do you have a partner? When Xiaoling asked this question, her cheeks instantly turned red as if blood was dripping out, her eyes became vague, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Sumo. Here we come. This eternal life-threatening question has finally arrived. If this happened on Blue Star, it would basically be equivalent to the final confirmation before confession. Sumo's brain was working rapidly. Say yes? Xin Yufu, Xin Lan, and the others haven't found it yet, but he pushed this top-notch rabbit girl away? What a joke. He hasn't even properly studied the anatomy of alien species. Say no. If I run into her in the future, wouldn't I be considered a scumbag who has multiple girlfriends at the same time? Although, it seems like he already is. But you have to be a scumbag in a professional way and leave no trace. In a flash, Sumo came up with a plan. Mate? He looked at Xiao Ling with a confused expression on his face. What is that? Is it delicious? Xiao Ling. She was confused by Sumo's irrational answer. A partner is someone who can be together for a lifetime, take care of each other, and have babies together. She explained in a low voice with a blushing face. Oh. Sumo looked as if he had suddenly realized something. You're talking about my wife. Daughter-in-law? Xiao Ling repeated the unfamiliar word. Yes, in our human world, a partner is called a wife. Sumo said nonsense without changing his expression. Then he looked at Xiao Ling and shook his head sincerely. I don't have a wife. Really? Xiao Ling's eyes lit up instantly, like stars burning in the dark night. Of course it's true. Sumo spoke righteously, patting his chest and assuring, how can an ordinary woman be worthy of such an outstanding man like me? I have been waiting for the destined person who can make me willingly give everything for her. When he spoke, his eyes were deep as if containing endless affection, and he just looked straight at Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's heart was beating fast and her cheeks were burning when she saw him looking at her. She almost thought that she was the destined one. Then we. She mustered up the greatest courage in her life and was about to say something. Sumo suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Xiaoyan, he asked curiously, I haven't asked you yet, how old are you this year? What level are you now? What is your talent? The early bird catches the worm. We must first find out the details of this simple rabbit girl. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Me? Xiao Ling's confession was interrupted. She was stunned for a moment, but she answered honestly, I just turned 18 this year. As for my level, I was level 20 before, and now I'm level 21. Level 21? Sumo's pupils suddenly shrank. This number caused a stir in his heart. Level 21. In the Gaia game, level 20 is a huge watershed. When players reach level 20, they can perform their first job change. After changing jobs, both attributes and skills will undergo a qualitative leap, and strength will skyrocket. In other words, the seemingly innocent and harmless long-legged rabbit girl is actually a big boss who has completed his job transformation? Then you changed your job? Sumo asked. Yes, I have. Xiao Yan nodded as a matter of course. For us, the Soft Bunny clan, as soon as we reach adulthood, our bloodline power will automatically awaken and complete our class change. Then your talent. My talent is God level. A sweet smile with a hint of pride appeared on Xiao Ying's face. God level? Boom. Sumo froze, looking in surprise at the bunny girl in front of him who was smiling sweetly at him. God level talent. She actually is also a god-level talent? What the hell is this? The god-level talent, Lord of Greed, is his unique trump card and proof that he is the chosen one. But now, a bunny girl picked up casually from a dungeon actually told him that she also had god-level talent. Are god-level talents now everywhere? A wholesale sale? Wouldn't the value of him as the chosen one be greatly reduced? Sumo, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly. Xiao Ling looked at Sumo's dispirited look and shook his arm worriedly. Nothing, nothing. Sumo forced himself to calm down, but the turmoil in his heart could not be calmed down. Wrong. There's definitely something wrong. Chapter 84, Cheating? Sumo doesn't believe that there is anyone who cheats better than him. Ahem, he cleared his throat and asked calmly. Xiao Ling, since we're teammates now, shouldn't we get to know each other's abilities better in order to cooperate better in the future? Okay. Xiao Ling agreed without thinking. She trusted Sumo 99%. She stretched out her slender white fingers and lightly touched the air. The next second, a virtual light screen that was completely different from Sumo's player panel and filled with a pink dreamy atmosphere appeared in front of Sumo. Name, Xiao Ling. Race, Gentle Rabbit. Level, LV21. Occupation, Gentle Fighting God. HP, 5000. Strength, 300. Stamina, 800. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 200. Willpower, 150. Perception, 250. Soul Power, 1250. When Sumo saw Xiao Ling's luxurious attribute panel, his eyes almost popped out. What the hell is this attribute? 7 attributes. Health, strength, stamina, agility, spirit, will, and perception. There are 5 more people than him, a rookie who hasn't changed his job yet. Moreover, that number is simply ridiculously high. Especially the agility, which is as high as 1500 points. What is this concept? Sumo's current overall fitness is only 650 points. Xiao Yan's agility is more than twice his. No wonder her speed is so fast that even my eyes can't keep up with her. Besides, Sumo's gaze fell on the soul power column. 1250 points? What is this? Xiao Ling, what does this soul power mean? Sumo pointed at the column and asked curiously. Soul power, Xiao Yan explained, tilting his head. It's the most important attribute in our world. All of our skills require soul power to be unleashed. The higher the soul power, the more powerful the skill, and the more times it can be used. She paused, then added, actually, after changing classes, the 7 attributes mentioned above are no longer the sole criterion for evaluating strength. Some people may have very poor attributes, but if they diligently cultivate special attributes related to their class and race, they can still become extremely powerful. Sumo was horrified when he heard this. He finally discovered that this Gaia game was much more complicated than he had imagined. After changing jobs, there is actually a new attribute called soul power. And from what Xiao Yan said, this special attribute seems to be more important than the basic 7 attributes. Then, didn't you just become an adult and change your job? How come your soul power is over 1000? Sumo asked the biggest question in his heart. Because I already had soul power before, Xiao Yan said as a matter of course, but after becoming a player, it was reset by the Gaia system. But it doesn't matter, the memories and insights we cultivated before are still there. So, as long as you work hard a little, you will be able to cultivate again soon. Besides, our soft bunnies have a very special physique. Even if we don't practice much, our soul power will slowly increase on its own. Sumo. He was silent. My worldview was once again overturned. This so-called Gaia game was not a fair game from the beginning. Human players like him who were selected from the Blue Star are like a blank sheet of paper, and everything has to start from scratch. The level must be raised little by little. Attributes should be added little by little. Skills must be learned one by one. And people like Xiao Yan are powerful races from other worlds. They were born in Rome. They have a long lifespan, a mature cultivation system, and powerful racial talents. You will automatically reach level 20 upon reaching adulthood and automatically complete your job change. Although the things that were practiced before were reset to 0, it was like a max level boss deleting his account and starting over. The upgrade speed was completely different from that of an ordinary novice player. How can this be compared? He was born in Rome, and he is still struggling to get to Rome. Isn't this game too unfriendly to human players? Sumo, why are you silent again? Xiaoling looked at Sumo's life as hopeless expression and poked his arm with amusement. No. I'm just thinking about life. Sumo sighed and shifted his gaze back to Xiaoling's attribute panel. He wanted to see how perverted this god-level talent, soft and charming rabbit, was. Talent, soft and charming rabbit god level. Effect 1, charming body passive. Your body possesses a fatal attraction to all creatures of the opposite sex. Hostile targets of the opposite sex who attack you have a chance of falling into a charming state. Willpower 50%, mental power 50%. The duration of this effect depends on the difference in mental power between the two parties. Effect 2, unparalleled soft bones passive. Your body possesses a flexibility beyond the laws of physics, making it immune to 50% of physical damage. Effect 3, life blessing active. Burn half of your life force and all of your soul force to grant a divine grace blessing to your designated target for 10 minutes. Divine grace, the target's attributes are increased by 1000%, all skills have no cooldown and no cost, and the target gains the divine blessing status, becoming immune to all damage and negative effects. Boom! When Sumo finished looking at these 3 effects, especially the last one. Blessings of life. At the cost of half of his own life and all his soul power, he would make his teammates invincible for 10 minutes. All attributes increase tenfold. Unlimited skills. And damn immune to all damage. How is this God's grace? This is just asking the gods to possess you. Sumo could imagine what kind of monster he would become if Xiaoling used this skill on him. It's probably not difficult to blow up a planet with one punch. Sumo, why are you silent again? Xiaoling was a little worried and stretched out her little hand to poke his cheek. Did I say something wrong that made you unhappy? No. Sumo shook his head and grabbed her little hand that was messing with his face. He looked at her pair of clear pink eyes without a trace of impurities and said word by word. I was just wondering. What are you thinking about? Xiaoling asked curiously. The corner of Sumo's mouth curled up into a smile full of evil and sinister. I was thinking, since you're so amazing. Then from now on, can I leave all the hard work like killing monsters, leveling up, and looting treasure chests to you? As for me, I'll just follow you around, cheer you on and shout 666. And by the way, help you pick up the spoils, how about that? Xiaoling, ah? She was stunned by Sumo's sudden and bizarre train of thought. Let her be a thug? Then Sumo, this peerless macho man who is even more powerful than her and can clear the screen with one sword, is behind her, shouting 666? Is there something wrong with this script? Why? You don't want to? Sumo's face showed an expression of I'm very hurt. How could you bear to let me, a weak, handsome man like me who can't even tie a chicken, fight with those grotesque monsters? What if my handsome face gets scratched? Xiaoling. She looked at Sumo's handsome face as he spoke shameless words seriously. He looked again at the legendary magic blade in his hand, which still exuded terrifying dragon power. She suddenly felt that what she had read in a book before, about human beings are very cunning creatures, seemed to be true. And this good-looking human in front of me is the most cunning one. Okay. Although he felt strange in his heart, he looked at Sumo's robe look that said, if you don't agree to me, I will cry in front of you. The naive Xiaoyan nodded as if possessed by some unknown force. Very good. Sumo's face instantly showed a smile of evil plan succeeded. He even excitedly kissed Xiaoling on her smooth forehead. Xiaoyan, you are such a good teammate of mine. Ah. Xiaoling was stunned by his sudden intimate behavior. A tingling sensation like an electric shock instantly spread from her forehead to her whole body. Her delicate and beautiful face turned red all the way to her ears. She covered the place where she was kissed, and her big watery eyes were full of shyness and a hint of sweetness. He kissed me. Sumo. Kissed me. Is this how friendliness and appreciation are expressed in the human world? So special. Looking at the bunny girl in front of me who has completely fallen into self-conquest and is starting to bleed pink bubbles. A slight sense of guilt welled up in Sumo's heart. Isn't it a bit too beastly for me to deceive such an innocent girl from another world like this? However, this feeling of guilt only lasted for less than a second before he threw it all out of his mind. Beasts are beasts. Having such a god-level talent, explosive combat power, and such a gullible teammate. If we don't make good use of it, it would be a waste. Fuck game unfairness. I am the biggest bug. Because I have a bug level, humanoid plug-in. And in the future, there will definitely be more than one. My hack can help me attract another hack. The kind that warms the bed. Chapter 85, Kill the Minotaur. Chance encounter a couple? An hour later. When the elevator door opened again, Suemo and Xiaoling had already arrived at the 20th floor. The scene outside the door was an amphitheater that was even more magnificent and larger than the Abyss Palace on the 10th floor. All around were towering auditoriums made of obsidian, empty except for rows of cold stone seats. In the center of the arena, there stood two monsters with the heads of bulls and the bodies of humans, each over 6 meters tall, holding a giant axe and a heavy shield. Taurun Chieftain LV-15 Elite. Taurun Guard LV-15 Elite. 2 elite bosses. And behind them, there are 2 huge golden treasure chests emitting brilliant golden light. Suemo, this time, it's my turn, right? Xiaoling looked at the 2 minotaurs, eager to try. She has been almost unable to contain herself these days. I look at Suemo every day, killing every kid with one sword, he is so handsome. As for her, she could only follow behind and act as a garbage collector. This made her feel that she, the gentle fighting god, was not worthy of her status at all. No. Suemo refused without even thinking. Why? Xiaoling pouted unhappily. You've already taken action so many times, isn't it time for me to show off my skills? I'm also very powerful. I know you're great. Suemo looked at her and said seriously, but this is a small situation, you don't need to take action. You are our team's ace, our secret weapon. An ace cannot be easily exposed, understand? Xiaoling. She always felt that Suemo was fooling her. But it sounds like, it makes sense. Well, okay. The simple-minded rabbit girl was fooled by Suemo again. Suemo once again took out the legendary magic blade that was so cool it was stunning, Judgment of the Abyss Dragon. It's time for my favorite part, the clean break. The physical strength in the body rushed into the sword like a flood. A full-strength attack. Abyss slash. Buzz. A black crescent-shaped slash, more solid and terrifying than any previous one, flew out from the blade in an instant. The black slash, at the moment of flying out, even tore the space along the way into tiny black cracks. Moo! The 2 Minotaur elites seemed to sense the deadly danger and raised their heavy shields and giant axes at the same time, trying to block the devastating blow. However, facing the full force of the legendary weapon, their resistance was so pale and powerless. Phew! There is no suspense. The black slash tore through their defenses like a rotten wood and flashed past their sturdy bodies. The movements of the 2 Taurun elites came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies were neatly divided into 2 in the middle. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, without even a trace of blood flowing out. Ding! You killed the Minotaur Chieftain LV-15 Elite. Minotaur Guardian LV-15 Elite. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 40,000 points. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level, LV-18. The warmth brought by the upgrade instantly washed away the fatigue he felt from using the Abyss Slash, allowing him to quickly recover most of his almost drained physical strength. Done. Suemo raised his sword, whistled, turned around and said to Xiaoyan, "Let's go, it's time to harvest." "Here I come." Xiaoling cheered, stretched out his long legs, and prepared to rush out. But just as the 2 of them walked out of the elevator and were about to pick up the 2 golden treasure chests. Bang! Not far behind them, the door of another elevator suddenly opened. Then, a fiery figure, like a hunting cheetah, silently rushed out of the elevator. She was moving extremely fast, and it seemed as if she was stepping on an invisible, black airflow. Every step she took left a shallow footprint on the ground. Shaylee? Although Sumo's mental strength was only 40 points, he was able to detect this unusual energy fluctuation at the first moment. Before he could react, the figure had already jumped high and landed on his shoulder with a light somersault. The 2 slender, tight, exposed white legs were like 2 pythons, instantly locking Sumo's chest and neck. Then, a cold, fishy-smelling dagger tip was pressed against the back of his head. He, little brother, we meet again. A charming and teasing laugh sounded in Sumo's ears. It was the charming woman who followed the bald strong man on the first floor. "Give me the sword in your hand, these 2 treasure chests, and all the energy cores you have. I will consider sparing your life." How about that? As the woman spoke, she deliberately rubbed her seductive body against Sumo's back. At the same time, the bald strong man Iron Fist Tiger, who was nearly 2 meters tall, also slowly walked out of the elevator. He glanced at the 2 Minotaur corpses on the ground, which were split in half. Boy, you're lucky. You were able to kill 2 level 15 elite monsters by yourself. It seems that the knife in your hand is a real weapon. Tiger's gaze fell on the sword in Sumo's hand, the judgment of the Abyss Dragon, and his eyes became more greedy. Legendary weapon. This is a priceless treasure. As long as he can get it, he can move up at least 2 places on the S10 battle power list. Thanks, kid. Tiger looked at Sumo, his smile becoming more and more sinister. You worked so hard to help us clear the monsters, and you even left the treasure chest here. As a thank you, I'll give you a quick death later. As he spoke, he cast his gaze, which was full of lust and possessiveness, at Xiaoling, who was beside Sumo. TSK, this bunny girl is so damn hot. Her legs are almost as tall as my waist. As Tiger spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips. Baby, you have to play with this pretty boy first. Today, I want to have a good taste of what this bunny girl from another world is like. When Xiaoling heard his obscene words, her pretty face instantly turned cold. She looked at Tiger with disgust, then at Sumo, who was being held hostage. We are all human beings, so why is there such a big gap between us? One is Sumo, who is good-looking, kind-hearted, and can cook delicious food, which makes her feel good about him. One of them was Tiger, who was ugly and full of shit, and she wanted to stop his head off. Xiaoling even started thinking about the angle from which she would use her pink crystal high heels to crush the bald man's head. In the past, in her tribe, any male creature who dared to look at her like that would have only one fate. That means she would use the heels of her high heels to crush you into a pulp bit by bit. Sumo is the only exception. Chapter 86, A Beauty Who Comes to Your Door? Break it off. Hee, did you hear that, little brother? The woman on Sumo's shoulder said with a sweet smile, since you've helped us so much, I've decided to play something exciting with you before I kill you. How about it? Are you eager? Eager? Sumo smiled. Then, he proved his desire with practical actions. I saw his 2 empty hands immediately raised and touched his shoulders, and the 2 big white legs that were tightly locking his neck. It feels smooth and firm when applied. Ha! You're quite proactive. The woman felt Sumo's movements and thought that he was also conquered by her charm and was ready to have some fun before dying, so she did not stop him and let Sumo's big hands wander on her legs. But Sumo's hand, as he touched, moved lower and lower. Just when the woman's eyes became more and more expectant, thinking that Sumo was going to take further action. Sumo's hands that were caressing her thighs suddenly turned pitch black. Armament hockey hardened. A burst of pure physical strength suddenly erupted. Ah! The woman's legs seemed to be clamped by 2 huge pliers, and an irresistible force came. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking resounded throughout the arena. To play this with me? You're still a little naive. Sumo shouted angrily, exerted force with his arms, and pulled the woman off his shoulder, who was screaming in pain, and then threw her fiercely towards the distant wall. Bang! The body of the enchanting woman slammed heavily against the obsidian wall, then slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. She hugged her thighs, which had become strangely twisted, and groaned in pain, her face full of disbelief. How is it possible? She couldn't understand how Sumo could have so much strength when he looked so thin and there was no sign of him using any killing power. You know, her legs are her most proud weapon. Once locked by her, even a mad giant bison can be strangled to death. But now, this seemingly harmless pretty boy had actually broken it with his bare hands? You're not sure what to do. Sumo walked up to Xiaoyan, protected her behind him and said softly, Xiaoyan, keep an eye on that half-dead woman and don't let her get away. Leave this bald guy to me. Yeah. Xiaoling nodded heavily, and there was a strange glow in her eyes when she looked at Sumo. At that moment just now, the arrogance and decisiveness that Sumo showed made her heart tremble. This man is not only good-looking and powerful, but even his ruthlessness is so charming. On the other side, the bald strong man Tiger, after seeing his woman being crippled by Sumo in one move, the mockery and greed on his face instantly disappeared, and turned into solemnity and rage. Boy, you dare to hurt my woman? Tiger's eyes turned red instantly, his muscles bulged like granite, and a powerful aura burst out from him. So what if I'm injured? Sumo said indifferently, carrying the battle blade. Not only will you hurt her, but both of you will die here today. Court death. Tiger roared, stomped his feet hard, and rushed straight towards Sumo like a cannonball. His pair of iron fists wearing epic boxing gloves drew after images in the air, making bursts of sounds of breaking through the air, and slammed towards Sumo's face. He used all his strength in this punch. A force of nearly 400 points is enough to blast through a 10-meter thick steel plate. However, facing this powerful punch, Sumo did not dodge or evade. Put away the sword in your hand. Sumo raised his right hand. Then, he threw out the same punch. There is no violent killing power and no gorgeous lighting effects. There was only an invisible black airflow wrapped around his fist. You don't know your own limitations. When Tiger saw that Sumo actually wanted to confront him head-on, a cruel sneer appeared on his face. In his opinion, Sumo was seeking his own death. Bang! One big and one small, two disproportionate fists, collided with each other in mid-air. However, the expected bloody scene of Sumo being blown up by a punch did not occur. Sumo's body, which didn't look very strong, just swayed slightly in place. He then calmly took Tiger's earth-shattering punch. What? Tiger's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt as if his fist had hit a piece of indestructible 1,000-year-old black iron. A terrifying recoil force flowed back along his arm. The shock made his entire arm numb. How is that possible? How could this kid's defense be so abnormal? Is that all the strength you have? Sumo looked at Tiger's shocked face, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. You're not even worthy enough to tickle me. You. Tiger was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared, and the evil power in his body erupted again. Skill, frenzy punch. In an instant, his fists turned into fist shadows all over the sky. Like a violent storm, it poured down towards Sumo madly. Bang! 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 A series of dull, pile-driver-like noises echoed wildly in the hall. However, Sumo still stood there without moving an inch. He just used his body covered with armament haki ryo to endure Tiger's violent attack. Every punch of Tiger is enough to break stones. But when it hit Sumo, it couldn't even make him take a step back. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The more Tiger thought about it, the more horrified he became. What on earth is this kid's body made of? Why is it harder than fucking alloy steel? Haven't you eaten yet? Push harder. Sumo's undisguised teasing voice rang out again. He feels great now. He discovered that this bald guy was currently a perfect sparring partner. His attacks were powerful and fast enough. It's just right for me to test how strong the defense of my armament haki ryo is. By the way, you can also activate the passive skill of, the more you fight, the braver you become, to restore health and stack buffs. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Tiger was completely furious. He had never suffered such a great humiliation since his debut. Being treated like a punching bag by a rookie who was nearly 10 levels lower than me, and then being criticized for being weak? Skill, explosive punch. Tiger roared, and the evil power in his body gathered madly on his right fist. Then, he punched out suddenly. This punch is the most powerful one he can deliver so far. Above the fist, the blood-red evil force even condensed into the phantom of a ferocious bull head. Facing this extremely powerful punch, Sumo finally stopped resisting. He misstepped slightly and his body tilted backward at a strange angle. He narrowly avoided the fatal punch. However, the violent fist wind still brushed past his abdomen and passed by. A huge hole was torn in his casual clothes. It even left a shallow white mark on his abdomen. Chapter 87. He is Sumo. Long-legged sister, we are not worthy. Ha ha ha. Hide. Why aren't you hiding? The punch missed, but Tiger was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed wildly. In his opinion, the reason why Sumo hid was because his defense had reached its limit. He couldn't withstand his own attack. Go to hell. Tiger grinned fiercely, and his attack became more violent. Skill, mountain-shattering and earth-shattering kick. Skill, Tiger climbing the mountain. For a moment, fist shadows and leg shadows were flying all over the sky. The entire hall was filled with his violent evil power. Sumo was like a leaf, a small boat drifting in the storm. Under Tiger's fierce attack, they were caught in a dilemma and in danger. He was nearly hit several times and looked utterly miserable. Ha ha ha. Boy. Aren't you very resilient? Why are you jumping up and down like a monkey now? Tiger taunted wildly as he attacked. You're a piece of trash who can't even fight back. And you dare to act so arrogant in front of me? When I catch you, I will crush every bone in your body, inch by inch. But he didn't notice it. There wasn't even a trace of panic or fear on Sumo's face. On the contrary, those deep eyes were flashing with an increasingly brighter light of excitement. That's it. Hurry up. Harder. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife is really too exciting. Every time he brushes against death, his adrenaline surges. Every time he successfully predicted and avoided the opponent's attack, his understanding of combat became deeper. Bang! Finally, during a dodge, Sumo's movement was half a beat slower. Tiger kicked him hard on the waist with a powerful whip kick. The whole person flew backwards. Ha ha ha. I finally hit it. When Tiger saw Sumo flying backwards, the smile on his face became more ferocious and cruel. He was just about to press on with his victory and kill Sumo completely. But the next second, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Because he saw Sumo, who was flying backwards, do a strange somersault in mid-air and land steadily on the ground. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there was not a trace of pain or weakness on his face. Instead, he showed a weird smile. And his aura, which had been somewhat weakened due to the injury, unexpectedly returned to its peak in just a short moment. How is this possible? Tiger's eyes almost popped out of his head. He himself knows best how heavy the kick was just now. Even a rhinoceros with thick skin and flesh would be kicked to death by him. But this guy took a beating and was totally unharmed? The injury healed on its own without even taking any recovery potions? What the hell is this monster? How could his recovery ability be stronger than that of a Lord-level boss? Tiger looked at Sumo, who had stood up straight again as if nothing had happened, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Who is this kid? Why does he have such a perverted, invincible physique? Just when he was in doubt. The charming woman lying on the ground not far away, holding her broken leg and looking at the battlefield with resentment on her face, seemed to have discovered something. She struggled to take out something similar to a tablet from her storage space and started operating it quickly. Next second, her face turned pale as paper in an instant. Those eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness were replaced by an emotion called fear. Tiger. Quick. Use all your strength. She seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and screamed at Tiger at the top of her lungs. The identification mark on his wrist is from the S11 batch. He's the one who single-handedly killed the Lord-level boss in the S11 batch of Novice Dungeons. He's the rookie king who dominated the S11 batch and ranked first on the global individual ranking list Sumo. Boom! The 5 words Rookie King Sumo were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Tiger's forehead hard. It made him completely confused. S11 batch? The new king? He is not some old player who plays the pig to eat the tiger. He was a newcomer who entered the game a whole batch later than me? A newbie, a rookie who hadn't even completed his job change, actually managed to fool around with a level 24, furious fist fighter, like him? What the hell is this, an international joke? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tiger subconsciously wanted to refute. But when his eyes fell on the faint golden mark on Sumo's wrist, representing the S11 batch, he was silent. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It made all the hairs on his body stand up. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, in an unknown corner, an illusory elevator door quietly emerged. Inside the door, the long-legged woman in a black tight leather jacket and the little girl in a gothic dress were watching the battle outside calmly. They didn't leave. Instead, he has been hiding here and being a qualified spectator. When they heard the scream of that charming woman, the two faces that had been calm until now finally revealed an emotion called shock. Batch S11, rookie champion? The long-legged woman's red lips opened slightly, and her cold eyes were full of disbelief. She and her sister are veteran players from the S9 batch, and both have reached the bottleneck of LV25. They have seen at least 800 geniuses, if not 1,000. But they had never seen a newcomer like Sumo, who was so abnormal and outrageous. With a level below 20, he fought against a LV-24 job-changed player and made the opponent run around in circles. This can no longer be described as genius. This guy is a fucking monster. Sister, the little gothic girl tugged at the hem of the long-legged woman's clothes, her hollow eyes flickering with a strange light. He's interesting. Yeah. The long-legged woman nodded, agreeing deeply. Sister, should we go and help him? The little girl pulled the corner of her clothes and asked in a low voice. No. The long-legged woman shook her head. We are not worthy. Chapter 88 Double Kill. Scared sisters. So, you're the guy who got lucky enough to snatch the head of a lord-level boss. After a brief moment of shock, Tiger's face was replaced by an even more violent murderous intent. He admitted that he was shocked by Sumo's identity. But, that's all. No matter how perverted a newcomer is, he is still just a newcomer after all. He just didn't believe that he, a LV-24 job-changed player, couldn't kill a rookie who hadn't even completed the job change. Boy, I don't care what magic you use, you must die today. There was a flash of madness and determination in Tiger's eyes. There is no way out for me. If a monster like Sumo were to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Today, either he dies or I die. Fist Fighter's forbidden technique, Blood Rage. Tiger roared, and all his muscles suddenly swelled. The veins on the surface of the skin bulged out, like ferocious dragons. Streams of blood-red steam gushed out from his pores. He was completely enveloped in a blood-colored mist. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Double. 3 times. The power soared to a new height. This is his most valuable life-threatening skill. At the cost of burning one's own vitality and potential, one can gain a 3-fold increase in strength in a short period of time. The side effects are huge, and once used, you will be weak for at least a month. But now he can't care about that anymore. Die for me. Tiger let out a roar that was not like a human voice, and kicked his legs hard on the ground. The whole person turned into a bloody afterimage and shot towards Sumo. Are you finally willing to show some real skills? Looking at Tiger, who turned into a bloody afterimage and shot towards him, Sumo became serious. Since you've tried so hard, it would be impolite for me to continue playing with you. Warm-up exercises are over. Now. Sumo's eyes instantly became cold and sharp. It's my turn. The moment the words fell, his body, which had been in passive defense all this time, finally moved. Skill, Violent Charge. Boom. A violent aura that was no less powerful than Tiger's burst out from Sumo's body. He kicked his legs hard. The whole person also turned into a black lightning, without any retreat, rushing head-on towards the bloody afterimage. At the same time, from his right fist wrapped with armament haki hardened, the invisible black airflow was released outwards. Armament haki Ryu Sakura. A more condensed, more destructive, invisible force covered his entire fist. What kind of skill is this? The long-legged woman who had been watching the fight from a distance had her pupils shrink when she saw the flowing black airflow on Sumo's fist. The terrifying, penetrating and destructive power contained in that force. It was a completely new power system that she had never seen before. Just as she was shocked, one black and one red, 2 afterimages representing ultimate power, collided violently in mid-air. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, enough to overturn the entire hall. A circular shockwave spread out wildly from the 2 people as the center. All the hard obsidian tiles on the ground were blown up and turned into powder all over the sky. The power of this collision is more than 10 times more terrifying than any previous one. However, the result once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The black figure paused slightly in mid-air, slid back less than half a meter, and then stopped steadily. And that arrogant, bloody figure was hit head-on as if by a high-speed train. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out from Tiger's mouth. His huge body flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came. With a bang, it hit the wall dozens of meters away. A huge human-shaped pit was smashed into the hard obsidian wall. How is this possible? Tiger struggled to slide down the wall, knelt on one knee, and looked at Sumo with eyes full of disbelief and fear. He looked down at his fists, which had become bloody and broken. He looked again at the epic boxing gloves, Rage of the Bull, which had been completely shattered and turned into a pile of scrap metal. His heart is bleeding. This is the top quality equipment that he bought from the Gaia Mall after spending nearly 1 million game coins. It actually just broke like that? What kind of skill is this? Tiger raised his head and stared at Sumo's fist, which was intact without even a scratch and surrounded by black airflow, and he was terrified. Why, can even epic equipment be destroyed? Want to know? Suemo walked towards him step by step. Go and ask the King of Hell. Suemo looked down at the big boss who had just been showing off in front of him, his eyes cold and without a trace of emotion. Charge up and strike hard. Sumo's right fist was once again wrapped in the dark Luiying domineering aura, and a terrifying force quickly condensed on his fist. No. Don't kill me. Tiger looked at the energy fluctuations on Sumo's fist that made his heart palpitate, and finally felt fear. He wanted to beg for mercy and admit defeat. But Suemo didn't give him this opportunity at all. It's too late. Sumo's fist hit Tiger's head heavily with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Bang! Tiger's head exploded instantly like a smashed watermelon. Red and white splashed all over the floor. Ding! You killed player Iron Fist Tiger LV24. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 4,800 points. Tisk, it's not even worth as much as an elite monster. Suemo shook the blood off his fist and curled his lips in disgust. Then, he turned around and took out the judgment of the Abyss Dragon, and walked step by step towards the frightened and charming woman. No. Don't come over here. The woman looked at the man holding the magic blade, who looked like a devil descending to the earth. She was so scared that her soul was about to leave her body. She screamed and tried to move backwards by supporting herself with her hands. She also wanted to beg for mercy and said that she could do anything for Suemo. She just broke her leg, just enough time for her to kneel down and beg for mercy. But Suemo didn't even give her a chance to speak. The hand rises and the knife falls. A beautiful head with heavy makeup rose into the sky. Ding! You killed player Alien LV23. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 4,600 points. After killing 2 people, I only gained less than 9,000 experience points in total. Suemo felt a little bit at a disadvantage. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to them. I would have just killed them with one blow and saved some energy. After dealing with these 2 guys who didn't know how to live or die, Suemo turned his attention to the elevator that had been hiding in the corner watching the show. The 2 figures behind the elevator door stiffened suddenly the moment they met Sumo's gaze. A bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Sister, he's looking over here. Even the little goth girl felt nervous. I know. The long-legged woman's voice was also a little dry. Although Sumo's eyes were calm, underneath that calmness, there was a terrifying murderous intent that was enough to tear everything apart. This man is warning them. If they dare to spy again, they will be the next to die. Walk. The long-legged woman acted decisively and pressed the elevator door close button without any hesitation. She didn't want to, nor did she have the courage, to gamble on whether this man would attack them. Faced with this moody monster with unfathomable strength, the best choice is to stay as far away from him as possible. Bang! The elevator door closed, blocking Sumo's cold gaze. It was not until the elevator began to rise rapidly that the 2 women collapsed on the ground as if exhausted, gasping for breath. Their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. It's so scary. The little gothic girl patted her flat chest and said with lingering fear, just now, I really thought he was going to kill us too. He does have that ability. The long-legged woman smiled bitterly. She was now extremely grateful that she had not chosen to join forces with the bold strong man out of greed to steal Sumo's treasure chest. Otherwise, there would probably be 2 more bodies lying on the ground. Sister, who is he? The gothic girl asked curiously. How could a newcomer in S11 be so perverted? I have no idea. The long-legged woman shook her head, her eyes becoming extremely serious. But I know that this game is about to change. A newcomer from the S11 batch has grown to the point where he can easily kill the top 5 players in the S10 combat power list. How terrifying will he be when he grows up? She couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 89, 3 days, level 20 is missing this book. On the other side of the arena. Seeing that the 2 women left tactfully, Suemo withdrew his gaze. Damn, safe house. Although, the experience gained from killing people is indeed not much. But the spoils are real. He walked over to the two corpses and unceremoniously collected all the things they had exploded into his own storage space. In addition to the two epic level equipment that had been completely scrapped, Tiger and the charming woman also contributed him more than a dozen pieces of excellent level equipment, and a large pile of miscellaneous materials and consumables. Most importantly, there are all the energy cores and elevator upgrade modules that the two of them had painstakingly collected from the first floor. Adding up, there are more than 100. Not bad, not bad. Now we have enough materials for upgrading the elevator. Suemo nodded with satisfaction, then took Xiaoling to the two golden treasure chests shining with golden light. Come on, Xiaoyan, one for each of us. Suemo pointed to one of the treasure chests and said, let me see, who has better luck between the two of us. Okay. Xiaoling became interested as soon as she heard it. She rubbed her hands together and placed her hand on one of the golden treasure chests with anticipation. Suemo did the same and placed his hand on another treasure chest. System, unboxing. Ding. Open the big gold treasure chest X2. Two brilliant golden lights shot up into the sky from the treasure chest at the same time. Congratulations! You have obtained Epic Equipment Windrunner Boots. Congratulations! You have won Game Coins X100000. Congratulations! You have obtained Special Item Skill Upgrade Stone X1. Congratulations! You have obtained Epic Skill Book Shaki Ju. Congratulations! You have won Game Coins X100000. Congratulations! You have obtained Elevator Upgrade Module Excellent X10. Talent Greed triggered. An epic skill book similar to a martial arts technique was opened? Suemo took out the skill book that looked ancient and extraordinary. Epic. Introduction, an ancient manual that records how to cultivate Shaili. Learning it unlocks a new attribute, Shaili. Shaili is a more refined and violent energy than physical strength, significantly increasing the player's explosive power and destructive power. Learning requirements, level 20 and completed job change, constitution 200 points. Shaili. Isn't this the same power that the bald guy used just now? With this thing, my combat effectiveness will definitely be taken to the next level. It's a pity that there are still 2 levels left. But it will be soon. Suemo. Look! I opened a pair of glowing shoes. Xiaoling took out a pair of exquisite boots from the treasure chest. They were green in color and had faint wind elements wrapped around them. Epic Boots of Wind. Type, Armor Foot. Defense, 40. Special effect, wind your movement speed is increased by an additional 20%. Equipment requirements, agility 100 points. Not bad. These shoes suit you very well. Suemo took a look at the attributes. Xiaoling's agility is already ridiculously high, and when she puts on these shoes, her speed is unimaginable. Really? Then let me try it on. Xiaoling happily took off her pair of pink crystal high-heeled sandals, revealing her perfect, impeccable, and delicate feet. Then he put on the pair of wind boots. The size is neither too big nor too small, just right. Wow! It feels so good. Xiaoling, wearing new shoes, jumped lightly twice on the spot. I feel like my body has become a lot lighter. Sumo's gaze uncontrollably fell on the pair of pink crystal high-heeled sandals that she had casually thrown aside. He walked over as if possessed and picked up the pair of high-heeled sandals that still retained the girl's body temperature and faint fragrance. Then, under Xiaoling's puzzled gaze, he quietly put it into his storage space. Suemo, what are you doing with my shoes? Xiaoling asked in a low voice with a red face. Ahem, nothing. Suemo coughed twice and said seriously. It would be a shame to throw away such beautiful shoes. I'll keep them for you first, and then return them to you when you want to wear them later. Xiaoling, oh. Although I felt that Suemo looked weird when he spoke. But she didn't think much about it. For the next 3 days, Suemo and Xiaoling started a crazy building brushing mode. During the day, Xiaoling, the human plug-in, will take action to clear the monsters on each floor. Her fighting style is simple and crude, yet full of violent aesthetics. Those long legs are her strongest weapon. Whether it's a horde of monsters or an elite boss, they are no different from paper in front of her terrifying power that is enough to kick up mountains. As for Suemo, he felt at ease and became a hands-off boss. The daily task is to follow Xiaoyan, cheer her on, and by the way, collect the spoils. At night, the two returned to the elevator that was comparable to a presidential suite, ate hot pot, drank Coke, and enjoyed this rare leisure time. 3 days passed in a flash. The two of them rushed all the way, unstoppable. They rushed directly to the 49th floor. During these 3 days, Suemo gained a lot. Even if no legendary equipment is ever opened again. But there were 30 pieces of epic equipment alone. With the blessing of the greed talent, it directly became 300 pieces. Adding the gains from monster hunting in the past 3 days, the total amount is nearly 8 million game coins. Sumo's account, which had been cleared, became full again. He went from being a pauper to becoming a wealthy man with a net worth of nearly 100 million. In addition to money, levels have also been greatly improved. The massive amount of experience allowed his level to soar all the way to LV20. There is only one step left before changing jobs. I'm missing a job transfer book that has attributes suitable for Suemo and is a top-tier profession. Stuck. Xiaoling's level also increased by 3 levels due to the goddess bonus, reaching LV24. Okay, let's stop here for today. Suemo glanced at the time and it was already the 3rd night. He decided to rest for a night and then launch an attack on the most critical 50th floor tomorrow. After returning to the elevator, the first thing Suemo did was to use all the upgrade modules accumulated over the past 3 days. System, upgrade it for me. Max it out. Suemo threw more than 500 ordinary upgrade modules and more than 100 high-quality upgrade modules into the big metal mouth of the operating table. Ding! Consuming module X190. Elevator upgraded to level 19. Ding! Consuming module X200. Elevator upgraded to level 20. Max level. When the last upgrade module was swallowed by the metal mouth, the entire elevator shook violently again. A soft white light emanated from the 4 walls of the elevator, enveloping the entire space. Congratulations! Your elevator has successfully reached level 20 maximum level. The elevator space has been expanded to its limit. The moving speed has been increased to its limit. The full level special function has been unlocked, Dimension Anchor. Dimension Anchor, you can set a dimensional anchor on any floor. This anchor persists even after leaving the instance. The next time you enter the instance, you can choose to teleport directly to the floor where the anchor is located. Dimensional Anchor? Suemo looked at this newly unlocked function and his eyes lit up instantly. This feature is pretty awesome. Can I return to a designated floor at any time? Doesn't this mean that this double elevator copy will become his exclusive back garden from now on? Come whenever you want and go to whichever floor you want. This full level reward is so practical. That's great. Suemo felt so relaxed. He stretched himself, turned around and said to Xiaoling beside him, Xiaoling, you've worked hard for 3 days. Tonight, let's take a good rest and have a big meal to reward ourselves. Great. Xiaoling cheered as soon as she heard it. Chapter 90 Hesitant Xiaoyan and Affectionate Suemo. In the elevator. The steaming hot mandarin duck hot pot was bubbling in the middle of the table, emitting a spicy and fresh aroma that would make you salivate. Suemo leaned comfortably on the soft leather sofa, looking at Xiaoyan who was sitting upright opposite him, staring at the pot with a pair of watery pink eyes, and almost had the words "I want to eat" written on her face. He couldn't help but smile mischievously. In the past few days, he has thoroughly understood the habits of this simple rabbit girl. As long as there is delicious food, she probably wouldn't even frown if she was asked to be a fighter or kick Gundam. Come on, open your mouth. Suemo picked up a piece of perfectly cooked marbling beef, rolled it in the dipping sauce he had carefully prepared, and then handed it directly to Xiaoyan's mouth. Ah! Xiaoling opened her cherry mouth obediently, like a baby bird waiting to be fed. However, just as the piece of fat beef with an enticing aroma was about to enter her mouth, Suemo turned his wrist and put the piece of meat directly into his mouth. Mmm. Delicious. He closed his eyes, chewed with an intoxicated look on his face, and let out a satisfied sigh. Xiaoling. She just stared at Suemo blankly, a hint of confusion flashing across her big watery eyes, and then it was replaced by a deep sense of grievance. Her plump and moist little mouth pouted unhappily. Like a child whose favorite toy was taken away. Ah, just teasing you. Suemo was so amused by her cute appearance that was almost unfair. Pick up another piece of beef, blanch it, and dip it in the sauce. This time he didn't do anything bad and put it steadily into Xiaoling's mouth, which had been open for a long time. Delicious. The ultimate deliciousness explodes in your mouth instantly. Xiao Ling's eyes lit up instantly, and the little grievance she had just felt was instantly thrown away. While chewing happily, she mumbled, "Suemo, I want more." "Okay, that's enough." Suemo smiled, picked up another piece of tripe, and started to dip it in the boiling hot spicy pot. Then, he used the same pair of chopsticks that he had used to feed Xiao Yan and himself to put the crispy tripe into his mouth. "Yeah, this is delicious too." Xiao Ling looked at Sumo's actions and tilted her cute little head, seemingly not thinking there was anything wrong. In her simple worldview, food cannot be wasted. Suemo was willing to share food with her, which was good for her. As for using the same pair of chopsticks, does it matter? Anyway, Suemo is not dirty. Besides, the smell on him is quite pleasant. Just like that, you take a bite, I take a bite. Suemo used a pair of chopsticks to feed Xiao Ling and himself. The atmosphere unknowingly became somewhat subtle and ambiguous. Xiao Ling. Suemo looked at the delicate little face that was stained with oil because of eating too fast, and suddenly asked, Xiao Ling raised her head like a curious baby. "You know what it's called in our human world, when we eat with the same pair of chopsticks, taking turns taking bites, like we're doing now? What's your name?" Xiao Ling blinked, looking curious. "It's called indirect kissing." "Indirect kiss?" Xiao Yan chewed over this unfamiliar word, seeming a little confused. "What does kissing mean? Is it something you eat?" Poof. Suemo almost spit out a mouthful of coke. He suppressed his laughter and explained seriously, "Kissing is not about eating. It's a very intimate act that can only be done between partners." Between partners? Xiao Yan's cheeks turned red for no reason. She remembered the question she had asked Suemo before. "Then, what kind of behavior is that?" she asked in a low voice, curiously. Suemo looked at her innocent and ignorant appearance, and the evil taste in his heart began to play tricks again. He cleared his throat and said in an extremely deep and somewhat suggestive tone, "Kissing is two people, mouth to mouth, biting each other." Bite your lips?" Xiao Ling's eyes widened instantly. A picture instantly appeared in her mind. Two rabbits were biting each other with their mouths to grab a carrot. Yes, they bit each other. Suemo suppressed his laughter and nodded. Then we just. Xiao Ling pointed at the chopsticks in Sumo's hand, then pointed at her lips, and her pretty face was shocked for a few seconds. "That's right." Suemo said nonsense with a serious face. "From our human perspective, our actions just now are pretty much the same as what you said about biting each other. Boom. Xiao Ling felt his little head buzzing. Her cheeks instantly turned red all the way to her ears. She had actually, without even realizing it, been biting Suemo. This. She looked at Suemo, her big watery eyes filled with shyness and panic. This is my first time doing this with a boy." She almost buried her head in her majestic chest. But after she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something, secretly raised her eyes to glance at Suemo, and asked in a low voice with a little nervousness and curiosity, "Well, what about you? Is this your first time too?" "Here we come." Suemo was overjoyed. This innocent rabbit girl is so easy to deceive. The expression on his face instantly became extremely surprised and sincere. "Certainly," he said firmly, "this is also the first time I've done this with a girl as beautiful as you, Xiao Ling." He paused, and then added in a tone full of happiness and aftertaste, "This feeling is really good." "Really?" The simple-minded Xiao Yan could not detect the grammatical errors in Sumo's words. She only captured two key pieces of information. First, it was also Suemo's first time. Second, the object of this first time is her. A little secret joy and sweetness instantly spread in her heart. It turns out, it was his first time too. Then I won't be at a disadvantage. Just when pink bubbles were popping up in Xiao Ling's mind and she started to have wild thoughts, Suemo suddenly changed the subject, with an expression of regret and disappointment on his face. "Alas, what a pity." He sighed heavily. "What a pity." Xiao Ling's heart was instantly gripped by his sigh. "Unfortunately, this is just counted, but not real. Suemo looked at her, his deep eyes filled with desire and a little bit of loss. If I could really kiss you, Xiao Yan, then how wonderful it would be." Suemo looked at Xiao Yan passionately and affectionately. Xiao Ling's heart was beating fast when he looked at her, and her cheeks were so hot that they could almost fry an egg on them. She subconsciously wanted to agree. But when she thought of her mother's teachings, she hesitated again. Chapter 91. Xiao Wu's solution is so authoritative. Just when she was struggling between conscience and desire, Sumo's eyes suddenly dimmed. He looked away regretfully, smiled at himself, picked up the Coke on the table and drank it all. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Sumo turned his head to look at the virtual scene outside the window that could be switched at will, his face full of unconcealable sadness. This instance only lasts 7 days. Almost 4 days have already passed. When the time comes, we will be forcibly teleported away. Then, you return to your world, and I return to mine. We may never see each other again. Such a small wish, I guess it can only be a luxury. Boom! Sumo's words hit Xiaoyan's heart hard. Yes. Only 3 days left. In 3 days, she will be separated from Sumo. The thought that I will never see this handsome, powerful, delicious, and gentle man to me again makes me feel sad. The thought that I will never be able to eat the hot pot he made or drink the happy water he gave me makes me feel depressed. The huge loss and panic instantly overwhelmed Xiaoling. No. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want to be separated from Sumo. Sumo. Xiaoling stood up suddenly, and because of her big movement, she even knocked over the chair behind her. Ha! Sumo turned his head in surprise. If you really want to kiss me? Xiaoling bit her peach-like lower lip, and her big pink eyes were covered with a layer of crystal mist. I won't refuse. And I won't resist. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Done. He looked at the peerless bunny girl in front of him who was looking at him with a resolute expression, and a huge sense of satisfaction and desire to conquer surged in his heart. No resistance? Okay. That's what you said. Since you don't resist, don't blame me if I do something illegal later. Sumo instantly became as hot as fire. He stood up and walked towards Xiaoling step by step. His eyes were like those of a most discerning connoisseur, and scrupulously admiring the perfect work of art in front of him. From that exquisite and impeccable face with a blush, to those peach-like, mouth-watering lips. Then there are the exquisite and perfect curves outlined by the white long skirt, which are enough to drive any man crazy. Then there are those incredible long legs that start from the waist and naturally narrow in a perfect arc. Finally, my eyes fell on the pair of nervous. In the past, Sumo only watched secretly. And this time, he looked straight at it, without any concealment. Sumo walked in front of her. The distance between the two people is very close. Smelling the sweet girlish fragrance on her body, like a peach. Sumo reached out and gently lifted her shy little face. Then, as Xiaoling was so nervous that her breathing almost stopped, he lowered his head. He kissed the pair of pink and tender lips that he had coveted for a long time deeply. Half an hour later, Sumotsai reluctantly let go of the pair of cherry lips that had been kissed by him until they were a little red and swollen. Xiaoling collapsed in his arms, without a single strength left in her body. That exquisite and beautiful face was covered with a moving blush, and those big watery eyes were so blurred that they seemed to be dripping with water. My mind is blank. Only one thought remained. Xiaoling. Sumo looked at the rabbit lady in his arms, who had been completely gnawed by him and gone silly, and his heart was burning with passion. He picked up Xiaoling's tall, fragrant and soft body in a princess hug and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor with big strides. However, just when he was about to throw the beauty in his arms onto the soft big bed and do something shameful, the little girl in my arms suddenly struggled violently as if she had been electrocuted. Whoosh! A pink afterimage flashed by. The next second, she broke free from his arms at a speed so fast that Sumo couldn't react, and then hid in the corner of the room like a frightened little rabbit. Sumo was stunned, holding his empty arms. Xiaoyan, you. No. Xiaoling squatted in the corner, hugging her knees, her face red and shaking her head desperately. My mother told me. Girls must protect themselves when they go out. If I meet a boy I like, I can give him a kiss, a hug, whatever. But that kind of thing must be done after you bring me home and see my mother. Sumo. It was as if 10,000 horses were roaring through his mind. He is feeling uncomfortable. He is feeling very uncomfortable now. The duck that was about to be caught just flew away like that? Sure enough, the ancients were not deceiving me. The most innocent woman often has the most strict mother. This kind of woman is easy to deceive, but not tasty. Suemo looked like he had lost all hope in life. Looking at Xiaoyan, who was squatting in the corner and looking at him warily, Suemo asked weakly. Then did your mother ever teach you what a man should do when he feels bad when he can't get the woman he loves? Xiao Ling was stunned, then thought about it seriously and nodded heavily. Have. Sumo's eyes instantly regained their light. Is there still hope? What did your mother say? He asked expectantly. Xiao Ling's face turned red again. There is a way. Sumo's heart began to stir again. He looked at Xiao Ling's face, which was full of anticipation. Then, what method is it? Xiao Ling felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her. That delicate face turned red in an instant. She immediately wanted to hide her feet. However, when she saw Sumo's pitiful eyes, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. I couldn't bear to refuse him again. What if Suemo becomes unhappy because of me? What should I do then? After all, he was so good to me. And there are only 3 days left. Thinking of this, Xiao Ling gritted his teeth and made an important decision. 2 hours later. Suemo hugged Xiaoyan's tall, soft, and slightly cool body and fell into a deep sleep. And next to that soft and comfortable big bed. Chapter 92, Single Attack on Level 20 Lord Level BOS, come and fight one-on-one. The next morning. When the first ray of virtual sunlight passed through the projection wall and fell on the soft big bed, Suemo opened his eyes. Feeling refreshed. I have endless energy all over my body. Last night was quite an experience. He turned his head and looked to his side. I saw Xiaoying curled up and sleeping soundly. Her delicate and beautiful face and long pink eyelashes cast 2 light shadows in the morning light. Sumo's gaze moved down uncontrollably. Sliding across her slender neck, perfect collarbone, and the majestic mountains covered by the thin blanket. Finally, it fell on the pair of long legs that stretched out from under the quilt. On that pair of beautiful legs, there was still the pair of brand new white stockings that he had studied for a long time last night. The cool silk tightly wrapped around her flexible and elastic perfect leg curves, and in the morning light, it glowed with an alluring luster. Suemo felt his throat was a little dry. A bold idea full of scientific spirit of exploration emerged from his mind. He has always been curious about how long Xiao Ling's legs are. Today I finally have the chance to measure it properly. For science. Suemo found a plausible excuse for himself in his mind. Then he lay down quietly and adjusted his posture so that his toes could just align with Xiao Ling's toes. Then he turned his head. First, I saw Xiao Ling's exquisite sleeping face so close to me. Then, his gaze continued to move downwards. Finally, he was shocked to find out. The base of Xiao Ling's incredibly long legs actually just happened to touch his lower back. Holy crap! Really super long legs. Suemo gave a heartfelt sigh of admiration in his heart. This body proportion is simply amazing. Just as he was secretly amazed. Xiaoying's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then opened. Those watery and somewhat misty big pink eyes stared straight into Sumo's eyes. Their eyes met. Good morning, Suemo. Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. She sat up suddenly, wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, avoided looking at Suemo again. The embarrassing scenes of last night replayed in her mind over and over again. Good morning, my personal humanoid plug-in. Suemo also sat up with a sly smile on his face. Take the initiative to walk to the bedside. In the face of Xiao Ling's panicked gaze, he naturally held her delicate jade feet in white stockings. Don't move, I'll help you put on your shoes. As Suemo spoke, he gently kneaded the foot in his hand. Even through the stockings, he could feel its perfect shape and amazingly softness. She's truly worthy of being a divinely gifted soft bunny. Even her feet are so flexible. Ah. Xiao Ling felt his meaningful words and the strange sensation of his slightly rough palm touching her, and she trembled all over. How could she not understand what Suemo meant? This bad guy. Making fun of myself again. Suemo helped her put on the green, wind boots, and then gently pinched her smooth calves. Well, my lord fighting god, we should get to work. Xiaoyan blushed and responded in a low voice. She felt that she had lost all her dignity in front of this bad guy. Suemo was in a good mood looking at her shy and cute appearance. I walked to the operating table and took a look at the floor buttons. I pressed the 50 button without hesitation. Buzz. The elevator reaches the maximum level of LV-20 at an alarming speed. The scene outside the window almost turned into streams of light. In less than 5 seconds, the elevator stopped steadily on the 50th floor. Clang! The elevator door opened. A scorching wave of air mixed with sulfur and the stench of decay blew towards me. Outside the door is a throne made of countless white bones and dark red volcanic rocks. Sitting on the throne was a giant demon that was over 10 meters tall, with dark red devil flames burning all over its body, 2 horns on its head, and bat wings on its back. In its hand, it held a ferocious sickle that was bigger than Sumo himself and was entangled with countless resentful souls. Lord of the Abyss Ball LV-20 Lord. Lord level boss. Meet another Lord level boss. Sumo's face changed. The last time I faced the LV-15 Abyss Dragon Baroque in the novice copy, I could still vividly remember the feeling of powerlessness when I was forced into a desperate situation and had to swallow the blood of rage, and struggled frantically on the brink of life and death. Even though he is no longer the same as before. But facing this monster that represents the high-level combat power in the game, he still dared not be careless. Behind the boss, there is a giant treasure chest that is several times larger than any treasure chest seen before, emitting a dark golden light. Roar! The Lord of the Abyss Ball seemed to have sensed the presence of Sumo and Xiao Yan. He stood up from the throne of bones. Those eyes burning with blazing devilish flames instantly locked onto Sumo. A terrifying pressure swept over Sumo. Xiao Yan's pretty face also became solemn. The big guy in front of me is stronger and more dangerous than all the monsters I have encountered before. This time, I'll go with you. She took a step forward and stood in front of Sumo. I don't want to see Sumo go on adventures alone like last time. Need not. Sumo smiled and pulled her behind him. Last time was last time, this time is this time. Confidence gradually spread across his face, but a flame seemed to rise in his eyes, a high fighting spirit, burning brightly. Don't worry, I won't die. Just watch here, and when I'm really in danger, you can save me. With your speed, you'll definitely make it in time. Sumo looked at Xiao Yan, blinked, lowered his voice, and said with a wicked smile, I am full of energy right now. Xiao Ling's face turned red again. She knew what Sumo was talking about. This bad guy, it's already this time and he is still so indecent. However, seeing Sumo's confident look, her heart was relieved a little. Sumo's mind moved. A dark golden color covering his chest. Flesh and blood battle armor legend incomplete. Then, he took out a pair of peculiarly shaped, silver-white combat boots from the storage space. Skylark boots epic. Type, armor foot. Defense, 35. Special effect, light body. Your jumping ability is increased by an additional 100%. Equipment requirements, agility 50 points. There is also a pair of armor made of unknown metal. Giant armor epic. Type, armor. Defense, 40. Special effect, brute force. Your strength attribute is increased by an additional 10%. Equipment requirements, strength 100 points. In an instant, both arms were armed. With a basic physique of 800 points and a total of 700% health limit bonus from Flesh and Blood Battle Armor and Titan's Heart, his health bar is frighteningly thick. Come on, big guy. Let me see how much power you, the Lord, possess. Sumo roared, and the Judgment of the Abyss Dragon in his hand let out an excited dragon roar. One man, one knife, just like that, he rushed towards the Lord of the Abyss head on. That's all for today, I need to rest too. I'll read the last paragraph review of the previous chapter, there's something. Chapter 93, Legendary Equipment, Skill Books, Return to Gaia Space. Skill, Violent Charge. Boom! Sumo's figure turned into a black lightning, and instantly crossed a distance of 20 or 30 meters, appearing at the feet of the Abyss Lord Ball. Roar! A hint of human surprise flashed across Ball's giant eyes, which were burning with demonic flames. It seemed to be completely unexpected that this human, who was as small as an ant in its eyes, actually dared to ignore the pressure from its lord and take the initiative to charge towards it. How arrogant this is! It's simply a blasphemy against the Lord of the Abyss. In a rage, the ferocious sickle in its hand cut through the air, and with a scream that was enough to tear apart the space, it chopped down fiercely towards Sumo's head. Wherever the sickle blade passed, even the space rippled, as if it would be completely torn apart by this terrifying force in the next second. However, Sumo didn't even think of dodging. Special Effect 1, Dragon Soul. Buzz. A desolate and domineering ancient dragon power erupted from the judgment of the Abyss Dragon. A ferocious illusory black dragon's shadow roared out from the battle blade and instantly merged into Sumo's body with an unmatched posture. In an instant, all attributes soared by 50%. Now! Sumo's eyes focused, the muscles in his arms bulged, and the blade in his hand began to rapidly accumulate power. Skill, charge and attack. A bit of extreme darkness began to gather on the blade. The charging time of 1.5 seconds may seem long to ordinary people, but in front of the Abyss Lord's body as huge as a mountain, it seems extremely short. The giant sickle was already above his head, and the terrifying gust of wind even blew Sumo's hair backwards. At the critical moment, Sumo's power accumulation is complete. Open it, for me. With a roar, Sumo poured all the power he had accumulated for a powerful attack, as well as the almost overflowing physical strength in his body, into the magic blade in his hand. Skill, Abyss Slash. Buzz. A purple-black crescent-shaped blade light, almost solidified into substance, flew out from the blade. The blade light was not huge, even a little small, but the destructive aura contained in it made the entire space tremble. The purple-black blade light and the giant sickle that covered the sky and the sun finally touched each other. There was no expected clanging of metal, nor any deafening explosion. There was only a kind of eerie silence that made one's teeth ache, as if the space was torn apart. In front of that extremely deep blade light, the ferocious giant sickle made of countless resentful souls and abyssal devil iron was like paper, unable to cause even the slightest obstruction, and was silently split into two. Roar! Ball let out a roar of extreme pain. The purple-black blade light that cut off the giant sickle was still as powerful as ever as it fiercely struck its chest that was as thick as a rock. Phew! The huge body of the Abyss Lord Ball suddenly stiffened. A tiny black crack emerged from its chest, and then quickly spread throughout its body like a spider web. Finally, there was a crash. The demon's body was like a sand sculpture that had been weathered for thousands of years. Under Shao Ting's horrified gaze, it silently disintegrated bit by bit and turned into a pile of black powder that drifted away in the wind. Ding! You killed the Abyss Lord Ball LV-20 Lord. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 200,000 points. Talent Greed triggered. Ding! We've detected that you've reached LV-20, but your job transfer hasn't been completed, so you can't level up. Excess experience points will be automatically stored in the experience pool. The upper limit of the experience pool capacity is 1.5 times the experience points you need to level up. Current experience pool, 300,000 full. Congratulations! You have obtained Legendary Equipment Crown of the Demon Flame King. Congratulations! You have won Game Coins X300,000. At the elevator door in the distance, Xiaoling clenched his fists, looking completely dumbfounded. She had just assumed a charging posture, ready to rush forward to support Sumo the moment he could no longer hold on. But what did she see? One knife. That oppressive Lord of the Abyss is just gone? Her little mouth opened into an O shape, big enough for an egg to fit in, and her beautiful pink eyes were filled with confusion. Didn't we agree to go together? So I'm just there to help with the atmosphere? She suddenly remembered what Sumo had just said, very energetic, and her pretty face instantly turned red to her ears. So, this is what energetic means. Done, call it a day. Sumo whistled and slowly retracted the magic blade, feeling extremely relaxed. The 30-second effect of Dragon Soul had just ended, and the explosive power in the body receded, leaving only about half of the physical strength consumed. But it's all worth it. It was saved because I didn't have the experience to change jobs, but the feeling of killing a Lord-level boss in one blow was so cool. He walked to the pile of black powder and put the legendary helmet and 300,000 game coins that exploded into the storage space. Crown of the Demon Flame King Legendary. Type, Armor Head. Defense, 200. Special Effect 1, King's Majesty, your mental strength is increased by an additional 100%. Special Effect 2, Demonic Flame Eyes, your eyes will be blessed by demonic flames, allowing you to see through most illusions and disguises, and inflict mental shock on targets with lower mental power than you. Equipment requirements, 500 points of spirit. A legendary helmet that increases spiritual power? What a great item! Sumo's mental strength has always been a shortcoming. With this helmet, his mental strength can be doubled instantly. It's a pity that the equipment requires 500 points of mental strength, which he can't wear yet. It seems that after changing jobs, I have to find a way to improve my mental strength. Suemo was thinking in his mind and turned his gaze to the giant dark gold treasure chest behind the bone throne. This is the real big head. Just as Suemo was rubbing his hands and preparing to open the box, the entire space suddenly shook violently. The bone throne that was shattered by Sumo's sword collapsed with a loud bang. After the throne collapsed, a space portal as tall as a person and emitting a faint blue light emerged. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 50th floor of the double elevator dungeon. The special portal has been opened. You can use it at any time to return to Gaia space for rest. Can we go back? Sumo's heart moved. It was like someone was giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was stuck at level 20 and urgently needed to change his job. Chapter 94, Hundreds of Millions of Game Coins. Rich. Suemo, open the box quickly. Xiaoling also came back to her senses from her shock and ran over happily. Her big watery eyes stared at the huge dark gold treasure chest, and she had forgotten all her previous depression. Okay, I'll let you open it this time. Suemo smiled and gave the chance to open the box to this lucky goddess. Really? That's great. Xiaoling excitedly placed his hand on the huge dark gold treasure chest. Master System, please bless me to get good things. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself. Next second. Ding! Opening a large dark gold treasure chest X1. Congratulations! You have obtained Special Item Intermediate Weapon Forging Stone X10. Congratulations! You have obtained the legendary skill book, Dragon Transformation. Congratulations! You have won Game Coins X100000. Talent Greed triggered. You ultimately receive Intermediate Weapon Forging Stone X100. Legendary skill book Dragon Transformation X10. Game Coins X100000. Holy crap! 100 forging stones. And 1 million game coins. Suemo looked at the system log and his breathing quickened, but that was not the point. The skill book lying quietly in the storage space. Dragon Transformation Legend. Introduction: the core inherited secret technique of the Abyssal Dragon Clan. After learning it, one can temporarily fuse their own bloodline with the dragon soul, transforming into a half-dragon, half-human dragon warrior. All attributes are greatly enhanced, and powerful dragon skills are gained. Learning requirements: physical fitness 500 points, and the weapon Abyssal Dragon's Judgment. Demon Dragon Transformation? Sumo's heart was shocked. Soul of the Demon Dragon only borrows the power of the Demon Dragon to possess the body, but this, transformation of the Demon Dragon, directly turns oneself into a Demon Dragon. The gap between them cannot be measured in miles. The most important thing is that he can learn this skill. Intermediate Weapon Forging Stone. Effect: upgrade any epic weapon to legendary level. Success rate: 10%. Can epic weapons be upgraded to legendary? Although there is only a 10% success rate, it's a bit disappointing. But he has $100. You can succeed once in 100 times, right? I made a profit. I really made a fortune this time. Suemo was extremely excited. Looking at Xiaoling beside him, who was still cheering for getting something good, he quickly made a decision in his heart. Xiaoyan, wait for me here for a moment. Ha? Suemo, where are you going? Xiaoling asked curiously. I'm going back to Gaia space to complete my job transfer quest. Suemo pointed at the dark blue portal, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm stuck at a level. If I don't change my job, I won't gain any experience from killing monsters anymore. When I come back, let's go and turn this game upside down. Oh, then when will you come back? Xiaoling showed a trace of reluctance on her face. Very soon. Suemo smiled and rubbed her little head. When I come back, I'll take you to eat something better. Okay. Then go quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for you. Xiaoling nodded vigorously. Suemo said no more, turned around and stepped into the dark blue portal. After a familiar dizzying moment, the vision became clear again. The surroundings are pure white and boundless, so quiet that I can hear my own heartbeat. Feeling the long-lost, absolute sense of security, Suemo breathed a long sigh of relief. It's still comfortable here. Here you don't have to be on guard against any monsters that might pop out from any corner, nor do you have to worry about losing your life in the next second. He opened his storage space on a thought. Looking at the mountains of epic equipment emitting various lights, Sumo's face showed a typical profiteer's smile. These things have varying properties, and keeping them just takes up space. It's better to change them all into the most practical little money. System, I want to sell something. Please select the item you want to exchange for game currency. The system will recycle it at 70% of the market price. Windrunner boots? Epic shoes, what good are they even if they're fast? Can they be faster than my sword? 9 pairs, all sold. Bloodthirsty battle axe? It's an epic weapon, but its attack power isn't even a fraction of my demon blade. It's garbage. I'm selling all 40 of them. Guardian shield? An epic shield. What do I, a tough guy, need? The best defense is offense. 40 of them, for sale. Whisper of the Shadow Assassin? An epic dagger with a poison effect. It's good for sneaking up on people, but it's too shabby and doesn't fit my upright image. I'm selling all 10 of them. Ode to Life? An epic staff that can heal, but I'm a tough guy, I don't need it. I've sold all 10 of them. Sumo started a crazy big sale mode. During these 3 days, Xiaoling, this human plugin, brushed from the first floor to the 50th floor, and the more than 30 pieces of epic equipment dropped, with the blessing of his greed talent, directly turned into more than 300 pieces. Although most of them are of mediocre properties or not suitable for him at all. But there are too many of them. Ding! You sold 9 Windrunner boots and received 2.8 million game coins. Ding! You sold Whisper of the Shadow Assassin X10 and received 3.5 million game coins. Ding! You sold Bloodthirsty Battle Axe X40 and received 13 million game coins. Sumo was like a rag collector. Without blinking an eye, he threw all the epic equipment he had obtained in the past few days and had no use for into the recycling system. A series of dense system notification sounds were flashing across his ears like crazy. The numbers in his account were also skyrocketing at a frightening rate. 5 million. 10 million. 50 million. 100 million. When Sumo gave the last piece of epic equipment to the system for recycling, the amount of game coins in his account had reached a terrifying number that even made him shudder with fear. 110 million. Plus the tens of millions he had left. His total assets now have reached 122 million. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Sumo looked at the long string of zeros on his attribute panel that almost blinded his eyes. He was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. So, he's worth hundreds of millions? Damn it! My talent is truly the best among cheats. Sumo's heart was filled with joy. What kind of god-level talent is someone else's? In the Gaia game, the talent that can make resources appear out of thin air is the truly awesome god-level talent. What is the most important thing in Gaia game? Not the level, not the equipment, not the skills. It's money. As long as you have money, you can buy the best equipment, the best skills, and the best props. As long as you have money, you can stack your attributes to the sky. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 95 God-level Titan God of War? Just when Sumo was extremely excited. A brilliant golden beam of light descended from the sky without warning, completely enveloping him. Ding! Player Sumo detected, total personal assets have exceeded 100 million game coins. Congratulations! You have been successfully promoted to a Gaia Space VIP customer. Exclusive VIP mall is now open for you. A brand new shopping mall made entirely of gold, with various gems inlaid on the interface, which looked extremely luxurious, popped up in front of Sumo. Sumo clicked it open curiously. The merchandise inside is dazzling and dazzling. But the price made his eyelids twitch. Intermediate Titan Heart price, 99.99 million game coins. Sacred Dragon's Blood price, 99.99 million game coins. S-level Talent Fragment X10 price, 30 million game coins. Mythical Weapon Forging Blueprint Random price, 29 million game coins. Good job. The starting price of the things here is tens of millions. There are even several that are close to 100 million. Where is the mall? This is a fucking money-losing den. However, Sumo is now Lord Sumo with a net worth of over 100 million. He directly entered the 3 words job transfer book in the search bar. Soon, a long row of high-end looking job transfer books, emitting various lights, appeared in front of him. Rare class, Dragon Blood Warrior class changebook, price, 8 million game coins. Rare class, Elemental Mage class changebook, price, 9 million game coins. Rare class, Shadow Assassin class changebook, price, 8 million game coins. Although these rare professions are already the dream of ordinary players, Suemo doesn't like any of them. His goal is God level. Even a profession that surpasses the God level. Just as he was about to continue flipping down, a job transfer book emitting colorful light and with an ancient and mysterious cover attracted his attention. Career change book refreshable. Type, special job change item. Introduction, a magical book containing infinite possibilities. After using it, you can randomly obtain a profession. Effect, guaranteed to receive a rare class, with a certain chance of receiving a legendary class, and a small chance of receiving a god level class. You will definitely receive a god level class every 10 refreshes. Price, 19.99 million game coins. Refresh price, 2 million game coins time. Holy crap! Even job transfers can be turned into card drawing mode? Suemo looked at the introduction of this job transfer book and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. The Gaia system will do anything to make money. Isn't this tailor-made for a like him who has too much money to spend? Swindler. A total profiteer. Suemo despised the Gaia system in his heart. Then, without hesitation, I pressed the buy button. Ding! You spent 19.99 million game coins to purchase? Career change book refreshable. The number in the account dropped a lot in an instant, but Suemo didn't feel sad at all. If you lose money, you can earn it again. But a great career can affect your whole life. Come on. Let me see, am I, Lord Suemo, a non-Western man or a European emperor? Suemo rubbed his hands and placed his hand on the job transfer book that was emitting colorful light. Refresh. Ding. Consume 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare class, Wind Swordsman. Rare. Next one. Suemo didn't even bother to take a look, and tapped his fingers repeatedly to refresh the page again. Ding. Consume 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare profession, Earth Guardian. Guardian? Tank? Not even a dog can play. Next. Ding. Consume 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare profession, Priest of Light. Nurse? Get lost. Suemo refreshed the game 7 or 8 times in a row, and the game coins in his account flowed away, but what he got in return were all rare professions that he looked down upon. If these professions were put out there, any one of them would be enough to make countless players fight to the death. But in Sumo's eyes, they are either god level or garbage. Damn it, I just don't believe this. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he prepared to push it to the maximum 10 times, to see with his own eyes what the so-called guaranteed god level was. Just as he was about to press the refresh button for the 9th time, the light on the job transfer book suddenly changed. From the previous blue, it turned into a deep purple. Ding! Consume 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations! You've obtained the legendary class, Magic Swordsman. Oh? Legendary? Sumo's eyes lit up. He clicked on the introduction of the Magic Swordsman. He practiced both magic and martial arts. He could not only swing his sword to chop people, but also throw fireballs to hit people. He looked really good. But it's still not enough. Next one. Sumo's goal was extremely clear from the very beginning. God level. Although there is only one step away from the legendary level, this step makes a world of difference. The 10th time. Guaranteed God level. Give it to me. Suemo pressed the refresh button for the 10th time with a bit of eager anticipation. Buzz. A dazzling golden beam of light shot up into the sky from the job transfer book. Ding. Consume 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've triggered the guaranteed reward mechanism 10 times. You've earned the God level class, Titan War God. Titan God of War God level. Introduction: the supreme god of war who inherited the blood of the Titans, possessing unparalleled strength and defense, is the most indestructible mobile fortress on the battlefield. Professional features: each time you level up, you gain an additional 50 points of strength and 50 points of constitution. Core skills: Titan's Wrath, Earth Guardian, God's Barrier. God level tank? Suemo looked at the golden job introduction and frowned. Is it strong? Ridiculously strong. Each level up adds an additional 50 points of strength and 50 points of constitution. 50 points of constitution is equivalent to 500 points of health when you change your job. What's the concept? Ordinary players only gain 10 free attributes after leveling up. This professional characteristic of his allows him to reach level 4 compared to others. If he could successfully change his job, coupled with his abnormal, Heart of the Titan, and Flesh and Blood battle armor, the thickness of his health bar would probably make the Lord of the Abyss autistic on the spot. If you stand still and let the boss hack you for a year, you probably won't even scratch a single layer of skin off. If any other player saw this profession, he would probably kneel down and express his gratitude on the spot. But Suemo was a little dissatisfied. I always feel something is missing. Suemo touched his chin and fell into deep thought. This profession is strong, but it is too biased. Chun-Chun is just an iron lump that can get beaten. Although he is very resilient now, he is ultimately a tough guy who likes to blast his enemies into pieces. Making him a punching bag that can only passively take beatings is more painful than killing him. Also, I remember the old sword god from the S7 batch. His profession was the god level, unparalleled sword god. It's been spreading like wildfire on the forums. That class trait is that every time you level up, you gain an extra 50 points of strength and 50 points of agility. That's what I call cool. Offense and defense combined, sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. Compared with others, I, the Titan God of War, always look honest and simple. No. We can't just let this go. The unyielding spirit in Sumo's bones came up again. Money, paper, flowers. 10 more times. I don't believe I can't find a class more awesome than Unparalleled Sword God. Suemo gritted his teeth and started the inhumane refresh mode again. Note, in the third Forest Elf dungeon, the protagonist can copy high-level attribute potions that are not available in the mall. The newly added attributes can also be affected by the goddess bonus of the Lord of Greed, so the protagonist will never lack this attribute in the future. Once he collects the forest elves that can refine potions, he will have endless resources. The most important thing for the protagonist is to quickly reach level 100 and convert divine power. Chapter 96 God Level Astral Bard and Void Plunderer. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare profession, Love Cupid. Suemo? He looked closely at the job description and the corners of his eyes began to twitch wildly. Love Cupid rare. Introduction, a messenger of love and peace, your arrow can hit anyone's heart. Professional features, your attacks deal double damage to units of the opposite sex to units of the same sex, they deal double healing? What the hell is this? Double treatment for same-sex enemies? Suemo instantly had a picture in his mind, two muscular men on the battlefield, shooting pink hearts at each other with arrows, their health bars rising rapidly. That scene is so eye-catching. Get out. Get out of here right now. Suemo refreshed his mind at the speed of light with a look of disgust. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare profession, Gourmet. Gourmet rare. Introduction, there's nothing a good meal can't solve. If there is, then 2 meals will do. Professional features, you can gain temporary attribute gains by tasting different ingredients. Sumo's face turned dark. This profession is quite consistent with the nature of a foodie, but can this thing fight? Next time when you PK with others, before starting the fight, take out a Shuangyan hot pot from the storage space, slowly put a few slices of beef in it, and then start again after you are full? What a psycho. Next. Suemo felt like he had lost all his energy, like a gambler who had lost all his money. He knew there was an abyss ahead, but he couldn't stop at all. Soon, another 9 refreshes passed. Another 20 million game coins evaporated from his account. He finally got his second god-level career guarantee. Buzz. Another golden light, brighter than the previous one, shot up into the sky. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've triggered the guaranteed reward mechanism 20 times. You've earned the god-level class, Astral Bard. Astral Bard God Level. Introduction, a mysterious singer walking between the astral world and reality. Your singing can heal everything, or destroy everything. Professional features: each time you level up, you gain an additional 100 points of spirit. Core skills: Hymn of Life, Battle Song of Courage, Prelude to Destruction. God level, assist? When Suemo looked at this profession, his face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. After all this time, here comes another auxiliary profession? Or a singer? Although the name of this profession sounds a bit more noble than Priest of Light, he is a 7-foot-tall man who can stand tall and upright. How can he be expected to follow others and sing songs to add buffs? Not even a dog. Suemo pressed the refresh button without thinking. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the screen, he stopped again. This is a god-level profession. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up like this? In total, 60 million game coins have been invested. What if the next one is worse? No. A chilling scene instantly emerged in Sumo's mind. Teammates were fighting bloody battles on the front line, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was wearing a gorgeous performance costume, holding a microphone, and singing loudly in the back. Come on, have fun, we have plenty of time. The picture was so beautiful that he dared not look at it. Damn it! Let's fight. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Isn't it just about money? Today, I'm going to fight it to the end. Suemo gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and pressed down hard again. My profession must be the strongest. Come again. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare class, Succubus Archon. Suemo? What the hell is this? I took a look at the job description. Succubus Archon Rare. Introduction: you are born with the charm that drives all the opposite sex crazy for you. Your every word and action is enough to arouse their most primitive desires. Professional features: you can sign a master-servant contract with any number of units of the opposite sex, and they will be absolutely loyal to you. Sumo's eyes widened instantly. Sign a master-servant contract with any number of opposite sexes? Isn't this the legendary exclusive profession for the harem master? Although it is only a rare level, this professional characteristic is simply too understanding of men. Ahem. Suemo coughed twice, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart that was about to burst out. This profession is good, but it is not presentable. You can't rely solely on female soldiers when fighting with others in the future, right? Although, he seems to be doing the same thing now. But that's different. They were partners fighting side by side. This was fundamentally different from the so-called master-servant contract. Forget it, forget it. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. For the sake of my grand ambitions, I can only reluctantly let go. Suemo looked heartbroken and pressed refresh again. Time passes by every second. The light of the job transfer book in front of Suemo flickered, and it had already come to the 29th time. The assets in his account, which originally amounted to over 100 million, now only had less than 60 million. In just a few minutes, nearly half of the family fortune was gone. Even Sumo's heart began to ache. Damn, this thing is even more addictive than opening a blind box. Sui looked at the job transfer book that he had refreshed 29 times, and for the first time he felt regret in his heart. If I had known this earlier, I would have chosen the legendary Titan God of War directly. Now I have spent most of the money and haven't even seen the shadow of a god. This is the last time. 30 guaranteed god-level items? If you don't ship them out, I'm really going to play tanks. Suemo took a deep breath and placed all his hopes on this 30th refresh. System God, Gaia's Will, Jade Emperor, please bless me. Give me an awesome damage-dealing class. He closed his eyes and muttered something to himself, then pressed the refresh button in an almost pilgrim-like manner. Buzz. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky. This light is brighter and more dazzling than before. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've triggered the guaranteed reward mechanism 30 times. You've earned the God level class, Void Reaver. Void Reaver God level. Introduction: a top assassin walking in the shadows and void, you are the nightmare of all squishy enemies. Every time you appear, death will come with you. Professional features: each level up grants an additional 50 points of agility and 50 points of spirit. Core skills: Void Walk, Shadow Strike, Death Mark. God level, Assassin? Suemo looked at this profession that exuded endless murderous aura, and his heart skipped a beat. This profession is so cool. Voidwalking, Shadow Strike, Deathmark. Just hearing the names of these skills makes one's scalp tingle. And the characteristics of that profession are also perverted. Each level up adds 50 points of agility and 50 points of spirit. If he were to change his job, how terrifying would his speed be? At that time, he will also combine it with his abnormal defense and recovery ability. He is a super hexagonal warrior who is strong, has good damage output, and can run very fast. This career is almost perfect. Sumo's heart was shaken. He even started thinking about how he would kill everyone after he changed his job to become a void plunderer. But just when he was about to choose this career, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. What exactly are my advantages? Suemo asked himself. Is it his strong personal strength? Is it his abnormal recovery ability? No, neither. His greatest advantage has always been only one. That is his god-level talent, Lord of Greed. Greed, that can infinitely copy supplies. You can rely on your goddess companion to improve all the attributes of beautiful woman-esque company. These two effects are the real foundation for his survival. And these two effects, if combined with the previous one, can become a profession that can be paid for. What kind of terrifying chemical reaction would that unleash? A bold, even crazy idea gradually took shape in Sumo's mind. I want to be a summoner. That's right, it's the summoner. One that is considered a sewer profession in most games. A profession that is as weak as a dog in the early stages and requires a lot of resources to train summons. But in Sumo's opinion, this is the most suitable career for him. Others would spend all their money to raise a summoned creature. What about him? He has the talent of greed, and he has 10 portions of any material. He can cultivate 10 or even 100 powerful summons at the same time. While others are still working hard to take their babies to clear low-level dungeons. He can already form a super army composed of legendary and even mythical summons. Then he would just need to sit in the back, drink coke and eat hot pot. Watch your army of summons crush all enemies into dust. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. One man is an army. This is the profession a tough guy should play. Suemo made a decision in his heart instantly. He took one last look at the golden, void plunderer, and his eyes became extremely firm. Although you are handsome, we are not suitable. Suemo gave up this god-level assassin profession that was enough to drive anyone crazy without hesitation. Then I pressed the refresh button again. Chapter 97, Death Level Job Change. Taunting from the Gods. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Suemo couldn't remember how many times he had heard this voice. He only knew that the string of numbers in his account that had once excited him was evaporating rapidly in an alarming manner. More than 100 million. Now there are less than 30 million left. Real money was thrown in, but not even a sound was heard. The god-level summoner he wanted, let alone a shadow, wasn't even seen. It would be fine if they didn't produce a god-level 1, but they are reluctant to even give out a legendary level 1. Damn it, isn't it really going to be a complete loss? Suemo stared at the job transfer book whose light was getting dimmer and dimmer, and felt a chill in his heart. All his money was spent, and he didn't get a profession. He, Suemo, was afraid that he would become the biggest clown since the launch of Gaia game. The 39th time. Sumo's palms were already covered in sticky cold sweat. This is the penultimate chance. If there is no release this time, the next one will be the 40th time at least. No matter what the system gives him, he will have to accept it. Otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to be a tank. Give me something from the mortal realm. Perform a miracle for me. Suemo muttered to himself, and pressed the refresh button with his fingers almost spasmodically. Ding. Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations. You've obtained a rare profession, miner. Suemo. He looked at the two plain words on the panel, which had a hint of earthy fragrance. His mind buzzed and went blank. Miner? He didn't even bother to read the job description. I just felt my vision going dark and I almost couldn't breathe. My mentality completely collapsed. Hold. Suemo cursed under his breath, his chest heaving violently. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to be one anymore. What a bullshit summoner. What an army of one man. It's all bullshit. Next time, no matter what happens, even if it's a pile of shit, I'll take responsibility. I feel like a fool being manipulated by the system. This gamble, this torture, must end immediately. 40th time. God level guaranteed. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Suemo pressed the refresh button for the last time with a determination to throw the jar into chaos. However, the expected dazzling golden light did not appear. Instead, there was a dark and deep black beam of light that seemed to be able to swallow up all the light in the world. Boom! A black beam of light shot up into the sky from the job transfer book, and a terrifying aura filled with death and ominousness instantly swept across the entire space. The entire Gaia space was shaking violently under this force. Ding! Consumed 2 million game coins, refresh successful. Congratulations! You've triggered the guaranteed reward mechanism 40 times. You've earned the God level class, Undead Lord. A majestic and indifferent system prompt sounded like thunder, exploding in Sumo's mind. Suemo froze. Dead, Undead Lord? It's a summoning profession. And it's God level. The huge ecstasy instantly overwhelmed his rationality, and Suemo felt like he was riding a roller coaster from the 18th level of hell to heaven. With trembling hands, he quickly clicked on this hard-earned God level profession. Undead Lord God level. Introduction: a god of death walking among the mortal world. All the dead will become your most loyal servants. Your will transcend life and death, and your legions will flatten all nations. Professional features? Unlocked after successful job transfer. Core skills? Unlocked after successful job transfer. Job transfer task? Job change quest difficulty, death level. Mission tip: another ignorant mortal who dares to wield the power of death. Come on, Ant, let me see how long your ridiculous struggle can last. Remember, in my game, death is not the end, but merely the beginning of torture. The ecstasy on Sumo's face gradually froze. He looked carefully at the last few lines of text, especially the certain death level and the extremely arrogant task prompt. What the fuck is going on? A level 20 job transfer quest with a certain death difficulty? And this task prompt, between the lines, reveals the naked provocation and contempt of a high and mighty god towards him, a mortal. Ants? Games? In this game of the gods, death is not the end, but merely the beginning of torture. These words sent a chill down Sumo's back. He remembered that the big guy named Prophet on the forum had mentioned that you can use resurrection coins if you die during a job transfer mission, but the number of times is limited. But the literal meaning of this mission seems to be unlimited resurrection? But that doesn't sound like a benefit at all. Combined with the phrase, the beginning of torture, this is clearly an endless tormenting death cycle set up for him by the so-called god. Playing such a big game? Sumo's heart sank. This profession is extremely powerful, there is no doubt about it. But this job change mission is also ridiculously dangerous. If you are not careful, you might really be played to death by that unknown god. What to do? Give up? The nearly 100 million game coins invested were completely wasted. He will also miss out on what may be the best summoning profession in the entire game. Do not give up? Then he will have to face an unknown, powerful, and malicious god. Sumo's eyes flickered, and he was torn between his conscience and his desires. After a few seconds, he suddenly laughed. There was a hint of madness and ruthlessness in that smile. Damn it! Let's bet. A hint of determination flashed in Sumo's eyes. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. A job-changing mission that guarantees certain death. If this succeeds, won't the rewards be incredible? Isn't he just a god? I've already killed 2 overlords, so why would I be afraid of a guy like you who's hiding his head and showing his tail? The ruthlessness in Sumo's bones was completely aroused. Bring it on. Let me see what you are capable of. Chapter 98, Job Transfer Copy, Goddess Game? Okay. I choose. Suemo looked at the job transfer book filled with an ominous black aura, his eyes more determined than ever before. Ding. You have selected a god-level profession to be determined. The job change quest will open in 10 minutes. Player Suemo, please be prepared. 10 minutes? Sumo's eyelids twitched, and the gambler-like enthusiasm in his heart was instantly doused with a basin of cold water. He kept shouting bullshit god, but when faced with the 3 words mortal level, he knew better than anyone that this was no joke. One mistake and those nearly 100 million game coins will not only be wasted, but you will buy yourself a piece of expensive graveyard. He immediately opened the VIP mall and started the final arming in a hurry. Potions, I must buy stamina potions. He searched directly for recovery potions. Fountain of Life Legendary, instantly restores 100% health and removes all negative status effects. Price, 2 million game coins. I don't need it. Sumo didn't even glance at it. He has the heart of the Titan. As long as he is not killed instantly, his health bar is as if welded shut. He doesn't need this thing at all. His eyes were fixed precisely on another potion. Epic Potion of Eternal Vitality, instantly restores 100% of your health, no cooldown. Price, 300,000 coins. Nice one. Sumo's eyes lit up. What he lacks most now is physical strength. The consumption of Abyss Slash is too terrifying. He will be exhausted after a few slashes. With this thing, he can become a perpetual motion machine and use Abyss Slash as a basic attack. 10 bottles first. Sumo waved his hand, and 3 million game coins disappeared in an instant. Ding! You purchased 10 Eternal Energy Potion, spending 3 million game coins. Looking at the 10 bottles of potions emitting a faint blue glow in the storage space, Sumo's heart calmed down a little. 10 bottles should be enough, right? We should also save some money. If we die in there, it would be ridiculous if the resurrection fee is too expensive. He muttered quietly, mentally prepared to die repeatedly in the dungeon. Next is the skills. Sumo took out the legendary skill book Dragon Transformation without hesitation. Transformation and Rampage skills come just in time. With a flash of light, the skill book turned into a data stream and merged into his body. He casually replaced the epic skill, Charged Attack, in his skill bar, which had long been out of date. The last and most critical step, skill upgrade. Sumo took out all 10 skill upgrade stones. Skill upgrade stone special item can be used to upgrade skill tiers. 10 of these can upgrade any epic skill to legendary. His eyes scanned back and forth across the skill bar. Berserk Charge is the only displacement skill, which can only be used to save your life while you cannot move. Armament Haki Raya Sakura, the core attack and defense skill, cannot be used. Dragon's Might, a powerful passive aura, very useful. Dragon Transformation, the legendary ultimate move I just learned, the trump card in the bottom of the box. After much thought, there is only one that is most suitable for upgrading. That epic skill that was practically tailor-made for him, capable of both offense and defense, becoming braver with fighting. It's you! Sumo placed all 10 skill upgrade stones on the Ye Fight More Bravely icon. Ding! Consuming 10 skill upgrade stones, your skill, Fight More Bravely, epic has been successfully upgraded to Immortal Fighting Spirit, legendary. A brilliant golden light shot up from Sumo's body into the sky, then quickly receded. He couldn't wait to open the skill panel. Immortal Fighting Spirit legendary passive, your soul burns with battle. In combat, every time you take damage exceeding 1% of your maximum health, you recover 1% of your maximum health and gain a 1% bonus to all attributes. This effect can stack up to 100 times and clears upon leaving combat. Fuck! Sumo's eyes almost popped out of his head as he looked at this new legendary passive skill. Active skills become passive. And the effect is extremely perverted. Taking damage not only restores health, but also stacks all attributes? What the hell is this magical skill? Doesn't this mean that in future fights he won't need to move at all and can just stand there and let people hit him? The more you get hit, the stronger you become. Stack up to 100 layers and all your attributes will double. Combined with his terrifying health and defense. Awesome. So fucking awesome. Sumo felt that his blood was boiling. The last bit of uneasiness he had in facing the fatal level mission disappeared with the birth of this magical skill. I took a look at the account balance and there was still more than 20 million left. That should be enough for me to die dozens of times, right? He touched his chin, still feeling a little unsure. After all, the opponent is a god. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. When you reach the bridge, the boat will naturally straighten itself out. Sumo glanced at the countdown that was about to reach 0 and put on all his equipment. The judgment of the Abyss Dragon in his hand sensed his master's fighting spirit and emitted a low humming sound. The countdown ends. The job transfer quest is now open. Transmitting. An irresistible huge pulling feeling suddenly came over him, and Sumo felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his body and rolling in the endless void. When his consciousness was focused again, a strong, sickening smell of blood and decay instantly filled his nostrils. Sumo frowned and opened his eyes. The scene before him suddenly made his breathing stop. This is an ancient battlefield whose vastness cannot be described in words. The sky was an eerie dark red, with a huge, blood-dripping waning moon hanging high in the sky. The earth was charred and cracked, and countless broken giant weapons and torn flags were scattered all over the field like tombstones. And between these weapons and flags, there lay countless corpses that were so huge that they were horrifying. There is a giant demon god who is 100 meters tall and his body is as big as a mountain. There is an ancient dragon with a body length of 1,000 meters and broken scales. There are also countless strange and bizarre beasts that exude an ancient aura and are terrifying. These things that were once powerful enough to destroy the world are now like rags, casually abandoned on this forgotten battlefield. Their bodies were covered with hideous wounds. Some were cut in half, some had their heads pierced through, and some were even brutally torn in half. Dead silence, despair. Sumo stood in the center of this battlefield so huge that he felt as small as a speck of dust, his heart pounding. This is the work of that god? Were all these legendary creatures killed by him? Just when Sumo was shocked beyond words by the mythical scene before him, a terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble swept over from the end of the battlefield. Sumo suddenly looked up. At the end of the battlefield, there was a bone throne made of countless skulls of giant beasts. A figure that was equally huge and immeasurable was sitting there quietly. His entire body was shrouded in a twisted dark mist, and his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Only the towering mountain-like outline could be vaguely seen. And those golden eyes that shone through the mist, indifferent, playful, yet filled with endless majesty. God. He is the god who issued the fatal job-changing mission. Around his throne, thousands of giant warriors over 10 meters tall, holding ferocious bone weapons, guarded their king like the most loyal guards. All the cold eyes were now fixed on the tiny human in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 99, No Moral Ethics. Are you guys ganging up on me? Oh. A sneer of contempt rang directly in Sumo's mind without going through his ears. How slow. Another ant trying to get its hands on death. The voice was majestic and vast, carrying with it the unquestionable majesty of God. Sumo's heart sank suddenly. This god could communicate directly with his soul. Welcome to this god's paradise. The god's voice sounded again, with a playful tone like a cat playing with a mouse. Next, you have 10 days to please this god. As long as you can survive 10 days in this paradise. This god will grant you a trace of the supreme authority to control death. Of course, if you give up halfway, Oregon. I get tired of playing with you. The god said this, casually pointing at the huge corpses on the battlefield. Your soul will remain here forever and become a new collection of this god. Sumo's face darkened. The pair of golden pupils on the throne seemed to enjoy the solemnity on Sumo's face, and the playful look became even stronger. So, the game. Start. The moment the god finished speaking, the entire silent battlefield came alive. Roar. The ground shook violently, and 2 balls of scarlet soulfire suddenly ignited in the empty eye sockets of the giant corpse that was 100 meters tall and closest to Sumo. It let out a roar unlike any living creature and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, the second one, the third one. Snap. Snap. The harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other filled the air, and the countless corpses of the once powerful men on the battlefield all stood up again at the same time. Their empty eye sockets were all burning with the same cold golden flames as the god on the throne. They are the army of God. Fuck. Sumo's scalp went numb as he looked at the doomsday-like scene in front of him. This is too big a scene, isn't it? Thousands of giants 100 meters tall. How can we fight them? On the first day, let's start with the simplest one. The god's playful voice sounded again, these are my weakest servants. Let them play with you. The weakest servant? Sumo looked at those giants who made him feel suffocated just by standing up, and his eyes twitched wildly. You call this thing the weakest? If it were one of your powerful minions, wouldn't I be able to hold out for even a second? Roar. Before he could think about it, the giant closest to him had already raised the rusty bone axe in his hand, which was bigger than Sumo himself, and chopped it down at him on the head. Before the giant axe arrived, the terrifying feeling of oppression had already caused the ground beneath Sumo's feet to crack inch by inch. Damn it! Let's fight. Sumo roared angrily without any retreat. Skill, violent charge. He turned into a black lightning and instead of retreating, he rushed forward to meet the huge axe that was coming down on his head. Let us see how powerful these so-called servants of God are. The judgment of the Abyss Dragon, in his hand, let out an excited dragon roar. Special Effect 1, Dragon Soul. An illusory black dragon roared out and instantly merged into Sumo's body. All attributes increased by 50%. Above his right fist, an invisible black airflow surged wildly. Armament Haki Ryu Sakura. Sumo's eyes became extremely sharp. He would use his strongest physical strength to withstand the god's first wave of attack. Boom! Sumo's fist, which looked disproportionately small, collided with the giant axe that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks. A dull thud echoed throughout the battlefield. Sumo only felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the opponent's axe. He flew backwards as if he was hit head-on by a mountain. After rolling more than 10 times in the air, he managed to steady his body and landed heavily on the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He looked down at his right hand, which had become a bloody mess and had deformed finger bones, and his face was full of solemnity. What a strong power! This is just the opponent's most ordinary attack. He glanced at the giant who was knocked back half a step by his punch, leaving a shallow fist mark on the axe blade, and made a judgment in his mind instantly. The attributes of these monsters are almost exactly the same as his. Whether it is strength or defense, it is almost the same as the state after he activated the Dragon Soul. How the hell do we fight this? One-on-one, he is confident that he can wear down his opponent. But now he has to face thousands of monsters with the same strength as him. Roar! Before Sumo could catch his breath, dozens of giants came from all directions and surrounded him at the same time. The giant axes, swords, and hammers in their hands blocked all of Sumo's escape routes from every angle. Damn it! Do you really think I'm a pushover? Sumo's eyes turned fierce, and he took out a bottle of Eternal Energy Potion directly from the storage space and poured it into his mouth without thinking. A cool warm current instantly surged through my body. Most of his physical strength, which had been consumed by the previous blow, was instantly restored to its peak. The judgment of the Abyss Dragon, in Sumo's hand, burst out with a terrifying black light. The physical strength in the body rushed into the blade like a flood. Abyss Slash. Buzz. A huge black crescent-shaped slash flew out from the blade. Phew! There is no suspense at all. That black slash tore through the bodies of the dozen or so giants in front of it like a tornado. Their movements came to an abrupt halt. Then the huge body was neatly split into two in the middle. The incision is as smooth as a mirror. Ding! You killed Servants of God X13. You have received Game Coins X650000. Talent Greed triggered. You ultimately receive Game Coins X650000. 6.5 million for one knife. Looking at the long string of zeros in his account, Sumo felt a little relieved. As long as you can make money. As long as he can get game coins, he will have the capital to last indefinitely. However, he had no time to be happy. More giants came from all directions. There are so many of them. So many that it makes people despair. Sumo cleared out more than a dozen of them with one sword, but the vacant positions were instantly filled by dozens or even hundreds of giants. At any time, you may be completely swallowed up by this terrifying giant wave. No! You can't fight like that. Sumo's brain is working fast. Fighting head-on is definitely a dead end. We must find a way to break out. Scanning the battlefield quickly. Soon he found a terrain that could be used. On the edge of the battlefield, there is a huge bone mountain formed by the corpses of countless giant dragons. The terrain there is complex and narrow. It's just right to restrict the actions of these giants. That's it. Chapter 100, Earning 100 million. First death. That's it. Sumo's eyes fixed and he no longer wanted to fight. Skill, violent charge. He stomped his feet hard, and the whole person turned into a shadow and rushed towards the bone mountain frantically. Roar! The giants seemed to see through his intentions and roared, trying to stop him. But Sumo was too fast. Tear a hole in the airtight encirclement. With a flash, he dived into the complex jungle composed of countless dragon bones. Hoo-hoo! Sumo hid behind a huge dragon rib that was thicker than his waist, breathing heavily. The fight just now took a huge toll on him. He glanced at the huge giants behind him. Due to the terrain restrictions, only a dozen of them squeezed in and were struggling to move through, trying to find his position. Good opportunity. Sumo's eyes lit up. This complex terrain just reduces the opponent's advantage of large numbers to the lowest level. It's my turn to fight back. Sumo's eyes became sharp again. He quietly poked half of his head out from behind the huge dragon's ribs and locked onto the nearest giant who had his back to him. With a sudden step of his feet, he appeared silently behind the giant. Raise the judgment of the Abyss Dragon in your hand high. He did not use Abyss Slash, because that skill consumes too much energy and makes too much noise. What he wanted to do now was assassination. Armament Haki Ryu Sakura. An invisible destructive force covered the entire sword. Then he slashed fiercely at the back of the giant's neck. Phew! There was a dull sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. The giant's movement suddenly froze, and his huge head shot up into the sky. The hot black blood gushed out like a fountain. Ding! You killed Servant of God X1. Talent greed triggered. You ultimately receive Game Coins X500,000. Kill with one hit. Roar! When the other giants heard the noise, they turned around and saw their companions' headless bodies falling to the ground. Their golden eyes were instantly filled with flames of rage. Roar! They roared and rushed towards Sumo's position frantically. Just in time. Sumo sneered and used the complex terrain to play the King Chin circling the pillar game with these giants. Sometimes it flashes, sometimes it hides. Every time it appears, it takes the life of a giant. Puff! 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 One huge head after another shot up into the sky. In less than 5 minutes, the dozen or so giants who chased into the dragon bone jungle were slaughtered by him. Done. Sumo stood on a pile of giant corpses, wiped the blood off his face, and let out a long sigh. These dozen or so giants alone contributed him nearly several million game coins. At this rate, by the time the mission is over, won't my net worth be over 100 million again? Sumo thought happily in his heart, and even felt that this so-called fatal mission seemed not that difficult. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, rumble! The entire dragon bone jungle suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Sumo's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked out of the jungle, only to see that the thousands of giants he had left behind all raised their weapons in unison. Then he smashed down hard on this dragon bone jungle. They want to raise this bone mountain to the ground. Fuck! That's unsportsmanlike. Sumo's scalp exploded when he saw the countless giant axes and swords falling from the sky like a meteor shower. If he gets hit by this, he will be smashed into meat paste even if he has 10 lives. Run! Sumo turned around and ran without even thinking. At a crazy speed, he shuttled madly through the dragon bone jungle that was about to be destroyed. Boom! 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 The countless hard dragon bones behind him shattered like tofu under those terrifying attacks. The entire bone mountain was collapsing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Behind Sumo was an earth-shattering attack, and under his feet was the ground that was constantly collapsing. It felt like I was playing a real-life version of Temple Run. Open it for me. Sumo was about to rush out of this dragon bone jungle, but at this moment, a dragon skull as big as a hill fell from the sky. Right in front of him. Blocked his last escape route. Oh shit. Sumo's eyes turned red instantly. He looked at the giant skull that blocked his way, and then looked at the devastating attack that was already close at hand behind him. There is no way out for me. Since you won't let me live, then we'll all die together. A hint of madness and determination flashed in Sumo's eyes. The Titan's heart in his body began to beat wildly. Titan body passive. At the most critical moment, Sumo took the initiative to force himself into a desperate situation, triggering the blood-locking and invincible effect of Titan's heart. Buzz. An invisible golden energy shield instantly enveloped his entire body. 10 seconds of invincibility. Now. Sumo poured all of the physical strength in his body, which had instantly recovered to 50% due to the triggering of the passive skill, into the magic blade in his hand. Abyss Slash. Buzz. A crescent-shaped slash, dark purple and powerful enough to tear apart the heaven and earth, flew out from the blade. Boom! The hill-like dragon skull that blocked his way exploded the moment it came into contact with the black slash. The black slash that shattered the skull was still as powerful as ever, and it rushed into the steel torrent composed of countless giants like a whirlwind. Puff! 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 Suddenly, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Broken limbs and debris flew all over the sky. That black slash plowed a 1,000-meter-long and 100-meter-wide death tunnel in the giant army. All the giants on the passage were not spared and were all split in two. Ding! You killed Servant of God X157. You have obtained Game Coins X785000. Talent Greed triggered. You ultimately receive Game Coins X78500000. One knife, 78.5 million. Suemo looked at the assets that skyrocketed in an instant, but there was no joy on his face. The invincibility period is almost over. The enemies in front of him were still so dense that there was no end in sight. Although his previous blow was extremely powerful, it was still a drop in the bucket for the entire giant army. Damn, this wave is not a loss. Just as Suemo finished muttering with a wry smile, the golden energy shield that enveloped his entire body suddenly disappeared. Invincible time is up. Next second. Dozens of huge, hideous weapons stained with black blood fell on him from all directions at the same time. Phew! Suemo didn't even have time to scream. The whole person was torn into pieces in an instant by those countless weapons. Ding! You are dead. Do you want to spend 1 million game coins to revive? The cold system prompt sound exploded in Sumo's mind. Chapter 101: The Shameless Goddess Sneak Attack. Resurrection. Suemo almost gritted his teeth and roared out these two words. The next second, his figure reunited 100 meters away from the place of death. A feeling of weakness spread throughout my body. It was not physical, but a fatigue that came from deep within the soul. Damn, that hurts. Suemo touched his body. Although it was intact, the severe pain of being torn into pieces just now seemed to still linger in his nerves. He glanced at his account. Game coins, 1,115,000. 1 million. It costs 1 million game coins to resurrect once. Damn system, it's stealing money. Suemo cursed in his heart. This is just the first death and it will cost 1 million. If there are hundreds of deaths, 1T we lose everything? The epic equipment he had obtained from the dungeon, Skylark boots, and giant strength armor, all exploded in his death just now. The durability was directly reduced to zero and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The only thing still intact was the legendary, flesh and blood battle armor incomplete. What a shame. It's all my fault. Sumo's heart was bleeding. He lost his equipment, $1 million, and experienced the extreme pain of being torn apart by 5 horses. This fatal mission is indeed worthy of its reputation. Roar! The giant army not far away roared again and rushed towards him with heavy steps. Come again? Sumo's face changed and he didn't dare to fight anymore. Are you kidding? He has no equipment now and is unarmed. How can he fight these iron lumps with his head? He turned and ran. While running, he was thinking quickly about countermeasures. We can't fight head-on, and we've lost our terrain advantage. What should we do now? Sumo's brain was working rapidly. These giants have similar strength and defense to him, their only weakness is their slow speed and clumsy movements. Now he has no shoes, but his basic agility is still there. Got it. Suemo thought of a solution that might be feasible. Fly a kite. He no longer ran in a straight line, but began to run in large circles around the entire battlefield. There were many giants, but they were not truly intelligent creatures after all. They only knew how to follow him like a swarm. Soon, the originally impenetrable army of giants was pulled into a long snake by Suemo. Now! Suemo saw the right opportunity, slammed on the brakes, and turned around to face the dozens of giants rushing in the front. He didn't take out his weapon, but went straight for it. Court death. On the bone throne in the distance, the god who had been watching the show sneered with disdain. In his opinion, this tiny human being has run out of tricks and is ready to give up resistance. But the next second, his golden pupils suddenly shrank. The moment Suemo rushed in front of those giants, his body suddenly sank down. At an extremely tricky angle, he narrowly slipped under the giant axe swung by a giant. Then his whole body, like a loach, instantly clung to the giant's body. Above the right fist, an invisible black airflow surged wildly. Armament Haki Ryu Sakura. Break it for me. Sumo punched the giant's heavy, rock-like knee hard. Puff. A barely perceptible sound. That invisible domineering aura instantly penetrated into the giant's knees. Destroy from the inside. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The giant's body suddenly froze as he rushed forward. Then, the leg that was hit by Sumo bent backwards at a strange angle. The huge body lost balance in an instant. With a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground. And when it fell, it tripped its companions behind it, who had no time to brake. For a moment, people and horses were thrown to the ground. Efficient. Sumo's eyes sparkled. His own armament Haki Ryo has a miraculous effect on these giants. These guys look hard on the outside, but their internal structure is no different from that of ordinary creatures. As long as we can inject domineering aura into their bodies, we can easily destroy their ability to move. Come again. Sumo succeeded in one strike, and his confidence increased greatly. He was like the most agile bullfighter, moving madly in the forest of death composed of giant axes and swords. Every time you dodge, you are walking on the edge of life and death. Every attack accurately hits the enemy's vital points. His body was enduring the severe pain of being rubbed by weapons again and again. The passive ability of Immortal Fighting Spirit begins to trigger crazily. Ding! You have taken damage, recovering 1% of your maximum health and increasing all attributes by 1%. Ding! You have taken damage, recovering 1% of your maximum health and increasing all attributes by 1%. Ding! You are hurt. Sumo felt his body getting hotter and hotter. The condition is getting better and better. Start to enjoy the ultimate thrill of dancing on the edge of a knife. Damn it! I'm the cockroach that can't be killed. Sumo roared wildly in his heart. His movements are getting faster and faster. His attacks are becoming more and more sharp. In just over 10 minutes, he used Ryo to break the limbs of hundreds of giants, causing them to fall to the ground and lose their combat effectiveness. Although he didn't kill them, he couldn't get any game coins. But this feeling of having the enemy at your fingertips is just so cool. Interesting. On the throne, the god looked at Sumo jumping up and down on the battlefield, and a hint of interest appeared in his golden pupils. This ant is much more interesting than the previous ones. You actually thought of using this method to break through my army. But the god's voice suddenly turned cold. It's time to increase the difficulty of the game. The moment the words fell, a thick and terrifying golden laser shot out from his golden pupils. The speed of that laser was extremely fast. Almost the moment it appeared, it had already crossed a distance of several thousand meters and came behind Sumo. Fuck! Sumo was concentrating on performing a two-person opera with a giant. A sense of fatal crisis that made his soul tremble suddenly came from behind him. Without even thinking, he stopped his feet and tried to dodge to the side. But it's too late. Phew! The golden laser pierced his chest. A fist-sized charred hole was left on his chest. Ding! You are dead. Do you want to spend 2 million game coins to revive? When Sumo was resurrected again 100 meters away, he was completely dumbfounded. He glanced at his account and saw that 2 million was missing in an instant. He looked up again at the god in the distance who was high above him and looking at him with a look that was like trash. An uncontrollable rage surged wildly from the bottom of his heart. Damn it! You can't afford to play, right? Sumo pointed at the god and cursed loudly. I agreed to let your little brother play with me, and you, as the boss, actually attack me from the side? Do you still have any shame? Sumo cursed with great enthusiasm. The other party won't understand anyway. I just want to vent. However, what he didn't expect was the god actually understood what he said. And, are you provoking this god? The god's voice became extremely cold. An extremely terrifying murderous intent, enough to freeze the entire space, burst out from him. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. It's broken, it's out of control. This guy can actually understand human language? Chapter 102 is this goddess game? Ha, that's interesting. The god's cold voice sounded in Sumo's mind without a trace of emotion. Since you want to die so much, then this god will grant your wish. The moment the words fell. Boom! A giant hand formed purely by dark energy, covering the sky and the sun, suddenly fell from the sky and slapped Sumo's head heavily. The hand was so big that it seemed to be able to hold the entire charred battlefield in its palm. In front of that giant hand, Sumo was so small that he was not even a speck of dust. Damn it! Still coming? Sumo looked at the giant palm of death falling from the sky, and his scalp exploded instantly. He wants to run. But an invisible pressure locked his breath tightly, and the surrounding space seemed to solidify into a block of iron, making him unable to move even a finger. Damn it! I have to die again. A hint of determination flashed in Sumo's eyes. He knew that he was doomed this time. However, before I die, I have to do something to disgust that shameless bastard above. He simply gave up all futile struggles. Then, at the moment when the giant palm of death was about to smash him into a pulp, he used all his strength to raise two middle fingers full of international friendship towards the sky and the lofty throne. Even if you die, die with dignity. Boom! Sumo didn't even have time to put down his friendly gesture. The giant hand that covered the sky and the sun had already slapped him firmly. No pain, no struggle. Sumo only felt that his eyes went dark, and his consciousness sank into an endless void. Ding! You are dead. Do you want to spend 4 million game coins to revive? Resurrection. Sumo muttered weakly in his heart. Before I could even warm up to the 2 million, another 4 million was gone. When he opened his eyes again, his heart was bleeding as he looked at the rapidly shrinking balance in his account. He finally understood how fatal this certain death mission was. This is not a task that tests one's strength at all. This is purely a killing game unilaterally set up by that damn god to satisfy his own perverted interests. You have to die whenever he wants you to. Do you want to resist? Yes, but the result is that you will die faster and the resurrection cost will be doubled. What the fuck? Shit. Sumo looked at the man in the distance, who seemed to be quite impressed by his heroic performance just now. He even changed his sitting posture to a more comfortable one, and greeted the other party's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. He now finally understood why the mission prompt said death is just the beginning of torture. First resurrection, 1 million. The second time, 2 million. The third time, 4 million. At this doubling rate, his more than 20 million game coins wouldn't even be enough to die 10 times. No. We can't just passively take a beating like this. Sumo's brain was working frantically. We must find a way to break the deadlock. Otherwise, sooner or later he would be trapped here forever because he couldn't afford the resurrection fee. Money. That's right. Money. Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of his only chance to turn the tables. Kill monsters. As long as he gets the game coins from killing monsters, it will cost more than the money spent on resurrection. Then he would have unlimited capital to fight with this damn god. Isn't it just a matter of who has more money? I have the talent, greed, 10 times the explosion rate. I don't fucking believe it. The speed at which I make money is not as fast as the speed at which you kill me. Sumo made a decision in his heart instantly. He no longer looked up at the almighty god, but instead focused all his attention on the army of giants that was still slowly approaching. Come on. My dear mobile ATMs. Sumo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. He was like a hungry wolf cornered. No, it's the poor wolf. When he looked at the giants now, his eyes had changed. Those weren't monsters at all, they were clearly sparkling ATM machines waiting for him to visit. Kill. Sumo roared angrily, and instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards the ocean of money. This time, he no longer conserved his strength or used any tricks. It's the simplest and most brutal, killing. Abyss slash. Abyss slash. Abyss slash. One after another, black crescent-shaped slashes were swung out from his magic blade as if they were free. Each slash accurately swept through the area where the giants were most concentrated, taking the lives of dozens or even hundreds of giants. Ding! You killed 121 servants of God. Triggered the greed talent. You received 60.5 million game coins. Ding! You killed servant of God X98. Triggered the greed talent. You received 49 million game coins. Ding! You killed. A series of system notification sounds were flashing in his ears like crazy. The numbers in the account skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. No more energy? Taking drugs. Eternal energy potion, he still has plenty in his backpack. He was now going to tell that damn god in the most brutal way. I'm not someone you can mess with. Do you want to play? Okay. I'll play with you till the end today. Oh? Are you starting to fight like crazy? On the throne, the god looked at Sumo, who was slaughtering crazily in his own legion, and the interest in his golden pupils became more intense. What an interesting ant. But do you think you can challenge the majesty of this god? Innocent. The god sneered. He slowly raised his right hand and clenched it nonchalantly towards the battlefield below. Buzz. An invisible energy wave instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Next second, Sumo's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that the judgment of the Abyss Dragon in his hand suddenly became extremely heavy, as if he was holding a small mountain. The physical strength in the body seemed to be frozen, and it was functioning very slowly. His originally powerful Abyss Slash, when he swung it out with all his might, was only a soft black sword energy that dissipated before flying out 10 meters. This is a field? Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Can't play anymore? Just change the background data, right? He had seen on the forum before that some powerful lord level and even god level bosses all had their own exclusive territories. Within the domain, they are the rules. And now, this damn god used this ability that can be called a hack on him. He was weakened. Roar. On the other hand, the giants seemed to be energized, their eyes were bloodshot, and their speed and strength were greatly improved in an instant. As one grows, the other declines. Sumo's situation suddenly became precarious. Phew. In a moment of carelessness, his back was hit hard by a huge axe. A wound deep enough to see the bone suddenly appeared. Although the passive skill of Immortal Fighting Spirit was frantically healing his injuries, there were simply too many attacks around him. Just as he had recovered a little, he received several more serious wounds on his body. Sumo gritted his teeth and pushed Armament Haki Ryo Sakura to the extreme, and managed to withstand the weapons coming from all directions. His body kept retreating under the impact of the huge force, and his feet plowed 2 deep grooves in the charred ground. Ant, give up. You have no chance of winning in this god's forbidden magic domain, but now kneel down and offer your loyalty to this god. The god said in a condescending tone, this god may consider granting you a dignified death. A decent death? Ha! Sumo spat a mouthful of blood on the charred ground, and even a wisp of green smoke rose from the pit. Why the hell don't you find a place to hide first? He raised his bloodshot eyes, and there was undisguised madness dancing in them. You want me to kneel down? Magic Dragon Transformation. Chapter 103, Krypton Gold. That's the romance of men. Boom! An even more terrifying and violent black dragon might exploded from Sumo's body like a volcanic eruption. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the silent ancient battlefield. On the throne, the god's golden pupils shrank slightly for the first time. Under his gaze, Sumo's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Snap! Snap! That's the sound of bones stretching, breaking, and then reorganizing. Pieces of dragon scales, as black as ink and emitting a cold metallic gleam, pierced his skin and drilled out frantically, making a fine friction sound, and instantly covered his entire body. Behind him, a thick and powerful dragon tail covered with hideous bone spurs swung out suddenly. With a snap, the air was sucked out with a sharp explosion, and a bottomless ravine was plowed in the hard ground. 2 obsidian curved dragon horns on his head broke through his scalp, shot up into the sky with blood, and glowed with a faint light. His hands turned into indestructible dragon claws, and a pair of black dragon wings covering the sky and the sun suddenly spread out behind him. Call! The violent airflow swept around him, blowing the giants who rushed forward fearlessly to the ground, making them stagger and unable to stand steadily. In just a few breaths, Sumo transformed from a human into a majestic half-dragon monster over 3 meters tall. Magic Dragon Transformation. This is the true form of the legendary skill, Dragon Transformation. Cool. Sumo clenched the sharp dragon claws, feeling the explosive force in his body that was about to burst, and couldn't help but let out a refreshing roar. Better than ever. The forbidden magic field that had been suppressing him like a leech was actually forced to break open a huge gap under the terrifying dragon power of Magic Dragon Transformation. The judgment of the Abyss Dragon, in his hand, which had become as heavy as a mountain, now became as light as nothing again. Damn God! Sumo raised his head, and his pair of vertical dragon pupils, which had completely transformed into burning black devil flames, locked onto the god on the throne. The next second, he moved. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and his entire body turned into a black afterimage that could not be captured by the naked eye, and plunged headfirst into the dense army of giants. Die! Sumo's roar seemed to come from the abyss of hell. The magic blade in his hand turned into a black whirlwind of death. Puff! 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 Those giants who had been able to deal with him before were now as fragile as paper in front of him. Whether it was their hard bone weapons or their heavy bodies, they were all easily torn apart in front of the legendary magic blade wrapped in armament Haki Ryu Sakura. One knife. Two cuts. At this moment, Suemo was like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex breaking into a flock of sheep, starting the most primitive, bloody, and crazy slaughter. One knife. Another knife. Every sweep of the sword can take the lives of several or even dozens of giants. Broken limbs and debris were flying everywhere, and the black blood dyed the entire battlefield even darker. Ding! You killed the servant of God X231. You received 1,155,000 game coins. Talent greed triggered. You ultimately receive game coins X11550000. Ding! You killed servant of God X312. You received 1,560,000 game coins. Talent greed triggered. You ultimately receive game coins X15600000. A series of system notification sounds, 10 times crazier than the previous ones, played the most beautiful music in his ears. The game coins in his account were skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 50 million. 100 million. 150 million. 200 million. In less than 10 minutes, more than 500 giants had died at his hands, and his game coins had successfully exceeded 200 million. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Keep going. Suemo was madly slaughtering the ATM in front of him while laughing wildly and unscrupulously. Killing like crazy. This feeling of unlimited power, unlimited stamina, and unlimited money is so fucking awesome. Interesting. On the throne, the god looked at the dragon man who was killing everyone on the battlefield, and the mockery in his golden pupils gradually disappeared. He found that he seemed to have underestimated this ant. The opponent's growth rate and the endless trump cards he has are already showing signs of getting out of his control. It seems that this god is too kind to you. The god's voice turned icy cold. Since you like playing so much, I will play with you a little harder. The moment the words fell. Buzz. A domain pressure that expanded more than 10 times fell from the sky like the entire sky collapsing. Boom. Suemo seemed to be pressed down by an invisible ancient sacred mountain. His forward movement was blocked and his feet sank uncontrollably into the ground, up to his knees. Puff. A mouthful of boiling hot dragon blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. His body, which had just adapted to the pressure of the field, was at this moment crushed to the point that his bones were making creaking sounds from being overwhelmed. Again. Suemo cursed the god's ancestors again in his heart. This grandson is just being a rogue. If I become stronger, he will strengthen his domain. If I become stronger again, he will strengthen it even more. This isn't the way to cheat. Roar. And those giants who were defeated by Suemo became violent again after receiving a new round of reinforcement. In their empty eye sockets, the golden flames burned even more vigorously, and their bodies seemed to have grown larger. Their strength, speed, and defense surged again in this instant. Get out of here. Suemo roared, his muscles bulging, and he forcibly broke free from the terrifying suppression of the domain. The magic blade in his hand slashed towards the giant in front again. When? There was a deafening sound of metal clashing. Suemo only felt a terrifying recoil force coming from the opponent's weapon, which made his dragon claws numb, his tiger's mouth cracked, and the magic blade in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. This time, his legendary magic blade, which was always effective, only left a shallow white mark on the opponent's bone axe. Even the defense can't be broken. The giant was only forced to retreat half a step after being struck by him. The next moment, its huge bone axe, with a fierce wind that tore through the air, chopped down towards Sumo's head again. Fuck! Sumo's face changed drastically. Without even thinking, he flapped the dragon wings behind him and soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding the fatal axe. However, before he could catch his breath, dozens of giant axes and swords came from all directions to block him, forming a net of weapons. Oh shit! Suemo twisted his body in mid-air to avoid most of the attacks, but his left dragon wing was still hit by the edge of a giant sword. Phew! A piece of pitch-black dragon scale was torn apart in an instant, and a wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on his dragon wing. Suemo was struck by severe pain, and his body became unstable and he lost his balance, falling straight down from mid-air. Roar! The giant below had been waiting for a long time. The moment he landed, countless weapons came crashing down on him like a violent storm. Boom! 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 The whole earth was shaking violently. Sumo's vision was instantly swallowed by endless darkness. Ding! You are dead. Do you want to spend 4 million game coins to revive? Chapter 104, 5 million at a time? Are you robbing me? Resurrection. When Suemo appeared again 100 meters away, the effect of magic dragon transformation on him had disappeared. A deep feeling of fatigue and weakness surged from the depths of my soul. He glanced at his account, which had lost 4 million in an instant, and then looked at the giant army in the distance whose strength had increased again. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This son of a bitch is really not a human being. Suemo cursed in his heart, this game is no longer playable. I'm using cheats, but the opponent's GM has even worse cheats than mine. What's the point of fighting him? He now finally understood why the previous trialists died here. Faced with this rogue god who could change the rules at will, everyone had to kneel. Roar! The giant army not far away rushed towards him again with heavy steps. This time their speed was more than twice as fast as before. The heavy footsteps merged into one like rolling thunder, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Run! Suemo turned around and ran without even thinking. What a joke! Now each of these giants is like they have taken stimulants, with high attack, high defense, and thick blood. Even in the magic dragon transformation state, I couldn't break their defenses. Now that I've turned back into human form, I'm going to fight them with my head? However, he had just run a few steps when there was a buzz. The omnipresent pressure from the domain descended again, and his body suddenly sank and his speed slowed down instantly. However, the giants were not affected at all. As one grew stronger, the other grew weaker. The distance between Suemo and the giant army was rapidly closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! It's not over yet, is it? Suemo was anxious. He ran while quickly taking out pieces of equipment emitting epic light from the storage space. If the Skylark boots are gone, he will exchange them for another one. He has obtained more than 300 pieces of epic equipment in the dungeon before. Although most of them were sold for money, he still kept some with better attributes. Ding! You have equipped Storm Boots Epic. Ding! You have equipped the Titan Armguard Epic. Ding! You have equipped the Helmet of the Hill King Epic. In an instant, Suemo armed himself again. Although the attributes of these equipment were not as good as his previous set, they were still epic and could add a lot of attributes. However, it was of no use. In the god's cheating forbidden magic field, he was still the one who was weakened the most. Phew! Suemo had just changed his equipment and hadn't run far when a sharp axe light cut through the air behind him and hit him hard on the back. Snap! The epic breastplate, Guardian's Heart, he had just put on shattered with a sound. The whole person flew backwards again. Ding! You are dead. Do you want to spend 5 million game coins to revive? Resurrection. Suemo gritted his teeth and chose to resurrect again. When he saw that another 5 million game coins had been reduced from his account, his heart was bleeding. 5 million. 5 million for one resurrection, this is fucking robbery. Damn system. Is there any upper limit to the resurrection fee? Suemo roared madly in his heart, but the system did not respond at all. Roar! The giant army is right in front of us. Damn it! Suemo didn't dare to stop, got up and continued running. This time he learned his lesson and no longer ran away in a straight line. Instead, he used the huge corpses and broken weapons on the battlefield as cover and played hide and seek with the giant. He was like the most agile loach, frantically shuttling back and forth in the encirclement of the giant army, determined not to confront them head-on. Ant, are you running away? The god's teasing voice sounded again. Where is your courage to challenge me just now? Fuck your courage. Suemo cursed in his heart. Just kidding, if I confronted head-on again, my head will be stuck in the door. Now he just wants to be a coward, what's wrong? Unconvinced? If you don't agree, come down and hit me. Sumo completely let himself go. Face? What is that? Can you eat it? Can you make me die less often? As long as he can survive, he would accept being a tortoise, not to mention being a coward. Puff! Sumo was careless and a huge sword cut his thigh, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. The passive ability of Immortal Fighting Spirit was triggered crazily, healing his injuries and stacking his attributes at the same time. But the gods seemed to see through his intentions, and the pressure in the domain intensified again. Sumo felt that the recovery effect and attribute stacking effect of Immortal Fighting Soul were forcibly suppressed. Fuck! Can we play it like this? Sumo was completely dumbfounded. This damn god really won't give me any chance to survive. His only reliance now is the passive of Immortal War Spirit, but now even this has been weakened. How can he play? Interesting. The god seemed to enjoy the frustrated expression on Sumo's face. This god loves to see your desperate look of wanting to resist but being powerless. Come, continue to please this god. Let this god see how long this stubborn ant of yours can hold out. After the god finished speaking, he stopped talking and returned to his condescending attitude of watching the show. But his omnipresent domain was like an invisible net, tightly enveloping Sumo and leaving him with no way to escape. The following time was an endless torture for Sumo. He was like a gladiator trapped in the arena for people's amusement. His opponents were thousands of monsters that he could never kill enough. All he could do was run away again and again, struggling frantically on the edge of life and death. Die, resurrect, die again, resurrect again. The epic equipment on him was destroyed one after another. Storm boots are broken. Titan arm guards are broken. Hill King's helmet is also broken. In the end, he had no intact equipment left except for the legendary flesh and blood battle armor, which was about to be completely damaged. He turned back into the poor man with nothing in his hands. He couldn't remember how many times he had died. 20 times? 30 times? 50 times? He only knew that the game coins in his account were decreasing at a terrifying rate, and each death cost him 5 million. Fortunately, he had previously earned more than 200 million game coins by using Magic Dragon Transformation, and fortunately, the resurrection fee did not increase after reaching 5 million, otherwise he would have been completely finished because he could not afford the resurrection fee. Among these more than 50 deaths, more than half were caused by sneak attacks from that shameless god who liked to shoot from behind when he had nothing to do. The rest were caused by the giant army dismembering him when he could no longer run or was forced into a desperate situation. As for a head-on confrontation? He was already terrified of it. Now he is like a frightened fat rabbit. He dodged and jumped frantically on the battlefield, relying on Armament Haki Ryo to defend and counterattack from time to time, breaking a giant's leg, giving himself a chance to breathe, and then continued running. Time flies rapidly in this endless chase and escape. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 9 days. When the virtual blood-red waning moon rose again on the 10th day, Sumo had already become numb. His mental fatigue was extreme. During these 9 days and 9 nights, he did not have a single second of rest, and was constantly trapped in an endless cycle of fighting, escaping, dying, and resurrecting. He couldn't even feel the pain now. What does it feel like to be hit by a giant axe? What does it feel like to be pierced by a giant sword? What does it feel like to be torn apart alive? He's used to it. The only thing that kept him awake was the ever-decreasing amount of game coins in his account. Game coins, 6,700,000. There are only 6.7 million left, which means he only has one last chance to resurrect. Is it over? Sumo hid behind a huge dragon corpse, breathing heavily, his eyes a little dazed. He could no longer hold on, and was on the verge of collapse both physically and mentally. Ant, you can hold on longer than I thought. The god's cold voice rang out again. You actually managed to hold on until the last day. However, the game should be over. The moment the words fell, there was a loud rumbling sound. The entire ancient battlefield shook violently. On the throne, the god who had been sitting quietly slowly stood up from the throne of bones. Chapter 105: The End of the Gods. The Final Madness. The moment the god stood up, a terrifying pressure that was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than before, like a tsunami that destroyed the world, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Plop! Sumo's legs suddenly went weak and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. His will, which should have been extremely strong after being tempered by countless battles and deaths, was so fragile that it was vulnerable in the face of this pure divine pressure. Damn! Suemo raised his head with difficulty and finally saw the true appearance of the god. It was a humanoid creature over a kilometer tall, its entire body made of the purest dark energy. It had no facial features, only a twisted vortex of darkness on its face. Behind it, 12 pairs of energy wings as deep as the night slowly unfolded, covering the entire sky. In its hand, it held a huge black sickle formed from the debris of countless stars, and the sickle was entangled with the wails and resentments of billions of creatures. It is death. It is the end. Ant, it is your honor to die in my hands. The god's voice was emotionless as he slowly raised the huge black sickle in his hand and aimed it at Suemo, who was kneeling on the ground and looked as small as a speck of dust. An unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness instantly enveloped Sumo's whole body. Run? You can't run away. Resist? How can we resist? At this moment, he couldn't even stand up. The gap in strength between the two was so great that he couldn't even muster a trace of resistance. Am I going to die? Suemo looked at the giant scythe of death that was powerful enough to cut off the stars falling down, his eyes becoming empty. The struggle and persistence of these 9 days and 9 nights seemed so ridiculous at this moment. In the end, we will still die, right? He thought of the innocent bunny girl who was still waiting for him in the elevator. Xiao Ling. He had promised her that he would take her to eat more delicious food, but it seemed that he was going to break his promise. Suemo thought again of the cool and beautiful goddess who had been silently supporting him. Shan Yufu. He didn't have the chance to say goodbye to her properly. And Qin Lan, familiar faces flashed through his mind quickly. I really can't accept this. Suemo smiled bitterly. He still had many things to do and many people to meet. He just wanted to die here. No. I can't die. Just as the giant scythe of death was about to fall on his head, Sumo's empty eyes suddenly burst into an unprecedented crazy light. He let out a wild, beast-like roar that was not human, and his legs, which were kneeling on the ground, trembled little by little as he stood up under the pressure of the god. You damn god! You want me to die? Not that easy. Sumo's eyes turned red, and the titan's heart in his body began to beat wildly, and streams of pure vitality poured into his limbs and bones. The body that had been exhausted for a long time was full of strength again at this moment. Although it was just a last gasp, it was enough. Come on. Hurt each other. Suemo roared angrily, and without any hesitation, he rushed head-on towards the giant sickle of death that fell from the sky. He will use his last life and his last madness to defend his dignity as a human being. Oh. The god looked at the ant that dared to charge at him, and a hint of human surprise appeared on his dark vortex face. Interesting, what an interesting ant. It was not angry because of Sumo's provocation. Instead, it was like seeing an interesting toy. The giant sickle in its hand even deliberately slowed down a little, as if it wanted to see what kind of brilliant sparks this ant could produce before it died. Magic Dragon Transformation. Suemo used his last trump card again in mid-air. The terrifying half-human, half-dragon dragon warrior with pitch-black dragon scales, ferocious dragon horns, and huge dragon wings has arrived again. Although this transformation seemed a little illusory due to his physical weakness, the indomitable fighting spirit in him was more intense than any previous time. Armament Haki Ryuo. Open it for me. Suemo poured all his last bit of strength, will and madness into the judgment of the abyss dragon in his hand, and then slashed fiercely at the giant sickle of death that was powerful enough to cut through the sky and the earth. Boom! The tiny black devil blade collided with the giant scythe of death that covered the sky. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any devastating energy shock. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Click! An imperceptible crisp cracking sound was heard, and the legendary magic blade, Judgment of the Abyss Dragon, in Sumo's hand, which had accompanied him for many days, was on the verge of breaking, but at the last second before it broke, Suemo took it back into the storage space. Then, puff! The giant scythe of death tore through Sumo's body like a rotten tree, turning him and his unyielding soul into nothingness. Ding! You are dead. Do you want to spend 5 million game coins to revive? The cold system prompt sounded again. Resurrection. Sumo's consciousness subconsciously issued the final command in the endless darkness. This was his last 5 million and also his last chance to revive himself. He had already lost everything. However, just as his figure was about to gather again, an even colder, more majestic and unquestionable system prompt sound exploded throughout the entire ancient battlefield. Ding! The 10-day period has expired. The trial is over. Task rewards are being calculated. Teleporting player Sumo out of the dungeon. The giant scythe of death that was about to chop down again suddenly stopped in mid-air. In the center of the battlefield, Nell, the god who was originally on the throne, that face made up of dark vortexes revealed emotions called surprise and rage for the first time. No! Ant! Come back to me! It let out an unwilling and angry roar, and its giant hand that covered the sky and the sun suddenly grabbed Sumo's illusory figure that was about to disappear, wanting to keep this ant who repeatedly challenged its majesty here forever. However, its hand grabbed nothing. Sumo's figure turned into a white light a second before it caught him, and completely disappeared in this ancient battlefield full of death and despair, leaving only the furious god standing there helplessly and furiously. This god will remember you. A voice filled with endless resentment and murderous intent echoed throughout the space for a long time. After a familiar dizzying moment. When Sumo regained consciousness, he found himself back in the pure white, boundless Gaia space. I survived? Sumo was a little confused. He looked at his hands and touched his body. They were intact, without any wounds or pain, only deep fatigue from the depths of his soul. Everything that just happened was like a long and real nightmare. Ha! Sumo let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. He actually survived that fatal mission. Ha ha ha! Sumo lay on the ground, looking at the pure white sky, and couldn't help laughing. As she laughed, 2 lines of hot tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. It was the joy of surviving a disaster, and also an outlet for all the grievances and unwillingness of the past 10 days. Just as he was getting excited, a series of golden system notification sounds popped up in front of him like a screen full of notifications. Ding! Congratulations! You've successfully completed the Fatal Class Change Quest Trial of the Undead Lord. We are currently conducting a comprehensive assessment based on your performance in the trial. Evaluation in progress? Evaluation completed. Player Sumo, performance in the trial was rated SSS level beyond the limit. The reasons for the assessment are as follows. 1. He was fearless in the face of the gods and dared to challenge them, although he was badly beaten. 2. He displayed an extraordinary tenacity and desire to survive in a desperate situation even though he was constantly running away. 3. I've died over 99 times, and I've chosen to revive every time. I've never given up, although I was forced to do so. 4. Facing the pressure from the gods, he ultimately overcame his inner fear and launched a final suicide charge, although it was useless. 5. And most importantly, you've slain a total of 1,000 servants of God during the trials, earning over 500 million in-game coins. You've demonstrated unparalleled Krypton gold spending abilities. Sumo. He looked at the evaluation reasons that were full of pitfalls, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch wildly. Is this damn system praising me or criticizing me? What does even though I was beaten badly mean? What does although I've been running away mean? What does although it was forced mean? And what the hell is that although it's useless? With that last move, I gambled all my dignity as a man and charged forward, okay? But when it comes to you, it becomes useless. And the last one. Ability? Is that what I call? I earned that money painstakingly with my god-level talent, Lord of Greed, risking being beaten into a pulp by that bastard god. Does it have anything to do with? The first job change was a bit difficult. When the protagonist reaches level 50, even this damn god body will be chopped into pieces. Slave this false god. Chapter 106, the only god-level profession Underworld Salary King. Salary. Ding. The player's protest has been received, but because the evaluation results are generated by the Gaia Mastermind and cannot be modified, the protest is invalid. Generating a unique job transfer for you based on your SSS level assessment. The mechanical system prompt sound echoed in the pure white space. Protests ineffective? The corners of Sumo's eyes twitched, and the helpless complaints in his heart about the reasons for the evaluation were soon drowned out by the anticipation of changing jobs. Okay, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Anyway, spending money to revive is a skill. The player's talent has been detected as the god level, Lord of Greed, deeply tied to concepts like money, wealth, and trading. It has been detected that the player has demonstrated a strong adaptability to the concept of death during the trial, as well as an extremely high efficiency in killing undead units. The player has been detected to possess the tenacity of never give up spend money to revive. Bringing this up again. Sumo's face darkened. Combining all the above features, we are matching you with the most suitable hidden profession. Match successful. Congratulations to player Sumo for obtaining the unique god-level class Underworld Cinder King. Boom! The moment the last word appeared, the entire Gaia space suddenly sank. A brilliant golden light that could not be seen directly by the naked eye penetrated from the ceiling and condensed into a towering pillar of light, completely engulfing Sumo's figure. The light was hot and majestic, but without any burning sensation. Instead, it was like warm spring water, washing his limbs and bones. At the same time, an indescribably huge stream of profound information rushed into his mind. The Underworld, Lord of Fire? Sumo bathed in the divine light, subconsciously chewing on the name of this profession. Salary? The salary? Holy crap, this is impossible. My talent is Lord of Greed, and I was supposed to do everything I could to make money, but I ended up being assigned a job where I pay salaries to the dead? Is this system trying to bankrupt me? As soon as he finished complaining, the job introduction appeared before his eyes. Occupation, Hades Cinder King God level unique. Job description, you are a debtor of death, a lord of the realm of the dead. Everything in this world has a price, from the remnant souls of heroes to the corpses of gods. If you can afford a sufficient salary, they will awaken from eternal rest to fight for you. Your army will be composed of the dead. Your kingship will be forged with gold. Remember, Lord of Cinder, as long as your wealth is endless, your army of the dead will never be exhausted. Buzz. Sumo's head felt like it was hit hard by a sledgehammer. Use game coins to resurrect the dead to fight for you? With enough money, even the corpse of a god can be awakened? His breathing suddenly became rapid, and the ancient battlefield that had tortured him for 10 days and 9 nights flashed before his eyes, the corpses of giants covering the ground, the dragon bones that stretched like mountains, and, in the end, that damn god who had been chopped to death by him. Fuck! Sumo's heart was pounding, and his blood began to heat up. Then the entire ancient battlefield is my personal arsenal, isn't it? Unlocking core professional skills. Ding! Congratulations! You've successfully mastered the first core skill of your class, Call of the Cinder King God level active. Call of the Fire Lord, you can designate any corpse and, by paying game coins as compensation, awaken it from death and transform it into a slave of fire who is absolutely loyal to you. Note 1, the fire required to awaken it depends on various factors, including the target's strength and life, time of death, and the integrity of their soul. Note 2, the more fire you pay, the stronger the fire slave you create will be, and they can even surpass their peak strength and life. Note 3, the number of slaves of the flame you can currently possess is 0-10. Note 4, every time you have a fire slave, they will pay you fire every day. The more fire you have, the stronger your fire slave will become. Ding! Congratulations! You've successfully mastered the second core skill of your profession, Monarch Transposition God level active. Monarch Transposition, you can instantly exchange positions with any slave of the flame under your command, ignoring any spatial blockades and confinements. Note 1, each time you use it, the amount of Pluto's fire will be consumed depending on the distance you exchange. If Pluto's fire is insufficient, the exchange cannot be completed. Note 2, cooling time, 1 second. After seeing the second skill, Sumo's pupils suddenly shrank. The monarch changes. Cooling time. 1 second? Isn't this just infinite flash without any forward or backward swings, and without any restrictions? What is his biggest weakness? It's his pitifully low agility. It's okay when someone sticks to him, but once he's distanced from a ranged profession, he becomes a sitting duck. But now with this skill, as long as he spreads out his slaves of the flame enough, the entire battlefield will be his playground. Go wherever you want and hit whoever you want. That damn goddess forbidden magic area? In front of Monarch Transformation, it's nothing. Awesome. So fucking awesome. Sumo was shaking with excitement. These two skills, one solved the manpower problem, allowing him to have the capital to form an undead army, the other solved the mobility problem, allowing him to transform from a bulky tank into a ghostly assassin. Perfect. Ding. Class information updated. Generating a new attribute panel for you. Here we come. Sumo took a deep breath and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. The attributes after changing jobs will usher in a new life. He is very curious about what kind of monster he, a reckless man with extreme academic bias, will become. The next second, a virtual light curtain flowing with a faint purple gold glow slowly unfolded in front of him. Name, Sumo. Occupation, Hades Cinder King God Level Unique. Level, LV 21299999 300,000. HP, 200,000. Stamina, 6,000. Strength, 3,000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 50. Willpower, 250. Perception, 50. Pluto's Fire, 500. Note, the above attributes have all been enhanced by the second effect of the God-level talent Lord of Greed, which is the 400% bonus effect of the Beautiful Woman's Company. Health bonus, 900%, stamina bonus, 700%. Sumo stared at the numbers on the panel for 3 seconds. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, closed the panel, and opened it again. The numbers haven't changed. Oh my god. 200,000 HP. 3,000 strength. What is the concept? He is now an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. His health bar is so thick that it can make the boss despair. With one punch, he can crush a mountain. However, when his gaze moved down and saw the agility column, the expression on his face froze instantly. Agility. 500 points? The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This number, let alone compared with Xiao Ling's abnormal agility of 1500 points, I'm afraid that any second-level assassin player can crush him in speed. A monster with high health and high attack, but may not even be as fast as a turtle when running, the ultimate iron turtle. That description is damn accurate. However, when his eyes fell on the last column of new attributes, his frown relaxed again. Pluto's Inheritance, the exclusive core attribute of the Cinder King of Hades. This attribute determines the maximum number of undead you can employ simultaneously and slightly improves the overall attributes of all undead employees. The more undead you command, the stronger they become, and the faster the Pluto's Inheritance grows. I see. Sumo suddenly realized, isn't this attribute the market value of my underworld group? The more employees I recruit, the bigger the company will be, and the higher the market value will be. I can also give attribute benefits to all employees. Not bad, not bad. A blood cow, high attack, a super tank, plus a monarch transposition that can ignore space blockades, and an undead army that can snowball infinitely. This profession is simply too strong to be reasonable. Sumo admired his new career with satisfaction, and glanced at the attribute panel again, ready to close it. But at this moment, his sight stopped at the level column. Level, LV 21299999 300,000. Just a little experience left to level up? Chapter 107 Return to the Elevator. Attack Xiao Ling. Sumo's figure recondensed in the familiar white light. What lingered on the tip of his nose was no longer the disgusting smell of blood and rot in the hell trial field, but the unique fresh scent of the elevator suite, mixed with the body fragrance of a young girl. Back. 10 days and 9 nights of fighting and torture had strained his spirit to the extreme. At this moment, the string suddenly relaxed, and a huge feeling of fatigue instantly overwhelmed him. He just wanted to fall headfirst onto the soft big bed and sleep soundly for 3 days and 3 nights. But when his eyes fell on the big bed, his heart tightened for no reason. On the bed, the rabbit girl that he had been thinking about was sitting alone with her back to the door. Her long, smooth pink hair was not tied up in a playful scorpion braid as usual, but was quietly draped behind her, covering her exquisite curves but adding a bit of endearing fragility. Her little body was curled up, holding a big carrot thicker than her arm in both hands, and she was nibbling on it in small bites. The movements were slow and quiet, lacking the usual cheer. Sumo felt a pang of sadness when he saw the lonely figure. I was changing jobs and completing tasks in Gaia space, and it felt like time was passing very quickly. But to Xiao Ling, it felt like she had been waiting for me in this empty room for a whole day and a half. This silly rabbit must be worried sick. Sumo looked at her chewing carrots and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She must have been starving, but she didn't dare touch the delicacies in her storage space, so she could only nibble on her favorite carrots. But now, the carrot has probably lost its taste in her mouth. You didn't think I was dead in there and didn't want her anymore, did you? Sumo felt a little funny and a little warm. He deliberately slowed down his steps and quietly walked behind the sofa. Looking at the poor little rabbit who missed him so much that even his favorite carrots had lost their flavor, a sly smile appeared on his face. Now is the time. He suddenly stretched out his arms and grabbed the dazed bunny girl from behind and hugged her waist. Ah! Xiao Ling was so frightened by the sudden attack that the carrot in her arms fell to the ground with a pop. Almost out of fighting instinct, an extremely terrifying force instantly burst out from her delicate body. She didn't even see who was behind her. The pair of long legs that were regarded as treasures by countless men swung towards the head of the person behind her with a scream that tore through the air. If this kick lands firmly, not only a person's head, even a mountain would be blown to pieces on the spot. However, just as that beautiful foot was about to hit Sumo's cheek, Xiaoling's movements suddenly froze. She smelled a familiar, pleasant scent that she missed so much. It's Sumo. Xiaoling's pink eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy and fear. She wanted to retract her legs, but it was too late. The distance between them was too close, and the destructive force could not be retracted in an instant. In a flash, Xiaoling displayed her terrifying body control as the gentle fighting god. That kick, which was powerful enough to shatter a mountain, was about to touch Sumo's cheek when all the force was forcibly removed by her in a way that went against common sense of physics. In the end, the delicate jade foot, as smooth as jade and with a faint girl's body fragrance, was lightly imprinted on Sumo's face. Soft, warm, and with a hint of peach-like sweetness. Sumo was completely stunned. He held the incredibly soft body in his arms, feeling the feather-soft touch on his face, his mind blank. Is this what it feels like to have your face stepped on by a godlike beauty? It seems, it's really good? Sumo. Xiaoling looked at Sumo's dull but somewhat enjoyable pervert expression, and her delicate face turned red in an instant. She quickly retracted her feet and struggled to get out of Sumo's arms. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I thought it was a bad guy. Xiaoling stood in front of Sumo, head lowered, two white and tender hands twisted together nervously, like a child who had done something wrong. Her big watery eyes were covered with a layer of crystal mist, and she was afraid that Sumo would be angry. After all, stepping on the face with your feet sounds very impolite. Sumo looked at her cute face that seemed to be about to cry, and the evil taste in his heart began to play tricks on him again. He deliberately put on a stern face and spoke in an extremely serious tone, Xiaoyan. Ah. Xiaoling's body trembled violently, and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. You know what? Sumo said seriously, in our human world, stepping on someone's face is a very serious act of provocation. I really didn't mean it. Her voice was already filled with tears. Sumo looked at her pitiful appearance and almost couldn't help laughing. He cleared his throat and continued his nonsense. This kind of behavior will at best result in being locked up in a small dark room, and at worst, even sentenced to death. Extreme punishment? Xiaoling was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Then what should I do? Sumo saw that the time was almost right, then he changed the subject and showed a magnanimous expression on his face. He walked up to Xiaoling and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. But Sumo deliberately prolonged his voice, since you didn't do it on purpose, and since you are my exclusive assistant, I won't bother with you this time. Really? Xiaoling's eyes lit up instantly. Of course it's true. Sumo smiled and rubbed her head. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Then, what should we do? Xiaoling became nervous again. Let's do this. Sumo touched his chin, pretending to think for a long time, and then said, to punish you, next time you step on my face, you are not allowed to take your foot back without my permission. Do you hear me? Xiaoling? She stared at Sumo blankly, her delicate little face full of big question marks. What's the meaning? Next time I step on him, you are not allowed to retract your legs? What kind of weird request is this? Looking at Xiaoling's cute confused look. Ha ha ha. I was just kidding you. Look how scared you are. I don't mind being stepped on by a beauty like you, so how could I be angry with you? Sumo showed a smile of his evil plan succeeded on his face. Looking at the peerless rabbit girl in front of him who had been fooled by him, he felt so relieved. Sumo, you're back. I missed you so much. Seeing that Sumo was really not angry, Xiaoling finally put down the huge stone in her heart. She threw herself into Sumo's arms and hugged him tightly with her soft body. I'm so worried that something happened to you. You haven't been home for a whole day. Her voice was filled with grievance and fear. Sumo held the soft and fragrant body in his arms, feeling her strong heartbeat, and his heart suddenly felt warm for no reason. Silly rabbit, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? He patted her back gently and comforted her softly. By the way, Sumo. Xiao Ling raised her head from his arms, her big watery eyes looking at him eagerly. I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot. Okay, no problem. Suemo smiled and scratched her cute little nose. However, before eating hot pot, you have to agree to one request of mine. Ah? What's the request? Xiao Ling asked curiously. Suemo showed a sinister smile on his face. He slowly lowered his head, leaned close to Xiaoyan's ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Regarding the punishment just now, we. Chapter 108 Shy Xiao Ling. Suemo took out a lot of things from the storage space like magic. From pots and pans to beef and mutton rolls, from various vegetables to secret dipping sauces, we have everything. In less than half an hour, a strong and overbearing spicy and fresh aroma arrogantly occupied every inch of the elevator. Gulp gulp. The red oil soup base was boiling violently, and the white mushroom soup pot was also emitting delicious hot steam. Xiao Yan lay on the table with her eyes wide open, her big watery eyes fixed on the ingredients floating in the pot, and a hint of glistening smile hung on the corners of her mouth. Greedy cat, your saliva is almost falling into the pot. Suemo laughed, picked up a piece of slightly curled marbling beef, rolled it in the garlic and sesame oil dipping sauce he had carefully prepared, and passed it to Xiao Yan's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Xiao Ling opened her cherry lips obediently and swallowed the fragrant piece of beef in one gulp. Delicious. The extremely fresh, spicy, and numbing taste instantly exploded on her taste buds. She squinted her eyes happily, and her two long pink ears trembled with satisfaction. Suemo, I want more. Okay, that's enough. Suemo simply stopped eating and focused on feeding the animals. He ate a piece and she took a bite, and the two of them sat around the steaming hot pot, enjoying the meal very much. The hot pot meal lasted more than an hour. Xiao Yan collapsed on the sofa contentedly, his belly bulging like a little rabbit that had eaten the entire carrot field. He burped delicately while savoring the delicious food he had just tasted. Suemo, I'm full. Are you full? Suemo looked at her lazy and innocent appearance, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, is it time to fulfill the agreement between us? An agreement? Xiao Yan's cheeks suddenly felt hot for no reason, and the strange apology ceremony she had promised Suemo before eating hot pot suddenly emerged in her mind. Suemo didn't say anything, but just smiled and took out an exquisite basin carved from a whole piece of top-quality mutton fat white jade from the storage space, and then took out a pot of hot water of just the right temperature and poured it into it. There were a few unknown petals floating in the water, emitting a faint fragrance. Finally, he took out something. They were a pair of pure white, thin as a cicada's wings, with a hazy luster under the light. Suemo. What is this? Xiao Ling looked curiously at the strange thing in Sumo's hand that she had never seen before. It was soft and smooth and looked very beautiful. Good stuff. The smile on Sumo's face was very much like that of a wolf preparing to eat a rabbit. This is a magical artifact in our human world, specially used to protect girls' feet. As he spoke, he walked over to Xiao Ling and squatted down. As Xiao Ling's breathing almost stopped, his warm big hand gently held her small, beautiful jade foot that looked like a work of art. Don't move, let me wash your feet first. Sumo's voice was low and magnetic. He slowly immersed Xiao Ling's flawless feet in the warm floral perfume, and gently kneaded them with his slightly calloused hands. From the slender ankles, to the straight arches, to the 10 round and cute toes like pink pearls, every inch of skin and every corner was not left out. Ah! A strange tingling sensation she had never experienced before rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Xiao Ying's whole body softened, and her delicate face turned so red that it seemed to bleed. She wanted to pull her foot back, but she had no strength in her body, so she could only let the bad guy wander on her foot at will. Suemo studied for more than 10 minutes before he reluctantly pulled Xiao Ling's feet out of the water and wiped them carefully with a soft towel. Then he picked up the pair of white stockings that were as thin as a cicada's wing. He carefully stretched open the opening of the stockings, as if treating a rare treasure, and slowly put them on the beautiful jade foot inch by inch. The cool and silky touch made Xiao Ling's body tremble slightly. The tool tightly wrapped around her flexible and elastic perfect feet, making the already impeccable lines even more seductive and crazy. Sumo looked at the perfect work of art in front of him that he had created with his own hands. He felt his throat getting dry and he could no longer suppress the raging fire in his heart that was about to burst out of his body. Xiao Ling. He raised his head, his deep eyes burning with a scorching flame that could melt everything. Then, in Xiao Ling's panicked and shy eyes, he pounced on her. Ah! Xiao Ling let out a kitten-like cry, and was pressed heavily onto the soft sofa by Sumo, her mind going blank. The next morning, when the first ray of virtual sunlight shone through the projection wall onto the soft big bed, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. He stretched and felt refreshed, with endless energy all over his body. Last night was another wonderful night. Although Xiaoling's rabbit-like timidity prevented him from breaking through the last line of defense, just studying those long legs and white stockings was enough to make him linger on it. He turned his head to look at his side, and saw Xiaoling curled up like a docile kitten and sleeping soundly, with a hint of contentment blush on her pretty face, and her long pink eyelashes cast two lovely shadows in the morning light. The long legs that he had been studying all night were still covered with the white stockings that had become a little wrinkled. Sumo showed a wicked smile on his face. He quietly took out a new pair of white stockings with lace from the storage space, and then carefully helped Xiaoling change them. After doing all this, he took out the pair of pink crystal high-heeled sandals that he had collected for a long time from the storage space and carefully helped her put them on. Okay, my exclusive human plug-in, it's time to get up and work. Sumo patted Xiaoling's perky buttocks with a wicked smile. Xiaoling made a lazy nasal sound and slowly opened her big pink eyes, which were still a little hazy. When she saw the brand new pair of stockings and familiar high heels on her feet, her delicate face suddenly turned red again. Sumo. You? No need for you. Sumo smiled and pulled her up from the bed. From today on, you don't need to take action anymore. Why? Xiaoling asked in confusion. Because I have become stronger. Sumo's face was full of confidence. Leave the rest of the battle to me alone. As for you, just follow behind me, be a pretty vase, and cheer me on. Are you kidding? What if such a pair of stunningly beautiful legs and white silk high heels get dirty when they go fighting with those weird-looking monsters? That's such a waste. Xiaoling looked at Sumo's confident look. Although she felt that she was being underestimated and was a little dissatisfied, she was more curious and expectant. She nodded obediently. Because she also wanted to see how strong this man who fascinated her more and more had become. Chapter 109, Crushing the Lord with a Fist. The first test of the Cinder King. In the following time, Sumo started a crazy solo building clearing mode. From the 51st floor to the 59th floor, the monsters on each floor, whether they were elites or groups of small monsters, were completely reduced to ants on the roadside in front of Sumo, who had been transformed into the King of Fire in the underworld. Just the simplest and most brutal punch. The terrifying power of 3,000 points, combined with the powerful destructive effect of Armament Haki Ryuo, no monster can withstand his punch. It can be said that he can defeat a group of children with one punch. That scene made Xiaoling, who was following behind him, have her big pink eyes sparkle with wonder. Sumo easily cleared the 9th floor in less than half a day, and his gains were huge. There must be a golden treasure chest on each floor. With the blessing of Xiaoling, the goddess of luck, 9 large golden treasure chests opened up 9 epic weapons with different attributes. With the blessing of the greed, talent, these weapons directly became 90. Although the attributes of these epic weapons are just garbage in Sumo's eyes, there are so many of them. If all of this is sold to the system, it will be another considerable income. In addition to equipment, Sumo's level has also been greatly improved. A lot of experience made his level soar. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level, LV22. A golden light flashed across Sumo's body. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 22 and gaining 100 free attribute points. 100 free attribute points? Sumo added all these 100 points to the new core attribute, Pluto's Fire, without hesitation. He wants to make his strength bigger and stronger. Ding! Attribute points added successfully. Sumo immediately opened his attribute panel and saw that the number in the Pluto's Fire column instantly changed from 500 to 1000. Not bad, not bad. Although Sumo still didn't understand why this attribute could also receive the bonus from the Lord of Greed, this did not prevent him from becoming stronger. Let's go, Xiaoling, to the last floor. Sumo held Xiaoyan's hand and walked towards the elevator to the 60th floor with high spirits. He couldn't wait to try out how perverted his new god-level profession was. Clang! When the elevator door to the 60th floor slowly opened, a smell of sulfur that was even stronger and hotter than that on the 50th floor hit us in the face. Outside the door was a circular lava arena, surrounded by towering spectator stands made of obsidian. There was no one on top, only rows of cold stone seats. And in the very center of the arena, in the lake of boiling hot magma, stood 2 minotaurs over 15 meters tall, their bodies burning with dark red demonic flames. One of them held a giant axe wrapped in lightning, and the other held a heavy shield burning with flames. Their scarlet eyes stared at Suemo and Xiao Yan at the elevator door. Thunder Bull Demon LV-20 Lord. Flame Bull Demon LV-20 Lord. Two Lord-level bosses, and twin bosses with completely opposite attributes. Behind them, in the center of the lava lake, a giant treasure chest with a dark golden glow was suspended. Suemo, let me do it this time? Xiao Ling looked at the two aggressive minotaurs and was eager to try. She promised Suemo to be a vase, but the warlike gene of the gentle fighting god in her bones still made her unable to restrain herself. No need. Suemo smiled and rubbed her head. I told you to be a vase, so just be a vase. You don't need to take action in this kind of small situation. After saying that, he strode out of the elevator alone. Roar! The two bull demons seemed to sense Sumo's undisguised provocation and let out an earth-shaking roar at the same time. The Thunderbolt demon raised the giant axe in his hand suddenly, boom! A thick purple bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the axe blade fiercely, Zila. The dazzling electric light jumped wildly on the axe blade. On the other side, the flame bull demon slammed the heavy shield in his hand to the ground, boom! A circular orange-red flame shockwave spread wildly from its center, burning the hard obsidian on the ground red. One thunder and one fire, one attack and one defense, the coordination is perfect. A minotaur who plays with fire and thunder? Interesting. Suemo was quite excited when he saw the two bull demons using their ultimate moves right from the start. He wanted to use this high-level boss to test his true strength after his job change. Just like that, he rushed head-on towards the two bull demons as big as hills with his bare hands. Moo! The giant thunder axe in the thunderbull's hand chopped down towards Sumo's head, and the speed was as fast as lightning. However, facing this powerful and heavy attack with a paralyzing effect, Suemo did not dodge or evade. He raised his right hand and punched out as well. There were no fancy skills, no violent energy fluctuations, only the purest physical strength and the invisible black airflow wrapped around his fist, armament Haki Ryu. Boom! Sumo's body, which did not look very strong, just swayed slightly in place, and then he steadily took the Thunder Bull Demon's earth-shattering punch. Moo! A trace of human shock flashed in the scarlet eyes of the Thunder Bull Demon. It felt as if its axe had hit an indestructible piece of 10,000-year-old black iron. A terrifying recoil force rolled back along the axe handle, causing its arm, which was thicker than Sumo's waist, to go numb. The violent thunder force wrapped around the axe blade disappeared without a trace when it came into contact with the invisible black airflow on Sumo's fist. With this little strength, you are not a good enough bull. Suemo scoffed lightly, you're not even worthy enough to tickle me. Roar! The giant axe in the Thunder Bull Demon's hand burst out with dazzling lightning again. Skill, Thunderous Strike. In an instant, its giant axe turned into a sky full of axe shadows, pouring down towards Suemo like a violent storm. At the same time, the Flame Bull Demon on the other side was not idle either. He suddenly thrust the flaming heavy shield in his hand upwards. Skill, Flame Barrier. A huge energy shield composed of pure flames instantly enveloped Suemo, blocking all his escape routes. Want to close the door and beat the dog? Suemo looked at the blazing barrier that trapped him and smiled calmly. Today, I will let you see what true despair is. He no longer passively defended himself, but instead took the initiative to attack the axe shadows that filled the sky like a violent storm. Bang! 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 A series of dull roars echoed wildly within the flaming fortress. Each of Sumo's punches hit the axe blade of the Thunder Bull Demon accurately, and his body was enduring the severe pain of being hit by the giant axe again and again. The passive ability of Immortal Fighting Spirit began to trigger crazily. His health was rapidly decreasing and then recovering. His overall attributes were also rising crazily at an extremely fast speed. Roar! 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 The more the Thunder Bull Demon hits the bull's face, the more ferocious it becomes. What kind of monster is this human in front of him? Why is it harder than fucking alloy steel? Why does he become stronger the more he is beaten? Haven't you eaten? Harder! Sumo's teasing voice sounded again. He feels great now, very great. The feeling of standing against the boss and beating him to the point that he doubts his life is so cool. Roar! The Thunder Bull Demon went crazy, gathering all the thunder power in his body into the giant axe, and then suddenly chopped down Sumo's head with the axe. The violent thunder on the axe blade even condensed into the shadow of a ferocious bull head. However, facing this powerful attack, Suemo just sneered. He raised his left hand and punched out as well. Boom! A deafening roar, enough to shatter the entire flaming barrier, suddenly erupted. This time, the Thunderbolt demon was no longer able to gain any advantage. The moment its giant axe, which was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, touched Sumo's fist, it was blasted away by an irresistible, terrifying force. After knocking the giant axe away, Sumo's fist was still as powerful as ever, and it hit the Thunderbolt demon's thick, armor-like chest heavily. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the arena. The Thunderbolt demon looked down at his deeply sunken chest, and then with a bang, his huge body collapsed to the ground, his life gone. Ding! You killed the Thunderbolt demon LV-20 Lord. You obtained. A Lord-level boss was beaten to death by Suemo. Chapter 110. An employee worth tens of millions? Eat beef. Moo. On the other side, the fiery bull demon, who had been maintaining the flame barrier, saw the miserable state of his companions, and his scarlet eyes instantly filled with rage and fear. Without a second thought, he wanted to remove the barrier and flee. You want to run away now? Don't you want to help your brother Nyo get revenge? Sumo's cold voice sounded faintly in its ears. The flame bull demon suddenly turned around and saw that the terrifying human who should have been opposite it had rushed behind it at some point. Now you. Half a minute later. Bang! The flame bull demon's head exploded instantly like a smashed watermelon. Ding! You killed the flaming bull demon LV-20 Lord. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gained, 400,000 points. Game coins x 6 million. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 23 and gaining 100 free attribute points. Add all to Pluto's Fire. Pluto's Fire, 1500. Done. After 2 levels, the Pluto's Flame has reached 1500. At this rate, it won't be long before we can form a small army of Lord-level bosses. Suemo shook the blood off his fist, whistled, then turned to the completely stunned bunny girl at the elevator door and said, Xiaoling, go open the box. Oh. Xiaoling nodded as if waking up from a dream, then stretched out her long legs and ran happily towards the dark golden treasure chest in the center of the lava lake. Suemo turned his gaze to the 2 steaming corpses of the Lord-level bosses, his eyes flashing with excitement. It's time to test the true power of me, the Lord of the Underworld. He stretched out his hand and pointed it at the 2 corpses, silently chanting in his heart, Call of the Cinder King. Call of the Cinder King. As Suemo silently recited in his heart, an invisible wave filled with death and majesty instantly spread out with him as the center. The fire of Pluto in his body began to consume rapidly as if it had been ignited. At the same time, the 2 dead bull demon corpses lying on the ground began to tremble violently. Wisps of black, ominous aura slowly emanated from their corpses, and then condensed in mid-air into 2 contract formations that looked extremely tempting and dangerous on the surface. The next second, the cold system prompt sound exploded in Sumo's mind. Ding! Detected targets that can be awakened, Thunder Bull Demon LV-20 Lord, Blazing Bull Demon LV-20 Lord. Generating a wake-up plan for you based on factors such as the target's strength and life, time of death, and soul integrity. The plan has been generated. Please select your salary standard. 3 options flashing with different lights appeared in front of Suemo. Plan 1, Internship Package Normal. Salary, 3 million game coins item. Effect, transforms the target into a slave of the flame, retaining 20% of their original strength. They are devoid of intelligence and emotion, and will absolutely obey your orders. Option 2, Regular Worker Package recommended. Salary, 6 million game coins item. Effect, transforms the target into a slave of the flame, retaining 50% of their original strength, possessing basic intelligence, lacking emotions, and absolutely obeying your orders. Option 3, Core Employee Package Perfect. Salary, 12 million game coins item. Effect, transforms the target into a slave of the flame, retaining 100% of their original strength. They will also possess complete intelligence and emotions, and even have the potential to continue growing and evolving. They will also obey your orders absolutely. Hiss. Suemo looked at the 3 options, especially the long string of zeros after the last option, and couldn't help but gasp. 12 million. It costs 12 million game coins to resurrect a Lord-level boss. How the hell is this recruiting? This is clearly stealing money. Suemo glanced at his account balance. Game coins, 8,700,000. Adding the 6 million he got from killing 2 bull demons just now, he now only has a total of 8,700,000, which is still more than 3 million short of enough to revive even one. Damn it, I'm facing bankruptcy crisis just after changing jobs? Sumo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He now finally understood why this profession was called Underworld Cinder King. It was a fucking bottomless pit. Without strong capital, you can't do it at all. Suemo. Look! I opened a beautiful sword. Just when Suemo was worrying about money, Xiaoling's voice full of surprise and excitement came from not far away. Suemo looked over when he heard the voice and saw Xiaoling running towards him with a gorgeous long sword that was dark golden in color and had countless mysterious runes engraved on the sword body. Tears of the Stars Legendary, Enhancement +2. Type, One-Handed Sword. Attack Power, 500-600. Special Effect 1, Starlight Guardian Passive. When holding this sword, you will gain the protection of Starlight, reducing all incoming damage by 20%. Special Effect 2, Starfall Active, summons a phantom of a star to descend from the sky, dealing a devastating blow to all enemies within the specified range. Consumes a large amount of mental energy. Equipment requirements, 500 points of spirit. A legendary weapon that has been enhanced twice? The attributes of this sword are simply ridiculously strong. Not only does it have an incredibly high attack power, it also comes with 2 truly insane special effects. Especially the G Falling Stars, just by listening to the name you know that its power is definitely not small. It's a pity that the equipment requirements are too high. He can't even get a fraction of the 500 points of spirit now. But that doesn't stop it from being valuable. Chapter 111, The Twin Bulls of Hades. My little brother. Talent greed triggered. You ultimately obtain Tears of the Stars, X10. 9 identical legendary swords suddenly appeared in Sumo's storage space. Xiaoling, well done. Suemo kissed Xiaoling hard on her smooth forehead. Ah. Xiaoling's pretty face turned red because of his sudden intimate behavior, but she was already used to it. Suemo, this sword is for you. She handed the Tears of Stars in her hand to Suemo. In her opinion, only Suemo deserved such a good thing. No, you keep it. Suemo smiled and shook his head. This sword is not suitable for me. He took one look at the 2 corpses of the bull demons who were still waiting for his salary and made a decision in his heart. Xiaoyan, wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Ah. Suemo, where are you going again? You don't want to abandon Xiaoling again, do you? Xiaoling asked in confusion. Go, get some money. Suemo showed a mysterious smile on his face. He walked to the elevator and first set up a dimension anchor point on the 60th floor. Ding! Dimensional anchor point set successfully. Current location, double elevator instance, 60th floor. Then, he pressed the return button on the console. Please select the floor you want to return to. The 50th floor. Buzz. The elevator door closed and the scene outside the window quickly moved backwards. In less than 10 seconds, the elevator stopped steadily on the 50th floor. Suemo walked out of the elevator and looked at the familiar space portal in front of him that was emitting a faint blue light. He stepped in without hesitation. With a flash of light, Suemo returned to the pure white and endless Gaia space again. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the system mall. System, I want to sell something. He first threw all the 90 epic weapons that were spawned from the 51st to the 59th floor into the recycling system. Ding! You sold Mountain Giant Axe X10 and received 2.8 million game coins. Ding! You sold Windtalker Longbow X10 and received 3.1 million game coins. Ding! You sold. A series of system prompt sounds are flooding the screen. The game coins in his account are also increasing rapidly at a gratifying rate. After he sold the last epic weapon, the game coins in his account had reached 36.7 million. Not bad, not bad. Now we have the startup capital. After doing all this, Suemo took a look at his account balance and existing items. Assets, 36.7 million. Items, Abyss Key X80, Flesh and Blood Battle Armor X9, Evil Spirit Art, X10, Demon Flame King's Crown X10, Intermediate Weapon Forging Stone X100, Dragon Transformation, X10, Tears of the Stars, X10. More than 36 million is enough to recruit 2 lords. He did not stay any longer and chose to return to the copy directly. Please select the copy you want to enter. Double elevator. We have detected that you have set a dimensional anchor point in this instance. Do you want to teleport directly to the anchor point? Yes. Buzz. Sumo's figure was once again shrouded in white light. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the familiar arena on the 60th floor. Sumo, you're back. Seeing that Sumo came back so soon this time, Xiaoling jumped down from the treasure chest and ran happily to Sumo's side. Yeah, I'm back. Sumo smiled and rubbed her head. Then, he turned his gaze again to the two bull demon corpses still lying on the ground exuding the Lord's oppression, with a scorching light flashing in his eyes. This time, I'll see how you can run away. Sumo stretched out his hand again and said silently in his heart. Call of the Cinder King. The three options appeared before him again. This time, Sumo did not hesitate at all and directly chose the most expensive and most perfect option 3. Ding! You have selected the Core Employee Package. Would you like to spend 24 million game coins to transform the Thunder Bull Demon and the Flame Bull Demon into your Slave of the Flame? Yes. At this moment, Sumo is like a super rich man who spends money lavishly. That feels so fucking good. Ding! Game coins deducted successfully. Transformation in progress. The moment the words fell, there was a loud bang. The entire lava arena began to shake violently. The two bull demon corpses lying on the ground were suddenly enveloped by an invisible black flame. Roar! Moo! Two roars of pain and unwillingness came from the black flames. It was as if something was trying to break free from the abyss of death. Sumo felt that the fire of Pluto in his body was burning wildly at a terrifying speed. Streams of pure death force flowed madly into the bodies of the two corpses along the invisible connection between him and them. Reshape their bodies. Ignite the soul fire for them. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the black flames dissipated, two brand new bull demons that were taller and more powerful than before reappeared in front of Sumo. The demonic flames on their bodies were no longer dark red, but turned into the same dark black as Sumo's flame of Pluto. Their scarlet eyes also became deep and wise. They are no longer violent beasts that only know how to kill, but intelligent beings with independent thoughts in the true sense and who are loyal to Sumo only for their entire lives. Subordinate, I am Ryan Thunder Bull Demon. Subordinate, FIM Flame Bull Demon. The two bull demons actually knelt on one knee at the same time and lowered their proud heads to Sumo. They swear their loyalty with a tone of great awe and fanaticism. Greetings, my lord, the Lord of Cinders of Hades. Sumo established an unbreakable soul connection with the two bull demons, and he could easily control their life and death. He is their only god. Get up. Sumo suppressed the excitement in his heart and spoke in a tone as calm as possible. Successfully harvested 2 lord-level minions. He must maintain his dignity and prestige as the king of salary. Yes, my lord. Ryan and Fim stood up respectfully, and then stood behind Sumo on the left and right like two most loyal door gods. In that scene, Xiaoling's big pink eyes not far away were full of little stars. Wow! Sumo, you're so handsome. She felt like the darling wife following the domineering CEO in the human world storybooks, and Sumo was the peerless macho man who was accompanied by 2 super bodyguards wherever he went. That's nothing. Instead, 2,000, 20,000, or even an invincible army composed of gods. He wants to be the richest man in the underworld. He wants to use his endless money to build an empire of the dead that is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Chapter 112, Lord-level fighter, breakthrough by lying down. A legion composed of gods? Xiaoling tilted her head, blinking her pink eyes again and again, trying hard to digest Sumo's words that were full of information. She didn't quite understand, but that didn't matter. What's more important is that she feels that Sumo's current look, that kind of self-confidence that looks down on everything, makes her little heart beat wildly. He was 100 times more handsome than the bad guy who only knew how to trick and bully her with a weird lollipop last night. No, 1,000 times more handsome. Sumo couldn't help but smile as he looked at Xiaoling's adorable appearance as she had completely fallen for his little fangirl. He then turned his gaze back to the 2 bull demons standing behind him like black iron towers. 24 million game coins. This is not a small amount of money. He needs to inspect the goods carefully to see whether his 2 newly recruited core employees are worth the price. With a slight thought, the detailed attribute panels of the 2 bull demons appeared directly in his mind. Name, Ryan. Race, Thunderbolt Demon Slave of Fire. Level, LV20. Occupation, Thunder Berserker. HP, 50,000 50,000. Strength, 1,200. Stamina, 1,000. Agility, 300. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty. Name, FIM. Race, Flame Bolt Demon Slave of Fire. Level, LV20. Occupation, Flame Guardian. HP, 80,000 80,000. Strength, 600. Stamina, 1,200. Agility, 200. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty. Fuck. This time, Suemo couldn't help but blurt out a Chinese quintessence. 80,000 HP. One is a violent damage dealer, the other is a super tank. This combination is simply perfect. Ryan, FIM. Suemo called in a deep voice. I'm here. The two bull demons knelt on one knee at the same time, and the sound was like a millstone rolling over the earth, so loud that it shook the entire lava arena. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. Very good, from today on, you are the number 1 and number 2 employees of my Empire of the Dead. Ryan and FIM looked at each other, and a hint of confusion flashed in their huge bull eyes. Although they didn't quite understand what employees meant, they could feel the recognition and expectations of my lord in his words, and their chests immediately straightened higher. I swear to be loyal to my lord until death and to wipe out all enemies for my lord. Worth it. It's damn worth it. Suemo was ecstatic. 24 million to buy 2 LV-20 Lord-level fighters. This deal is a huge profit. If this were to happen outside, which guild would be able to do such a thing? Which player would dare to think of such a thing? And this is just the beginning. He has begun to look forward to the devastating scene that will occur when he gathers thousands of lord bosses of this level under his command to form a true undead scourge. By then, forget about that damn god who can only hide in the dark and shoot from behind. Even if the real kingdom of God came, Suemo would dare to take his employees to confront it. Use money to drain the other party to death. Okay, now that the spoils have been collected and the employee has passed the interview, it's time to go to the next recruitment site. Suemo glanced at the huge portal, a flame of ambition burning in his eyes. This double elevator copy is a paradise for him, the Lord of Fire in the underworld. An exclusive high-end talent recruitment market. Walk. Suemo waved his hand. He took the lead, followed closely by Xiaoling. The two bull demons burning with dark black demonic flames, like the most loyal guardians, took heavy steps and stepped into the portal leading to the 61st floor in a mighty manner. I hope the next level of interviewers can give me some surprises. A flash of light passed, and the scene before my eyes changed again. This is a gloomy ancient tomb. The air is filled with the smell of thousands of years of decay and death, and it is freezing cold. On both sides of the long and narrow corridor were rows of tightly closed stone coffins. Ghostly green fires burned on the walls, stretching the shadows of the people very long, as if they were ghosts ready to devour people. Crack crack. Almost the moment they set foot on this land, waves of teeth-grinding sounds of bones rubbing against each other came from deep in the tunnel. Immediately afterwards, dozens of skeleton soldiers wearing tattered armor and holding rusty weapons emerged from the darkness. In their empty eye sockets, a faint blue soul fire burned, and they charged towards Suemo and his group with a clear goal. My lord, please step back with the mistress. Leave these bastards to us two brothers. A hot-tempered flame bold demon FIM said in a muffled voice. It took a step forward and slammed the heavy shield of flames, which was thicker than a door panel, to the ground with a clang, assuming a standard defensive posture. When Suemo heard the word mistress, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaoling in his arms with interest. Sure enough, the little rabbit girl's cheeks turned red, and she buried her little head in his chest, not daring to see anyone. And the thunderbolt demon Ryan beside him grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. It carried the giant axe wrapped in electric light on its shoulder, stretched its muscles, and made a crackling sound. Hey, it's just right to use these skeletons to try out this new body. Suemo folded his arms leisurely, hugged Xiaoling in his arms a little tighter, and retreated to a safe distance, looking like he was ready to watch a show. Go ahead and let me see if my 24 million is worth it. As you command, my lord. The bull demon brothers, who received the order, roared at the same time and rushed towards the group of skeleton soldiers. FIM was at the forefront, like a heavy tank charging forward. Its huge flaming shield smashed into pieces all the skeleton soldiers who tried to approach. Those rusty swords and knives could not leave even a trace of white marks when they chopped on its shield. Instead, they were burned by the black magic flames burning on the shield, making a sizzling sound, and even the soul fire was dimmed a little. Ryan followed behind FIM, acting as the most terrifying output machine. The giant thunder axe in its hand would bring up a violent purple electric light every time it swung it. Boom! With one blow of the axe, 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers were instantly turned into bone fragments under the violent power of thunder. One is responsible for resisting damage, and the other is responsible for clearing small monsters. The 2 Lord-level bull demons cooperate perfectly. In less than 5 minutes, these dozens of skeleton soldiers, which were considered elite monsters in the eyes of ordinary players, were easily cleared out by the 2 brothers. My lord, it's done. Ryan, carrying the axe that was still glowing with electricity, turned around and shouted to Sumo. Well done. This feels so great. In the past, he was always on his own, or he relied on Xiaoling, the human plug-in, to rush to the front and fight for his life. Now he only needs to stand behind and talk, and 2 Lord-level brothers will clear all obstacles for him. This is what it's like to be a boss. Sumo, they are so powerful. Xiaoling can also easily kill these monsters in seconds, but he can never do it as simply and brutally as these 2 bull demons. Of course. You don't even consider who the employee is. Sumo had a smug look on his face, and he casually hugged Xiaoling into his arms, and his big hands dishonestly pinched her soft waist. Xiaoying's pretty face turned red, and after a symbolic struggle, she leaned obediently in his arms, letting him do bad things to her. She had become accustomed to Sumo's intimate behavior. Although her heart would beat faster and her face would turn red every time, there was always a hint of sweetness in her heart. In the next few floors, Sumo completely became a hands-off boss. The 62nd floor is a dark cave and a poisonous swamp. The 63rd floor is an inverted stone forest inhabited by countless bloodthirsty bats. The 64th floor is an ancient relic with numerous mechanisms. Chapter 113 Xiaoling S-Splits. Sumo pushed forward all the way and became a completely hands-off boss. The monsters on each floor, no matter what kind or level, were all easily dealt with by the 2 gold medal fighters Ryan and FIM. Sumo's task was to stay with Xiaoling, chatting with her while appreciating the peerless beauty that never got boring. Most of the time, his attention was focused on Xiaoling's long legs, which were dressed in white stockings and pink crystal high heels. It's so damn beautiful. I never get tired of looking at these legs. Especially now, Xiaoling was standing next to him, and the 2 of them were almost standing side by side. As long as Sumo tilted his head slightly, he could see the perfect curves that were almost at eye level with his eyes. Starting from the round and perky body wrapped in white silk, to the slender and straight thighs without a trace of fat, to the calves with soft lines and full of elasticity, and finally, to the jade feet that are made even more petite and exquisite by the pink high heels. This is simply God's most perfect masterpiece. Sumo felt his throat was a little dry again. He cleared his throat and forced his eyes away from those legs. Let's go, keep moving forward. In the corridor leading to the next floor, Sumo asked casually. Xiaoyan, do you, the soft-mannered rabbits, have any innate racial advantages? Yes. Xiaoyan nodded and followed his steps. We, the soft memory rabbits, are naturally very sensitive to spirit power. Moreover, our bodies are much more flexible than other races. Good flexibility? Sumo's eyes lit up instantly. How good is it? Can you do the splits? Splits? Xiaoyan tilted her cute little head. What is that? Just spread your legs until they are in a straight line. Sumo said while gesturing with his hands. Oh, you are talking about this. Xiaoling suddenly realized. This is very simple. As she said that, she actually performed a standard vertical split in front of Sumo on the smooth floor with ease. The pair of incredibly long legs in white silk high heels appeared in front of Sumo at an astonishing angle. The white silk was stretched tightly, outlining a thrilling and seductive curve. Sumo. He felt a warm current stirring in his nasal cavity. Sumo, look, is this true? Xiaoling still maintained her posture, tilting her delicate and beautiful little face upwards, and asked innocently. Yes. Sumo swallowed hard, very standard, very standard. He. Xiaoling smiled a little embarrassedly after being praised. Then, her body, which was so flexible that it surpassed the laws of physics, bounced lightly and she stood up from the ground. The whole process was smooth and fluid, without any drag. Sumo looked at her innocent face, completely unaware of how much of an impact her actions just now had on a normal man. Suddenly I felt that I was such a beast in the past. This bunny girl is so naive that she doesn't even know what a split is, and yet he bullies her in different ways every day. What a sin, what a sin. Suemo silently repented in his heart, for 0.1 seconds. Then, that smile full of evil and sinister appeared on his face again. Xiaoyan, since you're so flexible, can we unlock more difficult poses in the future? Posture? What posture? Xiao Ling blinked her big watery pink eyes, looking curious. Suemo leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words full of the spirit of academic discussion in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Xiao Ying's face turned red all the way to her ears, and even her fair neck was covered with a layer of charming pink. Suemo. You bullied me again. Her pink fists hit Sumo's chest softly, which was more like a coquettish act than an attack. Ha ha ha. The corridor was once again filled with Sumo's hearty laughter, which sounded like a cunning scheme had succeeded, as well as the ambiguous atmosphere that made people fantasize. In this way, they played and fought all the way in an extremely leisurely atmosphere, and soon reached the 69th floor. When the last elite monster was split in half by Ryan's axe, two upgraded golden lights suddenly lit up from the bodies of the two bull demons without any warning. Ding! Your flame slave Ryan has been upgraded to LV-22. Ding! Your flame slave FIM has been upgraded to LV-22. Ha! They can also be upgraded? The smile on Sumo's face froze, and then he quickly opened the system panel. He was surprised to find that the experience bars of these two bull demons were actually shared with him. No, to be precise, it is shared with Xiao Ling. Because of the talent, Goddess bonus, Xiao Ling can obtain 50% of Sumo's experience. As Sumo's slaves of the flame, these two bull demons also benefited from it and enjoyed the 50% experience bonus. Holy shit! Is this even possible? Sumo's god-level talent, Lord of Greed, actually produced such a perfect chemical reaction with his god-level profession, Lord of Fire in the underworld. He was previously worried about how to train his newly established undead army. After all, although Call of the Fire King is powerful, the resurrected one is only at the level of the boss before his death. To make them stronger, you need a huge amount of experience. And now, this problem has been solved perfectly. Goddess bonus not only allows him and Xiao Ling to level up quickly, but it can also help him train his subordinates. Doesn't this mean that all the undead employees he recruits in the future will be able to take advantage of this experience ride? Ha ha ha. My talent is tailor-made for my profession. Suemo couldn't help but burst into laughter. This directly saved him at least half of the employee training costs. This game really understands the heart of this capitalist. Just when Suemo was feeling complacent about adding another grand blueprint to his business empire. Clang! The heavy stone door leading to the 70th floor slowly opened, and a magical wave that was several times more powerful came towards him. The smile on Sumo's face suddenly stopped. Chapter 114. This boss's damage is too high. Outside the elevator door is a magnificent temple suspended in the air. The moment the door opened, an aura of holiness and oppression hit me in the face. The interior of the temple was empty and silent, with huge stone pillars carved with angel reliefs. The ground was paved with a whole piece of unknown jade, emitting a soft white light, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. At the end of the site, on the tall throne made of bright crystal, sat a figure. The man was wearing a gorgeous white robe and holding a staff inlaid with a huge blue gem. His appearance was no different from that of a human. No, that's not right. Sumo's pupils suddenly tightened. Behind the man, a pair of huge wings made of pure light elements stretched out. Every slight flap of the wings would sprinkle golden light particles in the air. Grand Mage of Holy Light Antonidas LV-25 Lord. Level 25 Lord level boss. Still the most difficult mage type. How dare you, lowly intruder, step into my lord's temple. On the throne, Antonidas slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of blue eyes that sparkled with wisdom, but his eyes revealed an indifference as if he was looking down on an ant. My lord? Suemo raised his eyebrows. Aren't you the final boss? Why are you still working? Ignorant mortals will never understand what a great existence they are facing. Antonidas stood up from the throne and tapped the ground lightly with the staff in his hand. Buzz! Golden magic runes instantly spread across the ground and stone pillars of the entire temple, centered on the point where the staff landed. A powerful confining force enveloped the entire space. In the temple of my lord, everything will return to nothingness. Antonidas declared condescendingly, as if judging a sinner. So much nonsense. Suemo was too lazy to give him a pre-war speech and directly ordered the two generals behind him. Ryan, FIM, come on. Tear off his bird wings. As you command, my lord. Ryan and FIM let out an earth-shaking roar, and their muscular bodies turned red and purple, and shot towards Antonidas on the throne. However, just as they were about to rush to the throne, Antonidas's mouth curled up in an undisguised sarcasm. Stupid beast. He gently waved the staff in his hand again. Holy light, please punish these filthy creatures. Skill, holy light judgment. Boom. A huge beam of light, more than 10 times thicker than the previous holy light priest, fell from the sky without any warning. It could no longer be called a pillar of light, but more like a waterfall of death formed by the confluence of pure light elements. Ryan and FIM didn't even have the chance to react before they were hit head-on by the devastating beam of light. Roar! Moo! Two roars filled with pain and unwillingness came from the dazzling light and then stopped abruptly. The light faded. Only two charred bull demon corpses, still emitting wisps of green smoke, remained on the spot. Seconds? Suemo looked at the two lord-level minions who fell to the ground without even touching the boss's hair, and the muscles on his face twitched. What the hell is this damage? At the elevator door, Suemo stared at the two freshly baked steaks with mixed feelings. I spent a full 24 million game coins to recruit these core employees, hoping that they would be able to dominate the world, but in the end, they didn't even make it through the probation period and were scrapped within 3 seconds of the start? This is so fucking embarrassing. Ha ha ha. On the throne, Antonidas laughed wildly, mocking the weak. See? Mortals, this is the insurmountable gap between you and the gods. In the face of absolute power, your ridiculous struggles are meaningless. The look in his eyes when he looked at Suemo was full of contempt and pity, as if Suemo was already dead. Gap? Sumo's face darkened. The damage of this great wizard is indeed a bit outrageous. But wanting him to give up? What a pipe dream. My lord, we have brought shame upon you. Ryan and FIM's guilt-filled voices echoed in Sumo's mind through the soul link. It's okay, I don't blame you. Suemo comforted himself in his heart, it's this guy who cheated and didn't follow martial ethics. He looked at the two corpses and an idea came to his mind. Call of the Cinder King. Ding. Your fire slaves Ryan and FIM have been detected as dead. Do you want to consume the fire of Hades to revive them? Resurrecting Ryan requires Pluto's Fire X 300. Resurrecting FIM requires Pluto's Fire X 300. 300 points for one? Suemo glanced at his salary cap of 1,500 points and frowned even more tightly. This consumption is not low. At his current rate of energy recovery, it would take more than an hour to fill the gap of 600 points. In other words, the resurrection armor of his two lord-level minions has a cooling time of up to 1 hour, and there are only 2 chances. If there are 2 more judgments of holy light, his 2 core employees will be completely laid off and will not even have a place to collect their pensions. No, we can't charge in anymore. The loss rate is too high. Suemo immediately made a decision in his mind. Resurrection. As Suemo confirmed it, half of the Pluto's fire in his body evaporated instantly. At the same time, dark black flames ignited again on the 2 charred bodies of the bull demons. In less than 10 seconds, Ryan and FIM stood up again unharmed, but there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Ha! Undead magic? On the throne, Antonidas looked at the 2 bull demons that had come back to life, a hint of surprise flashing in his blue eyes. I never thought that a mortal like you could know such evil spells that desecrate the dead. His face showed undisguised disgust. But it's useless. In the presence of the holy light, all undead souls will be purified. The staff in his hand once again emitted a dazzling light. Return. At the same time, Suemo gave orders to the 2 bull demons through the soul link. Whoosh. Whoosh. The figures of the 2 bull demons instantly turned into 2 black lights and returned to Sumo's side. Boom. Another huge pillar of holy light descended from the sky and slammed heavily into the spot where they had just stood, creating a huge deep pit on the white jade ground and sending debris flying everywhere. You're not slow in reacting. Antonidas looked at Suemo, who had hidden back in the elevator, and his face once again showed that sarcastic look of a cat playing with a mouse. But do you think you're safe hiding in that iron box? Today, I will let you see what true despair is. He raised the staff in his hand high. In an instant, All the light elements in the entire temple boiled over and gathered towards his staff at a terrifying speed. A wave of destructive energy that was 10 times more powerful and terrifying than before emanated from the tip of his staff, and the entire temple space began to tremble violently. Suamo, he seems to be about to use a big move. Xiaoling looked at Antonida's destructive posture, and a trace of solemnity appeared on her delicate face. I can see it's quite grand. Sumo's expression remained calm, but his eyes had grown cold. The great wizard clearly intended to blast them and the elevator into cosmic dust. Unfortunately, he overthought it. This elevator is absolutely safe. Looking at the boss outside creating light and shadow effects all over the sky as if he was holding a concert, Sumo even wanted to laugh. Light pollution is so serious, aren't you afraid of being complained by environmental protection organizations? Chapter 115, Xiaoling's beautiful fighting posture. The charming fighting god. My lord, let's charge again. Ryan and Fim asked for battle again. No, you are too slow. Suemo refused directly. Although these two guys have high attack and defense, their agility is a flaw. Facing this high-burst mage-type boss, they are two moving targets. Then I'll try using Berserk Charge? Suemo thought to himself. But he soon gave up the idea. His current agility is only 400 points. Although with the help of Berserk Charge, there can be a brief burst of speed. But this temple is too big. The distance from the elevator entrance to the throne is at least 1,000 meters. At such a long distance, violent charge simply cannot reach the target. And even if I rushed over, I might not be able to withstand the damage of this great wizard. Damn it, how do I fight this? Suemo felt a headache. His brute force and the ridiculously thick health bar were completely useless in front of this mage with ridiculously long hands. Typically, unable to use one's strength. Suemo, let me do it this time. Just when Suemo was at a loss, Xiaoling beside him suddenly spoke. Suemo turned his head and saw a fighting spirit in Xiaoling's big watery pink eyes. She looked at Antonidas on the throne, who was still gathering strength and constantly mocking them with all kinds of vicious words, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her delicate face. That guy is so annoying. He keeps chattering there. It's so noisy. Suemo looked at Xiaoyan, who was eager to try, and felt a little hesitant. Okay, then you go ahead. But you have to be careful, that guy can deal a lot of damage. He warned with some concern. Don't worry, Suemo. I'm very fast. After she finished speaking, she stretched out her long legs and stepped out of the elevator. The moment she stepped out of the elevator, her entire demeanor changed. If she was an innocent and pure girl who knew nothing about the world before. So, now she is a peerless fighting god who was about to bring down divine punishment. Streams of pure pink soul power surged out of her body, enveloping her completely. Her jade feet, wearing pink crystal high heels, tapped lightly on the ground. Whoosh! The whole person turned into a pink figure that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and shot towards Antonidas on the throne. Xiaoling, who is level 24, has nearly 2,000 points of agility. With the help of soul power, the speed is so fast that it is unbelievable. Antonidas, who was still preparing his ultimate move on the throne, was shocked when he saw the pink figure shooting towards him. What a fast speed! He didn't even have time to interrupt the earth-shattering forbidden spell in his hand that was about to take shape. All they could do was watch the pink figure cross nearly half the distance in just 1 second. Damn it! Antonidas cursed in his heart. I decided to give up the forbidden spell that was not yet fully formed and get rid of this rabbit girl whose speed was a bit absurd. The staff in his hand shone with light. That destructive energy instantly transformed into a ray of holy light judgment. However, just as he was about to launch, the pink figure that had rushed to within less than 100 meters in front of him suddenly disappeared out of thin air. S-level skill, teleport. Antonidas' heart skipped a beat. A fatal sense of crisis came from behind him. Without even thinking about it, he wanted to put on a holy light shield for himself. But, already. It's too late. A clear and pleasant voice sounded faintly in Antonidas' ears. Antonidas turned around and saw that the rabbit girl in his eyes had appeared behind him without him noticing. There was a violently sweet smile on her delicate and beautiful face. Then she lifted up her long legs wearing white stockings and pink crystal high heels. Aiming at the back of Antonidas' head, it was a clean and neat whip kick. Bang! There was a dull thud. Antonida's proud head was kicked directly off the throne by Xiaoling. The whole person fell heavily on the stone pillar dozens of meters away like a broken sack, and then rolled down. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with golden blood spurted out of his mouth. How is this possible? Antonidas struggled to get up from the ground, and looked at Xiaoling with disbelief and fear. His magic shield was broken by a single blow from the opponent's long legs that seemed slender but contained terrifying power. And the opponent's speed is too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to cast a spell. Who are you? Me? Xiaoyan tilted her cute little head, and that harmless sweet smile appeared on her face again. I'm just an ordinary bunny passing by. As she spoke, she tied her soft pink hair back into a playful scorpion braid. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. But in the eyes of Antonidas, it is more terrifying than any demon. Bunny? Impossible. How could the bunny clan have such a powerful warrior like you? Antonidas shook his head frantically. He would rather believe that he was kicked by an ancient dragon. He also didn't want to believe that he was kicked off the throne by a gentle rabbit known for its weakness and beauty. What a shame and humiliation. Nothing is impossible. Xiaoling's smile remained on her face. Because I'm different from those ordinary bunnies. She had just finished speaking. Whoosh! The whole person turned into a pink afterimage again and disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Antonidas's face changed drastically, and he wanted to teleport away without thinking. However, Xiaoling was faster than him. Just when he was about to teleport, Xiaoling's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Then, there was another simple, rough, yet beautiful kick, with high heels. Bang! Antonidas was kicked hard in the face by Xiaoling. Flying backwards again. This time, fly higher and farther than last time. Ah! At the elevator door, Suemo looked at Xiaoyan who was killing everyone in the scene, and the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. This fighting style is really simple and crude. However, I have to say it. This picture is really pleasing to the eyes. Those long legs, which are against the sky, reveal a unique beauty every time they are raised and every time they fall. Those pink crystal high heels are her most powerful weapon. Every kick hits the opponent's vital point accurately. Unlike the female protagonist who was also a rabbit in a certain anime he watched in his previous life. When fighting, he always likes to use some soul skills that involve physical contact, such as soft bone lock and explosive 8-section throw, to give the enemy crazy benefits. Xiaoling's battle, while equally pleasing to the eye, felt incredibly distant. She is like the proudest and most graceful ballerina. On the stage of death, dancing the most gorgeous solo. It's much better than that rogue rabbit who can do nothing but cling to others with his legs and give them benefits. Suemo touched his chin and silently added another rule to his code of conduct. From now on, you must never make Xiaoling angry, especially when she is wearing high heels. Chapter 116 Kill 25 and kill the Beoas, subdue the Archmage Beoas. Roar! After being kicked several times by Xiaoling, Antonidas no longer retained his magic power and no longer tried to cast those powerful forbidden spells that required a long time to chant. Instead, he gathered all his magic power into his fists. Skill, Holy Light Iron Fist. At this moment, his hands were covered by a layer of brilliant golden light. Then, he took the initiative to rush towards Xiaoling. I have to fight this bunny girl who can only kick people in close combat. Oh? You want to give me a fist fight? She also went forward to meet him. Bang! 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 One pink and one gold, the two figures clashed and collided wildly in the temple. Every collision would cause a deafening roar. Mage versus high agility fighting god. However, the result once again exceeded Sumo's expectations. Antonidas, who had entered a violent state, exchanged more than 10 punches with Xiaoling. He was actually kicked by Xiaoling and was forced to retreat step by step. When his iron fists blessed by holy light collided with Xiaoling's white and slender pink fists, the golden light was shattered and blood and flesh were blurred. This is impossible. Antonidas looked at his fists, which had become unrecognizable from human form, and felt despair. He couldn't figure it out. Why is this seemingly weak bunny girl not only incredibly fast but also incredibly strong? How can we fight this? The game is over. Xiaoling seemed to be tired of playing too. Her delicate body twisted to an extreme angle in mid-air. His right leg was like a taut steel whip, lashing Antonida's neck with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the temple. Antonidas's body suddenly stiffened. The light in his blue eyes quickly dimmed. Then, with a bang, his tall body fell heavily to the ground. Life is cut off. Ding! Your goddess-level companion, Xiaoling, has killed Grand Mage Antonidas LV-25 Lord. Your goddess companion Xiaoyan has received 300,000 game coins and 300,000 experience points. Done. Xiaoling clapped his hands, stretched out his long legs, and ran happily towards the huge dark gold treasure chest in the center of the temple. Suemo looked at her extremely cute contrasting look, shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned his gaze to the still steaming corpse of the Archmage boss. Another Lord-level core employee is here. Suemo. Look! I got something good again. Xiaoling ran quickly to Suemo, holding a skirt that was emitting soft light and a bag full of sparkling stones. Sumo's attention was not on the spoils at all. He looked at the corpse of the great wizard lying on the ground, which was still emitting powerful magical fluctuations, and couldn't wait to recite in his heart. Call of the Cinder King. Ding! Detected target for awakening, Grand Mage Antonidas LV-25 Lord. Generating a wake-up plan for you based on factors such as the target's strength and life, time of death, and soul integrity. The plan has been generated. Please select your salary standard. 3 familiar options appeared in front of Suemo again. Without even thinking, Suemo turned his attention to the most expensive and most perfect option 3. Option 3, Core Employee Package Perfect. Salary, 14 million game coins item. Effect, transforms the target into a slave of the flame, retaining 100% of their original strength. They are granted complete intelligence and emotions, and even have the potential to continue growing and evolving. They will also obey your orders absolutely. 14 million? It's 2 million more expensive than those 2 bull demons. Sure enough, the stronger the younger brother is, the more expensive he is. The mage is worthy of being a mage, he is the most expensive profession wherever he goes. Suemo glanced at his account balance. Game coins, 16,270,000. I just killed Antonidas and got 2.7 million game coins, plus the money I had left from selling equipment. His total assets now are only more than 16 million. If he resurrects this great wizard, he will have to go back to the time before liberation. Damn, why is this money so hard to spend? Suemo felt a little painful. However, when he thought about having an LV-25 Lord-level Archmage brother, he said, go for it. Ding! You've selected the Core Employee Package. Do you want to spend 14 million game coins to transform Grand Mage Antonidas into your Slave of the Flame? Yes. Ding! Game coins deducted successfully. Conversion in progress. Boom! The entire temple shook violently again. The body of the Archmage lying on the ground was enveloped by a thicker and deeper black flame. No! I, Antonidas, will never yield to darkness. A roar of unwillingness and anger came from the black flames. It was obvious that this great wizard who believed in the holy light during his lifetime was extremely resistant to the fact that he was about to become an undead. However, it was of no use. In front of the extremely domineering contract power of the King of Fire in the underworld, his pitiful resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In less than 10 minutes, the black flames dissipated, and a brand new black-robed wizard reappeared in front of Suemo. The robe on his body was no longer pure white, but turned into an elegant black robe, and the light wings behind him also turned into black wings condensed from pure dark energy. Your servant, Antonidas. He knelt on one knee, lowered his once proud head to Suemo, and swore his loyalty in a tone of awe and fanaticism. Greetings, my lord, the great, the Lord of Cinders of Hades. Get up. Another Lord-level minion is here. And he's a wizard who seems to have a very high IQ. Yes, my lord. Antonidas stood up respectfully, and then stood behind Suemo like the most elegant butler. But at this moment... Roar! Moo! 2 roars filled with anger came from the mouths of Sumo's other 2 younger brothers, Ryan and Fim. The 2 of them stared at Antonidas with their scarlet bull eyes, as if they couldn't wait to rush up and tear him to pieces. Obviously, the 2 of them still remembered the deep hatred of being killed instantly by this guy just now, especially being killed instantly in front of their great master and beautiful hostess. Antonidas felt the hostility from the 2 bull demons, and his deep eyes showed disdain and sarcasm. What? Two stupid cows who can't even withstand a single blow from me dare to bar their teeth at me? What did you say? You sissy who can only hide in the distance and shoot from behind. Ryan was angry, and the thunder axe in his hand flashed with lightning again. That's right. If you're brave enough, fight us with real weapons. FIM also stepped forward carrying his heavy flaming shield. Huh, fighting with two beasts like you whose brains are covered with muscles? That would simply lower my status as a great wizard. Antonidas sneered. That's enough. Just when the two sides were about to start a quarrel in front of Suemo, Suemo said coldly. How can you make such a fuss in front of me? A unique pressure belonging to the King of Fire in the underworld emanated from his body, instantly suffocating the three Lord-level bosses. My lord, please calm down. The three little brothers instantly became cowardly and knelt on one knee, trembling. From today on, you are teammates. Sue looked at them. I don't care what grudges you had in the past, but you must live in harmony with me. If anyone dares to cause internal strife again, I will do it to him. Then don't blame me for being rude. Yes, my lord. We understand, the three little brothers answered in unison. It seems that the authority of being the boss is still very effective. Chapter 117, Help Xiaoling upgrade her equipment. Legendary Crystal High Heels. Suemo, look at this. Just as Suemo taught his three troublesome younger brothers a lesson, Xiaoling's surprised voice came over. He turned his head and saw Xiaoling holding a glittering legendary long dress and gesturing excitedly in front of him. Legendary Veil of the Moon Goddess. Type, Armor Body. Defense, 300. Special Effect 1, Moon Protection. Your mental resistance is increased by an additional 50%. Special Effect 2, Moon Dance. When you move, there is a chance to trigger the Moon Dance state, dodging the next attack. Equipment requirements, female players. It's pretty. Suemo nodded and handed the skirt back to her. It's yours. Give it to me? Xiaoling's eyes widened instantly. This is legendary equipment. In her heart, a treasure of this level should naturally belong to Suemo. What else? Suemo raised his eyebrows and made a joke. You can't let me wear it, right? Besides, this skirt has to look good on our little girl. He. Xiaoling's cheeks flushed with praise, and she lowered her head a little embarrassedly, but joy was about to overflow from her big watery pink eyes. Sumo's gaze moved downwards, passing over the 200 primary forging stones, and finally stopped at Xiaoling's beautiful feet wearing pink crystal high heels. He frowned slightly. The shoes had already been covered with some fine cracks from the previous series of battles. Although it does not affect its use, in his opinion, it is a blasphemy to a perfect work of art. No, it must be repaired. No, it must be upgraded. Come on, Xiaoling, let's go back to the elevator. Suemo took Xiaoling's hand. It's time to upgrade your equipment. Yeah. Xiaoling nodded obediently. The two returned to the luxurious elevator that was comparable to the presidential suite. You three, guard the door and don't let even a fly in. Suemo ordered Antonidas and the other two. As you command, my lord. The three lord-level bosses immediately blocked the elevator door tightly like door gods, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind. In the elevator, Suemo turned around and his expression became a little serious. Xiaoling, take off your shoes. Take off your shoes? Xiaoling's face suddenly turned red, and the embarrassing scene of Suemo studying her feet under various excuses flashed through her mind. Your shoes are almost broken. Suemo explained seriously, I'll help you strengthen them. Oh. Although Xiaoling felt that Sumo's eyes were a little strange, she still bent down obediently. But before she could do anything, Suemo squatted down first. While Xiaoling was almost breathing, he reached out his hand and gently grasped her slender white ankle with his warm palm. Don't move, I'll do it. Suemo moved very gently and carefully took off the pair of slightly damaged pink crystal high heels from her flawless jade feet. Then, under Xiaoling's shy and fearful gaze, he took the delicate jade foot, which was as soft as jade and had a faint girl's body fragrance, and held it in his palm. Suemo. You. Don't talk. Suemo didn't even raise his head. Let me check for blisters on you first. Do you have any blisters caused by ill-fitting shoes? His words were high-sounding, but his hands were dishonest. His slightly rough fingertips gently kneaded the soft, boneless foot, from the straight arch to the round heel, and then to the 10 toes as delicate and lovely as pink pearls, not leaving out a single inch of skin. Xiaoling felt weak all over and her pretty face was burning hot. She wanted to pull her foot back, but she couldn't muster any strength. In their tribe of gentle rabbits, feet are one of the most private parts of a girl, and they must never be touched by other men except their future partners. And now, Suemo not only touched it, but also held it so tightly. Suemo inspected for more than 10 minutes before letting go of his hand reluctantly. He took out the 200 primary forging stones and fixed his eyes on the pair of pink crystal high heels. System, strengthen me. Ding. Upgrade successful. Pink crystal high heels excellent. Pink crystal high heels rare. Ding. Enhancement successful. Pink crystal high heels epic. A series of system prompts sounded, and in the flash of light, the pair of high heels that were originally only blue quality were successfully upgraded to epic level after consuming more than 50 primary forging stones. It's not enough. A hint of stubbornness flashed in Sumo's eyes. What he wanted was a legend. He smashed all 100 intermediate forging stones in the storage space down at once. Ding. Enhancement failed. Intermediate forging stone X5 disappeared. Ding. Enhancement failed. Intermediate forging stone X5 disappeared. After 8 consecutive failures, Sumo's heart was in his throat. Come again. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations. Pink crystal high heels epic. Pink crystal high heels legendary. It's done. A brilliant golden light flashed, and a smile finally appeared on Sumo's face. He immediately checked the properties of the pair of pink crystal high heels that had been transformed and exuded the legendary brilliance. Gentle dance steps legend. Type, high heels. Agility, 200. Special effect 1, Rabbit Godspeed. Your movement speed increases by an additional 50%, and all your movements become lighter and more graceful. Special effect 2, Fatal Kick active. Concentrate all your soul power at one point and deliver a devastating kick, dealing a devastating blow to a single target. This skill ignores 50% of the target's defense. Equipment requirements: Constitution 500 points, Agility 500 points or above. Fuck. This skill. Suemo looked at the fatal flying kick and couldn't help but gasp. Ignore 50% of your defense. If Xiaoling were to kick you while wearing these shoes. Just thinking about it made his legs go cold. It seemed that he must never make this rabbit angry again. Okay, Xiaoling, try them on. Suemo suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and handed the brand new pair of legendary high heels to Xiaoling. Xiaoling blushed and shyly stretched out her beautiful foot that Suemo had studied for a long time. Suemo carefully put on her shoes again. When the pair of pink crystal high heels emitting the legendary brilliance returned to Xiaoying's feet, her whole temperament changed. If she was an innocent bunny girl who knew nothing about the world before, she is now surrounded by a mysterious and elegant aura, like a charming goddess who was about to descend to the mortal world. Suemo. Xiaoling looked at the pair of shoes on her feet, which were 100 times more beautiful than before, and her big watery eyes were filled with tears of emotion. She knew that in order to strengthen the shoes for her, Suemo must have spent all his spoils. A work of art naturally needs a perfect frame. Suemo stood up and admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. Chapter 118, There is a thief on the empty floor. Okay, now that my shoes are changed, it's time to get changed. Suemo handed the moon goddess veil that was shining with moonlight to Xiaoyan. Change here? Xiaoling's cheeks instantly turned a beautiful blush, and she subconsciously hugged her arms. Of course. Suemo said seriously, I have 3 Lord-level minions guarding outside. There is no safer place than this in the entire game. Don't worry, time is precious. Suemo said, turning around and facing away from her, I promise not to peek, hurry up. He spoke lightly, but his heart was far from as calm as he appeared. Today is the 6th day, and tomorrow is the settlement day for this double elevator copy. He must reach the 100th floor before the deadline. There's no time to dawdle here. Soon, there was a rustling sound of fabric rubbing from behind him. It was light, but it tickled Sumo's heart like a feather. The sweet peach-like body fragrance that was unique to a young girl seemed to become stronger with the sound, and it seeped into his nostrils. Suemo felt that his willpower was being tested like never before. I'm done changing. A few minutes later, Xiaoling's somewhat shy voice came from behind. Suemo took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then slowly turned around. Just one glance and his breathing stopped. The scene before him made his mind go blank in an instant. Moon Goddess Veil, this legendary dress, is more like a handful of bright moonlight sewn into shape by skillful hands than a piece of clothing. The translucent gauze fabric softly fits the girl's exquisite curves, and the countless tiny crystals dotted on the hem of her skirt reflect dreamy starlight as she moves slightly. The bold and elegant design perfectly outlines her tall and graceful figure. A little more would make it look gorgeous, and a little less would make it look dull. Holy, noble, yet with a hint of fatal charm that is enough to drive any male creature crazy. Coupled with the pair of gorgeous legendary pink crystal high heels on her feet, Xiaoling at this moment looks like a goddess who has truly walked out of the kingdom of stars and moon. Does it look good, Suemo? Xiaoling saw that he was staring in a daze, and pinched the hem of her skirt embarrassedly and asked in a low voice. It looks good. Sumo's Adam's apple rolled as he praised sincerely, it's simply, unbelievably good looking. He. Xiaoling felt very happy when she was praised. She could clearly feel that after putting on this set of equipment, the soul power surging in her body became much purer and stronger. Well, okay, we should move on. Suemo forced his eyes away from her. If he continued to look at her, he was really afraid that he would not be able to help but execute this peerless enchantress on the spot. After changing into a set of legendary equipment, Xiaoling's strength has made another qualitative leap. Suemo still didn't let her take action, but let three Lord-level brothers lead the way. Ryan and Fim, the two reckless men, seemed to still be brooding over the fact that they were killed instantly before. At this moment, they were holding back their energy and frantically clearing out the monsters along the way, even competing secretly to see who could kill more monsters. Roar! I killed 30 of them. Moo! I killed 32. Those two of you are trying to steal my heads. Antonidas was like an elegant nobleman, disdaining to associate with them. He only occasionally waved his staff, releasing precise and deadly dark magic to reap those who escaped the net. Xiaoling just followed Suemo quietly. The glow of the Moon Goddess Veil on her body actually carried a subtle aura of charm, which caused those fearless monsters to be delayed and confused for a moment when they charged. This brief flaw was fatal to the three Lord-level fighters. The efficiency of clearing monsters has increased instead of decreased. However, when they stepped into the 71st floor, a strange phenomenon occurred. My lord, this floor has been cleared. Ryan, carrying the giant thunder axe, reported to Suemo in a muffled voice. Ha? Where's the treasure chest? Suemo looked around and frowned slightly. This floor was filled with monster corpses and a strong smell of blood, and not even a tattered wooden box could be seen. My lord, I have turned the entire floor upside down and found nothing. Antonida's voice came with a hint of confusion. That's strange. According to the rules of this dungeon, there should be at least one gold treasure chest guaranteed on each level. How come there is nothing? Could it be that the refresh mechanism of this floor is special? Suemo muttered to himself, but didn't pay much attention to it. Forget it, let's go to the next floor. However, the 72nd floor was still empty. The 73rd floor is still the same. The 74th floor, the 75th floor. When they cleared 9 floors in a row and gained nothing except a huge amount of experience that allowed the levels of the three lords' minions to soar to LV24, Suemo finally stopped. His face darkened. Something's wrong. This is definitely not a fucking coincidence. Suemo, what's wrong? Xiaoling noticed his mood change and asked with concern. Suemo did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes and quickly connected all the clues in his mind. Empty floors, terrifyingly regular coincidences. Suddenly, a function that he had overlooked flashed through his mind like lightning: Dimension Anchor. A special function unlocked when the elevator is upgraded to the maximum level. You can set a teleportation point on any floor. I understand. Suemo suddenly opened his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. We've been made a fool of. Huh? Xiaoling looked puzzled. Aren't there only 2 of us in this dungeon? No, it hasn't been that long. Suemo shook his head, his voice as cold as ice. My elevator has a dimension anchor point, so other players who have upgraded their elevators to the maximum level must also have it. This so-called double elevator is probably no longer just a bonus dungeon for newbies. It's become a public resource point accessible to all players at any time. A massive treasure trove. We were like 2 newlyweds who had just gotten the keys, rushing in excitedly. Little did we know that the old hands who had long regarded this place as their own backyard had already drunk up all the soup on the floors ahead. After listening to Sumo's analysis, Xiaoling's pretty face was filled with shock and anger. Then what should we do now? Should we just let it go? Forget it? How is that possible? Sumo raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate layers of obstacles and look towards a higher place. Let's go. Go straight to the 80th floor. He made a prompt decision and gave up on continuing to brush up layer by layer. He wanted to skip a level. Get ahead of those thieves and grab the boss. Chapter 119, Level 28 Robot, Making Money is Important. Clang. The elevator door to the 80th floor opened. A pungent smell mixed with rust and gunpowder smoke hit my face, and what came into view was a vast expanse of ruins. In the center of the ruins sat a giant war machine that was over 20 meters tall. It has a human-like upper body, made up of countless twisted metals and flesh, while its lower body is in the form of a ferocious spider. 8 giant metal legs that flash with cold light support its huge body. In the chest, a huge single eye flashed with scarlet light, like a searchlight from hell, scanning the silent battlefield. Doomsday Mechanical Spider Destroyer LV-28 Lord. A level 28 Lord? Sumo raised his eyebrows slightly. The level is 3 levels higher than Antonida's, and the sense of oppression is stronger. My lord, this iron lump doesn't look easy to deal with. Antonidas stood behind Sumo, his black robe fluttering in the wind, his eyes revealing a hint of solemnity. Humph, no matter what it is, if it dares to block my master's way, I will smash it to pieces. Fim, who has the worst temper, has already raised his heavy shield of flames, ready to charge at any time. Calm down, Fim. Sumo said calmly, leave this guy to me. He needed to personally test his strength after the job change, especially when facing this purely physical boss. Xiaoling, all of you step back. Sumo rubbed Xiaoling's head and signaled her and her 3 younger brothers to stay in the elevator. Oh. Xiaoling nodded obediently, but her big watery pink eyes were full of worry. Sumo gave her a reassuring look, then walked out of the elevator alone, empty-handed. Intruder detected, cleanup process initiated. The war machine named Destroyer emitted a cold mechanical synthesized sound, and the scarlet single eye on its chest instantly locked onto Sumo. The next second, its mountain-like body moved. 8 giant metal legs scraped across the ground, making a harsh friction sound. It was incredibly fast, stirring up a cloud of dust as it rushed towards Sumo. At the same time, its arms made of metal and flesh suddenly raised up, and the arms instantly deformed, turning into 2 hideous black cannon muzzles. Boom! Boom! 2 energy shells with long tail flames tore through the air and blasted towards Sumo. Just in time. Sumo kicked his legs hard on the ground. Skill, violent charge. His figure turned into a black lightning and rushed towards the 2 energy shells head-on. At the moment of collision with the shell, his body tilted slightly at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the direct hit of the shell. Boom! 2 shells exploded on the ground behind him, causing huge flames and shockwaves, and blasting 2 deep pits in the ground. However, Sumo passed through the smoke and dust of the explosion unharmed and rushed to the front of the destroyer in an instant. Blackened. An invisible black airflow wrapped around Sumo's right fist. It was the armament Haki Ryo, condensed to the extreme. Take a leap. A punch hit the destroyer's huge scarlet eye hard. Warning. High energy reaction detected. Activate emergency defense. Outside the destroyer's single eye, a blue shield made of pure energy instantly opened. However, in front of Sumo's fist that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, the seemingly indestructible energy shield. Snap. A crisp sound. The energy shield shattered. Sumo's fist was as powerful as ever, hitting the huge scarlet eye solidly. Bang. A loud bang that was extremely dull. The destroyer's single eye, which was bigger than a car, was actually blasted with spiderweb-like cracks by Sumo's punch. Quack! The destroyer's massive body was knocked back repeatedly by this tremendous force, and its 8 giant metal legs carved deep grooves in the ground. Sumo succeeded in his attack and did not stop. His body flipped in mid-air and landed steadily on the broad metal back of the destroyer. The passive ability of Immortal Fighting Spirit had already accumulated more than 10 layers when he was enduring the aftermath of the explosion just now, and his overall attributes were steadily improving. Break it, for me. Sumo threw out both fists, like raindrops, madly bombarding the metal shell of the destroyer. Bang! 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 Each punch contains 2,400 points of terrifying power. Every punch is wrapped with the indestructible Ryuo domineering aura. The thick armor that was strong enough to withstand artillery bombardment was cracked into pieces by Sumo's iron fist, and pits kept appearing. System overload. System overload. Unable to lock onto target. The destroyer twisted its body frantically, trying to throw Sumo off its back, but Sumo's feet seemed to have taken root and were nailed to its back. Die! Sumo roared angrily and gathered all his strength into his right fist. The layers of immortal fighting spirit have been fully stacked. All his attributes have doubled. The power of this punch surpasses any previous one. Boom! The destroyer's massive body suddenly stiffened. Sumo's punch blasted a big hole through the core part of its chest. Sparks of lightning flashed wildly inside its body. The light in that single scarlet eye quickly dimmed. Finally, with a loud bang, the war machine as big as a hill fell heavily to the ground and completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. Ding! You killed the Doomsday Mechanical Spider Destroyer LV-28 Lord. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Your final experience gain, 420,000 points. Game coins x 3.2 million. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 24 and gaining 100 free attribute points. Add all the Pluto's Fire. Pluto's Fire, 2000. Done. Sumo jumped down from the pile of scrap metal, shook his numb fists, and an excited smile appeared on his face. The feeling of punching a huge iron lump to pieces is so cool. Sumo, you are so awesome. Xiaoling ran out of the elevator and threw herself into Sumo's arms. Our Lord is mighty and powerful. Ryan, FIM, and Danitas all knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with fanatical awe. Their owner actually defeated a level 28 Lord level boss with his bare hands. What a terrifying power. Okay, everyone, get up. Sumo enjoyed Xiaoling's hug and his subordinate's flattery, then turned his gaze to the boss's corpse that was still emitting electric sparks. Another candidate for core employee. He practiced silently in his mind, Call of the Cinder King. Ding! Awakenable target detected, Doomsday Mechanical Spider Destroyer LV-28 Lord. Generating a wake-up plan for you. Option 3, Core Employee Package Perfect. Salary, 16 million game coins item. Effect, transforms the target into a slave of the flame, perfectly retaining 100% of their original strength. 16 million? Sumo looked at the number and couldn't help but twitching the corner of his eyes. 2 million more expensive than Antonida's. He glanced at his account balance. Game coins, 5,470,000. Damn it, we're bankrupt again. Sumo's face darkened. This profession of King of Fire in the underworld burns money too damn fast. He used the money he had worked so hard to save to hire 3 employees and then went back to the way things were before liberation. My lord, are you going to give up? Antonidas seemed to have noticed Sumo's predicament and asked at the right moment, although this war machine is powerful, it has low intelligence and can only execute simple program commands. Its strategic value is far inferior to mine. There was a hint of superiority in Antonidas' words. It was obvious that he didn't think much of this piece of iron who only knew how to use brute force. Sumo glanced at him. This guy was worried that hiring a new employee would affect his position as the number 3 employee. Antonidas has a point. Sumo touched his chin and thought quickly in his mind. This big spider looks fierce, but it is indeed a reckless man who can only rush around recklessly. Moreover, its body is too big and it cannot move in many places. Antonidas, as a highly intelligent wizard, can not only provide ultra-long-range fire suppression, but also provide various magical support. His versatility is much stronger than this iron lump. The most important thing is that I really have no money now. Forget it, let's just leave this guy here for now. Sumo made a decision. When the company grows bigger and has sufficient funds, I will come back and consider whether to recruit it. His main goal now is to reach the 100th floor. Let us defeat the final boss first. Xiaoling, wait for me here, I'll go back later. Sumo said. Yeah. Xiaoling didn't ask any more questions this time, but just nodded obediently. She knew that Sumo must be going to make money again. Sumo walked to the elevator and operated it skillfully. However, before returning to Gaia space, he thought about it and took out a few things from the storage space. Chapter 120, a worker equipped with legendary equipment. FIM, Ryan. I'm here. The two bull demons were startled and took a step forward in unison, kneeling on one knee in unison. Suemo casually threw two pieces of heavy armor with a dark golden luster, and they landed accurately in front of them. It was that incomplete legendary equipment flesh and blood battle armor. With the blessing of the talent, greed, he has a total of 9. This is. Ryan and FIM stared at the armor in front of them that exuded a terrifying aura, their huge bull eyes widening. They could feel the almost boiling life and power contained within the armor. My lord, this item is too valuable. I, a subordinate who has not done anything for you, dare not accept it. They had just pledged their allegiance, and their master had gifted them with such a divine object. You talk too much nonsense. Suemo frowned and his voice became a little colder. Take what's given to you. Wear it so you can better serve me. Yes. My lord. The two bull demons no longer refused and carefully picked up the flesh and blood battle armor, with such sacred movements that it seemed like they were performing some kind of ritual. Buzz. The moment the armor touched their bodies, two dark golden beams of light shot up into the sky. The armor seemed to come alive, turning into flowing metal and flesh, quickly covering and integrating into their bodies. Their already sturdy bodies expanded again. Sumo's mind moved, and he checked their attribute panels. Name, FIM Flaming Bull Demon. Level, LV24. HP, 300,000. Name, Ryan Thunder Bull Demon. Level, LV24. HP, 180,000. 300,000 health points? Suemo was stunned when he saw Fiend's ridiculously long health bar. The Bull Demon clan's physical growth is already amazing, and after putting on this flesh and blood battle armor that increases the upper limit of health by 200%, FIM's health points directly skyrocketed. This is no longer a meat shield, this is a fucking moving wall. With this guy leading the way, I can definitely carve the word output on my forehead. Antonidas. Suemo turned his gaze to the side, and saw the black-robed wizard looking at the Bull Demon brothers with a look that was a mixture of envy and professional scrutiny. I'm here. Antonidas immediately calmed down, took a step forward, and knelt on one knee respectfully. This is yours. Suemo threw over the crown of the Demon Flame King, which was also legendary. Thank you, my lord, for the reward. The moment Antonidas took the helmet, an uncontrollable look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The helmet contains pure spiritual energy. For a mage like him, mental power is everything. He put on the helmet without hesitation. Buzz. A deeper and more powerful dark magic swept out with him as the center. The temperature of the air seemed to drop a few degrees, and the pair of wings behind him, which were condensed by dark energy, became more solid, and even runes were faintly visible in them. Suemo checked his attribute panel again. Name, Antonidas. Level, LV25. Spirit, 4,400. 4,400 points of mental power? Sumo's eyelids twitched. This guy's original mental power was over 2,000, but after wearing this legendary helmet that increased his mental power by 100%, it doubled. What is the concept? Suemo had no doubt that with the current Antonidas, 1, Shadow Judgment, would turn that level 28 iron lump into nothing. Thank you, Lord. My Lord's grace is as heavy as a mountain. I am willing to serve my master, even if it means death. The three Lord-level subordinates knelt on one knee at the same time, the fanaticism in their eyes almost overflowing. Legendary equipment, given away without blinking an eye. Being able to follow such a master is the greatest luck in their lives. Okay, everyone get up. Suemo waved his hand, but laughed in his heart. Painting a rosy picture is an essential skill for every successful boss. I have now initially grasped the essence. After settling his three younger brothers, Suemo did not stay any longer. He directly returned to the 50th floor via the elevator and stepped into the light gate leading to Gaia space. The pure white space stretches as far as the eye can see. Suemo skillfully opened the system mall. System, start work, clearance sale. He is now so poor that all he has left is his equipment. He had to cash out quickly to replenish his already empty company account. He first threw the 9 epic skill books Evil Spirit Art into the recycling system. Ding! You sold 9 copies of Shachi Ju and received 4.5 million game coins. 500,000 for an epic poem, not bad. Suemo curled his lips and threw the 7 legendary Magic Dragon transformation books in. I learned 1 book for myself and kept 1 as a backup. There is no need to hoard the rest. Ding! You sold 7 copies of Dragon Transformation and received 14 million game coins. A legendary skill book for 2 million? Suemo became excited. It seemed that skill books were hard currency. Next, there are 8 legendary skirts, Moon Goddess's Veil. Ding! You sold Moon Goddess's Veil X8 and received 9.6 million game coins. Ha! Suemo was stunned for a moment. They're both legendary, but the equipment is so much cheaper than the skill books? A copy of Magic Dragon Transformation costs 2 million, but a piece of Moon Goddess's Veil is only 1,200,000? The price difference is a bit big. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Suemo shook his head and stopped worrying about it. Finally, his gaze fell on the 8 legendary swords, Tears of the Stars, with +2 enhancement. Ding! You sold Tears of the Stars X8 and received 14.4 million game coins. A strengthened legendary weapon, 1.8 million each. Not bad. Suemo looked at the long string of zeros on his account balance that was almost blinding, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Game coins, 47,970,000. More than 47 million. He went from being a pauper to becoming a small wealthy man with a net worth of nearly $500 million. It feels different to have money. Suemo moved his neck and straightened his back a lot. If you dislike someone, just use money to kill him. Just as he was enjoying the pleasure of getting rich, something strange happened. A sharp and piercing warning, without any warning, penetrated into his mind through the soul link. It felt like a red-hot steel needle stirring deep within his soul. Something happened to his flame slave. And it is an extremely dangerous situation. The smile on Sumo's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold look. Without any hesitation, he decided to return to the copy. Double elevator. We have detected that you have set a dimensional anchor point in this instance. Do you want to teleport directly to the anchor point? Yes. Teleport to the 60th floor immediately. Buzz. A white light flashed, and Sumo's figure instantly disappeared from Gaia space.